The morning breeze blew through the new buds of the leaves, and the first ray of sunlight shone through the glass window onto the Hokage's desk. Naruto Uzumaki rubbed his face, got up, and walked toward the washroom. He had worked too late last night, and fallen asleep in the office. Standing in front of the wash basin, he squeezed toothpaste onto his brush. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He stopped moving, and carefully examined his own face. Short hair, blonde hair, blue eyes. Light and shadow interlaced on his angular face, casting bright and dark shadows. It was impossible to tell what expression he was wearing. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned for a moment. He seemed to not recognize himself. A flicker passed through his eyes, and then disappeared. He then shoved the toothbrush into his mouth, and began to brush mechanically. He hadn't looked in the mirror for a long time. The Naruto Uzumaki in the mirror was the first Hokage title. He no longer showed joy or anger on his face. He was no longer a teenager. He washed his face, straightened his clothes, and slowly climbed up to the roof. Early spring, the leaves had sprouted new buds. Standing on the terrace of the Hokage building, he looked at the small new branches growing under the stone cliff, full of vitality. Spring had arrived. A flicker passed through Naruto Uzumaki's eyes, almost imperceptible. Spring had come, and the cherry blossoms would bloom. Another spring. The woman named Sakura had been gone for 10 years. They had missed each other after all. After Sasuke Uchiha returned to the village, he took her away. She had been gone for 10 years, and never returned. She didn't even say a formal goodbye. "You and Hinata should be happy." That was the only message she left for him, still relayed by Kakashi-sensei. If you love him, you cannot wish him happiness with someone else. At least he was furious, going crazy. The young self was still too naive, naively liking someone, saying that he only wanted her to be happy. But when this actually happened, Naruto Uzumaki had spent 10 years yet still couldn't utter a single blessing. The spring breeze mixed with the scent of earth blew across his face. The seventh Hokage withdrew his gaze. 10 years ago, too many things had happened. He had learned not to think about who was right or wrong that year. Or rather, he needed to forgive himself from that year. For the past 10 years, he had searched for her for 3 years, but found no trace. There was only one explanation: she didn't want to be found. He could only tell himself every day that Sakura Haruno had never loved him, that Sakura Haruno had only loved Sasuke Uchiha from beginning to end. Only then would he not suffer from insomnia all night, would he not be overwhelmed with regret, would he not be helpless. He had fallen once before, and didn't want to make a wrong move again. He returned to the office, and continued to work. He was the Hokage. He had many things to do. He was very busy. 3 soft knocks sounded on the door. It was Hinata Hyuga. Naruto Uzumaki was already used to it. Whether at home or in the office, she always knocked 3 times softly like this, then asked gently, "Naruto-kun, may I come in?" There were many opinions about his marriage to Hinata Hyuga. The ambitious politicians in power considered it a political alliance, while the naive girls who worshipped him declared it a victory of love. Whatever it was in the eyes of the world, they were a perfect match. "Naruto-kun, today's breakfast is tonkatsu ramen. I just learned how to make it. Of course, it's not as good as Ichiraku's skill. Please try it. I will improve." See, his wife didn't get angry even though he didn't come home to sleep, and she even considerately brought him a loving breakfast. "Thank you, Hinata." Naruto Uzumaki looked at his wife, who was busy preparing the bowls and chopsticks for him. For the past 10 years, they had respected each other. "I was too busy last night. I should be able to get off work early today." "Naruto-kun, you have worked hard." Hinata Hyuga seemed flattered, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She said softly, Everything is fine at home. Don't worry about it. Please enjoy." Naruto Uzumaki felt that he probably didn't understand women's hearts. Why did his wife always look at him with such gentle, shy, and cautious expression? Watching her pack up the lunch box and exit the building, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and caught another glimpse of himself in the mirror. Short hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, a mature face. It was the face a Hokage should have. At 9:20, the Chunin Kotetsu routinely sent the day's village entry registration documents. These were neither important nor urgent daily trivialities usually left in the office for someone to handle. Today he personally delivered it to the Hokage's office, naturally because something different from usual had happened. Naruto Uzumaki was working at his desk. Kotetsu looked at the Hokage, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He licked his lips as if wanting to say something but stopping. How should he say it? After all, the Hokage had not voluntarily mentioned that person's name in 10 years. "Good morning, Kotetsu." The busy Naruto Uzumaki looked up and greeted him. "Delivering the documents. Just put them over there." "Forget it, don't make trouble." Kotetsu made up his mind, and turned to go out, bumping into Shikamaru Nara, who was about to enter. "Yo, Kotetsu!" Shikamaru Nara was about to greet him, when he saw Kotetsu making a face, and pointing at the document on the desk. Shikamaru Nara had a premonition that it would be a big trouble. "Shikamaru, you're late today," Naruto Uzumaki said without looking up. Kotetsu nodded, mysteriously confirming Shikamaru Nara's guess, and walked out the door. Sorry. My son dragged me into a game of shogi this morning, and I lost track of time," Shikamaru Nara said casually about daily life, while pretending to nonchalantly pick up the registration document on the desk. He glanced at it. As expected. He threw down the document, slowly lit a cigarette, and took a drag of smoke in silence. Then he stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, paused, and said, "Naruto, take a look." Naruto Uzumaki stopped writing, took the document, and muttered, "What is it that can make the military advisor?" Before he could finish, the 3 words that came into view made his smile gradually freeze. The document read, "Today's village entry registration, Sakura Haruno." Naruto Uzumaki shot up, his heart gripped tightly. This woman, she was back. His gaze returned to the registration document. He needed to confirm it once more. Yes, it was correct. It was her name. More importantly, behind her name, there was no Sasuke Uchiha, but instead a name called Uchiha Hanami. In this world, who else was worthy of the surname Uchiha? Naruto Uzumaki's heart tightened even more. His gaze swept to the relationship column, and sure enough it read mother and daughter. She was back with a child. Naruto Uzumaki's fingers clenched, joints cracking. His knuckles were white from the force. His blue eyes stared wide, his chest heaving with intense emotion. He didn't know what this meant, nor why Sasuke hadn't returned. For the past 10 years, he had faced enormous pressure from the 5 great nations, yet had found no trace of him. After that heartless woman left, she even concealed her chakra so well that she left no trace at all. Now she had returned without any warning. Naruto Uzumaki finally collapsed into his chair, his eyes becoming unfocused. Returning home. In early spring, the leaves of Konoha, the weather is still chilly, the morning air still carrying a hint of cold. The cherry blossom trees by the village entrance sway with new leaves not yet in bloom. "Hanami," the young mother said, bending down and pointing at the arched gate. "There is Konoha village. We've arrived." The black-haired, black-eyed girl looked up and followed her mother's finger, catching a glimpse of the leaf symbol. Was this the place her mother had spoken of? The girl held her mother's hand, walking along the bustling streets of Konoha, her eyes taking in the new world. The morning market in the village's commercial street had already begun its lively business. The owner of the steamed bun stall deftly placed the steamer baskets and opened the lid to hawk his wares. The vegetable aunt neatly arranged the dewy greens and fruits. The rich broth of the ramen shop faintly wafted through the cotton curtain, spreading its aroma. Early shoppers on the street discussed the prices of produce. Occasionally a few ninja, who had finished their morning training, could be seen buying breakfast at a stall. The girl named Hanami blinked her big eyes, as if saying, "This place isn't half bad. Mom, I like it here." The little girl's innocent eyes revealed joy. The young woman's long pink hair hung by her ears, her green eyes swept across the streets of Konoha. 10 years. After 10 years, Konoha village was still peaceful, prosperous, and full of life. She looked up toward the high hillside to the north, where a row of familiar Hokage faces were carved with varied expressions. When her gaze fell upon the 7th Hokage's stone face, she lowered her green eyes. Her daughter stared with wide eyes, and pointed at the distant stone face, saying, "Mom, look, Uncle Naruto is there too." After the 4th great ninja war, Uzumaki Naruto's fame soared, rising to the level of a world-saving hero, with global recognition. After marrying the daughter of a prestigious clan, and assuming the position of 7th Hokage, he reached the pinnacle of his life. This legendary man had too many titles: new legendary Sannin, second Yellow Flash, strongest in the ninja world, the youngest Kage of Konoha, and so on. Interviews, TV shows, movies, and novels based on his life were all hot topics and bestsellers. Some merchants even made character dolls of him, which sold out the moment they were released. Among the children of today, many idolize Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Hanami was one of them. Wherever and whenever she heard or saw something about Uzumaki Naruto, she would talk about it for half the day when she got home. The young mother always needed a moment to think before responding properly. But children's minds are fickle. When the morning breeze carried the aroma of broth into her nostrils, the little girl perked up and shouted, "Mom, I want to eat this!" She turned away from the stone faces, let go of her mother's hand, and ran toward the ramen shop that emanated the aroma of broth. After 2 small steps, seeing that her mother hadn't followed, she turned around and tilted her head, saying, "Hurry up, Mom! Coming!" The pink-haired woman stopped her reminiscing, answered her daughter, and slowly walked toward the ramen shop. The 4 large characters, Ichiraku Ramen, stung her eyes. She steadied herself, lifted the cotton curtain, and entered the shop. Glancing around, Ichiraku Ramen had expanded the interior now, had several rows of booths and 2 floors. Since it was still early, only a couple of customers were dining. "Welcome." Ichiraku's owner greeted the customers as usual. "It's you, Sakura." Uncle Ichiraku's face showed surprise. "Come to think of it, it's been years. You're still as beautiful as ever. Ah, is this your daughter?" Uncle Ichiraku finally noticed the cute little girl under the counter. Yes." Haruno Sakura patted her daughter's head and introduced, "Hanami. Uchiha Hanami." As if emphasizing, she stressed the pronunciation of Uchiha. Uncle Ichiraku knew well the storm that had erupted 10 years ago. He quickly changed the subject, asking the little girl, "What would you like to eat, Hanami-chan?" The little girl pointed at the electronic light box on the wall and shouted, "Hero Ramen. All right, 1 bowl of signature Hero Ramen." Uncle Ichiraku shouted and went to prepare the noodles. As he turned around, his eyes, which had seen countless things, carried a hint of worry. Haruno Sakura looked up, following her daughter's voice to the light box. Uzumaki Naruto looked cheerful, holding a bowl of ramen in his left hand, giving a thumbs up with his right, grinning with the words, "Signature Hero Ramen," written beside him. Hero. Haruno Sakura withdrew her gaze. The hair at her forehead fell loose, covering her eyes, making her expression unreadable. It had been years since she wore a ninja headband. Her beautiful pink hair now reached her waist. Her daughter had already taken a seat. While waiting for the noodles, she idly played with her mother's soft hair, her big black eyes blinking. "Mom, why don't I have pink hair like you?" Haruno Sakura's face remained calm. She said softly, "Because Hanami-chan's father has black hair. Your Hero Ramen is here, eat up." She patted the child's head, her thick black hair like a waterfall. She squinted and smiled gently. In the Uchiha compound, Haruno Sakura, drenched in sweat, reclined on the sofa. The long uninhabited Uchiha mansion was thick with dust, and a full day of shopping and cleaning had utterly exhausted both her and her daughter. "Finally clean." Haruno Sakura lifted her exhausted daughter and placed her on the bed. Gazing at the sleeping child's face, worry clouded her own. Earlier, while cleaning, the child had used the shadow clone technique, the original, deftly directing several clones. Haruno Sakura smiled wryly, deciding to teach her a small lesson by not pointing it out. When the cleaning was done, the fatigue from the clones all returned to the original. Uchiha Hanami turned around in realization, cast a long look at her mother, and fell asleep before she could utter a word. "You need to use chakra sparingly," Haruno Sakura said with a gentle smile. But in an instant her eyes darkened. This child's talent was truly astonishing, enough to make anyone take notice. Yet for them, extraordinary talent was hardly a blessing. She only wished for her child to be ordinary, just a little normal. "Sakura, bring her back to Konoha." The memory of Uchiha Sasuke's words echoed in her mind. Yes, there was no choice but to return to Konoha. Haruno Sakura stroked her daughter's head. Black strands of hair lay scattered on the pillow. She parted the hair at the roots to check, finding them black, soft, and resilient. She pressed her cheek against her daughter's, kissed her forehead, then rose to close the door. A loud banging echoed from the front door. "Haruno Sakura, forehead, open up." The woman's shrill voice pierced through the door, stinging her eardrums. Haruno Sakura relaxed her tense nerves, glanced at her daughter's sleeping room, and hurried to open the door. "Haruno Sakura, if you don't open up, I'll smash your—" The woman outside was clearly hot-tempered. "Shh!" Haruno Sakura flung the door open and made a shushing gesture at the shouting woman. Without a second thought, she knew it had to be Yamanaka Ino. The visitor was indeed Yamanaka Ino, her radiant features stunningly beautiful, her graceful figure as splendid as a blooming cosmos. "You're still as gorgeous as ever, Sakura." Yamanaka Ino hugged her excitedly. "Sakura, you've finally come back. 10 years. It's been 10 years. The woman's hot tears fell onto her collar. "You finally remembered to come back. I thought you'd never return. Returning is good." Yamanaka Ino laughed and cried, pulling back to look at Haruno Sakura. Wiping her tears, she said, "You've lost weight. Was that Sasuke cruel to you? Why isn't he?" She craned her neck to look into the house, didn't see Uchiha Sasuke, and continued, "I heard you were back, so I dropped my white coat and ran straight here. When will Sasuke return?" Haruno Sakura glanced at her daughter's door, afraid the excited Ino would wake her. "Ino, let's talk outside." Outside the Uchiha residence, they strolled along the village's outskirts. "Sasuke didn't come back. I was worried about waking Hanami-chan, she just fell asleep. Sakura, since you and Sasuke have a daughter together, it means the past is behind you, right? That Naruto didn't deserve you to leave your home village. Konoha has the best resources, doesn't it? A good environment is better for a child's growth." At the mention of Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino's beautiful face twisted with indignation. She waved a hand, as if to dismiss him from her thoughts, and asked, "How have you been all these years? Not a single word from you to me." "I've been well, Ino." Haruno Sakura smiled, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. Yamanaka Ino saw through her friend's fake smile at once. Her temper flared, and she tore through the lie. "Forehead Sakura, if you were truly happy, why didn't Sasuke come back with you? What is going on between you two?" Her gaze was sincere, as she studied her friend, genuinely worried for her. This fool Haruno Sakura never knew how to take care of herself. The pink-haired woman finally dropped her forced smile. Thinking of her current predicament, she frowned slightly, her green eyes darting, as she searched for the right words. Seeing her troubled expression, Yamanaka Ino sighed deeply. She knew it all along. Coming back alone with a child was no sign of a happy life. Ino reached out to stroke her soft hair, gently touching her forehead. The Byakugō seal, once a symbol of pride and glory, a source of so much envy, would never appear again. The cost of that surgery back then, Uzumaki Naruto still knew nothing of it. "Do you regret it?" Yamanaka Ino wanted to give Haruno Sakura a scolding, but the words came out as a self-answering question. "Regret? Then you wouldn't be the blockhead Haruno Sakura." She picked up a small pebble, tossing it thoughtfully in her hand. "Tell me now that you're back, what are you planning to do?" Haruno Sakura was silent for a moment before speaking. "Ino, is Konoha Hospital still hiring?" "Huh?" Yamanaka Ino's eyes widened in shock. The topic shift was too abrupt. "Forehead Sakura, you're not thinking of going back to work at the hospital, are you?" "I have to make a living somehow." Haruno Sakura shrugged helplessly. "Don't be ridiculous. Your body can no longer use chakra." Yamanaka Ino refused firmly. 10 years ago, after that surgery, she had personally told her that she could never be a ninja again. "If you really need a job, come help at the flower shop." She tossed her light golden hair, cast a displeased glance at her friend, and said in a huff, 10 years ago, using the long-dead heart of Hyuga Neji to mend the shattered heart of Hyuga Hinata, a surgery as difficult as reaching the heavens, had actually succeeded. Everyone praised Haruno Sakura's medical skills as unparalleled, but only she knew what that foolish girl had truly lost. Thinking of this, Yamanaka Ino squatted down, almost on the verge of tears. The village path wound through serene scenery, the setting sun blazing like a magnificent sunset across the sky. Flocks of birds chirped as they soared through the glow, their wings tracing beautiful arcs. Evening was approaching, birds were returning to their nests. Konoha was such a beautiful sight. She had traveled to many places over the past decade, but she still loved this place the most. Haruno Sakura pulled her gaze back to the cosmos-like woman. This girl had looked after her since childhood, and now that she was back, she would be troubling her again. Haruno Sakura bent down, looked into Yamanaka Ino's beautiful face, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and said seriously, "Ino, I've obtained intelligence that Konoha's biochemical research project, codenamed Hippo, is about to restart. I came back for this research." Yamanaka Ino was startled, jumping up and shouting, "Haruno Sakura, what are you planning to do? Ino, will you help me?" Haruno Sakura asked in a low voice, her eyes shining with determination. That hippo research, you were strongly opposed to it back then. Yamanaka Ino was puzzled and sneered. You're not holding a grudge against the Hokage and becoming a spy for another country, are you? Ha ha ha. Haruno Sakura was speechless. Ino Pig, your imagination is way too wild. I would never betray Konoha. There's just something I must do. What must you do? Could it be about Uchiha Sasuke? Yamanaka Ino couldn't stop her imagination. Is it because of Uchiha Sasuke? Where did your mind go? It's not what you think. Haruno Sakura interrupted her. I swear I will never betray Konoha or do anything harmful to the village. Sasuke won't either. But I need to use Konoha's precision instruments and various resources to conduct in-depth research for my own personal matters. Anyway, will you help me or not? Haruno Sakura looked at Yamanaka Ino with unwavering determination, a faint hope on her face. Fine. Yamanaka Ino surrendered. She knew her too well. If she said it was a private matter, she wouldn't reveal what it was. She trusted that Haruno Sakura would never betray Konoha. As long as it didn't involve national interests, Yamanaka Ino could guess with her toes that any other private matter would only involve those two people. She glanced at her watch and said, The hospital is indeed selecting suitable people to jointly research the biochemical experiment. You know, since you left, Konoha Hospital has had no medical ninja mythic level skill. Ino weighed the pebble in her hand, held it between two fingers, and flicked it. The stone flew diagonally toward the lake. As long as the current 7th Hokage doesn't object, I should have no problem recommending you for the biochemical team. The calm lake surface was disturbed by the stone, sending a dull thud. Ripples spread outward from the center in concentric rings. Thank you for trusting me unconditionally, Ino. Haruno Sakura hugged her, tears glistening in her eyes. Yamanaka Ino hugged her back and said softly, Don't do anything foolish again, forehead Sakura. Although I don't know the specifics of this hippo research, it's definitely not simple. 10 years ago, you promised me you would be happy. If you're not happy, at least I'll protect you, better than any man. Sakura Haruno walked along the rural path home, while Ino Yamanaka had hurried back to the hospital for 2 urgent surgeries. The conversation with Ino had taken some time, and the sky had darkened imperceptibly with thunder rumbling across the heavens. The climate of Konoha had always been like this. Spring resembled a capricious young girl, radiant under clear skies when happy, and drizzling softly when displeased. Piles of leaden clouds gathered and blanketed the sky, obscuring the sun that had blazed brilliantly during the day. A cool wind howled, and the leaves on both sides of the path rustled ceaselessly. She wondered if Anami was still obediently at home. Worried about her daughter, Sakura Haruno quickened her pace. Soon raindrops began to fall, a gentle spring breeze carrying the fine drizzle that patted against her skin. Cursing the rain for choosing this moment, the pink-haired woman grumbled. The fine drizzle suddenly turned into a torrential downpour, and the rural path quickly became muddy. Sakura Haruno dashed into a small pavilion to take shelter. After all, her life had been a hard one, a rebirth achieved at what cost? Few in the world knew. Even Ino Yamanaka believed that she was simply incapable of condensing chakra anymore. The storm would pass quickly, so there was no need to risk a preventable cold. Standing beneath the pavilion, the pink-haired woman gazed into the distance at the Hokage rock towering in the northern part of the village. At such a great distance, the likenesses of the previous Hokage, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, were utterly indistinct. Konoha in the rain was shrouded in a misty haze. Sensei, I'm back. Master, you will support me, won't you? Naruto. At the thought of his face, Sakura's heart ached with a touch of bitterness. She bit her lip, turning toward the northern part of the village. Only after this matter succeeds can it truly be considered over. She gazed absently at the blurred, undulating mountain contours, the rain pouring from the eaves of the pavilion, and an inexplicable calm settled within her. When the rain stopped, the sky had already fallen into complete darkness. The clouds that had piled up in the sky dissipated languidly in the evening breeze. Sakura Haruno walked alone along the muddy path, with the dim streetlights flickering on, stretching from a distance all the way to the Uchiha compound, then along the concrete road to the bustling streets of Konoha. In Sakura's memory, this path had not been equipped with streetlights 10 years ago. The rural path was sparsely traveled aside from the Uchiha clan, who had come here at night. The Uchiha clan lived on the outermost edge of Konoha, so there was no need to install streetlights on the wilderness paths beyond. Walking along the riverside path lined with dense trees, the streetlights cast flickering shadows. Suddenly she realized that 10 years ago, there had been no pavilion here either. It was him. He must have installed these streetlights and the pavilion. A warmth surged in her heart, and in her mind, he was still that golden-haired boy. Sakura Haruno's vision blurred. She blinked, looking at the small wooden bridge over the river. The bridge looked just as it had 10 years ago, with amber-quality timber extending horizontally into the water, the gurgling current flowing beneath, and the rocks in the mountain stream shimmering under the moonlight. She seemed to see young Sasuke dressed in blue and white sitting on the bridge, and Naruto Uzumaki's silhouette on the bank in the sunset. That was a time that could never return. Sakura's eyes stung with bitterness. She knocked on the gate of the Uchiha compound out of politeness, then pushed the door open without waiting for a response. She passed through the garden with its deer-scaring water device and arrived at the house. "Hanami-chan, I'm home." She slid open the door and called out, then bent down to take off her shoes at the entrance, placing them neatly by the door. A pair of men's shoes before her made her body tremble, and she remained bent over, unable to speak. These were black mid-calf open-toed ninja sandals, with an indigo sole, and delicate white birds engraved on the sides. Her heart tightened. The white birds were the emblem of the Hyuga clan. "Sakura-chan!" The man's voice came from behind her, clear yet tinged with a hoarse undertone. Sakura's spine went numb, and the string in her heart was stretched nearly to breaking. She forced herself to steady the hand that was placing her shoes. She had never expected a meeting like this. Before returning, she had imagined 1,000 ways to meet him, but she never thought he would be waiting for her directly in her home. Feigning composure, she gathered the hair that had fallen forward, with slender fingers tucking it lightly behind her ear, striving to calm the fierce turmoil stirred by the man's tone with the suffix "chan." Was he hesitating? After all, he would have some reservations, wouldn't he? 10 years later, they had both started their own families. She changed her shoes, twitching her face, while practicing a smile with her back turned. She should greet him with a smile. Finally, suppressing the overwhelming emotions within, she turned around, a smile on her lips, and raised a hand. "Long time no see, Naruto." He had short hair. The once bright golden locks no longer grew freely, their neat shape fitting his status. The once clear and handsome face now bore the marks of time, the angular lines of his bones adding a touch of seriousness and maturity. He did not smile, making her smile awkward. He did not reply either, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. He only looked at her with his azure eyes, which contained too many emotions. What kind of emotions were those? Sakura did not dare to look closely or think deeply. Where is Hanami-chan?" Unwilling to endure the stalemate, she changed the subject, her gaze wandering away from him. Entering the house, she bypassed him, searching for her daughter. He had grown taller. Standing before her, he looked taller than on television and more mature. His face no longer held the childishness of youth. Suddenly her pink arm was pulled, and Sakura stumbled, losing her balance and falling into his embrace. The soft touch of her body made Naruto Uzumaki tense all over. He had only wanted to stop her. He hated being ignored by her. When she bypassed him, he just wanted to keep her from leaving, not expecting that a slight pull would make her fall. His brows furrowed, his azure eyes bent toward her, scanning her face. Still beautiful and moving. Something was different. Yes, there was no diamond mark. Naruto Uzumaki was slightly surprised. What, hasn't the 100 healings mark returned yet? He still remembered that mission 10 years ago, when Hinata Hyuga's heart was shattered, saving him. He was guilt-ridden, dejected, and utterly unable to recover. She told him that she would definitely save Hinata Hyuga. Could it be that it wasn't just temporary disappearance? Could it be that she could never possess the 100 healings mark again? Naruto Uzumaki was deeply astonished, his eyes darkening. Sakura struggled awkwardly in his arms. Such a posture was too ambiguous. They were both married, and this confusion was unacceptable. He did not rush to release her, his frown deepening. When had Sakura in his arms become so fragile? In the past she could have punched him away with one blow. "Let go of me!" The pink-haired woman was angry. Her voice was not as loud as before, sounding weak. Naruto's frown tightened even more. Looking at the anxious face of the woman in his arms, tears welling up in her emerald eyes, she tried to push him away, but her strength was too feeble to move him at all, instead resembling a coquettish gesture that made his heart palpitate. "Hanami-chan is asleep." Naruto Uzumaki shifted his gaze, gently steadying her. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" The man pointed to a takeout box on the table. I ran into Hanami-chan, who was out looking for food, and took her to eat Ichiraku ramen. This is the red bean dumpling soup I brought back for you. Thank you. Sakura rubbed her pulled arm, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She didn't speak again, carefully unwrapping the box, slowly biting into a rice ball, and sipping the red bean soup in small mouthfuls. Her long eyelashes fluttered with each delicate chew. Naruto's gaze couldn't leave her. Even without the 100 healing, Sakura was still excessively beautiful after 10 years. She kept the long hair that the man she loved admired, making her appear as delicate and gentle as water. Jealousy blazed fiercely in his heart. Naruto sneered inwardly, thinking she looked better with short hair. Clenching his fists, the soft sensation of the woman's body still lingered on his fingertips. Perhaps it was psychological, but the warm air indoors made even breathing feel ambiguous. Forcing his gaze away, he looked around the Uchiha compound. Solemn and deep, nothing interesting. His eyes eventually fell back on Sakura. She was still chewing that seaweed-wrapped rice ball. The dining room light fell on her face, casting a shadow under her eyelashes. On closer inspection, she had lost weight. She still loved wearing red, which made her skin appear as white as snow. Naruto suddenly remembered that when he pulled her hand it was cold. She had been out late, and the spring weather had just seen a downpour. He went back to the living room to pick up the cloak he had casually set down while playing with Hanami, and draped it over her shoulders along with the chair. The bold characters of the Seventh Hokage were clearly visible. Sakura startled, quickly standing up, and in her flustered refusal knocked over the red bean soup. The sticky red liquid dripped onto the floor, making two soft sounds. This is inappropriate. The woman didn't bother with the spilled red beans. In her view, all of Naruto's behavior today was improper. Sakura felt it necessary to remind Naruto. She spoke, her voice clear and cold, with a warning. Lord Hokage, you are a married man. Don't casually add clothes to other women. It's also getting late. Thank you very much for accompanying Hanami-chan. Please go home early. Naruto sneered. Lord Hokage, she used that title to emphasize their estrangement, while the words wife and other women deeply pierced his heart. If she hadn't changed her heart back then, who would be his wife now? Huh? Naruto choked back a breath, his voice seething with anger. Fine, very well, Sakura. Since you were already other women, since you broke up without a word back then, since you disappeared overnight with someone else without saying goodbye. You are so carefree, so free and easy. Go on, disappear. If you left, why did you come back? His azure eyes turned deep blue, filled with rage. Yet his hands straightened the disheveled cloak over her, not allowing her to resist. Humph. The pink-haired woman let out a soft, mocking laugh, pushing his hand away. Why can't I come back? My departure was personally approved by the 6th Hokage. I can come back whenever I want. The golden-haired man was momentarily speechless, then paused before saying word by word. Coming back here is nothing but a blatant seduction of me, Naruto Uzumaki. His angry eyes were filled with hatred, his gaze, like fire, his fingers digging into her shoulder painfully. Sakura felt as if her entire body would be crushed by him. His eyes were full of fury, full of hatred. In his youth, he had never treated her like this. Back then his gaze toward her was warm, sincere, infatuated, and passionate. That mission in that year changed them. She had hated his avoidance, and eventually chose to leave. Now that she had returned, he had harbored resentment toward her departure for years. Who was right, and who was wrong back then? Sakura no longer wanted to delve into it. 10 years had passed, reopening the past was meaningless. Now, he was the 7th Hokage, having achieved his dream, while she had married her first love. In the end, everything turned out fine, so why bring up the past? The man, receiving no response, increased the pressure of his grip, his vengeful eyes about to burst into flames. Looking at the man who had once made her love and suffer, Sakura, with tears sliding down her cheeks, said, Naruto, this is my home. If I don't come back here, where else can I go? The stubborn Sakura of 10 years ago had finally learned to show weakness. The fire in Naruto's eyes extinguished, and he slowly released her. He hung his head, his dim eyes carrying an unfathomable complexity. After a long moment, he spoke, his voice already hoarse. Sakura-chan, no matter why you came back, since you are back, I will never let you leave again. He held the door, put on his shoes, pushed it open, then turned back, his deep dark eyes fixed on Sakura's back. With determination, he said, You know I mean what I say. He left. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would lose control. This woman, He loved her too much. One more glance would make him want to possess her. On the pitch-black street, the fine drizzle of spring rain melted into the night. The empty avenue was sparsely populated, and the shop owners on both sides had already pulled down their rolling shutters and closed for business. The streetlights were dim, and rain mixed with cold wind fell upon Uzumaki Naruto. He paid no heed, neither hastening nor slowing his pace. Beneath his thick brows a pair of handsome and stern eyes held an imposing aura without anger. He quietly traversed the most bustling street of Konoha, walking from the southernmost point to the northernmost, the distance between the Uchiha residence and the Uzumaki residence. Lost in thought, he pulled out his house key. As the lock turned, he heard light footsteps rushing from inside. Suddenly he remembered that he had mentioned this morning that he would be home early today. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun." Gazing at Hyuga Hinata's gentle face devoid of any reproach, the old Uzumaki Naruto would have only felt guilt again. But today, besides guilt, there was also a hint of unease. She must have heard the news of Haruno Sakura's return. Naruto-kun, your clothes are soaking wet. I'll get a towel." Hyuga Hinata was always so considerate and attentive. Uzumaki Naruto stopped her. "Hinata, let's talk." His voice was low, and his words were carefully measured. The man's earnest gaze fixed on her. Hyuga Hinata was visibly startled. Her white pupils met his deep blue eyes, and the unspoken meaning behind his overly serious gaze made her whole body tense with anxiety. She had nowhere to place her hands. Turning her eyes away, she bit her trembling lips tightly, as if struggling to say something. Suddenly a commotion came from the living room. Both of them turned to look. Uzumaki Boruto was smashing a pile of toys, producing intermittent loud crashes. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze lingered on him for a moment, before he walked over and reached out to stop Boruto's downward swing. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Boruto is just in a bad mood today." Hyuga Hinata hurried over and quickly gathered the toys. "Give it back to me. Give it back to me." Uzumaki Boruto tugged at his mother's hand, shouting, "This toy isn't fun. I'm going to smash it." Hyuga Hinata bent down to soothe him, and brought out a new toy, but Boruto still insisted on smashing the old one. Uzumaki Naruto watched him throw his tantrum, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Who on earth did this child take after? A sudden thought crossed his mind. This was not his child. Uzumaki Naruto was startled by his own idea, and quickly dismissed it. Perhaps he had been too engrossed in conversation with Uchiha Hanami. After all, she also loved Ichiraku ramen. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun." Hyuga Hinata's apology interrupted his thoughts. Naruto-kun, would you like to take a bath first? The hot water is ready. I'll talk with Boruto for a bit." Uzumaki Naruto looked at his own soaking wet clothes. Then he glanced at Boruto. He nodded and walked toward the bathroom. Over the years, his relationship with Boruto had never been harmonious. Uzumaki Naruto knew the problem lay with him. He and Hyuga Hinata had a shotgun wedding. Before the first 3 months of pregnancy showed, the Hyuga clan held a grand ceremony. Soon after, he became Hokage, and work kept him busy from dawn till dusk. Married for 7 years, they had kept the habit of sleeping in separate rooms since their wedding day. Outwardly they seemed a harmonious couple, but at home there was no intimacy. How could such a household raise an optimistic and cheerful child? Thus Uzumaki Naruto felt he bore a heavy responsibility for Boruto's current personality. Yet he had absolutely no idea how to be a father to him. The kind of blood-bound affection and mutual understanding between him and the fourth Hokage, the bond between father and son, he could not feel at all in his interactions with Boruto. Perhaps it's because I don't love his mother. Every time Uzumaki Naruto thought of this, he seemed to find a reasonable explanation. To be honest, his marriage was a failure. Hyuga Hinata was not bad. She was exceptionally good. In terms of family background, appearance, personality, and figure, she was flawless without a single fault. Throughout the land of fire, there was no other woman as wonderful as her. That such a woman loved him was something he had never dared to hope for. He had tried to love her, but every time he gave up halfway. That woman occupied his heart, refusing to yield even an inch. More than once, he felt that aside from Haruno Sakura, he was incapable of loving any other woman. Haruno Sakura. Whenever he thought of her, his heart ached. Deep down, he had never stopped wishing for her return. Even in his dreams, he was searching for her all over the world. And now she had returned. She had truly come back. A faint smile unconsciously curled at the corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. Under the shower he stopped daydreaming and quickly washed his hair and body. When he finished bathing, changed clothes, and walked out, the living room was empty. Uzumaki Boruto was lying quietly in bed, already fast asleep. The speed at which he had fallen asleep surprised Naruto slightly. As expected, Hinata had her ways. Uzumaki Naruto closed his door. He went to Hyuga Hinata's room and gently knocked. "Hinata, are you asleep?" The room was silent. Naruto waited, but there was no response. "Hinata, I know you're not asleep. If it's too late tonight, and you don't want to talk, feel free to come to my office whenever you're ready." Uchiha Residence. Mommy, wake up! Uchiha Hanami stood by Haruno Sakura's bedside, shaking her arm. Haruno Sakura groggily opened her eyes, her daughter Hanami, holding her Naruto doll, calling out to her from the bedside. What time is it?" Sakura's mind was still foggy. The daughter pouted, her voice muffled. "Mommy, you're sleeping and not getting up to cook. I'm hungry." Sleeping in? Haruno Sakura reached for the alarm clock on the bedside. 10:30. She sprang up from the bed, like a coiled spring. Good heavens, she had slept until this hour. It was all because that idiot Naruto had suddenly come to the house last night, and said those words, nearly throwing her into disarray. After cleaning up the spilled red bean soup, Sakura tossed and turned in bed until 3 or 4 in the morning before finally falling asleep. "What do you want for breakfast?" Opening the refrigerator, Sakura bent down to rummage. "There's milk, noodles, eggs. It's a bit late to cook porridge." Uchiha Hanami thought for a moment. "We had ramen last night, so let's have eggs." Sakura put water in the pot, boiling eggs while warming the milk. During the cooking process, she hurriedly washed her face and changed clothes. When breakfast was served, her daughter Hanami was already seated at the table, still holding that limited edition Naruto doll, a childlike innocent smile on her face. "Breakfast is ready, Hanami-chan," the mother called, drawing her daughter's attention. "Mommy, guess what? Last night, I met the real Uncle Naruto." The daughter spoke mysteriously, her little face beaming with excitement. Haruno Sakura rested her chin on her hand. It seemed her daughter really liked him. That guy, he seemed to radiate a kind of magic, drawing everyone in unconsciously. "Really? What did you talk about with Uncle Naruto?" Sakura peeled an egg, cautiously probing. Uncle Naruto seemed to complain about my black hair. He said I should have pink hair like Mom." Uchiha Hanami stuck out her tongue. What did you say? Heaven knows how much I wish I could have the same hair color as Mom, but unfortunately my father has black hair." Hanami-chan tapped the egg with a thud, venting a little her regret over not inheriting her mother's hair color. "That Naruto, even as Hokage, he can't talk about anything serious." Haruno Sakura chuckled softly. Yeah, he's not strict at all, much more approachable than Dad. Oh right, he also told me some embarrassing stories about Dad when he was little." Uchiha Hanami bit into a piece of egg, mumbling. "That made me laugh so hard." As for his childhood, he must have had plenty of embarrassing moments. Haruno Sakura was speechless. Uchiha Hanami seemed to recall something, suddenly becoming excited, her eyes turning gossipy. "Mommy, did the Seventh Hokage ever pursue you?" Haruno Sakura caught her breath, the milk she had swallowed reflux making her eyes red from choking. "Nonsense. We were just teammates in the same squad, later called the New Three Ninja. At most, we were once close comrades, companions who shared life and death." Haruno Sakura's mind raced. "Yes, that's the relationship." To prevent her daughter from misunderstanding, she added, "Compared to the relationship between your father and me, it's far from comparable." Her daughter finally dropped the gossipy look. In her mind, Haruno Sakura had already beaten Uzumaki Naruto countless times. What on earth had he told her daughter? "Oh." Uchiha Hanami trailed off, seeming a bit disappointed. "Then let's just say he pursued but didn't succeed." She nodded to herself, putting on a little adult air. Haruno Sakura was at a loss for words. Were kids these days so sensitive? After a while, Uchiha Hanami said again, "Good thing he didn't succeed, or else I wouldn't exist." Haruno Sakura's tense nerves finally calmed down. She urged her daughter, "Hurry up and eat. Look, you still have 1 egg left." But honestly, I still prefer ramen. Yesterday Uncle Naruto took me to eat ramen. Oh, and he really loves ramen too, but he said you always tell him not to eat too much." Haruno Sakura rubbed her forehead. So they were stuck on the topic of Uzumaki Naruto, unable to escape. That was still from the days when Mom and Dad were teamed up with your Uncle Naruto. Hanami-chan can't eat ramen every day either. You need balanced nutrition to grow tall. Haruno Sakura tried to divert her daughter's attention. Mom, I'm 9 years old. Uchiha Hanami had a dark line on her forehead, dissatisfied with her mother's tone, as if coaxing a child. All right. Hanami-chan is going to the Konoha Ninja Academy from today. Are you ready? Haruno Sakura finished her egg and took a sip of milk. Don't worry, I've been looking forward to this day. I'm the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, the new 3 ninja. I won't disgrace my parents. The girl, full of fighting spirit, downed the milk in one gulp. She got down from the table and turned to grab her small bag. Haruno Sakura cleared the table, then grabbed her enthusiastic daughter, crouched down, and looked at her face. Black hair, black eyes, her facial features were inherited from her, even her forehead was a bit wider than other girls. She reached out and touched the double-sided cherry blossom necklace her daughter wore, momentarily lost in thought. Don't worry, Mom. I take my medicine every day. I've never missed a single day. The daughter patted her chest, nodding firmly. She would never forget. Hanami-chan clenched her fist. She didn't want to see her mother cry. Since she could remember, Uchiha Hanami's growth had been accompanied by pills. Long ago, she took 1 pill a month, then 1 a week, then 1 every 3 days. And when it became 1 a day, her mother decided to bring her back to Konoha. When she was little, she would ask her mother, "Why do I have to take medicine?" Her mother would always fall silent, then smile and comfort her. She also ran to ask her father, "Why do I have to take medicine?" Her stern father would always gently stroke her hair, looking into her black eyes, seeming to hesitate to speak. Uchiha Hanami didn't know why her parents wouldn't tell her, but even as a little girl she could sense that the question was too heavy. Fortunately, the pills weren't unpleasant to eat. Perhaps she had some terrible strange disease, and taking her medicine obediently would be fine. Mom, by coming to Konoha, can we cure my illness? Uchiha Hanami blinked, looking at her mother with innocent, earnest eyes. Haruno Sakura was startled and covered her mouth, whispering, "Hanami-chan, we made a promise not to tell anyone about your illness, okay?" Uchiha Hanami nodded. "I won't say it at home anymore either." After admonishing her daughter, Haruno Sakura took her hand and went out. It was truly a sunny day. The sky was clear and bright, a dazzling blue. The brilliant early spring sunlight had dispersed yesterday's misty rain, and the soft, non-glaring golden rays fell upon their faces, warm and pleasant. The spring breeze, mingling with sunlight, blew through the tall cherry blossom trees lining the streets, making the green leaves gleam with oil-like luster. Fine specks of light scattered over the buds waiting to bloom. Haruno Sakura led her daughter through the busiest streets of Konoha. Yesterday had been filled with intermittent showers, but unexpectedly, after one night, the first cherry blossoms had appeared. In a few days, they would be able to see them in full bloom. Today is the first day at the Ninja Academy. There are some formalities to take care of, so Mom will go with you. Starting this afternoon, Mom has to go to work at the hospital. Remember the way here. If Mom doesn't come to pick you up after school, come back on your own. Is that okay? No problem. I'm not a kid anymore, Uchiha Hanami said with full confidence. What is today's schedule? In the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Naruto took out a new Hokage cloak from the wardrobe and put it on swiftly. The garment accentuated his tall and upright posture, making him radiate brilliance. The word, Seventh Hokage, shone brightly in large characters. Even the usually lazy Shikamaru couldn't help but look up in awe. The second assistant to the Hokage lowered his head, opened the document in his hand, and reported with concentration. In the morning you need to attend the monthly meeting at the Umbu. In the afternoon you have 2 hours to inspect training ground No. 1. In the evening. From now on, do not include evening time in my work schedule. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted, offering no further explanation. Upon hearing this, the second assistant stared with wide eyes in surprise, not daring to respond. Since taking office, the Hokage-sama had been a model of diligence, always worried that the schedule wasn't full enough. Could it be that he was planning for a second child? The assistant broke out in a cold sweat from his own wild imagination. No, impossible. Others might not know, but those in the Hokage's office knew it as clear as day. The relationship between the Hokage-sama and his wife was not that loving. Stopping his imagination, the assistant turned his gaze for help to the chief advisor Naruto Shikamaru, seeking instructions. Naruto Shikamaru, without lifting his head, uttered a "tch" and said, "Of course, do as the Hokage-sama orders. Let's go! What time is the meeting?" Uzumaki Naruto prepared to move. "Hey, it's because of Haruno Sakura, isn't it?" Only that woman could make him want to have time for himself. Naruto Shikamaru unhurriedly lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke, and reminded him, "Don't forget she is a married woman." "Shikamaru, can you forget Yamanaka Ino?" Uzumaki Naruto said calmly without turning around. Naruto Shikamaru's struck in his weak spot darkened his gaze, and looked dejected. Why bring up those ancient history matters? He and Yamanaka Ino now each have their own happy families. Only dazed for a moment, Naruto Shikamaru rolled his eyes, not letting himself be drawn in, and emphasized, "We are different." Uzumaki Naruto did not want to continue this topic. He put on his Hokage hat. "Let's go! Today's monthly meeting won't be easy." The seventh Hokage stepped out of the office first. Passing through several layers of barriers, the air rippled like the surface of a lake, gradually becoming clearer. Pillars grew denser, corridors wound, and in the increasingly wide field of vision, figures wearing white animal masks darted back and forth rapidly. Uzumaki Naruto and Naruto Shikamaru walked in silence, entering the final barrier. At the end of the path stood a dark, towering wall. Looking up, the wall seemed to extend infinitely upward, its edges hidden in the darkness beyond sight. Two semicircular iron doors were tightly closed, interlocked, and embedded in the wall. Infrared beams crossed and scanned every person entering and exiting. The two stepped into the high wall in silence. This organization, as its name suggested, lurked in the shadows, monitoring the entire operation system of Konoha, like a perpetual motion machine running endlessly. The various departments established around the control center spread like intertwined branches and roots. Where there is light, there must be shadow. The Umbu directly under the Hokage was preserved to continue its historical mission. The door to the top-floor conference room was half open, revealing a large oval table standing in the center. Today was the monthly Hokage meeting. All Konoha advisors, high-ranking officials, and jonin would gather here to select important matters and report on their work. Naruto Shikamaru walked ahead and pushed the door open. The originally noisy and bustling conference hall fell silent instantly. Everyone quickly returned to their seats and sat upright. The seventh Hokage stepped into the hall with a measured pace, looked around, and swept his gaze over every person present, finally resting on the faces of the Hyuga clan elders. After a second, he withdrew his gaze, flicked his Hokage cloak, and took his seat at the head of the table. The fluorescent lights, which had been partially lit, were all turned on, making the room instantly bright and solemn. "The meeting begins." With a cold voice announcing, the heads of various departments began reporting on the operations of their respective departments. As per usual, it was the deputy chief of the police department, Akimichi Choji, who led off. He reported on the public security situation in Konoha for the month. There was nothing unusual. The only thing worth mentioning was that yesterday one of the Sannin, Haruno Sakura, had returned to Konoha with her daughter Uchiha Hanami. Everything was in accordance with procedures, with nothing special to emphasize. Although some had already seen Haruno Sakura and her daughter yesterday, the official announcement from the police department today still caused quite a stir among the crowd. The ninjas were all greatly invigorated, as if their lives were now guaranteed. Uzumaki Naruto, on the main seat, nodded, acknowledging. Beneath his hat brim, his brows furrowed deeply. Naruto Shikamaru gave a light cough, and the crowd returned to silence. Tenten, the head of the weapons department, understood and blinked. She confidently reported on the current usage of weapons, and the test results of improved weapons over the past few months, concluding that they could be put into mass production. The seventh Hokage nodded in approval. Sai, the head of the intel department, solemnly assured the high-ranking officials and advisor group that they would not give up searching for the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke, the chief of the Konoha police department. Then, with a fake smile, he expressed his personal opinion that Uchiha Sasuke posed no threat to Konoha, reasoning that his family had returned. Yamanaka Ino, the deputy chief of the medical department, wiped a cold sweat, inwardly complaining. In such a serious setting, why express personal opinions? Just shut up. She briefly and concisely described the current state of Konoha Hospital and its affiliated facilities, proposing the need to recruit more personnel and cultivate top-tier medical ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto looked at her with a deep gaze, as she finished appearing thoughtful, then nodded in agreement. Umino Irika, the principal of the Ninja Academy, began reporting on the growth of the students, and the performance of key individuals under observation, and also updated the progress of improving and expanding the medical ninja curriculum. Next came concise mission summary reports from various jonin, the training status of genin, and statements from various secret technique clans. Konoha was developing steadily. The reports later turned into trivial daily matters. The Seventh Hokage's eyelids drooped his straight back, gradually leaning against the chair back, listening half-heartedly, as if he might fall asleep. The conference room door creaked open. "Sorry I'm late." A cool female voice came, and the discussion in the room abruptly ceased. All eyes turned to the door. She wore a dark blue simple ninja robe, with a pattern of white flying birds embroidered around the wide sleeves. Her tall, graceful figure stepped into the hall. The Seventh Hokage did not turn around. He watched from a distance, as the Hyuga elders respectfully rose and bowed deeply. Someone walked out of the seats to make room for her. Uzumaki Naruto snorted inwardly, exchanged a glance with Nara Shikamaru standing beside him. Both knew well that the real focus of today had just begun. The previous head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, had passed away 5 years ago. The successor to the position was the second daughter of the main family, Hyuga Hanabi. Although she and Hyuga Hinata were biological sisters, their personalities and abilities were vastly different. Hyuga Hanabi bent down, her dark brown hair falling, and took her seat opposite. She sat upright, her Byakugō hazy and unreadable. Compared to when she first took office a few years ago, she appeared even more inscrutable. "Hokage-sama, I apologize for disturbing this meeting, but there is an old matter that must be brought up again." Her voice was clear and beautiful with a hint of arrogance. "I am sure everyone still remembers the hippo research." Hyuga Hanabi's gaze swept over the attendees. After a moment of stunned silence, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Members who had arrived late to the meeting inquired about the project named Hippo. Earlier members of the Hokage meeting explained it was a biochemical experiment study proposed during the era of the 6th Hokage by the then still intact Root Umbu. Against the backdrop of post-war national decline and talent scarcity, it was a biomodification biochemical experiment proposed based on the consideration of enhancing national strength. The Hippo concept proposed that the source of biological traits was regular. It could extract target entities needed from specific organisms, transfer them into other specific organisms, and carry out recombination experiments with the host, thereby obtaining individuals with stable specific inherited traits. In other words, this technology could enable recombinant organisms to acquire new desired traits, or even cultivate new species. To put it another way, once the biological characteristics of a Kekkei Genkai user were deciphered, the target entity could be extracted and transferred into an ordinary ninja's body, allowing that ordinary ninja to awaken a Kekkei Genkai. Even an ordinary individual could possess multiple Kekkei Genkai simultaneously. Of course, through the Hippo research, one could also gain all 5 chakra natures, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning, at the same time. Imagine, if successful, how explosive and inhumane such an experiment would be. It could allow anyone to become the master of the world. This proposal was rejected by the 6th Hokage, and the assembled ninjas, citing excessively high risk, too many uncontrollable factors, anti-humanity, and anti-cultivation reasons. However, the daimyo of the Fire Country, along with the high-ranking officials and advisor group, were all very interested in this artificial project. Given the national situation at the time, all countries severely damaged after the war, the priority should be recuperation and nurturing new growth. Such a time-consuming, costly, and labor-intensive study could be discussed later. Now the Hyuga clan head had suddenly brought up the Hippo project, and the crowd buzzed with discussions. Hyuga Hanabi seemed quite satisfied, raising her voice. "Currently, the Hyuga clan's internal research team has achieved preliminary results proving that the Hippo project is worth advancing." Her words caused another wave of shock among the crowd, with voices rising and falling in discussion. The 7th Hokage's expression shifted slightly beneath his wide hat brim. He sat stiffly for a long time, his fists clenched under the table creaking. Finally he said in an impassive tone, "Alright, let us hear about the Hyuga clan's scientific achievements." Hyuga Hanabi responded with a victorious smile. "According to the Hyuga clan's research, the Hippo experiment has already succeeded in plants. It can be achieved through protoplast fusion, cell recombination, genetic material transfer, and chromosome engineering technology altering certain genetic traits of plants to cultivate new crop varieties, with high yield, good quality virus resistance, pest resistance, cold resistance, drought resistance, waterlogging resistance, and salt-alkali tolerance. She deliberately paused, her gaze landing on Yamanaka Ino's face. This technology has also been affirmed by all professional fields in the fire country, including Konoha Hospital. Isn't that right, Minister Yamanaka? Yamanaka Ino tensed up, secretly startled. So the hippo plants that the Hokage had sent via Umbu members were actually from the Hyuga clan. After that, Yamanaka Ino had received a confidential mission to select medical ninjas and reorganize the hippo research team. It seemed that the success of plant recombination had been secretly discussed many times, and restarting the hippo research was irreversible. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino exchanged a meaningful glance. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Yamanaka Ino said, "At present there is indeed no evidence, data, or research proving that the plants produced by hippo technology are harmful. However," she changed her tone, "every species is different, and animals, and plants are even more so. The hippo research has only succeeded in corn and soybeans so far. Moreover, the diversity of human individuals is influenced by genetic mosaicism and heterozygosity. The variation in offspring from sexual reproduction is enormous, making it difficult to form a stable genetic strain. This is easy to understand. For example, why does the Hyuga clan practice intra-clan marriage and maintain the distinction between the main and branch families? It is to ensure the optimal inheritance of the Byakugan Kekkai Genkai. But even so, the Byakugan of the main family is not necessarily stronger than that of the branch family. For instance, the well-known genius Hyuga Nizi was from the branch family. Genetics is already so difficult to decipher, let alone biological recombination. The unknowns are too vast to predict." "You?" Hyuga Hanabi, choked with anger, cast a sidelong glance at Yamanaka Ino and asserted firmly, "Attempting to introduce foreign traits into living organisms naturally carries risks. But the successful example in plants has shown that being stagnant and closed-minded cannot advance scientific progress. Fearing so-called ultra-high risks and uncontrollable factors will never allow us to reach the other side of science. The Hippo Project is like the Sage of Six Paths, creating all things. It is a new attempt at life technology." She turned her sharp Byakugan, casting a pressuring gaze across the room, finally meeting Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Her tone was solemn and fierce. "I request that Konoha officially start the Hippo Research Project. Please, Hokage-sama, provide the corresponding technical talent support immediately." The ninjas were shocked. Hyuga Hanabi's tone toward the Hokage-sama was almost commanding, so forceful that it could not be refused. Who gave her the confidence to speak like that? Even in the prime of the Hyuga clan, the former head Hyuga Hayashi had never been so rude. It seemed likely that behind the Hippo research stood figures at the apex of power. The crowd was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The elite jonin present, Sai Choji Ino Konohamaru, and the Umbu members directly under the Hokage lurking in the shadows, were all poised for action, as if waiting for the seventh Hokage-sama to nod, ready to pin this woman to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto's sharp gaze met Hyuga Hanabi's piercing eyes, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. Indeed, those foolish daimyo and high-ranking officials of the fire country all hoped this biochemical research would turn them into gods, with the power to create all things. He understood inwardly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He no longer argued with Hyuga Hanabi, but turned to Yamanaka Ino and asked, "Have the personnel selected from the medical ninjas for the Hippo research team been decided?" Yamanaka Ino nodded in reply. "Yes, following the Hokage-sama's instructions, we have strictly selected suitable personnel with strong skills. 10 people have been chosen, awaiting the Hokage-sama's approval. For this Hippo experiment, small animals must be used as test subjects. We must ensure a rigorous and cautious scientific attitude. The experimental site will be moved from the Hyuga clan's territory to the Konoha Hospital Research Institute. After obtaining successful experience in biological trait recombination in small animals, we will proceed to the next discussion." Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking without room for doubt, closed the folder in front of him, suppressed a bellyful of anger, and said, "Meeting adjourned." Half an hour later, a series of roars echoed from the Hokage's office. "Mingren, you're shouting so loudly. If Rishianhuahua hears you, who knows how delighted she'll be in her heart." Shanzhongjingya pushed the door open, and as she looked up, she suddenly caught sight of another person standing in the room, which made her slightly restrain her full-faced disdain. "Luwan, you're here too. TCH as if I'm ever absent. This woman has not even come to the Hokage's office since Chu Nying left unless there is something that requires a personal report. Otherwise how could one ever see her such a busy person?" Nalian Luwan felt frustrated inside, but his face remained calm as he said, "Let him shout for a while. A barrier has been set outside so no one can hear. I came this time to submit the personnel list of the biochemical team for your review. The first 10 are from the medical department." Shanzhong Jingye explained. "Jingye, you just can't stop stirring up trouble, can you?" Xuanhua Mingren stared at the list and shouted, "You actually want little Ing to lead the team? I disagree." The 7th Hokage slammed the folder onto the desk, vetoing it outright. "Well, I actually think it's a good idea." Nalian Luwan became interested. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and brought his hands together, with fingers interlaced in a circle. After a moment of deep thought using his unique method, he opened his eyes and said, "The greatest fortune now is that the Rishiang clan has no experienced talents in living creature research. Throughout the entire my talents of this type all belong to my medical team. Otherwise this tug-of-war would be even more disadvantageous for us. Rishiang Hua spent 5 years devoted to the hippopotamus research on plants, and now she has succeeded. For the newly joined research team, she must both win them over and guard against them. And we should take this opportunity to take control of the hippopotamus research. Too dangerous, I won't allow it." Xuanhua Mingren ignored the strategist and flatly refused. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Shanzhong Jingye lowered her head and remained silent. It was indeed very dangerous. She hadn't expected it to be the Rishiang clan, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to Chu Nying back then. In the current situation, the relationship between the Hokage and the Rishiang clan was too delicate. The Rishiang clan was the oldest noble family in my once as famous as the Yuzhibo clan. After the 4 Shinobi World War, the Yuzhibo clan became renowned across the world, while the Rishiang clan remained obscure during the war. The reputation of being the foremost clan in my was no longer justified. After the 4th war, they formed a marriage alliance with the Hokage. As the 7th Hokage took office, the Rishiang clan status reached its peak. Xuanhua Mingren clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the desk. "Anyone can go, but she is not allowed." His thoughts jumped to last night, when Rishiang Chutian refused to talk. This was not the first time the Rishiang family had refused. 5 years ago, he had sincerely requested a divorce from the then current head of the Rishiang clan, Rishiang Rizu, but Rishiang Rizu refused him. The head of the Rishiang clan clearly stated that the interests of the Rishiang family and the 7th Hokage were already inseparable, implying an accusation that he was abandoning his benefactors after crossing the bridge. Nalian Luwan silently watched the man wearing the 7th Hokage's cloak raised his hand and pressed his temple. He remembered when Mingren had just taken office, the gossip about Xuanhua Mingren and Rishiang Chutian was the hot topic among my villagers during their leisure time. Even among ninjas of all ranks, not a few secretly envied them. Even among politicians of various nations, it was rumored that Xuanhua Mingren becoming the youngest Hokage in Mai was partly due to his identity as the Rishiang family's son-in-law. 10 years ago, Rishiang Chutian sacrificed herself for Xuanhua Mingren and died. Nalian Luwan was willing to believe it was because of love. However, after this originally simple and pure love settled, it was obvious who had been maneuvering behind the scenes to maximize their own interests. In the 7 years since Xuanhua Mingren took office, he had walked alongside him, witnessing with his own eyes how he transformed from an impulsive, naive, and innocent boy into the 7th Hokage, who now wielded decisive power and was well versed in the art of checks and balances. As the new era began, every ninja clan that survived the war, as well as families like the Zhu Lu Dai, who possessed secret ninja techniques, were all openly or secretly promoted and entrusted with important tasks by Xuanhua Mingren. This intricate web of power balance was so complex that even someone as intellectually agile as him felt exhausted over the past 7 years. It was no small feat that Xuanhua Mingren had managed to weaken the once powerful Rishiang family to the point of desperation. If Chu Nying were assigned to the hippopotamus research team at this time, then the new goals and hopes of the Rishiang heir would predictably come to nothing. Weighing the pros and cons, Nalian Luwan advised again. "I have to say I am very concerned about the arrogance Rishiang Hua displayed at the meeting. The success of the corn and soybean hippopotamus experiments has made those daimyo and high officials see the huge economic benefits hidden behind them. The Rishion clan is deliberately steering the hippopotamus experiments toward economic development and national military expansion. What is their real goal behind this? The current Rishion clan is so depleted of talents that they are taking desperate risks, Xuanwen Mingren said calmly. He was not unaware of the countless intricacies involved, but he said, "This is a matter between me and the Rishion clan. Don't drag little Ing into it." He didn't want her to take risks. He didn't want her to get involved in this political conflict. "Mingren, why don't you ask little Ing for her thoughts?" Shanzhong Jingye said helplessly. "You two are always like this." Nilian Luan glanced at Jingye, who was about to steer the topic off course, and interjected to interrupt. "Chu Naing is the best candidate for this mission." Shanzhong Jingye rolled her eyes at Nilian Luan in dissatisfaction. "Jingye, you go back now. Let me think." Xuanwen Mingren dismissed Shanzhong Jingye. Nilian Luan lit a cigarette and smoked it leisurely. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the office watching Shanzhong Jingye's figure appear on the streets of Mai. Then he withdrew his gaze, stubbed out the cigarette, and drew a disapproving, disgusted look from the Seventh Hokage. "Stop thinking. I've already simulated over 100 possibilities in my mind. Even in the most dangerous scenario with Chu Naiying's intelligence and strength, she is more than capable of handling it. She will absolutely not suffer even a shred of harm. What you should worry about is how to make the Rishion clan accept her joining. Although her top-tier medical skills are what the Rishion clan desires, at the same time, she is also someone they fear. Do you think?" Xuanwen Mingren suddenly spoke, interrupting weakly. "Do you think she is still the same Chu Naiying of the three ninjas?" Nilian Luan was startled by this sudden question and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The golden-haired man's eyes dimmed. Last night, she had actually revealed something unusual. He had been too focused on her at the time to think about it, but after returning home, he finally realized that Chu Naiying had no trace of chakra aura. Not only could she no longer use the 100 healings technique, she was completely unable to use chakra anymore. She had become an ordinary person. Lying in bed, Xuanwen Mingren, who had figured all this out, felt a pain, as if someone were cutting his heart with a knife. He could not sleep for the entire night. "Luan, I want a divorce." Facing Xuanwen Mingren's non-sequitur answer, Nilian Luan felt an urge to bang his head against a wall. "This time it's because of Chu Naiying, right? I knew that once she came back you would go mad sooner or later. I've wanted a divorce for a long time, you know that," Xuanwen Mingren said. Nilian Luan was speechless, then raised his eyes, and said, "If it weren't for her, at least you would retain Rishion Chutian's status as the Hokage's wife. Don't forget, no matter what, you have a son together." Xuanwen Mingren's heart was filled with sorrow. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. He choked out, "Luan, do you know why little Ing left me?" Nilian Luan really hadn't expected that Xuanwen Mingren would break down emotionally, sitting in the Hokage's office dressed in the Seventh Hokage's robe, weeping like a child. He was a bit taken aback, then suddenly remembered that the high ground on the Mai Hokage rock was a suitable place for stormy crying. At this moment, he stood on the broad rock summit. Xuanwen Mingren sat there blankly. The terrain was so high that one could take in the entire Mai at a glance. In the warm spring, the mountain wind dried the tears on the golden-haired man's face. His mood finally calmed down. He seemed to be talking to him, or perhaps just muttering to himself. "Yesterday I went to see little Ing. The daughter looks very much like her. I had prepared so many things to ask her, like whether she was doing well, whether Zhuju loved her very much, why there had been no news all these years. I tried my best to pretend to greet her like an old friend. But when I saw her, I couldn't say anything." Xuanwen Mingren stood up and looked at the prosperous village below. It was lunchtime, and crowds flowed through the bustling streets. Today's Mai was as peaceful and calm as ever, but his heart ached as if being cut by a knife. "Luan, do you know? 10 years ago, from the moment Chutian was saved, Chu Naiying was no longer a ninja." The fierce mountain wind lifted his Hokage robe, and the large characters for Seventh Hokage shone dazzlingly. Nilian Luan stood stunned in the wind. This news was truly beyond his expectations. No one would have thought that Chu Naiying, one of the three ninjas, had long been undeserving of her reputation. After the Fourth War, she was famous throughout the ninja world, and her heroic deeds were still widely circulated. Chu Naiying studied under a famous master, became a Chunin at 14, went to Sunagakure at 15 to participate in the rescue of Kazekage with Ai Luo, and was renowned for her medical ninjutsu that surpassed her teacher. At 17 she bore the title of New Three Ninjas, together with Shwanma Mingren and Yuzebo Zuizhu, and was a prominent figure in the history of the Fourth War. At 18, she performed a heart repair surgery that shocked the ninja world. In everyone's eyes she had the power to bring the dead back to life, and was hailed as the #1 medical ninja. Compared to the family backgrounds of Yuzebo Zuizhu and Shwanma Mingren, Chu Naiying's ordinary family environment made it easier for people to identify with her. The saying that hard work can surpass genius was proven in her case, which greatly inspired the new generation of Mai. In the current peaceful era, many girls even entered the ninja academy from the very beginning with the goal of becoming medical ninjas. Such a person was no longer a ninja. Nilian Luan fell silent. As quick-witted as he was, it only took a moment for him to understand what Shwanma Mingren had spent a whole night figuring out. 10 years ago Shwanma Mingren and Chu Naiying had loved each other. Not being a ninja meant not only that all her past efforts were in vain, not only that all her achievements vanished overnight, but more importantly, how could she, having lost her status as a ninja, face Mingren, who dreamed of becoming Hokage? She could no longer stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Moreover, at that time Shwanma Mingren was immersed in guilt toward Ningxi, and a sense of indebtedness to Chu Tian. As a medical ninja, she had long known the cost of this surgery, and she was determined to bear it alone, choosing to go far away. Nilian Luan let out a long sigh. Chu Naiying and Rishiang Chutian, these two women were both willing to sacrifice everything. Mingren, is this your fortune or misfortune? Even Nilian Luan, with an IQ of 200, felt a bit of a headache. He took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and handed it to Shwanma Mingren. Shwanma Mingren waved his hand to refuse, his gaze unfocused, as he stared into the distance. He suddenly thought of his mentor Zilai. Hey Luan, do you think happiness is something a man should pursue? Nilian Luan took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled a hazy cloud of smoke, and ignored Shwanma Mingren's overly sentimental question. He said, Chu Naiying, who now only has her professional knowledge and rich experience, can more easily enter the research team. As for whether to arrange for Chu Naiying to join the hippopotamus team, you decide for yourself. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and changed the subject. But Mingren, Jingye is her best friend, right? Huh? Shwanma Mingren withdrew his gaze and looked at Nilian Luan, failing to understand his meaning. Nilian Luan, smoking his cigarette, shrugged helplessly and turned to leave. Matters of the heart were the most troublesome. The warm wind carried his final words. Think about what Jingye said. And about the divorce, don't be too hasty. Shwanma Mingren opened his mouth, but said nothing. The sunlight still shone brightly on the village. On the cherry blossom tree at the corner of the rock, the petals were tightly clustered together, shrinking into small bud shapes. Was the flower's endurance meant to gather strength and wait for bloom? How many flowers had failed to survive the cold winter? An unusual wave of exhaustion swept over him. Shwanma Mingren wearily closed his eyes. Over here Haruno Sakura led the child to pay respects to teacher Shino. After completing the enrollment procedures, she hurriedly rushed to Konoha Hospital. Yamanaka Ino was just returning from the Hokage's office, and the two met on the street in front of the hospital. Haruno Sakura curved her eyes and smiled sheepishly. Well, Ino-chan, I was delayed sending Hanami to school. You know, there were so many forms to fill at school, ha. Yamanaka Ino rolled her eyes at her dear friend, ignoring the flimsy excuse. She glanced at her watch and said, It's a good thing you didn't come, or you'd have waited for me all morning. Look, it's about time. Let's go grab lunch first. Chatting and laughing, Ino led Sakura into a rather upscale restaurant. She reserved a private room, selected the dishes, and gave a few instructions to the waiter. Haruno Sakura gazed at her radiant friend, and for a moment, she wondered what it would have been like if she had stayed back then, whether she would also be free to meet for tea like this in her spare time. Yamanaka Ino finished ordering and walked toward her. A waitress in a kimono led them with small, quick steps to their seats. In no time, the staff filed in one after another, bringing all 7 courses: appetizer, clear soup, sashimi, fried dish, simmered dish, grilled dish, and the meal. Please enjoy. The lead waitress bowed and slid the door shut. Wow, Ino, an authentic kaiseki feast. You're so rich, ah. Haruno Sakura's eyes sparkled as she praised the food. Sakura, consider this a welcome back dinner. Pretty awesome, huh? Hee hee. Next time you treat me, tell me in advance. I'll skip dinner the night before. Ha ha ha. This is so good. Try some. The two ate happily in the private room. Sakura asked, "What were you whispering about with the waiter just now?" "Oh, I told him not to disturb us. They usually come to refill tea after you finish eating, so I had them do it all at once." "Is there something you want to talk about?" Haruno Sakura wiped her mouth and said, "Yeah, the other day I was rushing to the hospital for surgery, so I didn't get into the details." Yamanaka Ino had also finished eating. She refilled Sakura's teacup. "Tell me, where did you get the intel that the Hippo project would be restarted?" She paused and continued. "You know, after the original Umbu was disbanded, only the Umbu directly under the Hokage was kept. Now Sai has been transferred to head the intelligence division. Under normal circumstances, Konoha's intelligence bureau is already very tight. I'm worried about whether Sai's work might be at risk of dereliction. Besides, the Hippo project today is a tangled web of relationships." Understanding Yamanaka Ino's concerns, Haruno Sakura pondered briefly and replied, "The intel came from Sasuke-kun. Don't worry, no information has leaked. Sasuke-kun is doing well now, he just cares about his old friends in Konoha." Yamanaka Ino nodded. With the Uchiha's abilities, obtaining some intel was hardly a challenge. But there were still some questions she hadn't figured out. She set aside her doubts for now. At least Sakura was back. "Sakura, are you truly ready to come back?" Yamanaka Ino asked. "After all, you're no longer a medical ninja. Even though the position of medical director has been left vacant since you left given your current situation. I'm afraid. Just supposing, what if Naruto doesn't agree to let you into the Hippo squad? What will you do?" In fact, just a while ago, in the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Naruto had flatly refused. Although Shikamaru was still trying to persuade him, she didn't know what Naruto would ultimately decide. "Have you already submitted the list to him?" Haruno Sakura asked. Yamanaka Ino nodded silently. "But he said he needs to think it over carefully." "Then give him time to think," Haruno Sakura said softly. "Hey." Yamanaka Ino blinked, set down her teacup, leaned closer to her, and asked seriously, "I'm asking you, Sakura. This time you came back insisting on joining the Hippo research. Is it because of Uzumaki Naruto?" Haruno Sakura was caught off guard by her close friend's probing. She was momentarily speechless, her eyes darting around. She took a sip of tea and stammered, "Well, sort of. Have you thought about rekindling an old flame?" Yamanaka Ino dragged out the last syllable with a teasing grin. "Get lost, Ino the pig." Ino shot back a few playful retorts. Remembering that Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke already had a daughter, she tactfully ended the topic and began animatedly talking about others. For example, Choji married a woman from the Land of Lightning and got even fatter. Shikamaru and Temari had a son who hates trouble. Rock Lee led a team of Jinin, one of whom was a student just like him. Tenten became the head of the Ninja Tools department, still single with suitors lining up from here to the village gate. She seemed to have started dating recently. Haruno Sakura's green eyes curved into a smile as she listened to Ino ramble on about everyone's lives over the past 10 years. How wonderful! The era of unrequited love after the silent polishing of time had finally yielded ideal outcomes. The eagle's destiny is to soar high, the flower's end is to fall and turn to dust. He and she had long since settled. Konoha Hospital. Today was her first official day on duty. Yesterday afternoon, Haruno Sakura had followed Yamanaka Ino to reacquaint herself with the hospital's departmental operations and regulations. The hospital had expanded several affiliated wings, and the departments were far more refined than a decade ago. 10 years had passed and Konoha had grown even more prosperous and thriving. The hospital had introduced more sophisticated scientific instruments. She never imagined she would return to this place after 10 years. Haruno Sakura's heart was stirred with a touch of excitement. Ino had assigned her the position of elite medical ninja trainer. Although the post of medical department head was currently vacant, and the original holder had already returned to Konoha without the Hokage's directive, Yamanaka Ino could not decide whether Sakura could resume her previous role. Fortunately, the Seventh Hokage had approved the Medical Ninja Elite program during the Hokage Council meeting, and the need for personnel recruitment became a reality. In Yamanaka Ino's words, everything was well within her control. Haruno Sakura laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with her friend's arrangement. The decision regarding the Hama team was still pending, but the position of elite medical ninja trainer seemed tailor-made for her. The first batch of trainees for the medical elite program consisted of 5 ninjas, 4 women and 1 man. The juniors honored to receive guidance from the legendary foremost medical ninja could barely contain their excitement. Their faces reflected a mixture of nervousness and exhilaration. Though it was not a master-disciple relationship, being admitted to such a special training class made everyone feel immensely fortunate. After the introductions, Haruno Sakura gave a few test questions to assess their medical proficiency. When the test ended, the medical ninjas left for home. Haruno Sakura leaned over her desk, jotting down notes in her notebook, making a preliminary assessment of their medical skills. Her mind began to formulate a training plan, and she scribbled and sketched intermittently. After completing the initial draft, she stretched her arms, and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at the wall clock, she realized it was already past 10 in the evening. Ino had poked her head in to call her off work, but that seemed like only 10 minutes ago. It was already this late. Time flew when she was engrossed in her beloved work. Haruno Sakura sighed, suddenly remembering that it was Hanami-chan's first day of school. She wondered how things were going. And she hadn't even prepared dinner yet. Only then did Haruno Sakura recall that she had a daughter. She quickly removed her white coat, thinking that her daughter might already be asleep. She hastily packed her belongings and left the hospital. The sky was dark, and there were few pedestrians on the streets. She hurried into the last shop that was still open, bought a few of her daughter's favorite foods, and walked toward the Uchiha mansion carrying the bag. Even though she could no longer serve as a medical ninja in the field, continuing to do what she loved brought her immense joy. A smile involuntarily crept across her face. In truth, over the past decade, she had silently missed Konoha and yearned for that person. Lost in thought, Haruno Sakura turned a corner and abruptly halted. A man was crouched at the entrance of the Uchiha mansion, his head lowered. The streetlight was dim, but even without seeing his face clearly, Haruno Sakura recognized him instantly. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Her mind buzzed, and the night wind howled in her ears. This man should not be here. A public figure with a wife and children sitting at her doorstep at night, instead of going home, this would provoke countless rumors. He was the Hokage with countless eyes watching him. A flicker of anger rose in Haruno Sakura's heart. In the past she might have punched him, but now she couldn't. Still a dozen meters away, she lightened her steps and approached slowly. The wind picked up again, carrying a strong smell of alcohol toward her. Haruno Sakura was choked by the stench and shivered, coughing violently. The man before her remained motionless. How much did he drink? Sakura muttered reproachfully as she approached, setting down the food container. Crouching down, she saw that his eyes were closed. He seemed to have fallen asleep drunk. His handsome face was etched with exhaustion, and his golden brows were deeply furrowed. She wanted to ignore him, but she couldn't help nudging him. Naruto. The man did not respond. Haruno Sakura grew anxious. Her rational mind told her that the best course of action was to ignore him, pretend he wasn't there, and go home. But she couldn't bear to leave him there. The night wind was cold, and if he fell ill from drinking and exposure, it would be her conscience that suffered. After a moment of inner conflict, Haruno Sakura finally gave in, defeated by the furrowed brow that even sleep couldn't smooth. She sighed, deciding that the most appropriate thing to do was to send him back to the Uzumaki residence. Her slender frame struggled as she lifted his arm and draped it over her shoulder. Now, without any chakra, it was a real challenge to support a man nearly 1.9 meters tall. She tried dragging, pulling, and other methods, but the golden-haired man didn't budge an inch. Naruto, you're way too heavy. The pink-haired woman muttered in complaint, almost ready to give up on him. Sakura-chan. He suddenly looked up at her, his azure eyes clouded by a haze of alcohol. Haruno Sakura felt helpless. Huh? Naruto, you. Awake. Sakura-chan. The man's drunken gaze fixed on her, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The warm breath from his words mixed with the smell of alcohol brushed against her face. I just wanted to see. Do you still care about me? Haruno Sakura's heart raced. She jumped back a little, her mind racing for an excuse to hide her feelings. That's because you got drunk at my doorstep. I had no choice but to look after you. Since you're awake now, go home quickly. Never. The man seemed to sober up, suddenly grabbing her arm with a tone that was not the least bit slurred. Haruno Sakura couldn't break free. She tried to pull her hand away, but he spoke like a forsaken child, sorrowful and pitiful. I've been here all along waiting for you to come back. You're finally back. The man abruptly rose, and with a twist of her arm, he pulled her into an embrace, his arm around her waist. Haruno Sakura felt like a deer caught in the deep starlit void of his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto pressed her against the wall, his gaze filled with infatuation. He had said it before, he would never let her go again. Their eyes met, and something seemed to collide in the air, sparking cascading flashes of light. She had told herself she couldn't look at him. She couldn't bear his gaze. Lust gradually intertwined in his eyes, as he leaned in closer to her. Haruno Sakura's breathing grew heavier. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. She felt that he wanted to kiss her. 10 years ago, on a similarly cold night, in that cramped little room, he had pressed her hands down just like this. They had argued wildly, furiously, until finally their hearts connected. With tears in his eyes, he had told her he loved her. They had kissed fiercely, biting each other, the pain of their teeth clashing, a testament to their love. Naruto. We can't go back. A tear slid down Haruno Sakura's cheek, like a shooting star vanishing into the dark night. The man's movement paused. In the silent night breeze, only sighs lingered. If only she had never fallen in love with him, he would have moved on, and eventually loved that kind, gentle girl. But she had fallen in love with him. Loved him so much that she was willing to die, willing to leave, to make up for his guilt. Even her return today was for him, but he didn't know. And he couldn't know. It was her secret, one she would never let him discover. He was the seventh Hokage with a wife and child. They could no longer love each other. This was his fate and her choice. Haruno Sakura had never regretted the decision she made back then. But still, seeing his pained face, his heartbroken expression, the despair in his eyes, her heart ached uncontrollably. She knew he was shattered, and she was no different. Yet she could only endure crying alone after driving him away. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't leave. He remained silent, his heart wrenched by her words. She still cared for him, yet she could break him with a single sentence. Did she still think he was the timid boy she could push around 10 years ago? He wasn't. He wanted to tear her apart. After the agony of despair came unforgivable fury. His mind burned like fire. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were red, his Adam's apple bobbing with rage. He grabbed her chin, roughly lifting it, his fierce gaze filled with aggression, his breath hot against her face. Can't go back. If you can't go back, why did you come back? Tell me, why did you return? Who are you back for this time? The man's voice was strained with pain, as if 1,000 ants were biting his heart. He almost roared. Don't tell me it's not for me, Haruno Sakura. You love me. You came back because you love me. Haruno Sakura's heart churned with bitterness and guilt. Forgetting his status and position, disregarding where they were, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Uzumaki Naruto, you're drunk. You're talking nonsense. The person I love is Uchiha Sasuke. The golden-haired man's pupils contracted, his teeth grinding audibly. Clearly provoked to madness, his rationality had long been swept away by jealousy. He grabbed her hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The yellow flash of Konoha flashed again, and in an instant Haruno Sakura was transported to a small cramped room. The room, a mere 20 square meters, was all too familiar to her. This was the room where Uzumaki Naruto had lived when he was a carefree, grinning, impulsive, golden-haired boy. The room was still as Spartan as ever, a simple wardrobe, a desk, a single small bed. The furnishings hadn't changed. Her observant eyes noticed that after 10 years the room was spotless. Clearly someone came regularly to air it out and clean. Tears streamed down her face. It could only be him, Uzumaki Naruto. The man's face was dark. The past haunted him, jealousy drove him mad. He glared at the heartless, pink-haired woman, shoved her onto the bed, and pointed at the dried rose-colored stain on the sheet. That was the crimson blood of her virginity, the irrefutable proof that she had loved him. Sakura-chan, do you remember? You once said you loved me too. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and his voice choked with sobs. He was already a Hokage, a man who had resolved never to cry again. But ever since she returned, he had lost count of how many times he had wept. The night was silent, the cool breeze like water. A faint moonbeam streamed through the window, casting light on Uzumaki Naruto's face. Haruno Sakura finally saw those blue eyes clearly. The moonlight remembered every night. He wouldn't forget, and neither could she. They had been each other's firsts. On this narrow single bed, he had called her name over and over, and she had answered each time. In that way, they had affirmed each other. They kissed intertwined and clung to each other. She had sworn she would never leave this man. Tears flowed like a broken dam endlessly streaming out. Seeing her crying so bitterly, the man's expression gradually softened. Young Uzumaki Naruto never understood why Haruno Sakura had so many tears. Every time he fell injured on a mission, she would kneel beside him thinking he was dead, holding his head, and weeping like a storm, her tears streaming just like this. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he finally understood she loved him. She had loved him for a long time. They had given themselves to each other, promising never to be parted. But he had failed her. After that night, a mission came ending his newly blossomed love. She left for 10 years. If he hated her, he hated his former self even more. He hated his own avoidance, his cowardice, his immaturity. Immersed in guilt and a sense of debt toward Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata, worried about the fragile health of Hinata, who had just been rescued, he dared not explain things clearly to her, nor could he face Haruno Sakura. He hated himself and blamed her too. Why couldn't she wait for him? Why couldn't she give him a little more time? Why did she leave? He searched all 5 great nations for her for 3 whole years. He couldn't find her. He could only tell himself over and over again that Haruno Sakura had never loved him, that the only person she had ever loved was Uchiha Sasuke. Only then could he go on living. It wasn't until last night that he finally understood Haruno Sakura loved him far more deeply than he had ever imagined. To make up for his debt to another woman, she had sacrificed all her pride and effort. To give him peace of mind, she had even chosen to leave and go far away. And he didn't know. He didn't know any of this. Self-reproach, guilt, heartache, remorse, regret, anger, all emotions intertwined, making his chest ache until he could barely breathe. He even thought that if not for this, Uchiha Sasuke would never have had a chance. And they even had a daughter. He regretted it to the point of breaking. He was jealous to the point of madness. The reason he had shouted at her was because she had truly wounded him. How could she be so cruel, using the words he feared most to hurt him? He was truly terrified that she no longer loved him. "I'm sorry." Uzumaki Naruto's voice was hoarse and choked. The excessive drinking tonight, combined with the emotional turmoil, had left his throat dry and painful. Finally he embraced her, desperately whispering in her ear, "I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I'm sorry." The person he most wanted to protect, the one he least wanted to hurt, the one he worried others wouldn't cherish. He had hurt her the most deeply. What he owed her was far more than an apology. He would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He held her tightly, afraid she would reject him. His head rested on her shoulder, his arms wrapped firmly around her body. Fortunately, she didn't resist. She quietly sobbed in his arms, her tears soaking his shirt. Time passed minute by minute. He looked down at her. Her pink hair was soft and fluffy against his neck. Her face was flushed from crying, and crystal teardrops still clung to her long fan-like lashes, making her look utterly captivating. His heart pounded like a drum, his sturdy chest heaving violently. He loved this woman so much that one glance set his heart racing uncontrollably. "Sakura-chan, can we start over?" He spoke softly, earnestly, with a plea. Uzumaki Naruto felt his heart suspended, desperately hoping she would say yes, and that he would take care of everything else. But the woman in his arms clearly thought otherwise. She suddenly stiffened, her emerald eyes filled with terror. She sprang back, pushing him away, her whole body trembling with fear. "No, we can't, Uzumaki Naruto. We can't be together." Haruno Sakura cried out, pushing him away and running to the door, trying to escape. She couldn't stay here any longer, she had almost been swept away by him. "Why can't we?" Uzumaki Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her back. No one could outrun him. He leaned against the door, blocking it. With a gentle push, the lock clicked back into place. The wait for her answer made him uneasy. Why? Was it because she had fallen in love with him? He dared not ask, he was afraid to know the answer. He didn't even dare mention that man's name in front of her. Overwhelmed by jealousy and grievance, his eyes reddened. Uzumaki Naruto choked out, "Sakura-chan, tell me. Do you still love me now?" Haruno Sakura froze. Tears once again flowed uncontrollably. She said nothing, and he remained silent. In truth, before returning, she had imagined countless scenarios. She had even prepared a set of words to say, "I don't love you anymore. I stopped loving you long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back without any resentment. But the truth was when she looked into his eyes, and imagined how hurt he would look, she couldn't utter the words. Those sharp words that could free her from him and wound him. She had thought she was capable of saying them. She never expected him to cling to her even more passionately than before. She opened her mouth, but no words came. Uzumaki Naruto's hot fierce kiss descended upon her in that moment of hesitation, covering her lips, eagerly swallowing her breath, sucking hard. Haruno Sakura felt her lips ache. She didn't want to be entangled in any ambiguous relationship with him. She couldn't allow it. She pushed desperately against his shoulders, clenching her teeth to block any opening. The more she pushed, the more he lost his reason. He grabbed her hands and pinned them back onto the bed. Haruno Sakura was forced onto the bed, meeting his bloodshot eyes. Uzumaki Naruto's chest heaved violently. He stared at her intently, clinging to his last shred of sanity. His bloodshot eyes gradually turned back to azure, his chiseled face still taut. He demanded in a low voice, "Answer me. Do you still love me or not?" Haruno Sakura's hands were pinned painfully. Her consciousness began to waver. Tears streamed along the corners of her eyes into her pink hair. She parted her lips, not daring to look at him, and said in a low voice, "Naruto, you are a married man and I am a married woman. I loved you once, but no longer. Long ago. I no longer love you." The light in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes dimmed, as if the only flame in the darkness had been extinguished. The azure in his eyes deepened into a somber gloom. He released his grip, weakly curled up on one side of the bed, and said indifferently, "Go." Haruno Sakura's heart felt as if it were burning with agony. She forced herself to look away, sat up from the bed, and said coldly, though her heart was being stabbed, "I have a daughter with Uchiha Sasuke. The Seventh Hokage and Hyuga Hinata have a son. Since we are both parents now, let us each go our separate ways, and find our own happiness. I only hope that the Lord Hokage, out of our past bond, will provide us mother and daughter with a means to live." Uzumaki Naruto's heart bled. She was truly ruthless. When one no longer loves, they can indeed deliver the cruelest blows. "Get out." He clenched his teeth and uttered a single syllable, biting his lip so hard that it bled. He had never imagined that in his life there would come a day when he would say such a word to Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura turned her face away. It seemed her tears had run dry. After this, he would never bother with her again. Good. That was exactly what she wanted. She gazed at the cold moonlight outside the window, just like 10 years ago. But on that moonlit night a decade ago, they had nestled together, warming and seeking each other. 10 years later, under a similar moon, they could only walk in opposite directions. Perhaps her heartache had reached its limit. A faint smile gradually appeared on her lips. She stood up from the bed, and as she rose a wave of dizziness swept over her. Damn, of all times. Was her constitution really this weak now? She forced herself to walk toward the door. The few steps felt like half a century. Leaving this room would mean drawing a clear line between them once and for all. She pulled the door open. The restless night wind surged in through the opening. Haruno Sakura felt a splitting headache, a continuous roar in her head. It must be because she hadn't slept well last night. She pressed her fingers to her temples, forcing herself to step out. But before she had gone far, she collapsed with a thud. A single early cherry blossom burst forth, with new buds blooming into delicate pink and white petals. Not to be outdone, the other branches vied in splendor, and overnight, the entire tree was covered in cherry blossoms. The warm golden sunlight gently caressed the earth, as if it could soothe even the deepest wounds of the world. A soft spring breeze blew, lifting the gauze curtain by the window, peering into someone's dreams. Senior sister Jane. Wake up, please wake up! Haruno Sakura saw herself weeping and prostrating in anguish. Shouting! The old man in green robes called to her from the ground. Shouting a disciple's ninja way is inherited from the master. Jiraiya said it, didn't he? For a ninja, how you live doesn't matter, how you die is what truly counts. I declare from today onward you are no longer a ninja. So, shouting from now on, forget that you are a ninja, follow your heart, and live a simple happy life. Don't be sad. This is your choice. And ours too. You will always be my most beloved disciple. Farewell, shouting. Haruno Sakura, dazed and half awake, heard the words of Senju Tsunade echoing in her mind. She wanted to open her eyes, but her body had no strength, as if her soul had left her body. She saw herself crying again, and she longed to go and hug herself. But there was a thick fog here surrounding her, and she could not find her way out.
Shouting Haruno Sakura, broad forehead Sakura.
She heard a woman's voice calling her. She knew who it was, but she could not answer. Suddenly, she felt a strong push, woke up, and opened her eyes to a white ceiling.
Hiss.
There was still some dizziness in her head.
Mom, you're finally awake.
Her daughter Uchiha Hanabi-chan rushed over and hugged her. It was the hospital room of Konoha Hospital. So I did faint after all. Haruno Sakura realized what had happened.
You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights.
Yamanaka Ino shouted, wanting to slap her, but seeing Hanabi by the bedside, her tone softened. She sighed.
You know very well what condition your body is in.
Ah, yes. Her master and senior sister had exhausted themselves for her, yet she had not taken good care of her body, and still fell ill.
He was the one who brought you here.
Yamanaka Ino furrowed her brows and took a deep breath.
Hanabi-chan, your mother is awake. You should be going to school now. Mom is fine.
Haruno Sakura stroked her daughter's face. Uchiha Hanabi looked doubtful, then turned to the white-coated Yamanaka Ino.
Aunt Ino, is my mother really okay? Your mother is just too tired. She'll be fine after she's had enough sleep. Go to school now. Aunt Ino is here to take care of your mother.
Uchiha Hanabi nodded with relief and left the hospital. Outside the window, the cherry blossom tree swayed in the wind, and the shadows of light flickered a few times. In the Hokage's office, 2 junior assistants brought in a stack of documents.
Lord Hokage, pardon the interruption. These are the approved proposals that require your signature to proceed to the next step.
Uzumaki Naruto bent over his desk, picked up his pen, and signed. After signing, he stood silently by the window staring at the Hokage, rock lost in thought. The 2 assistants hugged the signed documents, dared not speak, exchanged a glance, and quietly withdrew. Rumors had it that the Hokage had been in a particularly bad mood these past 2 days. One had to be careful when reporting work. Any task poorly completed, even by a usually favored jonin, would incur severe criticism. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling the rumors were true. On ordinary days, the Hokage would sign these documents with a cheerful face, even chatting with them a little when in a good mood. But these past few days, he had been silent, his eyes swollen as if he had been crying, with dark circles as big as a panda's. They muttered to each other, having heard that many saw the Hokage drinking a night bottle after bottle, drowning his sorrows, only to come to work as usual the next day. How could his mood be good? They speculated that the Hokage had quarreled with his wife. That morning his wife brought breakfast, but the Hokage didn't even see her. Nara Shikamaru at the end of the corridor coughed lightly and warned,
"Don't you want your jobs?"
The 2 junior assistants apologized in hushed tones, and slipped away, their faces pale. Nara Shikamaru couldn't be bothered with him. He pushed open the door, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, lit a cigarette, and said helplessly,
"You're really shaken, aren't you? You might as well just strangle her, or one day she'll be the death of you." "So how is she?"
Uzumaki Naruto asked gloomily.
"Can't you have some backbone? Can't you ever get over Haruno Sakura?"
Uzumaki Naruto remained silent. Nara Shikamaru clicked his tongue and said,
"You've got people watching her, right? They should be back with a report soon."
As he spoke, a shadow flickered in the room, and a man in a white cat-shaped mask appeared before Uzumaki Naruto. He was from the Anbu directly under the Hokage, answering only to the Hokage. He glanced at Nara Shikamaru, and only after the 7th Hokage nodded did he say in a low voice,
"She's awake." "Understood. Continue to monitor her every move. I want to know everything about her. Report daily, and report any important developments immediately." "Yes."
The Anbu operative, whose figure was indistinct, acknowledged and vanished in a flash.
"Naruto, what are you planning?"
asked Nara Shikamaru. Uzumaki Naruto gave a sly smile and replied,
"Shikamaru, I agree to let Sakura-chan join the Hippo project. You handle the arrangements."
He was now full of energy, the earlier dejection and worry gone from his face, his blue eyes blazing.
"Shikamaru, you said it yourself, Yamanaka Ino is her best friend. So the proposal Ino put forward must be her true intention. I want to see what this woman is really back for."
If she wasn't back for him, then what was she back for? He would find out eventually.
"Got it,"
Nara Shikamaru replied.
"Seeing you perked up, I can worry a little less. I'm not worried about the negotiations,"
Uzumaki Naruto emphasized.
"But her personal safety must be guaranteed. Her constitution is far too weak now.
Nara Shikamura grunted in acknowledgement, muttering to himself, "Who knows what you two are up to? Carrying her to the hospital in the middle of the night, almost making me deal with another gossip scandal. Forget it, matters of the heart are too troublesome. Time to get to work." Nara Shikamura put away his lighter, shoved his hands into his pockets. He had been smoking a bit too much lately.
"Hey Luan, don't leave,"
Naruto Uzumaki called out.
"There's one more thing you need to do personally." "Huh?"
Nara Luan looked puzzled.
"I suspect,"
Naruto Uzumaki said in a low voice. He cautiously sensed the surroundings, confirming no other chakra, and for good measure set up a barrier before continuing.
"Naruto is not my child." "What did you say?"
Even Nara Luan was shocked, his eyes wide, as he stared at Naruto Uzumaki.
"What's going on?" Naruto Uzumaki gazed into the air, his expression calm, and slowly began.
"Luan, I know you might not believe what I'm about to say,
but this matter, I can only entrust to you to investigate. If Naruto really isn't my child, I believe only a mind as brilliant and resourceful as yours can uncover the truth behind this. Naruto, if you're seeking a divorce, there's no need to doubt Hinata. She was once your close comrade, your partner. She has always. Luan, I'm not making excuses." Naruto Uzumaki interrupted him, pausing, then said,
"I've long wanted to end this marriage, but that's a separate issue. Wanting to clarify the truth about the child, that is my loyalty to myself."
Nara Luan scratched his head, pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and said helplessly,
"All right, tell me where your doubts began."
"Luan, do you know why I haven't touched alcohol for all these years, whether at social gatherings or not?"
Naruto Uzumaki's heart ached, a bitter sensation rising in his nose. "My mother once warned me about the 3 ninja prohibitions, not to indulge in alcohol, but I only learned that lesson after making a mistake." Nara Luan nodded. He had heard of that night's events. Even when rumors were rampant, Naruto Uzumaki never said a word. Now he brought it up voluntarily. Nara Luan looked at him, and took a drag of his cigarette.
"You all know I'm married because of the pregnancy, but that child. Hinata and I."
Naruto Uzumaki paused, composing himself, before continuing.
"You all told me to forget about Xiaoying. I admit I drank a lot that day, collapsed on the roadside, my body completely drained of strength, but my mind was crystal clear. To this day, I clearly remember Hinata taking me home, throwing me onto the bed, then turning to boil hot water for me to drink. After that I fell asleep. I have no memory of anything like that happening. Really, I could never be mistaken. I even remember her seeing the blood on the sheets." He sighed, rubbed his head with his hands, ran his fingers through his hair, gritted his teeth, and continued.
"That was Inchan's maiden blood. Then she turned around to boil water. Later Hinata became pregnant. I was utterly stunned. Ino said she saw Hinata leaving my house in the middle of the night. You all said I blacked out. Since that night, I've never touched alcohol again." Naruto Uzumaki spoke, lowering his head in regret, his fingers once again threading through his golden hair. He tugged at it, rubbed his face with his palms, and continued.
"A couple of days ago my heartache was unbearable. I drank a lot, and went to find Xiaoying."
He looked up at Nara Luan, emphasizing.
"I drank even more than before. I remember every single movement, every glance, every word, even the shape of each strand of her hair, clearly and vividly. I did not black out.
To prove I don't black out, I drank heavily these past 2 nights. I was completely sober, Luan.
Whether 10 years ago, or now, I remember every detail with perfect clarity."
Naruto Uzumaki rambled on the verge of breaking down. He paused, composed himself once more, and continued.
"I know what I'm saying lacks concrete evidence, and it might even make me seem heartless. But who Naruto Uzumaki is, others may not know, but you do, don't you?"
"Luan, have you ever been drunk? What does it feel like for you?" Nara Luan did not answer. He averted his gaze from Naruto Uzumaki, pressed his fingers to his chin, and lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, "How much a person can drink and their conduct under the influence depends on their age, state, and environment at the time. That alone doesn't prove anything. However, you mentioned that Hinata boiled hot water for you. If your feeling is correct, then perhaps the problem lies there. But," he stubbed out his cigarette, frowning, "I still think Hinata would never do such a thing." Immediately after, he realized his own biased emotional thinking was irrational. His eyes flickered, and he shrugged, saying, "Whether the child is yours or not, that will be difficult to verify.
After all, the kid has blonde hair and blue eyes, and there's no technology to directly test paternity now. It's been too long, it'll take some time. Luwan, I'm counting on you. Whether Boruto is my child or not, Hinata, and I cannot go on like this. A marriage held together by a child destroys both lives.
He paused, a resolute expression on his face, his gaze fixed firmly on Luwan.
Having you investigate this is just my way of giving myself closure. Tomorrow I'll talk to Hinata about divorce. Hey Naruto, didn't we agree to postpone the divorce? I can't postpone it, not even for a moment. Sigh.
Luwan sighed.
To be honest, the thought of having to handle the PR for your private life gives me a headache. Can you at least wait until the storm around Sakura Haruno's return dies down? Let me investigate this matter first.
Naruto Uzumaki remained silent, taking it as tacit agreement. He dispelled the barrier, and watched Luwan walk out of the office, with a look of utter despair. Now whenever he thought of Sakura Haruno's words, "You are a married man," rage churned in his guts. Though it was a fact, at least while sober, he had never touched Hinata Hyuga. And she, Hua Jianchan, must be 9 years old now, which means she was with Sasuke Uchiha the moment she left, and they had a child. That woman turned around and had a child with another man, just as she said she loved, but it's long over. Naruto Uzumaki trembled with rage, just thinking about it. He wanted to fight Sasuke Uchiha again, but he couldn't find any trace of him. He touched his transplanted right hand, tormented by the fierce possessiveness gnawing at his heart. Staring out the window, at the wind blowing through the cherry blossom tree, its petals like pink hair, he performed an instantaneous movement, and flew out, plucked a few petals, and crushed them in fury. In the end his bitterness remained unresolved. Yamanaka Ino leaned out of the window, glancing left and right for a long while before muttering,
"I think something flickered just now. Probably a bird,"
she said, as she returned to Haruno Sakura's bedside. Out of caution, she even set up a barrier.
"What's wrong, Ino? What do you need to say that requires a barrier?"
Haruno Sakura adjusted the drip rate on the back of her hand and asked in confusion. Yamanaka Ino raised the report in her hand, stared into her eyes, and said loudly,
"Haruno Sakura, I'm asking you seriously now, what really happened 10 years ago?"
Looking at her friend's solemn face, Haruno Sakura's gaze dimmed. As a fellow medical ninja, Ino's skills had advanced greatly over the years. She curved the corners of her mouth into a fake smile.
"What? You found out?"
Yamanaka Ino did not reply, crossing her arms in front of her chest, still staring at her with a grave expression. Haruno Sakura's fake smile slowly faded. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice flat.
"It's just as you guessed."
Yamanaka Ino was shocked. She had hoped her deduction was wrong, but Sakura said it so calmly. Yes, it was true. Just now Hanami-chan was here, so she couldn't act. Now with no one around, and a barrier set, it was absolutely safe. Yamanaka Ino was so angry she couldn't speak. It turned out that saving Hyuga Hinata's life back then had not only cost Sakura her ability to gather chakra. She pointed at the report, Sakura's physical analysis. Her current cell activity was several levels lower than that of an ordinary person. This meant that a simple cold could cause Sakura to fall seriously ill. Worse, the low cell activity made conception difficult. Based on Sakura's current condition, her chance of pregnancy was less than 1%. What was even harder to understand was that with such a low pregnancy rate, Sakura had given birth to a child in the first year after leaving. Yamanaka Ino instantly understood there was only one explanation. She had been pregnant before the cell activity dropped. And whose child it was, Ino could figure out with a strand of hair. This matter was too significant, so she had first sent Hanami-chan away, and then cautiously set up a barrier. Yamanaka Ino pressed her chest to calm herself, her mind racing. After a long moment she said,
"So you and Uchiha Sasuke were never together?"
Haruno Sakura nodded, then shook her head.
"He is still Uchiha Hanami's father."
Yamanaka Ino was exasperated. She pushed Sakura's head gently and said,
"Haruno Sakura, what is your brain made of? You'd better explain everything to me now, one thing at a time." "I'll ask you answer. First, the success of Hyuga Hinata's surgery came at the cost of your life. Did you know you were pregnant at the time?"
Haruno Sakura shook her head. She and Uzumaki Naruto had only shared that one night, and then so many things happened that she had no mind to pay attention to her monthly cycle. When Yamanaka Ino asked about the child, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Master and Shizune had sacrificed themselves to protect her, and the baby in her womb. Her pale face turned even whiter, and her voice choked with sobs.
Ino. I'm sorry. You don't owe me an apology, Haruno Sakura. You owe it to yourself.
Yamanaka Ino, not understanding why she was apologizing, glared angrily at the weak pink-haired woman before her. Haruno Sakura shook her head more violently, covering her face with her hands. Tears streamed like a spring, and her sobs made her words intermittent.
Ino. You don't know? Master. And Shizune. They sacrificed themselves to save this child.
The moment she thought of Tsunade and Shizune, she could no longer hold back, weeping uncontrollably, her shoulders trembling with each sob. Yamanaka Ino instantly understood the meaning of Sakura's apology. A sense of dread crept over her. Master and the others. She didn't want to think about it, her heart tightening. Haruno Sakura calmed herself, stopped her tears, and said,
Master asked me what I wanted to choose. If I chose to save myself, I could restore all cell activity, but there was no guarantee I could still use basic ninjutsu. If I chose to save the child, I would fall below even the level of an ordinary person, let alone use ninjutsu.
Yamanaka Ino was stunned. It was truly a dilemma. If even Master's medical skills couldn't guarantee a solution, then Sakura's depletion must have been severe. She shook her head, barely daring to imagine, to save Hyuga Hinata. She could only think of one word: Sakura's life force had been utterly drained. The Sakura before her was pale, sobbing and regretting.
Master and the others kept it from me. I didn't know that choosing to save both the baby and myself would cost them their lives. It was my fault. I dragged Master and Shizune down. I should have realized earlier. Master's medical skills were never superior to mine.
No wonder she could still give birth with such low cell activity. It turned out that Master and Shizune had poured all their life force into Sakura. No wonder the intelligence division could no longer get any news of Master. They had already. Yamanaka Ino's eyes reddened and tears fell. She walked over and gently embraced Haruno Sakura. Neither spoke, crying quietly for a long time. Ino said heavily,
You fool, you're such a fool. For something this big, you should have let Uzumaki Naruto make the choice. Let him decide.
Haruno Sakura was silent for a long time, then wrapped her arms around Ino's back and said softly,
At that time, he had already chosen Hinata, hadn't he? Temari's bouquet had already been caught. Besides, Ino, in the past, the new Seinen Haruno Sakura could barely match Uzumaki Naruto. But now that I'm no longer a ninja, how can I be worthy of Naruto? He is destined to become Hokage.
Yamanaka Ino was taken aback. She knew that Sakura had always worked desperately hard, not just to stop chasing the shadows of those two, but to fight alongside them. Hearing those words from her, there seemed to be no refutation. Her gaze held only helplessness and heartache as she scolded softly.
Forehead girl, you're too much of a saint. You bear everything yourself, and that's why you suffer so much. Do you love him that much? When will you ever learn to think of yourself?
Haruno Sakura suddenly smiled, her face radiant, and said gently,
Ino, everyone is someone they would do anything to protect. Sacrificing for that person is not meaningless. Even you, Ino, once risked your life for Sai.
Ino laughed through her tears, a little lost in thought. That was 10 years ago. She turned back and hugged Sakura again, whispering softly,
But there was no need to make Hanami-chan have black hair and black eyes, was there? She's blonde with blue eyes, right?
Haruno Sakura nodded against Ino's shoulder.
It's because your Sai was too persistent in tracking us. If Sasuke-kun and I had a blonde, blue-eyed child, it would have drawn too much attention. So you used bellflower juice as a medicine base.
Over the past 10 years, to help Sakura one day restore the Byakugō, Ino had relentlessly improved her medical skills, scouring every obscure medical text she could find. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino recalled an ancient formula she had once read. At the time, she had thought it was too tedious and useless, which is why it had become obscure and forgotten. She never imagined it would actually be used one day.
Haruno Sakura nodded in the hollow of Ino's shoulder. Purple bellflower juice, as the base combined with 7 other medicinal herbs, can change a person's hair and eye color. You make it sound simple. The formula is bizarre. The base ingredient is everywhere, but each of those 7 herbs is extremely hard to find. Gathering all 7 must have exhausted you.
Haruno Sakura nodded silently.
I'm fine, but Sasuke-kun had a hard time.
Having the legendary Uchiha Sasuke traverse the ninja world in secrecy to collect those herbs must have been quite a trial for him. Yamanaka Ino burst into laughter and clapped.
This is what Uchiha Sasuke owes you. In the past you gave him your heart and soul, and he even tried to kill you. Now he's paying you back by running around for you. Not bad at all. Ino, don't say that. I'm very grateful to Sasuke-kun. He doesn't owe me anything. My feelings. They've changed, haven't they?
As she spoke, her gaze dimmed again. Yamanaka Ino fell silent, a pang of heartache striking her. Haruno Sakura had always been so foolish. In her teenage infatuation, she had neglected the man who was always by her side treating her best. But once she realized she had fallen in love with Uzumaki Naruto, she was willing to sacrifice anything, lose anything, and suffer any loss, all with a willing heart. Love had driven her to become stronger, and love had also destroyed her. Once she decided on her feelings, she would never change. Yamanaka Ino let out a soft sigh, and did not continue the topic. The room was sealed with doors and windows shut, the curtains drawn tight, not a breath of air stirring. The conversation had grown somber. Yamanaka Ino found the remote, and turned on the air conditioner, but still couldn't help saying,
"But as the child grows, the medicine's effect will weaken. I estimate you won't be able to hide it much longer."
She tossed the remote onto the bedside table.
"So you came back to join the Hippo team not for biological restructuring but to study genetics and permanently change Hanami's hair and eye color."
Haruno Sakura bit her lip.
"Ino, I have no secrets left from you."
Ino shot her a glare.
"You shouldn't have hidden it from me back then."
She reached out to wipe the tears from Sakura's face, and said helplessly,
"Hey, he brought you here that day. Does he know?"
Haruno Sakura shook her head gently.
"Once I develop a method to permanently change Hanami-chan's hair and eye color, I'll leave Konoha."
Yamanaka Ino heaved a deep sigh and hugged her again, scolding.
"Forehead girl, are you an idiot? I think Uzumaki Naruto has the right to know. Are you really not going to tell him?"
Haruno Sakura was momentarily lost in thought. Ino's words reminded her of Uchiha Sasuke, who had also held the same opinion on this matter. Until 7 years ago, when every radio station broadcast the same news, wherever you walked people were talking about the grand wedding of Uzumaki Naruto, the hero, who ended the war, and Hyuga Hinata, daughter of the ancient main branch family. Such a grand celebration in the land of fire dominated conversations for 3 whole days and nights. Sasuke-kun's face darkened, and after that he never mentioned her returning to Konoha again. Later, as Hanami-chan grew, the medicine's effect grew weaker, and the search for them by Konoha never ceased. The pill was no longer a long-term solution, so she decided to return to the village. Even under Uzumaki Naruto's nose, she never thought about telling him about the child. Haruno Sakura curled her lips into a bitter smile and shook her head.
"Just imagine how scandalous it would be if the Hokage had an illegitimate child out there. Since I decided to hide this matter back then, and now everything is settled, I will never speak of it again. If it weren't for the fear that Hanami-chan's situation would become impossible to conceal, I would never have returned to Konoha in my lifetime."
Her gaze was dim, but her determination was so strong that it pained Yamanaka Ino. Sakura, after all, was still endlessly thinking of Uzumaki Naruto. She recalled that 10 years ago, when Naruto Shikamaru announced he was dating the Suna princess, she too had a secret she could never reveal. To make that man happy, she had also unhesitatingly chosen to bury that secret forever. So she could especially understand Sakura's decision. But she was luckier. Her story later led her to Sai, the man who said he didn't want to spend a lifetime helping her forget, but only wanted to love her. She smiled and married Sai, and now she is happy. Naruto Shikamaru and Temari are also happy. Yamanaka Ino didn't know if Sakura's choice was right or wrong. Uzumaki Naruto's face appeared in her mind. That night his eyes were red and swollen and his lips were bitten through. He had come to her in a panic, frantic, because Sakura had collapsed. He sat blankly against the hospital wall until dawn, but he didn't wait for Sakura to wake up. Instead, he returned to the Hokage's office full of energy. Yamanaka Ino shook her head. She had never understood Uzumaki Naruto. Forget it. She tore up the report in her hand and burned it to ashes. Ino clapped her hands to spell the barrier, turned off the air conditioner, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and opened it to let in the air. The warm spring breeze blew in, carrying the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms, and the air became fresh.
"He seems to know that you can no longer use ninjutsu. I told him you fainted because your body was weak after the surgery, And he believed it.
Golden sunlight shone on Ino's light blonde hair. Haruno Sakura smiled.
Thank you, Ino.
Uzumaki Naruto swiped his lifelong VIP card selling his lunch at the inner hall of Ichiraku Ramen. A television hanging high in the corner played a popular talk show debate where pseudo-intellectuals argued about dreams. Naruto cast a glance, then continued slurping his noodles with gusto. Everyone in the Land of Fire, indeed everyone in the world, knew that Uzumaki Naruto's dream was to become Hokage. Only his closest teammates and companions knew that Naruto harbored another dream to bring Uchiha Sasuke back. What they knew was that between Naruto and Sasuke lay a profound bond. What they did not know was that the origin of this deep connection began with a woman named Haruno Sakura. Naruto looked up at the television. On screen, a scholar proposed that a man's dreams first stem from a woman, only to be met with a torrent of rebuttals from the opposing side. Naruto scoffed. Boring. Initially, his desire to become Hokage stemmed from a need for recognition. He believed that by becoming Hokage, he would earn the villagers' approval. Later, he was fortunate enough to team up with that pink-haired girl and the black-haired boy. The profound bond with them drove him to become stronger, to gain the power to protect those most important to him. Sasuke's departure, Sakura's tears, and his own weakness lashed him deeply. At that time, his dream was to bring Sasuke back and fulfill the promise he made to Haruno Sakura. Step by step, he grew stronger, experienced countless events, and met many people. Some revealed the village's darkness, others made him feel the world's pain, and a few sought to create a false world. He saw the village's flaws, the struggles of human nature, and the cyclical fate of the world. Yet despite it all, he still wanted to become Hokage. If there is no light in this world, then let me be the first torch. He genuinely wanted to protect everyone, to protect the village. He wanted change, to reform boldly alongside his closest brother. He was filled with ambition and vigor, but what was the outcome? The disappearance of Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke robbed him of his right and left arms. He stumbled into a political marriage with the Hyuga clan, wrestling cautiously in the vortex of politics for 7 years. He was not defeated by pain, nor by Uchiha Madara, nor by Kaguya. Yet a mission 10 years ago easily broke him. It was that woman's departure that utterly crushed him. He went mad. He regretted he fell into depravity. Without her, everything lost its meaning. He searched the entire world for her. His world shrank to searching for her, drinking and weeping. He lived like a hollow shell, a walking corpse. Unable to find her, and at a complete loss, he clung to the dream of becoming Hokage just to survive. After 10 years away, she finally returned. Even if she brought a child, even if he already had a family, he cared about none of that. He would no longer be bound by a sense of responsibility. He could handle all of it. He wanted to embrace her. He was willing to embrace her. He seemed to forget that she did not want it. She did not want it. Her cold rejection wounded him to the bone, shredding his heart. He regretted beyond measure, gnashed his teeth in hatred. He recalled his third little-known dream, to marry Haruno Sakura. Could he still marry her in this lifetime? His blue eyes darkened as he set down the ceramic spoon, which clinked sharply against the bowl's rim. Naruto said nothing, his heart heavy as a massive stone, suffocating with anxiety. The boring scholars on television continued their heated debate, but he did not want to hear a single word. He left the ramen shop and wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. From East Street to West Street, he glanced at clothing shops, toy stores, and food stalls, finally stopping beside an inconspicuous corner at the street's end, letting out a sigh. Watching the sun hang high and the breeze sweep through the alley, he did not know what he wanted to do. Nara Shikamaru was right. Haruno Sakura was a chapter he could never turn past.
Lord Hokage, would you like to buy a hairpin?
A voice weathered with age jolted Naruto from his brooding thoughts. He turned to see a small stall selling hair accessories. A white-haired old woman asked him kindly. Naruto waved his hands and jumped aside, apologizing for accidentally blocking her business. Yet his gaze was drawn to a beautiful red ribbon. He scratched his head, sheepishly leaning in for a closer look. It was a very exquisite hair ribbon. 6 delicate cherry blossoms were arranged in an elegant pattern, blooming on the red fabric. The pink-white petals were crafted from refined shell, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. 2 small translucent emerald leaves framed them, and the stamens were adorned with fine warm pearls, a masterful work of art. The moment Naruto saw it, the image of Haruno Sakura wearing it automatically formed in his mind. Seeing his earnest gaze, even the joy shining in his eyes, the old lady picked up the ribbon and placed it in his palm.
Give it to the girl you love,
she urged. Naruto's joyful look dimmed into loneliness. He set down the cherry blossom ornament, thrust his hands back into his pockets, shook his head, and walked away. The girl he loved. He had already lost her, hadn't he? Uzumaki Naruto wandered aimlessly through the streets, dragging his feet, until he found himself standing before the hospital entrance. Perhaps this was the destination he truly wished to reach. Though his mind was in turmoil, as he roamed the streets in confusion, his longing still guided him here. How long had it been since he last saw Haruno Sakura? Since the last time she said she no longer loved him, he had not sought her out, and nearly 2 months had passed. He had assigned people to watch her every moment. Every day he received reports from the Umbu, and every single move she made was under his control. Every morning she woke up at 6:30, prepared breakfast and lunch boxes for herself and her daughter. At 8:00, Uchiha Hanami left the house. She then cleaned up the dishes, applied light makeup, changed clothes, and left at 8:40, arriving at the hospital to clock in before 9:00. Her work consisted of 2 main parts: training medical ninja, and researching the Hippo project alongside other scientific researchers. In addition to the people he had arranged to watch and protect her, Shikamaru had also dispatched other loyal medical jonin to be embedded within the research team. It had to be said that Shikamaru's mind was truly sharp. He both protected her and guarded against her, ensuring a balance with the Hyuga clan in the Hippo project research. She rarely left work on time. After finishing work in the afternoon, she would always have dinner with her daughter Uchiha Hanami at a restaurant near the hospital. Her daughter would share stories about her day at school, and she would squint her eyes with a warm smile. After dinner, she would return to the hospital and continue working until 9 p.m. Then go home to wash up, prepare the ingredients for the next morning's breakfast, kiss her daughter in her room, and finally go to sleep. On weekends, she would take her daughter along for shopping or gather with Ino and Tintin. Yesterday they had even organized a gathering of their peers at a barbecue restaurant. Every day he received reports like this. Haruno Sakura seemed to be doing well. It seemed she truly no longer loved him. Uzumaki Naruto was agitated and distraught. Although her actions had cut into his heart and flesh, causing him unbearable pain that made him wish for death, once he regained his senses and looked at her unconscious form, he immediately forgave her. Nara Shikamaru was right. One day he would die at her hands. He had pondered for dozens of days, but still could not understand. If she no longer loved him, why had she come back, and why was she helping him with the Hippo project? He could not figure it out. He wanted to go ask her, but he could not just go and ask her like that. He had to endure, and he would definitely find out. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the 4 large characters of Konoha Hospital, and a resolute light flickered once again in his eyes. He was Uzumaki Naruto, and he would keep his word. Turning a few streets, he arrived at the old woman's stall, bought the Sakura hair ribbon he had taken a liking to, and held it tightly in his palm. At 2:40 p.m., Uzumaki Naruto was reviewing the speech he needed to deliver at the Spring Festival celebration when his assistant knocked on the door of the Hokage's office.
Apologies, Lord Hokage. The Ninja Academy sent a query the originally scheduled visit to the Ninja Academy from 3 to 5 p.m. today to interact with the children. Can you attend on time? If the time changes, I will reschedule with them.
There was indeed such an itinerary today. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his eyes.
No need, I will be there on time.
He washed his face, adjusted his clothes, and set off. The Hokage's duties were hectic. Compared to attending a speech with fixed content, visiting the Ninja Academy was a task he enjoyed much more. Being with the children, and watching the future sprouts of Konoha grow strong, made his mood lighten. First he went to greet Irika-sensei. Although he was now the Hokage and Yumino Irika had become the principal, Naruto Uzumaki still liked to call him Irika-sensei. Yumino Irika was sorting through newly submitted student files. Seeing Naruto arrive, he stood up and greeted him.
The Spring Festival is coming soon. Although it's not as grand as the Summer Festival, there are still some matters to attend to. I thought you wouldn't be coming today. Irika-sensei, you saved me. Memorizing those drafts would make my head swell to twice its size. Hee.
Irika laughed heartily.
As Hokage, there are always ceremonies to attend. Every day is busy. Come, let me show you something.
Arika flipped through the files, found the document for Uchiha Hanami, and handed it to Naruto Uzumaki. Taking a sip of tea, he said,
"Have you met her? Uchiha Hanami. Black hair, black eyes, just like Sasuke."
Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head, smiled, and took the file.
"Curious. She's at school. You'll get to see her in person soon." "Arika-sensei, I met her on the very first day she returned. Coincidentally, I saw her in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop. Although it was my first time seeing her, her face shape and features were almost an exact replica of Sakura-chan. I recognized her immediately. I even treated her to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen."
A smile involuntarily spread across Naruto Uzumaki's face as he talked about Hanami-chan.
"Hanami-chan also knows me. She said there's a doll modeled after me. Hey, let me tell you, she's different from ordinary girls. Nowadays girls all dream of becoming medical ninjas, but Hanami-chan is different. By the way, do you know what Hanami-chan's dream is?"
Naruto Uzumaki blinked at Arika, his eyebrows raised with excitement.
"What is it? Could it be to become Hokage?"
Arika said.
"You don't know either. I thought the school would ask about such things."
Naruto Uzumaki said, slightly disappointed, rolling his round blue eyes.
"She said it's a secret and wouldn't tell me. I guess a female ninja like your mother, the strongest ninja like your father, become Hokage, like your uncle Naruto. In total, I guess 7 or 8, but none were correct. The little girl is too clever. She asked me so many questions, each one so hard to answer."
Naruto Uzumaki spoke animatedly about Uchiha Hanami. His brows and eyes were all smiles, and he talked about her with an endless stream of words. Arika watched, starting from joy, gradually turning to worry, and secretly regretted bringing up the topic.
"Oh, Hanami-chan has a mole on her ear,"
Naruto Uzumaki said, pointing at the photo on the document card. Arika shook his head helplessly. This guy truly loved Uchiha Hanami from the bottom of his heart.
"Naruto, the children are learning the clone technique today. Do you want to go and see?"
Arika decided to change the subject.
"A clone technique. Haha, when I was little, I was most afraid of the clone technique."
Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and happily followed Arika. In the classroom, Shido-sensei was teaching. Arika led Naruto Uzumaki to the classroom door. The sharp-eyed children erupted in excitement.
"Children, today we have invited the 7th Hokage to join our class. Are you all happy?" "Very happy,"
the children answered in unison.
"Then let's have the 7th Hokage introduce himself first."
Naruto Uzumaki walked into the classroom, feeling an inexplicable tension rise in his heart. Probably a leftover fear from his childhood classes, he thought, with a self-deprecating smile, as he stepped onto the podium. The students below were all excited. There were quite a few familiar children, such as Akimichi Chocho Yamanaka Inogen and Nara Shikadai. He scratched his hair, and as his gaze shifted, it fell upon the girl with black hair and black eyes. She looked up at him with an expression of admiration. Her beautiful face with almost identical features made him feel a bit dazed. Uchiha Hanami looked too much like Sakura Haruno. In that instant, he had already imagined Sakura Haruno looking at him with admiration.
Ahem. Ahem.
Naruto Uzumaki coughed twice to ease his tension.
Hello everyone, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like instant noodles. What I like most is the Ichiraku ramen that Arika-sensei treats me to. What I dislike is the 3 minutes of waiting for instant noodles. My hobby is tasting and comparing instant noodles. My future dream is...
He paused mid-sentence, a hint of sadness flashing in his blue eyes, then quickly disappeared, and he grinned.
Hey, it seems my dream has already come true. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
The children below were also amused and burst into laughter. The atmosphere was lively and warm. Shino and Arika on the side were speechless, thinking to themselves, Naruto, your introduction took nearly 30 years. Fortunately, the atmosphere was good. This relaxed and cheerful way of learning was much livelier than the boring theoretical lessons. Arika stepped forward and said, Classmates, Naruto's dream, when he was little, was to become Hokage. Now he has achieved his dream. You must also work hard to achieve your own dreams. Work hard for your dreams. Naruto Uzumaki cheered. Abura and Shino continued the lesson.
Today we are learning the clone technique. I have already explained the principles and hand seals. Now is there any student willing to come up and try?
The classroom instantly fell silent, the children's faces all showing reluctance. Seeing their fearful expressions, Naruto Uzumaki felt as if he had returned to his childhood. The next thing the teacher would say was,
"If no one volunteers, I'll start calling on names. Then let's ask the Hokage to give a demonstration first."
Naruto Uzumaki was surprised. So the teaching style had changed.
Yeah, we want the Hokage to demonstrate. Hokage-sama, please show us the clone technique.
The students cheered, all eagerly looking forward to the Hokage personally teaching them the clone technique. Inspired by the students' enthusiastic calls, Naruto Uzumaki went up and demonstrated the clone technique. After creating one clone, he worried that some students might not have seen clearly, so he created several more clones. Soon a row of Naruto Uzumaki's clones stood on the podium. The children were thrilled and started practicing the clone technique right there. The teaching enthusiasm of the teacher and students in the classroom soared.
Honestly, it's really not easy to not use the shadow clone technique.
Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and whispered to Iruka-sensei. The two exchanged a glance, both recalling the time when Mizuki tricked Naruto into stealing the multiple shadow clone technique scroll. Understanding each other's thoughts, they both laughed at the same time.
Hokage-sama, the shadow clone technique is far beyond their current curriculum,
Iruka warned. Naruto Uzumaki smiled apologetically, scratched his golden hair, and turned his gaze back to the children in the classroom. Akimichi Chocho was munching on snacks. The child of a secret technique family, it doesn't matter if she learns the clone technique or not. Skip. Yamanaka Enogen, 1 clone and 1 ink clone. Well done indeed from a learned family. Nara Shikadai's slacking off. Well, okay, this one is lazy. Skip 2. Uchiha Hanami. For clones standing in a row with the original looking both sundere and beautiful. Naruto Uzumaki snorted lightly. Like her father, she loves to show off. Wait. Not clones. They are shadow clones. Naruto Uzumaki was shocked, his pupils constricted. He looked again carefully. That's right, all 5 were shadow clones, indistinguishable from the original.
Hey. Iruka-sensei, you just said that the shadow clone technique is severely beyond the curriculum for children of their age, right? There are always some exceptions.
Iruka explained somewhat awkwardly.
Naruto, you also used the multiple shadow clone technique back then.
Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Hanami with a complex expression, nodded in a daze, and said,
Right. Iruka-sensei also said it. Shadow clone is my signature technique.
He seemed to lose focus and sank into thought, muttering to himself.
Sasuke and Sakura. They are not the type of ninjas with huge chakra reserves. Having a large amount of chakra is a trait of the Uzumaki clan. Hey Naruto.
Hearing this, Yumino Iruka sensed something was wrong and looked at Naruto, who was lost in thought with unfocused eyes. This guy, where did his mind wander to? He hurriedly interrupted.
Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha is a genius ninja, and Sakura Haruno's ability to finally control chakra surpasses even yours. It's perfectly normal for their child to be able to use 4 shadow clones.
Naruto Uzumaki fell silent. His unfocused eyes gathered back into a clear blue light. Yumino Iruka's words were reasonable and well-founded. He couldn't refute them. Yes, it was just a few shadow clones, yet he was foolishly hoping for something. Glancing at the child's black hair and black eyes, such iconic proof, Naruto Uzumaki was speechless. Even though he knew it was impossible, his heart still ached with waves of disappointment. 10 years ago, he was with her, she was in his arms. When they sweetly embraced, he had imagined. In the future, they would have 2 children, preferably a boy and a girl. The girl would be as cute as her, and the boy might be a bit mischievous like him. He would surely dote on his daughter gently, and she would surely raise her fist to discipline their son. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head, let out a soft scoff, and forced a bitter smile. He took a weak step back, his whole body unsteady. Iruka quickly stepped forward and discreetly supported him, sweating inwardly. He silently lamented that 10 years had passed and Naruto had long become a respected leader. Since becoming Hokage, when had he not been composed and steady? In 7 years, he had never been so out of control. Yet today, Iruka knew why Naruto married Hinata. This guy had never let go. Sakura Haruno was still his greatest weakness. He would probably do that thing sooner or later. The bell rang for the end of class. The students swarmed around the 7th Hokage, surrounding him and asking questions all at once.
Don't rush, everyone. The next class is outdoor. The Hokage will be planting trees with you today. First, please follow Shino-sensei to get tree seedlings, okay?
Umino Irika gave a hint to Aburame Shino, and the students filed out one after another. Irika patted Naruto's shoulder and said with a meaningful and comforting tone,
Naruto, next year Boruto will be coming to school too.
Boruto. Thinking of Boruto, Naruto Uzumaki's mood became even heavier. He suddenly felt exhausted.
Irika-sensei, I want to take a walk alone. Hokage-sama, are you leaving?
Uchiha Hanami leaned against the classroom door, half of her body leaning in. A cherry blossom necklace hanging from her chest swayed in the air, due to her tilted posture. She looked up at Naruto Uzumaki, rolling her big round eyes, and said in a disappointed tone,
I've been waiting for Uncle Naruto to come to school for many days.
Naruto Uzumaki looked at her sullen little face, and his heart softened in an instant. He could never say no to Sakura Haruno, and he couldn't refuse her daughter either. He had no fight left. He grinned, perked up, walked over, crouched down, took Hanami-chan's hand and said,
I'm not leaving. I'll plant trees with you.
Uchiha Hanami jumped with joy and cried out,
Great!
She excitedly threw her arms around his neck, then pulled back, and said sullenly,
I don't like planting trees. I like training them.
Naruto Uzumaki gently tapped her small nose, and said with a warm smile,
Every student plants their own small tree when they attend the Ninja Academy. When they become a Jonin later, they can come back and look at the tree they planted. Think about it, isn't that wonderful?
He took her hand and walked toward the door. The school teachers were distributing planting tools. Uchiha Hanami got a small tree seedling and walked up to the Seventh Hokage, looking up and saying,
So planting trees is also a kind of training. Of course, cutting leaves can also train chakra nature transformation.
Naruto Uzumaki picked a leaf, gestured with it, and his face lit up with a smile. The smile sparkled in the sunlight. How long had it been since he had seen Naruto smile so warmly? Umino Irika felt a mix of emotions. On Naruto, only Sakura Haruno can make him feel like a youth forever.
Hey Naruto, this is really beyond the curriculum.
Principal Irika called out.
Cutting leaves. That's a forbidden technique. Not everyone can train the wind-release Raisin Shuriken.
He turned to Uchiha Hanami and kindly taught her.
This is a training of the heart.
Naruto Uzumaki smiled and said no more, silently watching Uchiha Hanami and the other children enthusiastically digging holes and watering. The spring afternoon sun was just right, neither too hot nor too harsh. It was truly beautiful weather. My hand hurts. With warm golden hair, a tall and upright posture, and a friendly expression on his face, Xuanhua Mingren walked steadily from the outpatient hall of my hospital straight to the elevator entrance at the corner. He nodded back with a calm smile to the medical ninjas and civilians, who cast various glances at him. He came to find Chu Nying. He wanted to see her. He had something to ask her. The afternoon performance of Huaqianchan truly shocked and delighted him. After leaving the ninja school, his azure blue eyes flickered with doubt and brightness. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he reached out and pressed the button for the 8th floor. At this hour, she should be in a training class. Xuanhua Mingren stood in the enclosed elevator, his gaze with nowhere to rest, fixing on the floor buttons. Watching the bright red numbers jump, a sense of tension rose in his heart. With a ding, the 8th floor arrived quickly. It should be almost over. He paced slowly toward Chu Nying's training room. The closer he got, the more his composed expression faded away bit by bit. He touched the pocket of his pants, encouraging himself. Hadn't he already planned it? When she came out after training, he would go straight to the point and ask the question to see how this woman would explain. The little theater in his mind rehearsed the process. He glanced at the training room again. The door was closed. The class had not yet ended. He had arrived a bit too early. He did not like waiting, perhaps because he had already waited for 10 years. The long wait, the stillness of time, and Chu Nying's coldness after her return, all had made him fed up. But he had to continue waiting. Judging by her usual class schedule, it would be over soon. The 8th floor was for internal hospital use, and there was no one else at the moment. Xuanhua Mingren leaned against the wall outside the door, waiting. Suddenly he noticed a small rectangular window on the conference room door. The quiet environment allowed him to catch fragments of the medical ninja scholars' voices. Peering through the small window, he saw 5 medical ninjas studying something on scrolls. Chu Nying walked among them, occasionally offering guidance. Her cherry blossom-colored long hair swayed gently with her movements. She was focused on discussing with a female ninja, who nodded respectfully continuously. Xuanhua Mingren suddenly became mesmerized. He remembered the times when Chu Nying would speak those medical terms, tie up her hair, put on gloves, and pick up a scalpel. She was so confident, sexy, and incredibly cool. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was utterly enchanted by her. He stared blankly, feeling a faint twitch in his heart, a sensation of heartache. She had done so much for him, yet he had done nothing for her. That night, he even said such harsh words to her.
Lord Fire Shadow.
One of the medical ninjas inside first noticed him pointing at the door, and saying, "It seems Lord Fire Shadow is outside the door." Chu Nying was startled. She quickly walked over, and slid the door open with a clatter. Her cherry blossom-colored strands entered his sight. Xuanhua Mingren scratched his head, meeting Chu Nying's gaze. In a daze, he forgot the script of the little theater in his mind. Konoha, he grinned, glanced at the medical ninjas inside, and said awkwardly, "Sorry everyone for disturbing you." The young medical ninjas stood in awe, straightened their bodies, bowed deeply, and said in unison, "It is our honor to have Lord Fire Shadow come to guide us." Chu Nying looked at Xuanhua Mingren with doubt in her eyes, as if asking what he wanted. Xuanhua Mingren's plan was completely disrupted under such public scrutiny. He naturally could not get straight to the point. Chu Nying's eyes gradually showed an unusual expression. Xuanhua Mingren felt that he would soon receive a dismissal order, so he hurriedly said, "Well, Ingchan, I came to find Xiao Ingchan." 5 pairs of curious eyes gathered the medical ninja scholars, all stared at the 7th Fire Shadow at the door. The golden-haired man felt tense all over. The previously imagined scene of pulling Chu Nying over and directly confronting her with authority was instantly thrown to the winds. In fact, he had been Fire Shadow for 7 years, and could face any situation with calm composure, but in front of this woman, he always easily became flustered. He mentally leaned against the wall in defeat. In front of Ingchan, he really couldn't manage a cool entrance. He was so nervous that his eyes darted around. Catching a glimpse of his right hand, he had a flash of inspiration and said, "My hand hurts." Chu Nying was clearly taken aback, her beautiful jade-green eyes shifting. Back then, Mingren's prosthetic arm was developed and installed by her team using First Fire Shadow's cells. Could it be that something had gone wrong over time? She concentrated in thought, a look of worry appearing on her face. Such an expression was quickly caught by the golden-haired man. He looked at Chu Nying firmly and added confidently, "Recently I've been feeling a lot of pain in my arm. I'm not sure if there's a problem with the transplant somewhere." Upon hearing this, Chu Nying no longer hesitated. She immediately turned to the 5 medical ninjas and said, "That's all for today. Go back and study more." Xuanhua Mingren was smug about the excuse he had found. What a perfect reason. The arm was installed by her, so, if there was a problem, she would naturally be responsible. After all, no one knew more about the transplant of this hand than she did. Seeing the look of worry in Chu Nying's eyes, his heart was so joyful it felt like flying. See, she worried about him. He only said his hand hurt, and she became extremely concerned. At this moment, Xuanhua Mingren was sitting on a chair in the hospital ward watching Chu Nying busily preparing medical equipment. He was so happy that he couldn't help turning around and covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Chu Nying activated the medical instrument, took out the remote to turn on the air conditioner, turned to close the door, and said to him, "Take off your clothes." Xuanhua Mingren was stunned in surprise. Take off clothes. Here. His mind conjured up some fanciful scenes. Ingchan really becomes more and more unpredictable. Idiot Mingren. Idiot. What are you thinking about? Chu Nying's cherry blossom hair flew as she punched him on the head and shouted, "I'm telling you to take off your shirt for an examination." Xuanhua Mingren's head instantly swelled up with a big lump. Although Ingchan's strength was much less than before, she still showed no mercy when hitting him. However, this feeling was really nice. Xuanhua Mingren touched his head, with both hands, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even though he had been hit, the feeling of being hit by Chu Nying made him feel as if he had returned to many years ago, when he was messing around and she was laughing. She would still call him Idiot Mingren, Dummy Mingren. They seemed unchanged, everything was still the same. This warm moment made him feel that his third dream was no longer out of reach. He almost wanted to say, "Ingchan hit me again." but he didn't say it, not wanting to ruin the atmosphere. Xuanwen Mingren felt warm inside, and cooperatively took off the cloak over his coat. The inner clothing was an orange and black suit. 10 years had passed, and the clothes he loved to wear were still these. The person he deeply loved was still before his eyes. Chu Nying put away the cloak he had taken off. To Xuanwen Mingren, it was just a work uniform, but in Chu Nying's eyes, it was especially solemn. She carefully hung it on the nearby coat rack and tidied it. When she turned around, Xuanwen Mingren had already taken off his shirt. The man, bare-chested, looked up at her. His broad, firm, and tight chest made her heart pound wildly at just a glance, and her cheeks flushed red. Chu Nying felt her face burning hot. She hurriedly fumbled with the messy wires on the medical instrument, not daring to look at him again. She turned around to calm her surging emotions. She kept telling herself that she was just seeing a former patient, but inwardly, she regretted not calling Jingye to do the examination. Seeing her shyly avoid him, Xuanwen Mingren smiled contentedly. So it wasn't just him whose heart was stirred. She felt the same. Could it be that her heart truly did not have him? Xuanwen Mingren watched her back as she fiddled with the medical machine, recalling the purpose of his visit. A question lingered in his heart. He had a very, very important question to ask her. But at this moment, he was no longer in a hurry. He touched the pocket of his pants and smiled gently. Chu Nying walked over to him, circled behind him, and attached the chip end of the machine's wire to Xuanwen Mingren's prosthetic arm and shoulder. Without a word, she carefully recorded the values read by the machine. She was facing away from him, and he couldn't see her face. Cherry blossom-colored long hair draped around her shoulders. He turned his head to look at her, and she chided, "Mingren, don't move." He turned back, and sat still, quietly looking at the ceiling. The office heating was on full, and he felt a sense of peace in his heart. After reading the values, Chu Nying touched her forehead, and murmured, "The values are all fairly normal, nothing wrong." She turned to look at him, her jade-green eyes, asking seriously, "Do you usually come regularly for checkups and maintenance?" Xuanwen Mingren gave a brilliant smile. The concern in her eyes delighted him. "No, I hate it, Ingchan." He lowered his head, a slight smile secretly curling at the corner of his mouth. Ingchan cared about him. She must still love him. She refused to admit it because she had concerns. He once again confirmed this thought. Chu Nying nodded, put on thin medical gloves, crouched down, and removed the bandages wrapped around his prosthetic arm, carefully examining the fusion and growth of the arm. The prosthetic arm was pale and bloodless, unlike his bronze skin full of vitality. The stark contrast in color made her unable to stop her heartache. How many times had this man been injured? How many times had he almost died but survived? In the end, he still lost an arm. Now she had no chakra, so she could only slowly examine where the problem lay. She reined in her emotions, stopping the worry in her eyes, not wanting him to discover that she still felt such heartache for him. But how could her every move, every glance and smile escape the sharp eyes of the seventh fire shadow? Xuanwen Mingren understood in his heart, but he was not in a hurry to expose her. Chu Nying lifted his hand, while performing movements such as raising, bending, striking, and retracting, asking him, "Does it hurt?" "No pain." Xuanwen Mingren replied reflexively. Immediately he realized, "Isn't it because my hand hurts that I came for an examination?" He quickly corrected himself. "Ah, it hurts, Xiao Ingchan, it hurts a lot." "Is it this kind of pain?" Chu Nying without suspicion repeated the previous movements. Xuanwen Mingren nodded guiltily. Chu Nying moved behind him, lowered her head, and carefully pressed points on his arm, shoulder, and back, gently instructing, "Tell me when it hurts, okay?" Even through the thin glove, Xuanwen Mingren could still feel the slight coolness from her slender fingertips. Due to her lowered head, her pink hair occasionally touched his shoulder, neck, and ear, causing a tingling sensation. Her worried expression, her caring eyes, her gentle words, the delicate touch of her fingers, all of these made him feel joy and happiness. As Chu Nying's hands moved and pressed over his arm and shoulder back area, his already throbbing heart became even harder to restrain. In the prime of his youth, waves of surging heat quickly rose within his body. A scorching heat rapidly spread through his body, and Uzumaki Naruto felt as if Haruno Sakura's small hands were igniting fires everywhere. His expression suddenly tightened and his entire spine stiffened instantly. He was a man, he clearly understood what this feeling was. This woman had now aroused his sexual desire. He suddenly recalled the night they were intimately united, how she was so soft and warm, her gentle breaths and moans, and he was lost in ecstasy. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up abruptly. That feeling was irresistible. He pulled Haruno Sakura into his arms, his gaze fixed intensely on her, and his breathing became extremely uneven. This feeling of being consumed by desire was truly unbearable. Her face, her eyes, her lips, even her strands of hair were so enchanting and soul-stirring he desperately wanted to devour her. Such an emotional sensation made him forget where and when he was. His hand unconsciously tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. Haruno Sakura, who was working diligently, was suddenly hugged tightly. In her panic demand, an electric current surged through every cell in her body. She felt both ashamed and furious, and raised her hand to slap him across the face.
Rascal!
The cold sensation of her palm, and the burning pain on his face, brought him slightly back to his senses. Haruno Sakura's eyes glistened with a thin layer of aggrieved tears.
Uzumaki Naruto! You? You bastard!
She pushed him away, and ran toward the door.
Don't go, Sakura-chan!
He ran over and grabbed her. He had completely regained his senses.
Just now! I'm sorry, Sakura-chan!
He knew he had offended her, and his mind was in a turmoil, not knowing what to do. Haruno Sakura turned her back, stomping her feet in anger.
Hurry up and put on your clothes! And why are you still holding me? I'm leaving. Sakura-chan, you can't leave. Uzumaki Naruto was terrified at the thought of her leaving. As if by reflex, he formed hand seals and instantly set up a shadow-level barrier.
The bright indoor lights dimmed. Haruno Sakura felt fear. Terrifying images flashed through her mind. Was this guy going to bully her? Terrified, she crossed her arms tightly over her chest and stammered.
You? You? What are you going to do?
Uzumaki Naruto looked at the frightened Haruno Sakura, who was as nervous as a flustered little rabbit. So without her monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu, she was actually so delicate and adorable. He couldn't help but smile, the smile blooming at the corners of his eyes, his whole being radiating a warm masculine charm. Haruno Sakura looked down, not daring to meet his gaze even once. Uzumaki Naruto put on his clothes, scratching his head sheepishly. He walked over and gently tousled her cherry blossom hair, then lowered his head, one hand cradling the back of her head, pressing his forehead against hers, and whispered softly,
Don't be afraid. If you're unwilling, how could I bear to do anything to you?
An ambiguous atmosphere spread. Then he straightened up and looked at her with an expression of being wronged. Haruno Sakura sighed. She felt she didn't understand Uzumaki Naruto at all. That night, they had clearly spoken, very clearly, and they had drawn such a distinct line between them. Why could he still act as if nothing had happened, hugging and flirting with her again? This was not the same Uzumaki Naruto. As before, he was far more terrifying than the old Naruto. Looking at his innocent eyes, Haruno Sakura suddenly remembered that he had drunk a lot that night. Could it be that he had forgotten everything she said? Haruno Sakura was stunned, feeling that she had made a terrible miscalculation.
You didn't black out, did you?
She asked. The word blackout was like a forbidden phrase. Uzumaki Naruto, whenever he heard the word
blackout,
immediately thought of his shotgun marriage to Hyuga Hinata. He jumped up excitedly, grabbed her hand, and vehemently defended himself.
I didn't black out. I won't black out. I remember everything. After saying that, he felt particularly regretful, as if saying that was also wrong. What if Sakura-chan asked him about Borin? How could he explain that clearly?
He felt that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash himself clean. Thinking this, his mood immediately became tense, afraid that Haruno Sakura would really ask him why he had done something to betray her. But Haruno Sakura didn't ask. Her faint voice came through the air. She said,
Then you should know. Don't come to me anymore. We ended long ago. Uzumaki Naruto's heart, which had been lifted high, suddenly plummeted to the bottom, his entire body as cold as ice. He would rather she questioned him about why he married Hyuga Hinata. He would rather she blamed him for having a child with another woman. At least that would show that she still cared for him, still loved him. But she didn't. She was just indifferent, gently pulling away their distance with a single word, just like before. He felt powerless and furious. Just moments ago, she had clearly been so concerned about him, and now she was turning her back on him so ruthlessly. He couldn't bear it. He forcefully pulled her hand, cornering her against the wall, so she had no retreat. Uzumaki Naruto somehow produced a kunai and pressed it into Haruno Sakura's hand, pointing it toward his own heart. His brows furrowed and his eyes overflowed with undeniable sorrow. Sakura-chan! Do you think my heart doesn't ache? You keep saying such things over and over. Do you want me dead?
Haruno Sakura's emerald eyes turned slightly red. She hesitated, knowing that this was Uzumaki Naruto's outright threat and test. If he then actively pushed the kunai into his skin by an inch, she would definitely flinch and withdraw her hand. She should have stabbed him herself, so he could completely give up, but she couldn't. In this contest she had already lost from the moment she received the kunai and hesitated. Haruno Sakura chose to put away the kunai. She didn't want him to see into her heart, so she could only say calmly,
Naruto, this is emotional blackmail.
Since you can't do it, stop using such words to hurt me. Sakura-chan. I'm in pain, I really want to die. His gaze was like a pool of clear water, both deep and transparent. Yet his attitude was extremely calm, no longer as fervent as before, wanting to tear her apart. He just spoke quietly, saying that he missed her, wondering why she could be so heartless, saying that he was in pain, so much pain, that he wanted to dig out his heart. Haruno Sakura's expression softened slightly, finally, no longer so cold. His hand propped beside her brushed her long hair behind her ear. He leaned down and gently kissed her earlobe, then slowly spoke.
I know you still love me. Perhaps you have your reasons. Is it because?
Haruno Sakura's mind was in a tangle. She wanted to deny it, but at this moment denial would only be a cover-up. She quickly turned her face away, not wanting him to kiss her, and even more unwilling to let him see her eyes. Haruno Sakura's evasive action annoyed Uzumaki Naruto. His clear spring-like gaze turned dark. His anger rising, he furrowed his brows, and grabbed her chin. Enveloping her entirely in his aura, he had been the Hokage for many years now. No one could lie in front of the current him. He scrutinized her with a sharp gaze. He wanted to interrogate her. Why was she avoiding? Why had she been denying all along? Was it because of the child? Was Hanami really Sasuke's child? Whose child was Hanami after all? This was originally the reason he came to find her today. Whose child was Hanami-chan? This question had been tightly spinning in his mind since the afternoon. But when he met Haruno Sakura's flustered eyes, and saw her posture ready to fight at any moment, he suddenly didn't want to ask. Why had their relationship come to this? They should have been inseparably close. His heart ached. Recalling her eyes full of concern, just now, her flushed cheeks, these genuine feelings were not fake. In that instant, he suddenly understood that with the so-called evidence in his hand, if he pressed her, he could foresee that she would only resist fiercely, just like last time. They would have a violent quarrel. She would use the harshest words to hurt him. He would lose his mind again, and he might tear her apart. No, he didn't want to see such a situation happen again. In his mind, he recalled Haruno Sakura's pale face after she fainted, how weak she was. He was filled with regret. He didn't want to hurt her anymore. Uzumaki Naruto's dark gaze calmed down. The look on Haruno Sakura's face quickly shifted from avoidance to tension, which made him feel guilty and pained. He indeed had insufficient evidence regarding Hanami-chan. She had too many reasons to refute him. After all, his Haruno Sakura was so smart, and she knew him so well. Thinking of this, he smiled gently. She knew him, but didn't he know her? He was very calm. She cared about him, she was concerned about him, she was nervous about him. Every time she spoke harsh words to distance herself, it was just to provoke him to give up. No, he would not let go again. She was just hiding, just trying to anger him. He couldn't be impulsive, he had to endure. She had said this was her home. If she didn't come back here, where else could she go? He was so afraid that if they continued to torment each other, he would lose her forever. No, he didn't want that. He only wanted to cherish her, and love her. He would never hurt her again. With his resolve strengthened, Uzumaki Naruto released his tight grip on Haruno Sakura's hand. His eyes returned to their bright blue, the clear and determined gaze back in his eyes. He smiled gently, a warm smile. Looking at Haruno Sakura, who was already prepared to have a big fight with him, he took out the cherry blossom hair ribbon from his pocket and gently tied it for her.
It looks very nice, Sakura-chan. Without the ninja headband, you can use this space to tie the ribbon from now on.
He put his arm around her shoulder and placed a kiss on her forehead. He knew she was struggling and pushing him away, but it didn't matter, she couldn't push him anyway. He rested his chin on her shoulder and whispered softly in her ear.
Sakura-chan, I love you so much. Can you please not hurt me?
Feeling that Haruno Sakura in his arms finally stopped struggling, he let her go. He dispelled the barrier, walked to the coat rack, took down his trench coat, and put it on smoothly. Looking back, Haruno Sakura was leaning against the wall where she had been, her bangs falling to cover her eyes. The kunai that could have killed him lay at her feet. Uzumaki Naruto inexplicably found her adorable. He turned around, walked over, and said gently,
"Sakura-chan, I have decided to pursue you again. Please think it over carefully." Without waiting for her response, his brows and eyes were tender, a smile rippling across his face as he disappeared like a flash of light.
Why not smile? At least she didn't reject him strongly anymore, right? Haruno Sakura, she's the type who yields to gentleness, but not to force. The blond man walked along the street, a curve of contentment curling at the corners of his lips. He felt that today he had finally accomplished something significant. The gloomy mood that had plagued him for days was swept away. Although he hadn't gotten the answer he wanted, this progress seemed even better. He patted the pocket of his trouser leg, pulled out a chakra test paper cut in half, and stopped in his tracks, his mind turning. This was the chakra nature test he had personally conducted for Uchiha Hanami this afternoon. The student's enthusiasm for planting trees was high. Leaves danced into his clothes, reminding him of the days when he had trained in the wind-released raisin shuriken. Hanami-chan was a promising seedling. This led him to consider testing her chakra nature. He had expected it to be fire or lightning, but it turned out to be wind. The discovery of the wind nature stunned him, as if he had been struck a blow. If the example of the shadow clone was too thin, then the wind chakra nature seemed to support his conjecture even more strongly. He was thunderstruck by the cut paper, then ecstatic. He couldn't wait to find out the answer. But looking at Hanami-chan's iconic black hair and black eyes along with her masterful shuriken technique, he had to believe that this might just be a coincidence. After all, both he and Sasuke now possessed all chakra natures. He felt as if he had been thrown back into the abyss, and finally decided to test her. Forget it. He shook his head, and stuffed the split chakra test paper into his pocket. What mattered to him wasn't whose child Hanami-chan was. Even if it were Sasuke's, he still loved her, and he could completely treat her as his own child. He didn't want to pressure Haruno Sakura anymore. He didn't know what she had experienced over the past 10 years, whether she had been well or not. If she didn't want to talk about it, he would never ask for the rest of his life. Her return was already the greatest gift from heaven to him. As for other matters, he had his ways. The street was crowded with people, and the flow gradually became congested. Uzumaki Naruto looked around and found nothing suspicious. Hearing the sound of a vendor's loudspeaker, he realized it was time to get off work. During rush hour, the main street of Konoha was bustling with activity. He was in a great mood, smiling at everyone he saw. People who had finished their day's work moved through the streets at varying speeds, some heading to eateries, some to the market, some browsing clothing stores, and some lingering at toy stalls. From time to time people passed by him, warmly greeting him, before quickly merging into the crowd.
"Naruto-kun!"
That gentle female voice came from behind him, filled with surprise and delight. Uzumaki Naruto's body trembled slightly. He didn't need to turn around to know that this voice belonged to Hyuga Hinata. His spine stiffened like an ice sculpture, and the smile on his face vanished. Hyuga Hinata walked up beside him. He noticed that she was carrying 2 plastic bags, one with fruit, the other with vegetables. Clearly she had been out shopping. Her other hand was tightly holding Uzumaki Baruto. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy looked up, called out, "Father," reluctantly, then lowered his gaze to play with a toy in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto froze in the wind, unsure how to respond. The gloomy mood that had haunted him for days returned to his heart. He suddenly felt defeated. What right did he have to now talk about pursuing Haruno Sakura? How would Sakura-chan view him, and where would that leave Hinata? His face stiffened. It seemed he couldn't fulfill the promise he had made to Shikamaru.
"How nice, Naruto-kun, you're off work early today. I just bought the freshest bonito. Will you be dining at home tonight?"
Hyuga Hinata looked at him with gentle, hopeful eyes. Uzumaki Naruto's Adam's apple bobbed. He was uncomfortable with this kind of interaction. Pressing his lips together, he began.
"Hinata,
the words,
get a divorce,"
were about to leave his lips when Uzumaki Baruto's loud wailing interrupted him. His toy had pinched his finger. Hyuga Hinata hastily set down the 2 bags of groceries, crouched down, rubbed his little hand, and gently blew on it. After a moment, Uzumaki Baruto finally calmed down. Hyuga Hinata picked up her son, cast an apologetic glance at Uzumaki Naruto, and asked,
"Naruto-kun, could you please carry the bags on the ground?"
Uzumaki Naruto swallowed his words, and silently picked up the 2 bags of groceries. These 2 bags were not heavy for him, but for the delicate Hyuga Hinata, they might have been quite burdensome. How many days had she been like this, raising a child alone, taking care of the household? Uzumaki Naruto's heart was filled with infinite guilt, as if a stone were tied to him, sinking into the sea deeper and deeper, until he could barely breathe. Then he thought of Haruno Sakura. If it were Haruno Sakura, how could he have treated her like this? Both were wonderful women worthy of tenderness and cherishment. He had once failed Haruno Sakura, and now he was about to fail Hyuga Hinata. His steps felt as heavy as lead. Birds returned to their nests, leaving winged shadows across the sky. Dusk donned a warm-colored rosy robe. The 2 walked along Konoha's busiest main street. People still passed by from time to time, casting envious glances. A young couple in love walked by. The girl tugged the boy's hand and pointed at Uzumaki Naruto, saying,
"Look, the 7th Hokage is truly a wonderful man. He even accompanies his wife and son to buy groceries. You should learn from your idol."
The boy replied nervously.
"Yes."
Uzumaki Naruto smiled bitterly. What was all this anyway? The constant gazes from the villagers made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't accept this envy. He couldn't wait to get home and have a serious talk with Hyuga Hinata. At the head of West Street, a rapidly moving figure was leaping and weaving through the crowd. Beneath black hair, a pair of black eyes flickered with urgency. It was Uchiha Hanami. After Ninja Academy classes ended, she had stayed a little longer to train, and only then realized that the dinner time agreed with her mother was almost upon her. She dashed through West Street and onto the main road, nearly colliding with Uzumaki Naruto.
"Naruto uncle!"
She stopped in her tracks and looked up at him with her black eyes. Uzumaki Naruto's entire body stiffened, as if Haruno Sakura were standing before him. He even felt an unpleasant sense of being caught red-handed. His hands holding the plastic bags had nowhere to rest. He was fidgety and uneasy. He knew full well that this was just Haruno Sakura's child, but his body and heart felt nothing but tension and despair.
"Ah!"
came a surprised exclamation from Hyuga Hinata beside him.
"You're Sakura-san and Sasuke-kun's child, aren't you?"
She smiled gently and reached out to stroke the girl's black hair. Then she withdrew her hand and said to Uzumaki Naruto,
"Naruto-kun, she's adorable. This is the first time I've met her."
Uchiha Hanami then noticed the woman beside Uzumaki Naruto. She had a gentle face and silver-white eyes, as crystalline as snow. In her arms she held a child with golden hair, who was playing with a toy. When the child heard his mother's voice, he looked up. His azure eyes were exactly like the 7th Hokage's. Uchiha Hanami's eyes flickered. She thought this must be Naruto uncle's wife.
"Hello, Hokage-sama's wife. I am Uchiha Hanami."
She smiled politely, bowed slightly to show respect, and looked at Uzumaki Boruto in her arms, and sighed softly.
"I envy you." "What's there to envy?"
asked Uzumaki Naruto.
"He's lucky. His parents are with him."
Uchiha Hanami shrugged and stuck out her tongue playfully. Hearing this, a wave stirred in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. He crouched down and asked,
"Does Hanami-chan's father not spend time with her?" "Father, he—"
Uchiha Hanami's eyes flickered. Suddenly a drawn-out call came from the air. As the voice stretched,
"Hanami-chan!"
in the air, Yamanaka Ino ran up from behind.
"Hanami-chan, it's dinner time."
Her beautiful light blonde hair scattered over her chest as she bent down, took Uchiha Hanami's hand, and said,
"Say goodbye to the Hokage-sama. See you next time, Naruto uncle. It's time for my mother and me to have dinner."
She waved and merged into the crowd with Ino. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze searched eagerly through the crowd, but he didn't see the cherry blossom-haired woman. Sakura-chan. Was she there? He lifted his eyes again and scanned the crowd carefully, but still there was no sign of that woman. He stood there stunned until the figures of Yamanaka Ino and Uchiha Hanami disappeared around the corner.
"Naruto-kun, let's go!"
Hyuga Hinata picked up the plastic bags, took Uzumaki Boruto's hand, and continued walking home. Twilight deepened, and the light gradually dimmed. Around the corner, Haruno Sakura watched the blond man and his family disappear into the street. The world returned to darkness in that moment. The streetlights came on. 1,000 birds flew past. This was the last flock of geese returning home. What was all this? She was his home, she was the mistress of that home. Haruno Sakura's hands hung limply. The hairband in her sleeve slipped out and fell to the ground, but she didn't pick it up. How ridiculous. Why had she hidden herself? Haruno Sakura didn't want to admit it at all, but just now in the hospital room she had wavered in her purpose for returning.
Mom.
Uchiha Hanami and Yamanaka Ino had returned. Hanami-chan took her mother's hand and said,
Mom, why do you look a little sad?
Haruno Sakura rubbed her face, her eyes shifting, and replied,
Do I? Maybe the research progress is a bit slow lately. Oh, research is so tough.
Uchiha Hanami blinked, then pulled her mother toward the eatery.
Hey, there's a hairband here.
The sharp-eyed girl quickly picked up the hairband from the ground.
Wow, so pretty.
Uchiha Hanami's eyes sparkled.
I wonder if it would look good on me.
She said this as she tied the hairband around her own head. After all, she was a little girl fascinated by such exquisite accessories. Having arranged her hair, she jumped in front of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, asking excitedly,
Mom, does it look good? And Ino, does it look good on me?
Yamanaka Ino put her hand to her forehead and said,
Hanami-chan, don't pick up things that others have thrown away on the ground. If you like it, Aunt Ino will buy you 10. Aw, this isn't thrown away, is it? Maybe someone lost it by accident. How could anyone bear to throw away something so exquisite?
Uchiha Hanami pouted, a little disappointed. The hairband she had discarded was picked up by her daughter again.
Keep it if you like it.
Haruno Sakura spoke, helplessly stroking her daughter's hair. Yamanaka Ino shrugged, rolled her eyes at Haruno Sakura, and sighed.
Fine.
She led Uchiha Hanami into the eatery, then turned back to give Haruno Sakura a bright smile, and said,
The hairband, our friendship.
Haruno Sakura smiled knowingly and followed Yamanaka Ino. Uchiha Hanami took her mother's hand, looked at Yamanaka Ino, and asked curiously,
Is there a story behind the hairband?
Yamanaka Ino smiled mysteriously and said,
Of course, it's the days of youth. One day when we grow old, we'll tell the stories to our children.
In the long river of years, some youthful memories are meant to be recalled while others can only be forgotten. Haruno Sakura lowered her head and ate her rice. She was in a hurry to get back to her experiments. The research on changing hair and eye color needed several more confirmations to ensure absolute success. The Uzumaki Mansion. As night fell, the sky was tinged with dark blue, with a few sparse stars hanging faintly in the night. The earth lay shrouded in dimness. Hyuga Hinata carried her sleeping son from the sofa into the bedroom, gently stroking his golden hair. Her silver-white eyes lowered, and she let out a silent sigh. She should not have sighed. Her husband, the Hokage, who was often out early and returned late, had come home very early today. He rarely dined at home, but not long ago he had been sitting at the table waiting for his virtuous wife to bring out the freshest Konoha fish from the kitchen. 3 small dishes, a bowl of fine soup, and a pot of light tea. This was the family dinner scene she had most longed for. Yet this dreamlike picture, because of the man's silence, had turned tense and awkward. She understood why she had encountered him so busy on the main road. From that direction one glance would reach the Konoha hospital. She recalled the moment when Uchiha Hanami came running over, and the man beside her became so flustered that he didn't know where to put his hands. If she could keep things as they were, she would choose to turn a blind eye. She would still be gentle, understanding, and considerate, taking care of the child and the family. 10 years ago, she had already understood that there would never be a place for her in this man's heart. His love would only belong to that cherry blossom-haired woman. But she did not force it. As long as she loved him, that was enough. But today it seemed she could no longer deceive herself. After returning home, the man had not spoken a single word. He ate quietly, and after finishing he voluntarily washed the dishes. Was he thinking about how to broach the subject? Or was he waiting for the child to fall asleep? Both of them knew clearly how this marriage had begun. Hyuga Hinata knew that the day of its end had finally arrived. She gently tucked the blanket around her child, closed the bedroom door, and returned to the living room. The wind blew, and the flower trees in the courtyard swayed, their shadows quivering. It was a cherry blossom tree. In the year of their marriage, when they purchased the house, Naruto-kun had left all other matters aside. When the gardeners came to arrange the courtyard, he only asked for a few cherry saplings to plant with his own hands. He had to leave himself a keepsake. That year Hyuga Hinata looked at the saplings and comforted herself with this thought. 7 years had passed. By now, the cherry sapling had grown into a tall tree, standing gracefully in summer and blooming profusely in spring. He had planted the cherry tree, but he never once stopped to admire the blossoms. He never mentioned the name again. The more he acted this way, the more she understood that he had never let go. They say time and new love are the best remedies. She once fantasized that perhaps one day he and she could sit under the cherry tree reminiscing about the past, and laughingly speak of that legendary cherry blossom-haired girl. But that was never meant to be. The wind continued to blow. Hyuga Hinata shook her head, and her vision blurred. The sound of the man's footsteps approached her. She finally stopped looking at the cherry tree, raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, and turned to face Uzumaki Naruto. He walked from the kitchen to the living room, and sat down on the sofa at a distance neither close nor far from her. He had a short crew cut, and his handsome angular face was clearly defined. For 7 years, this was the first time he had voluntarily drawn near her. His azure eyes were sincere and honest. He said, "Hinata, let's get a divorce." It was so direct and straightforward. Indeed, speaking his mind was his ninja way. His blue eyes sparkled with light. In a trance, Hyuga Hinata felt as if the impulsive, cheerful, bright, and resolute young man of 10 years ago had returned. She opened her mouth, her eyes flickering. He was as sincere and direct as he had been as a boy, and it left her speechless. In that fleeting moment of days, her thoughts drifted. It was as if her soul had left her body, and before her eyes appeared the image of the golden-haired boy as a child. Yes, that was when she had first fallen in love with him. She seemed to be in the forest outside Konoha, where she at 10 years old often came secretly. That golden-haired boy would either punch the wooden posts repeatedly or practice shuriken diligently. He would bring a cup of instant noodles, have a simple breakfast, and then continue practicing the clone technique. She hid in the bushes and watched him. He was dead last in class, causing trouble everywhere, defying the teachers, and seeming never to care about grades. But she knew he was not like that. In reality, he never gave up, and worked harder in secret than anyone else. Yes, it was from that moment that she began to silently watch over Naruto-kun. A faint smile touched Hyuga Hinata's lips. As the last-ranked member of the Hyuga clan, being a member of the main family was incredibly painful. With her mediocre talent, she had long wanted to give up. As the last-ranked student, Uzumaki Naruto's tenacious willpower gave her motivation. He was as resilient as the wind. For all these years, she had made chasing after him her direction. He was the faith in her heart. She admired him, but she was timid and shy, never daring to confess her feelings. Cowardly, she watched him fall in love with the girl on his team. That girl was outstanding, brave, and strong, as brilliant as cherry blossoms. Hyuga Hinata closed her eyes tightly, and 2 streams of hot tears slid down her porcelain-white cheeks. Uzumaki Naruto was startled. He pulled a tissue from the coffee table and handed it to her. Hyuga Hinata shook her head and buried her face in her hands, unable to suppress her sobs. Uzumaki Naruto watched her shoulders tremble like a sieve. Such a fragile woman crying in muffled sobs would make any man's heart ache. Yes, his heart ached for her. She deserved a man who would treasure her completely, and that man would not be him. His heart had long been filled with no room for another woman. He could only wait in silence until Hyuga Hinata's emotions had calmed somewhat. Then he continued, "Hinata, I am very grateful to you over these years. You are an excellent woman, and you have been extremely good to me. But I am not a qualified husband nor a qualified father." Hyuga Hinata looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. She asked, "Is it because Miss Sakura has returned?" Uzumaki Naruto was silent, then nodded. He looked at her with a guilty gaze and said, "Not entirely. For 7 years you have known that I have never forgotten her in my heart, yet you chose to tolerate my willfulness and selfishness. The better you treat me, the more guilty I feel." Guilty. It was guilt. Hyuga Hinata averted her eyes. His honest gaze was unbearable for her. In truth, she had known it all along. She had known that this day would come. Even if Haruno Sakura never returned, this marriage would still end. 7 years. She had used 7 years, yet she had not shaken his heart in the slightest. He had never had any intimate physical contact with her. His feelings had remained the same as 10 years ago. What was Uzumaki Naruto like 10 years ago? After learning that Haruno Sakura had left with Uchiha Sasuke, he completely collapsed. He searched the entire world for her, drank heavily, suffered insomnia, and stayed awake all night. When he couldn't find her, he would shut himself in his room and cry, wasting away until he was nothing but skin and bones. The sixth Hokage Kakashi-sensei sighed silently. Yamanaka Ino wanted to cut ties with him. His comrades from the same generation had no idea what to do. Even Nara Shikamaru could only resort to smoking. It was then that she understood before he left Konoha to carry out that mission. The words he had wanted to say to her at the doorstep were a breakup. But later in that mission she died for him, and so he never spoke those words. At that time, it was because of guilt. 10 years later he stayed by her side. Also because of guilt. Hyuga Hinata felt an indescribable sorrow. Thousands of thoughts surged in her heart. She stood up and slid open the floor-to-ceiling door. The damp cool night wind rushed in against her face. She composed herself and spoke slowly.
Naruto-kun. You? Towards me do you have
even a little bit of liking? She wanted to ask him that, but she was still timid, hesitant, and shy. Even with her back to him, such words were too difficult to utter. But she really wanted to know. She clenched her fists, turned around resolutely, but quickly lowered her head when she met Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes. Hyuga Hinata knew that she would never be able to keep this man. If she didn't ask now, would she ever have another chance in this life? She mustered her courage, looked up, and asked,
Naruto-kun, what kind of feelings do you have for me?
Having received the question, Uzumaki Naruto sat quietly on the sofa. The wind blew in through the open door, and the air in the room gradually cooled. He stood up, walked closer to her, and leaned against the sliding door. He tilted his head slightly as if thinking. After a long while he spoke.
The Hinata I remember is gentle, brave, and strong. That year during the Chunin exams you were willing to risk showing me the answers. I didn't know why, but I was grateful and remembered you. Later it was your match against Niji. I was deeply shaken. Even now thinking back, my heart still stirs with emotion. At that time, I truly didn't understand why someone so seemingly weak could possess such tenacious willpower. Until many years later, when you suddenly rushed out to stand in front of me against pain, I finally understood. It was because of me. At that moment, I deeply felt your love. Honestly, I was excited and overjoyed because no one had ever loved me the way you did. I must say I was deeply moved. But that kind of emotion is not the stirring of love. My heart had already belonged to someone else long before. So after the battle with pain, I couldn't accept your feelings. In fact, even during the final war when Niji died, in my heart you were still just a comrade who could awaken me. A comrade,
he emphasized.
A very precious comrade. In my heart this preciousness is no less than love.
As Uzumaki Naruto spoke, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He lowered his head and said dejectedly,
Perhaps it was fate. From that event onward, we seemed to fall into an endless cycle of guilt and indebtedness. This feeling of guilt and indebtedness is terrifying. Whenever I see you, it surfaces without warning.
He clenched his hands, his lips pressed tightly together, and his blue pupils flickered constantly. Hyuga Hinata could see that he was very nervous. Finally he looked up at her, and said in a mournful voice,
Hinata, I cannot reciprocate your deep affection nor repay your kindness. And marrying you in a muddle-headed way, all of this fills me with deep self-blame and pain. After marriage I was not competent. I cannot betray my own heart, nor can I deceive you. I could only keep myself busy. You understand everything. You clearly know everything, yet you still treat me so well that I can only endlessly blame myself and suffer.
He closed his eyes, then opened them again, concluding with a sigh.
I am sorry for you.
He said no more, his head drooping, as if awaiting judgment. Hyuga Hinata kept her eyes tightly shut. Her heart felt as if pierced by 10,000 arrows. 2 streams of tears flowed unceasingly down her cheeks. She was not foolish. She understood what he meant. Toward her there had once been bonds and emotion, but later only self-blame and guilt remained. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lip hard to control her emotions. The cool wind continued to blow, but neither of them bothered to close the window. After a long time Hyuga Hinata spoke.
I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Since our marriage I have caused you such pain. I failed to bring you happiness. I am truly remiss.
Uzumaki Naruto shook his head violently. Why was she so kind? Even now, she was still apologizing. His heart was tormented, and he said in a trembling voice,
Hinata, I am a scoundrel. We are not suited.
He owed this woman too much, and he could never repay her. This unequal relationship oppressed him. He really couldn't go on like this. He took a deep breath and said,
Actually, many years ago, I had already proposed a divorce. I know that Hinata deserves someone better, someone who will cherish you in the palm of their hands. I have tried to love you, but I cannot. I spoke with your father about divorce, but I owe the Hyuga clan too much. Both the prodigy of the branch family and the noble daughter of the main family died for me. Your father was right. The interests between the Hyuga clan and the Seventh Hokage are already inseparable.
Yes, it was between the Hyuga clan and the Seventh Hokage. This marriage was never simple love. From the start, it was entangled with interests. Hyuga Hinata felt as if struck at her vital point. The words Hyuga clan and Seventh Hokage constantly reminded her of that dark night 7 years ago in the ancestral hall of the Hyuga main house. Her cousin, a noble daughter of the clan, had come to her with a plan that would satisfy both sides, warning her, "Don't forget you are a member of the Hyuga main family." Her heart trembled with unease. She hurriedly stopped her tears, turned back to the sofa, took a tissue to wipe her eyes, and said to Uzumaki Naruto,
"Naruto-kun, can you give me some time to think carefully?"
The damp, cool night wind had been blowing in through the sliding door for a while, and the indoor temperature had dropped. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and closed the sliding door firmly. He said softly,
"I will leave all my property to you. You can decide about the child. If—"
He paused, then continued,
"if the Hyuga clan has any conditions, we can discuss them."
After saying that, he went to the bedroom and packed a few changes of clothes. He walked to the sofa where Hyuga Hinata was sitting, crouched down, and looked into her silver-white eyes. Her eyes were always so pure. They should not always be filled with longing and tears. He said firmly,
"Hinata, I can distinguish between Hyuga Hinata and the Hyuga clan. In Uzumaki Naruto's heart, you have always been that comrade with a gentle exterior and a strong interior who once deeply awakened me. This bond between us, no matter how the world changes, can never be severed. From now on, I won't live here. Take care of yourself."
He scratched his head and said guiltily,
"Although I don't really have the right to say this, I still hope that Hinata can live happily."
He stood up, picked up his clothes, and walked toward the door. He opened it, leaving the key on the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Hyuga Hinata watched his figure disappear beyond the door. The lock clicked shut with a crisp sound. She knew that this marriage, whether called love or politics, was over. In the early morning, Uzumaki Naruto stood by the tall floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the village of Konoha beneath his feet. Lifting his head, he watched flocks of birds soaring across the sky as they hunted for food, their formations cutting through the blue firmament. Some drifting clouds moved languidly across the heavens. Beneath the Hokage monument, the cherry blossoms flourished, their petals transitioning from white to pink. The Spring Cherry Blossom Festival was approaching. Nara Shikamaru entered with a second-level assistant, who placed a stack of documents on the desk and stood still, saying,
"Lord Hokage, these are the documents that require your confirmation today." "Understood."
Uzumaki Naruto nodded. The second-level assistant bowed respectfully and reminded,
"The Spring Festival begins at 4 in the afternoon, and you need to attend and deliver a speech. Please make sure you memorize the speech draft."
Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle softly. Since taking office, Naruto had never fully adhered to any speech during his addresses. Most of the time, he forgot everything and improvised on the spot. Fortunately, aside from his exceptional ninjutsu, his eloquence was decent enough that he never caused any embarrassment. Memorizing the draft was far too difficult for him. He waved his hand, and the second-level assistant withdrew.
"Shikamaru, come take a walk with me." "What about these documents?"
Nara Shikamaru complained, pressing down on the stack of papers on the desk.
"I want to clear my mind."
Uzumaki Naruto insisted, casually creating a shadow clone.
"Let him handle it."
Nara Shikamaru sighed in resignation.
"Where to?"
Uzumaki Naruto said nothing, leaping out the door in a single bound. Nara Shikamaru followed suit. Soon the two arrived in the cherry blossom forest, where the wind danced with the blossoms and pink petals swirled through the air. Uzumaki Naruto, clad in the white-based red-inscribed Hokage coat, stood amidst the petal rain. His golden hair lifted in the breeze, and with his azure eyes closed, he spread his arms wide. He said,
"Shikamaru, I want to embrace it."
Nara Shikamaru sighed softly. He knew that what Naruto meant was her not it.
"Sorry, Shikamaru. I broke my promise about that matter I agreed to last time. What matter?
Nara Shikamaru asked, puzzled though a suspicion stirred in his mind.
Yesterday I discussed divorce with Hinata.
What? Nara Shikamaru was startled, taking a sharp drag of his cigarette. He had told Naruto to postpone the divorce, but this guy just couldn't hold back.
Did Hinata agree? She might need to think about it. You're too impulsive.
At this moment, when Haruno Sakura has just returned, Hyuga Hanabi will surely seize this opportunity to make a big fuss, manipulating public opinion, controlling the narrative. In a few days, headlines like infidelity, ungratefulness, and abandoning one's wife and child will dominate the front pages of major newspapers. Popular sentiment will surge, and the political landscape of the Land of Fire will once again become unstable.
But I really can't go on like this anymore. Look at the life I've lived these past years, and the life Hinata has lived. Even if Sakura-chan hadn't come back, I would have sought her out sooner or later. In recent years, Konohamaru has grown well enough. Mentoring him would be easier than putting up with me. Uzumaki Naruto. For this woman, you're willing to give up being Hokage, aren't you? You're willing to abandon your original dream, right?
Nara Shikamaru interrupted harshly. Dream. Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a long time, then said,
Since I became Hokage, 7 years have passed. I've neither made great mistakes nor achieved great merits. Compared to the previous Hokage, I am truly not a pillar of talent. Bang.
Nara Shikamaru punched Naruto in the face, scolding sternly.
I, Nara Shikamaru, don't follow just anyone. Someone who talks like that is not the Uzumaki Naruto I know.
A large bruise quickly formed on Naruto's face. He held his cheek, got up, and sat down on the grass beneath a cherry blossom tree. Head bowed, he remained silent. Nara Shikamaru walked over, sat down beside him, and lit a cigarette, smoking slowly. A breeze stirred and cherry blossoms fell in cascading flurries, like pink spirits spinning in the air before drifting into the nearby river. A few petals landed on the grass, and some fell into Naruto's hair and onto his shoulders. He looked up at the dancing blossoms and said,
Everyone loves cherry blossoms, yet they don't know that the most beautiful moment of a cherry blossom is when it withers and dies.
Nara Shikamaru sensed that he was implying something and said,
Those who understand them will know that the beauty of cherry blossoms lies not in their fragility, but in their resilience. Even in death they face it with courage, blooming even as they fall, a beauty that is tragic and sublime.
Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes only gazed at the drifting petals, saying nothing more. In his heart, he thought of that pink-haired woman. He didn't want her to be tragic, he wanted to give her happiness. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, Nara Shikamaru lit a cigarette for himself. After finishing one cigarette, Naruto still showed no sign of speaking. Shikamaru finally said,
Tell me about the matter you asked me to investigate last time. That cup of water can no longer be verified. I looked into everyone and everything Hyuga Hinata came into contact with during those years. She's a proper lady with a simple social circle, and in recent years she's kept even more to herself.
Uzumaki Naruto nodded, understanding Shikamaru's implication. His bright eyes looked at him, urging him to continue.
So I checked the hospital records and birth logs, no loopholes whatsoever. Even the fetal condition during each prenatal checkup was documented.
Nara Shikamaru paused, pulling out a lighter and flicking it on and off. Naruto watched the flame flicker, waiting for him to go on.
The more flawless the clues, the more suspicious they become. I notice one thing: no matter which angle you investigate, all the physical evidence is complete, and can even corroborate each other, as if it was all laid out for you to find. But the key human witnesses are missing. At the time, Uzumaki Baruto was delivered by several medical ninja from the Hyuga clan and one attending physician. Hinata's prenatal checkups and delivery were all handled by that doctor. She died of illness 3 years after Baruto's birth. I discovered that her illness was initially benign and controllable, but it deteriorated rapidly within 3 years. A few days ago, I consulted Ino about this disease. She concluded that rapid deterioration was entirely possible. Moreover, having one doctor oversee a pregnant woman until delivery is standard hospital procedure. All of this makes you suspicious, but you can't find any proof. He extinguished the lighter, turned his gaze to Naruto, and said, Physical evidence can be forged. As for witnesses, the medical ninja of the Hyuga clan are not to be trusted. That leaves only one final witness, Hyuga Hinata.
Without waiting for Naruto to reply, he stubbed out his finished cigarette and looked into Naruto's blue eyes asking,
"Do you think Hinata would betray you?"
Uzumaki Naruto's eyes shifted. He recalled his conversation with Hyuga Hinata the previous night. Hinata, clearly sorrowful, had tightly shut her eyes, and wept as she said,
"I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Since our marriage, I've made you suffer so much. I failed to make you happy. I've truly been negligent."
The one who had been negligent was always him. He shook his head and said,
"No."
Nara Shikamaru lit another cigarette, gently exhaling a cloud of smoke. Until the breeze slowly dispersed the smoke until it was no longer visible, he spoke calmly.
"We both agree that physical betrayal is unlikely. So now let's assume Hinata has no other man, and what you said is true, you never touched her. Then where did the child come from? You mean—"
Uzumaki Naruto turned and stared intently into Nara Shikamaru's eyes, saying with doubt,
"Could it be that the child wasn't even born by Hinata?" Very possible. All the physical evidence points to Hinata having given birth to a child, but what if the evidence is fake and she never gave birth?
Uzumaki Naruto's fingers clenched, a dark glint in his eyes. If Hinata really hadn't given birth, then this marriage had been a calculated scheme from the very beginning, a conspiracy by the entire Hyuga clan. His fists tightened. Deep down he believed Hinata could never do such a thing. How could she be complicit in this? After a long pause he said,
What if she really did give birth to a child? Then she would have to find a man with blonde hair and blue eyes and have relations with him. If the hot water she gave you wasn't tampered with, and the man wasn't you, then it must be someone else. Though it's troublesome, like looking for a needle in a haystack, as long as it was done there will always be traces left. I was preparing to investigate both angles, but now time is running out for us. If Hyuga Hanabi finds out about your decision to divorce, trouble will come immediately. At that point, all public opinion will sway in one direction. Your early departures and late returns, your drunken stupors, your rushing Haruno Sakura to the hospital in the dead of night, even all your open conversations, including the relationship of the new Sannin, and even your despondent frenzy 10 years ago. All of these can be spun into a story.
Nara Shikamaru said, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Then with a calm smile he added,
But for now, rather than rushing to look for a needle in a haystack, let's first verify whether Hinata actually gave birth to a child. How do we verify that?
Uzumaki Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Nara Shikamaru shot him a disdainful glance and said contemptuously,
As you said, if you never touched her and she never had a child with another man, then we can hand it over to Ino for a direct forensic report. Perhaps she is still a virgin. Even if she is, Ino can still determine whether a woman has given birth or not.
Uzumaki Naruto's eyes darkened as he pondered deeply. Married for 7 years, Hyuga Hinata had already publicly had a child. If because of this political struggle, he as her husband were to verify her physical condition, what kind of harm would that be to her? He waved his hand and looked at Nara Shikamaru, saying,
No more. Let this matter end here.
No matter how the Hyuga clan intended to stir up a storm, he didn't want to involve Hyuga Hinata. He couldn't give her his heart, and in this relationship, no matter how you calculated it, he owed her more.
You're worried about Hinata getting hurt, but have you considered who will be the first to suffer if Hyuga Hanabi finds out?
Nara Shikamaru asked in a low voice. Uzumaki Naruto's heart tightened. He knew it was Haruno Sakura. Nara Shikamaru glanced at him and continued. Before the rumors even reach Hinata, the slander of 3 people making a tiger will tear Haruno Sakura to shreds on the blade's edge. You are the Hokage. You are someone else's husband. Whether she loves you or not, as long as you love her, your love for her is a harm to her. You still want to give up being Hokage for her. How will history judge her? Do you think they'll still call her one of the new Sannin, the foremost medical ninja? No. Nara Shikamaru said those 2 words firmly. Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled into a smile, and he said with bright eyes,
That's why I asked you to come out for a walk. Tell me, can you handle it? I must get a divorce. No matter what.
Nara Shikamaru pressed his temple, headache growing, and said,
Originally, I wanted you to slow down and not divorce right in the middle of a storm. I knew you'd never let go of Haruno Sakura. Now that you've already brought it up with Hinata, there's no turning back. If the Hyuga clan uses the divorce to stir up trouble, we'll just have to deal with it as it comes.
His gaze shifted, and he snorted softly.
Last time we suffered a loss, this time we've been on guard. Besides, the Hyuga clan today is not what it was 7 years ago.
Naruto Shikamaru's attitude gradually became clear. He looked at Naruto and said,
You and Hinata were never truly suited for each other. As long as you don't marry Haruno Sakura immediately after the divorce, we can manage public opinion and the media. As for the political arena, the Hyuga clan has been heavily suppressed by other major families over the past 7 years. We have our people in all the ninja clans. The Hippo Project just gave them a temporary advantage buying time while we wait for a turning point.
A smile crept onto his lips.
The Hyuga clan has been lacking talented individuals in recent years. And the Hokage is the pinnacle of the ninja world. Strength is the core guarantee of power. As of today, they can't turn the tide. I understand all that, but I'm still worried about Sakura-chan being blamed.
Uzumaki Naruto confirmed.
Don't worry. She still has the identity of the Uchiha's wife. Besides, she's been very discreet and never overstepped her bounds. Unlike you.
Naruto Shikamaru rolled his eyes and shouted.
In my eyes, your behavior is pure wishful thinking. You big idiot. Worry about yourself.
Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. A gentle breeze blew through the cherry blossom trees, and more petals fell onto his shoulders. After a moment, he said solemnly,
Thank you, Shikamaru. Go on, go on. Just went over Haruno Sakura quickly and put my mind at ease.
Naruto Shikamaru looked utterly weary. He turned and lit a cigarette, taking a slow drag.
Maybe things won't be so troublesome after all.
Deep down, he always believed in the bonds forged through years of growing up together, the countless life-and-death friendships, an entire youth of passionate camaraderie. How could such deep ties be easily defeated by love? After all, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata were all kind-hearted children. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, and looked up at the leisurely white clouds in the sky, muttering to himself.
Who can really say?
He turned to Naruto and called out.
Hey, I said, shouldn't you get back to work? No need. Nothing urgent. The clone is handling it.
Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and drifted away.
I'm going to see Hanabi-chan.
Naruto Shikamaru clicked his tongue and sighed to himself. Uzumaki Naruto truly loved Haruno Sakura deeply. This time he would never let go. If he didn't help him, Naruto might actually abandon the village to Konohamaru and follow Haruno Sakura. In the early hours, the sky was dimly lit. Hyuga Hinata cast a glance at the still sleeping Uzumaki Boruto, then lowered her silver eyes, like snow, and rose to walk toward the bathroom. She applied a serene and dignified makeup, then selected a graceful and subdued kimono from the wardrobe. At dawn, the sky was pale blue, and the earth was hazy. Stepping out of the courtyard, her two-toothed wooden clogs clattered on the dark green stone corridor. She rarely dressed so elaborately, nor was she often so resolute. Most of the time she was timid. But today was different. She had made up her mind to do something that must be done. Hyuga Hinata walked quietly through the streets of Konoha. The sun had just risen, and the morning market had not yet begun. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a gentle glow on the houses lining the road. A few early birds flew by, and all was tranquil and serene. Turning to look back, the Hokage rock in the north of the village basked in the morning light, the contours of Uzumaki Naruto's face clearly visible. Under the leadership of the Seventh Hokage, the people of Konoha lived in peace and happiness. She turned and continued along the main street. The sign of Konoha Hospital stood high atop the building, its characters clearly visible in the morning sun. Tall iron fences encircled the surrounding buildings. Stone paths connected the outpatient clinic, inpatient ward, and research institute. Several tall cherry trees grew there, making the place resemble a vast courtyard. Looking up, one could see a riot of blossoms. She had reasons to go in and talk to the cherry-haired woman, but she did not want to, and she would not do so. Hyuga Hinata only cast a deep, lingering gaze at the hospital entrance, then turned her steps around the corner of the hospital street and walked into another lane. Haruno Sakura, she was truly a brave and strong girl. Hyuga Hinata reflected silently in her heart. At the same age of 12, she was braver than herself. She dared to confess to the one she loved. As a girl, she was stronger. She had always followed the footsteps of those two with concrete actions. If Naruto-kun was as resilient as the wind, unyielding, then Haruno Sakura was as deep as water, indomitable. The person she dreamed of becoming, Haruno Sakura, had already achieved. She also wanted to become such a person. That was why when pain attacked the village, she mustered the courage to stand up and fight for the one she loved. Though the disparity in power was vast, she was not afraid to die, because the one she loved most was Naruto-kun. She firmly believed that no one and nothing could defeat Naruto-kun. It was not until 10 years ago, when Haruno Sakura left with Uchiha Sasuke, that she realized Uzumaki Naruto could also be defeated. She confronted him in his drunken stupor. "Is Sakura-san worth you becoming like this? You are Uzumaki Naruto." She would never forget his words. He pushed her away, and roared in grief, "You don't understand. She is my faith. She is the faith in my heart. Naruto-kun, how could I not understand? You are the faith in my heart. How could I not understand?" 10 years ago, Hyuga Hinata's heart ached with anguish. She finally understood that in Naruto-kun's heart there was also a faith. She finally understood that Haruno Sakura weighed so heavily in his heart. That was why he had become so dejected, so degenerate, so utterly broken. She could not bear to see him sink any further. Hyuga Hanabi was right. If Uzumaki Naruto continued like this, he would be removed from the list of candidates for the 7th Hokage. She could not stand by and watch him be destroyed. She could not watch his indomitable will fade away. She could not let his dream vanish into smoke. He needed a new spiritual anchor. He had to shift the focus of his life, to pull himself together. So she accepted Hyuga Hanabi's proposal. Her younger sister gave her a packet of powder, instructing her to choose the right moment to conceive his child. From then on, Uzumaki Naruto would have to rise again. Hyuga Hinata would win her beloved, and the Hyuga clan would form a united front with the strongest candidate for the 7th Hokage, a plan with countless benefits and no drawbacks. This should have been a nearly perfect multi-beneficial plan. But she did not go through with it. At the last moment she gave up. She could not betray herself, nor could she scheme against the one she loved most. She had not put the powder into the water. But once she had taken that small step, events spiraled beyond her control. Her sister Hyuga Hanabi was eloquent, and used both soft and hard tactics. The clan, the main family expulsion. The timid Hinata was utterly unable to resist. Hyuga Hanabi swiftly maneuvered for power. Rumors spread, pressure mounted, and her methods were ruthless. She could only accept the child arranged by the Hyuga clan. She watched Uzumaki Naruto's incredulous face, and in the end, he agreed to marry. Though the mainstream media tried their best to portray it as a victory of love, and they held a grand wedding, news of the forced marriage spread like wildfire through the streets. The talk of a political alliance also spread fervently among politicians from various nations. No matter how rampant the rumors, Uzumaki Naruto never said a word, offering no defense or explanation. He silently accepted all the noise, but when planting the cherry blossom tree, he couldn't hold back his tears. 7 years, 7 whole years. Naruto-kun was tormented by guilt, and she was no less tortured. Hyuga Hinata's heart wept. Though everyone lived in pain, things were not too bad now. He had not forgotten his dream, and became Hokage, and that woman radiant as cherry blossoms had returned. After all, it was not the worst outcome. Would they be together? Hyuga Hinata shook her head. She did not know, but she could no longer deceive herself nor continue living in such sorrow. Now it was time to end all the pain with her own hands. The morning wind brushed through her carefully styled hair. The sun came out, and the damp chill in the air gradually dissipated. She forced her eyes open, looking up to keep tears from falling, quietly waiting for the wind to dry the moisture in her eyes. The makeup she had so meticulously applied was not meant for crying. Today's elaborate attire was for meeting someone. She would put an end to this conspiracy, and restore everyone to their true selves. Naruto-kun was right. She would become a gentle, brave, and strong girl. Hyuga Hinata turned a few corners, and walked along the quiet road beside a wall. On this wall, every few steps a delicate white flying bird was painted, the emblem of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga mansion was solemn and ancient, with high walls enclosing a spacious courtyard. Looking up, one could only see the tall broadleaf trees, planted inside, majestic and profound. From a distance, she could see 2 maids standing guard on either side of the gate. They exclaimed in soft, delicate voices, "It's the eldest young lady." Hyuga Hinata's white pupils flickered with memories, and a faint, unreadable smile curved at the corners of her mouth. 7 years. Since her marriage, she had rarely returned to the Hyuga mansion. The last time was 5 years ago, when her father passed away. She came back to attend the morning rites. After that, she never set foot in the Hyuga clan again. Rumors circulated within the Hyuga clan that the Hokage and the clan were at odds, and that the eldest and second young ladies were not on good terms. Whether true or false, the maids at the gate dared not be negligent. They hurried forward to greet her, bowing respectfully. Eldest young lady. Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly, and asked coldly, "Is the clan head in the tea room?" The maid replied cautiously, "It is the morning tea hour. We did not know the eldest young lady would return today. Please wait briefly in the main hall. After we report, the clan head will come to welcome you." "No need. I will go see her myself. You do not need to follow." With that, before the maid could report, she walked straight through the gate into the courtyard. Naturally, no one dared to stop her. The maids at the gate exchanged glances. The eldest young lady seemed different from before. Hyuga Hinata walked slowly into the mansion. The Hyuga mansion was as quiet and serene as ever, with exquisite flowers and trees on both sides perfectly arranged. She passed through the flower hall and bypassed the corridor, but instead of going to the tea room, she arrived at the west wing courtyard. This courtyard was where she used to live and train before her marriage. Now it was empty but still swept clean. It was spring, and the carefully pruned flowers and trees flourished, filling the air with a sense of solitude. She walked along the long outdoor corridor, pushed open the sliding door, and stepped into the hall. In the center of the inner hall, the low table and 2 cushions were still placed as before. Slowly she sat down on the cushion, picked up the cup on the table, poured a cup of tea, and drank slowly. She recalled her younger self often training in this room, and when tired she would sit down like this and slowly drink a cup of tea. But back then someone was with her. That person was Nijianai-san. She remembered one time when she overexerted herself and temporarily lost her sight. She had to feel her way around here with a white cloth over her eyes. Nijianai-san, with eyes brighter than crystal, would always secretly clear away obstacles and gently place the items she wanted near her hand. How many seasons had he selflessly sacrificed his own training time to guide her? Hyuga Hinata could not remember. She gazed softly ahead at the open space in front of the hall, now covered with green grass. Her heart suddenly stirred. This heart was Nijianai-san's heart. She pressed her chest. Sakura-san's medical skills were superb. The heart had been functioning well in her body all these years. Looking at the grassy space before the hall, she seemed to see that crystal-eyed teenager standing under the shade of a tree, in white clothes and white pants, tall and graceful. He smiled as he watched the blue-clad girl in front, whose long hair cascaded like a waterfall. She turned and smiled, her eyes as white and sparkling as snow. That was herself. It was Hyuga Hinata at 16. In the morning breeze, a few leaves chased each other, spiraling in the air like butterflies. They finally fell onto the green grass, and Hyuga Hinata's gaze followed them down. That white-clad, white-eyed genius boy had died for her twice. In her nearly 30 years of life, she had lived only for Uzumaki Naruto and the Hyuga clan. The world is ever-changing, but one thing remains: Uzumaki Naruto will always owe Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hinata will forever owe Hyuga Niji. The sound of footsteps on the ground came from the air. Hyuga Hinata stopped her thoughts. She knew the visitor would be her younger sister Hyuga Hanabi. She smoothed her hair and straightened her posture. A conversation was about to begin. She had resolved to cut off the morbid obsession with the clan and the unrequited bond with Uzumaki Naruto with her own hands. From today onward she only wanted and needed to be herself. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, the second training ground, a girl with black hair and black eyes set down her ninja tool pouch. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the green leaves, casting a golden glow onto the cherry blossom necklace on her chest, making it sparkle. She crouched down to count the shuriken and kunai, then busily set up an archery target behind a stone. Naruto Uzumaki stood at a distance, having gone to the classroom to look for her, but found no trace. So she was here. After arranging everything, the girl knelt on one knee and reached into her ninja tool pouch. In an instant, she sprang up with explosive force, flipped in midair, and landed steadily. 8 shuriken flew toward targets in different directions, each hitting the bullseye, even the one hidden behind the stone. The entire movement was fluid and seamless. Naruto Uzumaki stood there smiling. This was the second time he had seen Hanabi-chan practice shuriken. After each viewing, he couldn't help but marvel at how much she resembled Sasuke as a child. "Hanabi-chan!" Naruto Uzumaki waved and called out, revealing a warm smile with 8 teeth. "Uncle Naruto!" Uchiha Hanabi ran toward him in response. Naruto Uzumaki then noticed that Uchiha Hanabi was wearing a cherry blossom hair ribbon, the same one he had given to Sakura Haruno. He was momentarily stunned, his blue eyes flickering, as he pondered inwardly, what did Sakura Haruno mean by this?
Uncle Naruto, why did you come to see me today?
Uchiha Hanabi had already reached his side, and asked, looking up. Naruto Uzumaki led her to sit on the grass under the shade, and they began to chat casually.
I ran into Hanabi-chan on the street yesterday, and you said you envied Boruto, so I came to keep you company for a while. Uncle Naruto, you're so kind.
Uchiha Hanabi beamed a bright smile.
Ah.
Naruto Uzumaki felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, scratching his head and asking,
Hanabi-chan, does your father not often spend time with you and your mother?
Well, he really wanted to know how she was doing, especially why Hanabi-chan had said she envied the company of parents. Uchiha Hanabi twirled a shuriken rapidly between her fingers. She had wanted to say that her father often traveled far and wide searching for medicine for her illness, but remembering her mother's warning not to tell anyone about her sickness, she changed her words.
Not really, father is very busy, so he can't always stay with mom and me.
Busy? Naruto Uzumaki didn't believe it. What could he possibly be so busy with? Busy was just an excuse. He couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Then Hanabi-chan added,
But whenever father has time, he spends it with me.
Uchiha Hanabi didn't notice the subtle shift in Naruto Uzumaki's mood. She pointed at the nearby training ground and said,
See, father taught me shuriken jutsu himself. He said his brother taught him, and that the Uchiha clan shuriken always hit with perfect accuracy. It's called the shuriken of the gods.
Uchiha Hanabi wore a look of pride, but then her face fell into gloom. Naruto Uzumaki found her endearing, marveling at how quickly her expressions could change. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek gently and asked softly,
What's making you unhappy now?
Uchiha Hanabi pouted.
Maybe my life is too peaceful, I just can't awaken the Sharingan.
Naruto Uzumaki nodded. He knew that the Sharingan required a great external or emotional shock to awaken. Remembering what Sasuke had been through, he shook his head, wishing that Hanabi-chan would never have to awaken it.
Hey, Hanabi-chan, not having the Sharingan isn't so bad. You can still be a powerful ninja. Mother says the same thing. Sigh, it's so frustrating.
Uchiha Hanabi let out a sigh, then her eyes lit up as she said,
Uncle Naruto, you're the strongest ninja, right? How about teaching me a jutsu? Teach me an S-rank jutsu like Cherry Blossom Impact. I've heard that mom used to be incredibly powerful.
Naruto Uzumaki was lost in thought, lowering his head in silence for a long moment. Seeing him lost in thought and not answering, Uchiha Hanabi thought he was going to refuse, so she immediately pulled out her trump card, wrapping her arms around his neck and shaking him while acting cute and coquettish. Every time she shook father like that, his icy face would break into a smile, and then he would teach her a jutsu. Uncle Naruto was much more approachable than father. She was sure he couldn't refuse.
Uncle Naruto, please teach me. Please. You're the best. You're the kindest person in the whole world to me.
Naruto Uzumaki's heart melted. Thinking about her wind affinity, it seemed she was destined to learn his wind release.
Alright, I can't refuse Hanabi-chan's request.
Naruto Uzumaki narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Hanabi finally let go of his arm, a triumphant smile on her face.
But there's one condition. I'll agree to anything.
Uchiha Hanabi jumped with joy.
Don't tell your mother. Ah.
Uchiha Hanabi thought for a moment, then quickly replied,
No problem.
So they began with the simplest technique, the Rasengan. Uchiha Hanabi's first attempt failed without a doubt. Watching her unwilling expression, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but recall his own early days learning the Rasengan, when the first stage alone took days of practice. Uchiha Hanabi, a bit defiant, ran off alone to practice under a nearby tree. Naruto Uzumaki lay on the grass watching the sun slowly climb higher, as white clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. His mind wandered back to the hair ribbon. What did Sakura-chan mean by giving the ribbon to Hanabi-chan? Was it acceptance or rejection? Or did it mean something else? He couldn't figure it out. He turned over, replaying Hanabi's words. It sounded like Sasuke and Sakura's relationship wasn't close. Sakura had returned to the village with the child alone, and Sasuke hadn't come back. What was their relationship now? And why did Hanabi-chan resemble both Sasuke and himself so much? These questions tangled into a mess in his mind. Naruto Uzumaki privately thought Hanabi-chan resembled him more. No matter whose child she was, he would dote on her equally. But whether Hanabi's surname was Uchiha or Uzumaki, he had to find out. Time passed quickly amid Naruto Uzumaki's wild thoughts. Unconsciously, the sun had risen to mid-sky, casting a vibrant green glow on the leaves of the camphor tree.
Time to eat, Hanabi-chan,
he called toward the tree. No response. He stood up and looked under the tree. Uchiha Hanabi lay motionless on the ground. Naruto Uzumaki's heart tightened. Had something happened? Worried, he hurried over, shook Hanabi, and checked her palms. Indeed, there were burns from chakra friction. The child had been too forceful and impatient. She had passed out from exhaustion. That was just like him too. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head, with a wry smile, laughing at himself for always projecting things onto himself. Looking at the girl's sleeping face, she really resembled Sakura-chan, even the forehead. If only she were my child. He smiled, picked up Uchiha Hanabi, and carried her toward the medical room. The sun was high. The necklace on the girl's chest sparkled in the sunlight, the light entering his eyes. The cherry blossom on the pendant was truly beautiful, echoing the hair ribbon. The medical ninja stationed at the academy immediately gathered around, placing Uchiha Hanabi on a bed in the medical room. One medical ninja gathered chakra in their hand and began to examine Hanabi's entire body. A faint metallic click sounded. It was clearly audible in the quiet medical room. Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward, his gaze falling on the beautiful cherry blossom pendant on Uchiha Hanabi's chest. That sound seemed to come from it. He recalled that whenever he saw Hanabi-chan, she was always wearing this necklace. His intuition told him this necklace was unusual. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes darkened, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. He stopped the medical ninja and told him to withdraw. He slowly picked up the pendant. With a slight pressure, the pendant emitted another click and closed. He became even more certain this necklace was exquisitely crafted and concealed a mechanism. It must hold some secret. Naruto Uzumaki's heart suddenly raced. He had a vague feeling that this secret was related to Hanabi-chan. Carefully, he removed the necklace and examined it closely. The chain was made of common metal, unremarkable. The pendant was a double-sided cherry blossom, delicate and beautiful. If not for that faint click, he could have looked at it 100 times without suspecting anything. He steadied himself, covering the surface with one hand and channeling chakra. With a click, a tiny slit opened between the two sides of the cherry blossom. There was indeed a hidden compartment. Naruto Uzumaki's heart jolted. Without hesitation, he opened it. Inside the tiny compartment were dozens of small black pills tightly packed. His mood instantly grew heavy. His blue pupils contracted sharply. He had 100 questions he wanted to ask. Hokage's office.
Give me the answer in the shortest possible time. Yes.
The young medical ninja, summoned in person by the Hokage for the first time, responded respectfully. She put on medical gloves, picked up the pill on the table, and brought it to her nose to sniff carefully. The black pill carried an extremely faint floral scent suspected to be bellflower. Her expression changed slightly, then she focused her mind, crushed the pill, and observed it for a long time. She then asked for a glass of water, poured the powder into it, and swirled it to dissolve. The Seventh Hokage stood solemn and stern, his gaze never leaving the medical ninja before him. This was the most outstanding student from Haruno Sakura's training class. According to Yamanaka Ino's evaluation report, this medical ninja ranked first in professional competence. Naruto Shikamaru stood by, watching Uzumaki Naruto's solemn, serious, and tense demeanor. He guessed that this pill must be related to Haruno Sakura again. The female medical ninja requested to return to the hospital to use medical equipment for auxiliary testing. The Seventh Hokage waved his hand, summoned an Umbu operative to follow, and repeatedly emphasized that this was a classified mission, not to be disclosed to anyone. The results were to be reported immediately. Only Naruto Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto remained in the Hokage's office.
Hey Naruto, what's going on?
Naruto Shikamaru pointed at the several black pills on the table and asked. Uzumaki Naruto's eyelids drooped, his voice somewhat dejected. He let out a sigh before replying.
This is the medicine that Uchiha Hanami has been taking.
Naruto Shikamaru was slightly startled, then touched his chin, rolled his eyes, and said calmly.
You've been so focused on having people spy on Haruno Sakura that you've neglected her daughter. Perhaps she came back for her daughter's illness. Maybe,
Uzumaki Naruto responded. He straightened up and sat back in the Hokage's office chair, rubbing his hair with his palm. Soon he slumped onto the table, frowning deeply.
Now we can only wait for the test results.
He spoke with resignation, but inside, he was extremely anxious and uneasy. Deep down he vaguely felt that this medicine was related to Hanami-chan's background. There were too many suspicious points about Uchiha Hanami and Haruno Sakura that led him to this association. But he was also very worried that Hanami-chan might really have some disease that even Haruno Sakura couldn't handle. After all, when Uchiha Sasuke was young at Orochimaru's place, he had used who knows how many forbidden drugs. Coupled with his habitual overuse of his eyes, these factors could have taken a toll on his body. Who knows if they might have had some congenital effect on Hanami-chan. These thoughts inevitably made him restless and anxious. A knock sounded. Nara Shikamaru glanced at the anxiously suppressing Uzumaki Naruto and said,
"Come in. Hokage-sama, please prepare to attend the spring festival in 1 hour."
The second-level assistant reminded him of the itinerary, and then withdrew.
Sigh.
Lacking motivation, Uzumaki Naruto reluctantly picked up the speech manuscript on the table, glanced at it, and then fell into a daze. 3 more urgent knocks sounded. Nara Shikamaru frowned. Who had come to report at this time?
"Hokage-sama, urgent report."
Chunin Zitai called loudly from outside the door.
"Come in."
Uzumaki Naruto quickly sat up straight, his face shedding its anxious expression, becoming serious in an instant. Zitai entered, his face urgent. Without even glancing at Nara Shikamaru, he rushed straight to the 7th Hokage. He nervously handed over a bag of documents and said hastily,
"Just now the lady took the young master and left the village. She only gave me this file and asked me to pass it to the Hokage, saying that everything she wanted to say was inside. She said she was going on a trip, but she didn't bring any ninja escort. I saw the situation was unusual, so I had to report back quickly. Hokage-sama, please take a look."
Uzumaki Naruto speculated inwardly, but his face remained impassive. He took the file bag, unsealed it, pulled out the documents inside, and scanned them. His eyes sharpened, and he said to Zitai,
"I understand. Return to your post."
Chunin Zitai was skeptical, but dared not dwell on it. He obeyed and withdrew. When the room was empty, Naruto set up a barrier, took out the documents, and read them carefully. Then, he said,
"Shikamaru, take a look at this."
Uzumaki Naruto handed the documents to Nara Shikamaru. The words on the document cover made Nara Shikamaru freeze as well. He opened it, and quickly glanced through. It was a divorce agreement already signed by Hyuga Hinata, accompanied by a handwritten letter, and scattered among them were some other items. Nara Shikamaru carefully read through all the documents and items, verified them, and exchanged a meaningful glance with Uzumaki Naruto. He sighed.
"Hyuga Hanabi's ambition for power, in the end her obsession with the clan, runs too deep. As for Hyuga Hinata, though she went along with it, she is excusable. She was devoted in love. Pitiful, lamentable."
Uzumaki Naruto nodded, feeling somewhat melancholy. Before his eyes appeared the gentle Byakugō girl, still as she was at 17. She suddenly appeared before him when he was severely wounded and collapsed. Though she was clearly weak, she turned back and said she would protect him. Her back was so fragile yet so resolute. Nara Shikamaru took out a small portion of the white powder and packaged it, then carefully sealed the original package. He said,
"I'll arrange for this to be given to the medical ninja for a report. Only when the ingredients and effects corroborate with Hinata's letter can we be absolutely sure."
With that he tossed a set of garden keys to the somewhat dazed 7th Hokage. As the saying goes, the hardest thing to bear is a woman's kindness. He understood Uzumaki Naruto's feelings at that moment. Uzumaki Naruto put the keys in a drawer, and murmured with a sigh,
"She wants nothing, even consider the potential risks for me. I will always owe her a debt of gratitude."
Nara Shikamaru efficiently sorted the documents and evidence, filing and storing them one by one. He turned back and said,
"This morning my informant reported that Hinata went to the main family. Now she sends these. With this, even in the political arena, Hyuga Hanabi won't be able to stir up any trouble over the divorce. You can pick a day to announce the divorce peacefully, and I'll be spared a lot of trouble."
Uzumaki Naruto nodded. He couldn't repay Hyuga Hinata's feelings for him. He could only be grateful in his heart. After a long pause, he said to himself,
"Her leaving the village with that child might be a better start."
Nara Shikamaru snorted lightly, took a puff of his cigarette, and said,
"Well, I've always said that our group of comrades are all kind-hearted children.
With a clear mind, Uzumaki Naruto lifted his face, his gaze resolute, and revealed a bright and warm smile. Indeed, Hinata, she too, is one who possesses the will of fire.
Let's go, Shikamaru. The spring festival is about to start.
On the day of the spring festival, the hospital was closed for half a day. Uchiha Hanami wished to go flower viewing, but Haruno Sakura remained in the laboratory conducting the final verification. She had verified it many times, yet it was still insufficient. This matter required absolute certainty. Even if she could only increase the success rate by 1%, she would continue attempting it endlessly. Glancing back at her downcast daughter, she recalled the scene of Uzumaki Naruto's family of 3 strolling home in the twilight. She bent down to gently stroke her daughter's cheek and asked softly,
"Do you want your father to no longer have to travel?"
This was Uchiha Hanami's greatest wish, and Haruno Sakura knew that her dream was to never take medicine again.
"Yes."
Uchiha Hanami nodded earnestly. Haruno Sakura patted her daughter's head and said,
"For your dream to come true sooner, would you go flower viewing with Aunt Ino and the others today? Mom promises that when you wake up tomorrow, I will take you to find your father, and after that we will be together as a family every day." "That's wonderful. Mom, you must keep your word."
Uchiha Hanami jumped with joy and ran off to find Yamanaka Ino. Having sent her daughter away, Haruno Sakura returned to the laboratory. Due to the holiday, the laboratory was empty. The entire floor of the research institute was deserted. It was said that Uncle Naruto would even attend the spring festival. Her daughter's words echoed in her ears. Was it father-daughter instinct? The child was so fond of clinging to Uzumaki Naruto.
"Keep your word."
Haruno Sakura let out a soft laugh. Must she even adopt the same ninja way? Suddenly a pang of discomfort stirred in her heart. Shaking her head to reassure herself, she thought that Hanami-chan got along well with Sasuke-kun, but he had to leave frequently to search for medicine, and couldn't be with her often. Though Sasuke-kun's temperament was somewhat cold, he was warm on the inside, just not as playful as that other man whose personality naturally appealed to children. Yes, that was it. What father-daughter instinct? Uzumaki Naruto had his own child. Thinking this, Haruno Sakura quickly stopped herself. She must not think of him anymore. She had decided that if tonight's experiment was flawless, she would use it on her daughter. They would leave Konoha and never cross paths with him again. The laboratory was so quiet that only the clinking of test tubes and beakers could be heard. She composed herself, pursed her lips, and meticulously repeated the experiment with focused attention. Uzumaki Naruto dismissed the Umbu and walked alone along the road leading to the Konoha Research Institute. Earlier during the Spring Festival ceremony, he had naturally spoken off-script. Not only that, but he had also announced his divorce. Afterward, Shikamaru had complained,
"I told you to pick an appropriate time, not a major occasion."
As he was brushing it off, with a laugh, Umbu suddenly arrived with a confidential report. It informed the Seventh Hokage of the pill's effect. That pill could alter a person's hair and eye color. In other words, Uchiha Hanami was not naturally black-haired and black-eyed. This was enough to prove that Hanami-chan was his child. He had thought he would be overjoyed. But when the conjecture was confirmed, his joy lasted less than a minute before his mood turned immensely heavy upon learning the truth. Now the sky was clear, and blue, the streets lined with cherry blossoms in full bloom. The spring breeze wove through the petals, and occasionally a blossom landed on his golden hair, but he saw neither flowers nor rode dragging his feet with his hands in his pockets. He was weighed down with worry. 10 years ago, she had already been carrying his child. Why had she still risked her life to perform such a high-risk surgery? Was it because she loved him? Then why hadn't she told him? Was it because he had made her feel hopeless at that time? His heart ached terribly. The past, the memories accumulated in his heart. She had his child, yet how could she leave with another man? How could she push him toward another woman? He was furious. What reason could she possibly have? No reason was acceptable. Was it all for his dream? How could she be so foolish? How could she do such a thing? Someone who couldn't protect the one they loved could never become Hokage. Yet now, he was Hokage, and Uzumaki Naruto felt as if reality had slapped him hard. He was disoriented, he knew nothing. 10 years ago, he truly knew nothing. Why hadn't she told him? Why had she borne it alone? Why hadn't she let him face it together? Was she so disappointed in him? Even now, she had no intention of revealing the truth. She had hidden it from him 10 years ago, and planned to keep hiding it forever. He felt a deep sorrow, the sorrow of being abandoned by the one he loved. He was so heartbroken, for she had no idea how much he loved her. Why would she leave? Why would she give up on him? Had she lost all faith in him? Could it be that her return? Uzumaki Naruto's heart tightened. Could it be that her return was to leave him forever? The Umbu had just said that the pill's effect was not permanent. Over time its potency would weaken. Then the purpose of her joining the Rhino team. It wasn't to help him nor for research. Her true intention was. His eyes darted rapidly, and he understood. It was genetics. She intended to use Konoha's platform and resources to openly crack the genetic code right under his nose, and then permanently change Hanami's hair and eye color. Why? Was this the true purpose of her return? Uzumaki Naruto felt a chill, a cold dread rising in his heart. He suddenly remembered. She had repeatedly rejected him. She had never intended to be with him. She was afraid that Hanami-chan's hair and eye color would one day be impossible to conceal. She didn't love him anymore. Everything she said was true. She wanted to succeed in her research and then disappear again with Hanami-chan. She wanted to leave to go back to that man's side. Uzumaki Naruto felt frozen, his heart as if encased in ice. He could not afford to delay another second. He had to go to her now. The second hand on the laboratory clock ticked relentlessly. Certain of success at last, Haruno Sakura carefully stored away the liquid she had obtained. With 2 urgent knocks on the door, Uzumaki Naruto entered without waiting for her response. The entire process took less than a second. The door slammed against the wall with a loud thud from his excessive force, startling Haruno Sakura, who was bending down to hide something. Looking up and seeing Uzumaki Naruto, she hastily put the item away and snapped. "You idiot Naruto, what are you doing? Don't you have the basic courtesy to wait for permission before entering? If you knew it was me, would you have let me in?" Uzumaki Naruto retorted coldly. Only then did Haruno Sakura notice his gloomy expression and displeased tone. She had no idea why he was giving her such a sour face. Staring at him, she recalled the scene of him walking home with Yuta Hinata that evening. Shouldn't she be the one who was angry? She had already rejected him clearly, so why did he keep pestering her, talking about loving her? What did he take her for? A mistress? A bitter smile formed on Haruno Sakura's lips. Although she had not intended to rekindle their old flame when she returned, she had to admit that his passionate confession had shaken her resolve. That was why seeing them go home together made her feel even more lost. Her heart ached terribly. Yet she couldn't blame him or question him. That would be like protesting too much. Forget it. Anyway, she was leaving tomorrow. Haruno Sakura waved her hand, deciding not to argue with him. Thinking this, she took off her gloves, walked to the sink to wash her hands, and said in a casual, light-hearted tone, "Lord Hokage, are you going to pull the same trick again and pretend your hand hurts? But I'm off duty today." Hearing her mention his hand pain, the tension on Uzumaki Naruto's face lessened by 3 points. His blue eyes shifted as he recalled that day. She had indeed cared about him. She seemed to have felt something too. Perhaps now she had changed her mind. With a dark look, he reached out and closed the door, then stepped closer to her and said seriously, "So have you given it serious thought? Tell me your answer." Haruno Sakura hadn't expected to dig a hole for herself. Silently cursing her clumsy tongue, she pretended to fix her hair in the mirror, avoiding his gaze, while mentally rehearsing a proper reply. Through the mirror, she could clearly see the blond man leaning against the laboratory table behind her, staring at her intently, as if waiting for her to turn around. There was no smile on his face. His expression was stern and earnest, his eyes dark and deep. Only the 2 fingers gripping the edge of the table, pale with strain, betrayed his nervousness and anticipation. Even though Haruno Sakura didn't turn around, he remained persistent. When she didn't reply, he waited quietly. He wanted an answer. He wanted to hear that answer. The force of his grip was strong enough to break the entire table at any moment. Her response was too important to him. It directly determined whether his earlier speculation was correct. He desperately hoped she had changed her mind. She was leaving tomorrow, and Haruno Sakura didn't want to hurt him again. She pondered how to phrase her words. Not wanting to face him, she spoke to the mirror instead. "I." She uttered only one word before the man interrupted, rising from behind and embracing her. His clear, stern warning came close to her ear. "You'd better think carefully before you answer. His tone was almost a growl, and his voice sounded not merely unhappy, but deeply angry, even tinged with fury. Haruno Sakura was perplexed. The current Uzumaki Naruto was becoming harder and harder for her to understand. She turned off the faucet and said with a smile,
Naruto, you're getting more and more bad-tempered. I'm too scared to speak now.
Uzumaki Naruto's pupils contracted slightly. Her soft words, like a plea or a coquettish complaint, instantly quenched the fire in his heart. He dropped his serious expression, wrapped his arms tightly around her, and whispered tenderly,
Just tell me the answer I want to hear.
Haruno Sakura's face instantly flushed red. Was he at it again? Why did he always hold and hug her like this? It was unbearable. One moment he was fierce, the next so gentle, his words so ambiguous that her heart softened. She hurriedly slapped at his encircling arms to hide her racing heart snapping.
Naruto, can't you talk properly? Why do you always have to be so hands-on?
Good. She didn't push him away forcefully. The blonde man watched her cheeks flush with shyness in the mirror, and her flustered choice of words was quite charming. This lifted his mood a little, and the earlier anger dissipated. Perhaps she had changed her mind. She kept trying to pry his hands apart, but no matter how hard her slender fingers struggled, they couldn't make any real difference. To Uzumaki Naruto, it was like flirtation, utterly adorable, making him want more. He smiled faintly, interlaced his fingers, and held her tighter. He leaned his head close to her neck, breathing warm air onto her ear and neck. The sensation was both ticklish and numbing, and Haruno Sakura couldn't help shrinking and dodging away. When she shrunk left, he blew on her right. When she dodged right, he blew on her left. As they dodged back and forth, the two in the mirror looked like a pair of deeply in love, whispering intimately. Haruno Sakura couldn't escape him, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. The man added by her ear,
Sakura-chan, this isn't being hands-on.
As he spoke, his warm breath sprayed on her neck and throat, sending a tingling, numbing sensation through her entire body. Such intimate contact made her unbearably shy. One glance at the mirror showed her cheeks already crimson, but the man's arms formed a closed loop, leaving her no place to hide. Overwhelmed with shame and irritation, she gave up struggling and scolded,
Naruto, stop it. You're hurting me.
The blonde man finally released his grip. Haruno Sakura was a mix of embarrassment, anger, and annoyance. If he had dared do this before, she would have beaten him senseless. Now, in the end, he was just bullying her. She didn't want to see her own disheveled reflection in the mirror anymore. Why did her heart race? Why did her face flush? She was a little angry at her own weakness, so she turned her back to him. Uzumaki Naruto didn't move away properly, he only stepped back a little, and stood still. When she turned, she was facing his broad chest.
Naruto, you've grown taller,
Haruno Sakura said blankly. The man seemed unsure how to respond, and she couldn't help but smile softly at her own words. Perhaps because she was leaving tomorrow, the words they exchanged now felt like a normal conversation between old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. The ability to quarrel fiercely must mean there was still indelible love in their hearts. This was how it should be, a peaceful exchange about the changes over the years, a quiet end to a relationship. 10 years ago, he was only half a head taller than her. 10 years later, she only reached his shoulder. She could never reach him. Thinking this, her heart felt lonely and sad. Perhaps the man sensed her emotions because he reached out and pulled her into his arms. At this moment, she couldn't bear to refuse. She carefully pressed her face against his chest, thinking to herself, I'm leaving tomorrow, so let this be a final gentle farewell. The blonde man felt her closeness, and was overjoyed, taking it as her acceptance. He comfortingly patted her back and murmured softly,
Holding you like this feels so good, Sakura-chan. Don't leave me again.
Haruno Sakura didn't respond, her heart filled with sorrow. The man by her ear added,
Sakura-chan, why didn't you go to the spring festival? Were you afraid you'd confess to me? Hee. Actually, just now.
She ignored his teasing, pulled away from his chest, interrupted him, and walked toward the lab table on the side. After today, she was leaving. She shouldn't cling to his embrace, nor should she give him any more false hopes. Her heart ached terribly. If she stayed here, she really couldn't avoid falling for him. Uzumaki Naruto clearly didn't notice Haruno Sakura's sensitive emotional shift. He had been about to say that he had already announced the divorce, that he was genuinely willing to be with her. Although his words were cut off, he wasn't annoyed at all. Her closeness just now had sweetened his heart. If she took one step toward him, he would cover the rest of the distance. He leaned against the table, smiling silently, watching her clean the bottles and jars. He wasn't in a hurry. He would tell her when she finished tidying up in a few minutes. She finished washing, arranged the lab equipment, and took off her bulky white medical coat, revealing her figure underneath. She wore a knitted cardigan over a white t-shirt paired with a soft-colored umbrella skirt. She smoothed her white coat, and her cherry blossom hair swayed gently with the movement. Uzumaki Naruto thought she was beautiful. Whether in her dashing ninja outfit, or this fresh, gentle feminine attire, she could always command all his attention. His eyes couldn't leave her. She walked toward him, and the corners of his mouth lifted even higher. But she simply passed by him, and hung the lab coat on the wall. She didn't look at him, which dampened his mood. The earlier sweetness vanished, and his heart grew anxious again. He didn't like her ignoring him. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, her coldness made him doubt whether he had misinterpreted her meaning. But he still waited, hoping she would turn around. When she turned, Uzumaki Naruto reached out his hand, desperately hoping she would place hers in his palm. Yet she deliberately avoided his hand, and walked toward the door. He suddenly understood. Everything earlier had been his wishful thinking. He remembered she hadn't answered him at all. The blushing, the closeness, the acceptance, it was all his one-sided fantasy. She had never intended to embrace him. The dying embers in Uzumaki Naruto's heart were doused with gasoline, and the flames flared up again. The truth about Hanami was a thorn buried in his heart, and Haruno Sakura's coldness had once again pricked it. She was still walking toward the door, and she didn't call him back. He had a strong premonition that she was leaving. Had she been carefully hiding something when he entered? That was probably not an ordinary lab product. She was leaving. She was still leaving. The sound of her footsteps, each one piercing his heart like a sharp needle. He couldn't bear it anymore. He had to ask clearly today.
Where are you going? Didn't I tell you not to leave me again?
This time he didn't grab her or block the door. But Haruno Sakura could hear the refusal and accusation in his low voice. The word, again, was he accusing her of leaving last time? A bitter taste filled her heart, and she halted in her steps. In the silence, the man spoke slowly, his suppressed anger and accusation carried through the air.
Sakura-chan, whose daughter is Hanami? And whose daughter is Huajin?
The man asked again, his tone completely different from before. The experimental table he leaned on collapsed with a thunderous crash as he finished the last syllable. The laboratory equipment on the table fell along with the wood, clattering noisily for a long while before coming to a stop. Glassware shattered into fragments, but no one paid attention. The air in the room stood still, eerily quiet. All the blood in Chu Naiying's body seemed to flow backward. Why did he suddenly switch to this question? Could it be? Had he discovered it? Recalling his gloomy face, when he entered, cold sweat trickled down her spine. He had discovered it. He must have uncovered this greatest secret. Her pupils constricted sharply. She dared not turn around, she dared not look at him. She dared not leave either. She didn't know what to do in this situation. She struggled to calm herself down, to think calmly. But the blond man did not give her much time to ponder. He had already asked the second time.
Does this question require such a long thought?
His eyes were bloodshot as he stepped closer to her, step by step turning her around and saying,
Why won't you speak? Are you going to stay silent? Speak.
She didn't respond, and he grew even more frantic, shaking her shoulders and shouting,
Speak. Tell me quickly, Huajin is our child.
She didn't know how important her admission was to him. Chu Naiying was a bit flustered. She couldn't admit it. How could she? If she admitted, she feared he would act recklessly. No, I must calm down. She took a deep breath, her mind racing through countless twists and turns. Ino would never tell him the truth, nor would Lord Zuiju. The masters had passed away, and Teacher Kakashi knew nothing about this. Huajin had shown no signs of abnormality recently. I checked her hair color and pupils every day. Those drugs were hidden so secretly. How could he use chakra on a necklace? There couldn't be a loophole. Where could Mingren have learned this? He should have no way of knowing. He must be making baseless guesses. Yes, this is another one of his tests. Chu Naiying quickly sorted out the situation in her mind, her resolve firm. She shook her head, met Mingren's deep, unfathomable eyes, and said in the calmest tone,
Huajin is the child of Lord Zuiju and me.
As soon as the words left her mouth, her calm tone and demeanor directly ignited the blond man's chest with a surge of anger fanning the flames of his heart. The fire blazed high, burning his mind almost to a blur. Chu Naiying's words pained him, wounded him, humiliated him. She was still lying to him. She indeed had no intention of telling him. Why didn't she go to the spring festival? She stayed in the lab even during the holidays. She just wanted to leave him as soon as possible.
Fine. Fine, fine, fine.
He choked out 3 fines in one breath. Want to leave? Dream on. You won't admit it. I'll see how long you can hold out. Xuanhua Mingren's gaze darkened for a long time. He made up his mind and asked sternly.
Then explain to me why Hua Jian at such a young age can already produce 5 shadow clones.
Neither you nor Yuzhibo Zhuozhu are ninjas with vast amounts of chakra. Zhuozhu's specialty is lightning release, while shadow clones are my forte. Chu Naiying chuckled, thinking to herself, he really has no solid evidence. So she said,
The shadow clone technique is not a jutsu exclusive to you, Lord Hokage, nor is it something only you can do.
Hua Jian inherited the genius genes of the Uchiha clan, and my precise chakra control. A mere 5 shadow clones are nothing worth mentioning.
Is that so?
Xuanhua Mingren had anticipated she would say that. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his lips curling into a sharp smile that cut through her lie.
If we say that the blood flowing in her veins is from the Uzumaki clan, considering the abnormally vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, doesn't that also make sense?
Chu Naiying's eyes flickered. She turned her head away and said,
Lord Hokage, that is a presumption of guilt.
She pushed away his hands that were pressing on her shoulders and said indignantly,
I have no need to argue this hypothesis with you. Good, very well explained.
Xuanhua Mingren suppressed his anger. Her form of address made him extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like how she deliberately emphasized the distance between them. They had once been so close, yet she deliberately kept making their relationship distant. Did she think it was easy for him to take every step closer to her? Didn't his heart hurt? Why did she always hurt him again and again? Fortunately, he had long known that this wouldn't stump her. He suppressed his urge to explode, took out the piece of paper cut in half from his pocket, and said softly,
Dearing, this is a chakra test paper.
He waved the paper in his hand, his gaze never leaving Chu Naiying's face, and asked softly,
Tell me what chakra nature would cause the paper to be split in half from the middle.
Chu Naiying frowned, looking at Xuanhua Mingren, who was asking knowingly. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. She forced herself to stay calm and answered with feigned ease.
Wind.
He again grabbed her shoulders, looking down at her. A dark gleam shone in his eyes. Was she still not going to admit it? Suppressing the fury in his chest, he leaned closer to her, lowering his voice.
I personally conducted this chakra nature test for Hua Jianing.
As he spoke, he grabbed her wrist, his eyes sharp and knowing.
The Uchiha clan's chakra nature is fire. So, whose chakra nature is wind?
He spoke each word deliberately, pulling her closer with each sentence. When the breath of the last word brushed against her face, his fingers released the chakra paper cut in half. She watched the paper float slowly and silently to the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had even discovered this. He seemed to ask casually, yet his oppressive gaze scanned her face like an X-ray machine. Chu Naiying pressed her lips tightly and forced out a sentence through gritted teeth.
Wind nature. Is. A coincidence. Yeah, a coincidence. Who doesn't have all 5 natures right?
What a coincidence. Hua Jian can't use Chidori, nor can she awaken the Sharingan, yet her nature is wind, and she's skilled in shadow clones. I can't wait to take her as my disciple.
The Sharingan. It's because the time hasn't come yet. That sounds plausible too. Thinning.
Xuanhua Mingren lifted her face, his inscrutable gaze scrutinizing her, and raised his voice.
Yuzhibo Zhuozhu awakened his Sharingan at 7, had 2 Tomo at 12, the Mangekyo at 17, and the Rinnegan. When do you think Hua Jian, who inherited the excellent bloodline of the Uchiha clan, will awaken her Sharingan?
His tone shifted, his sharp eyes boring into her emerald eyes, and he said coldly,
She can already use techniques like shadow clones. She should have graduated from the Ninja Academy long ago. Should I assign her an A-rank mission? Or perhaps hold a Chunin exam directly? With her talent, unlocking the Tomo shouldn't be a problem.
Chu Naiying was on the verge of breaking down. She looked at the Xuanhua Mingren before her, his eyes bloodshot, his deep blue irises constantly pressing her. He was the Hokage now, she had no way to oppose him. She hadn't expected that even though he had a son, he would still care so much about Hua Jian. How could she have been foolish enough to come into his territory thinking she could escape unscathed? What could she do? She couldn't admit it, couldn't refute it, and didn't want to provoke him further. He wouldn't really want to see whether Hua Jian could awaken her Sharingan, would he? The pink-haired woman neither admitted nor refuted nor answered. She simply remained silent. This silence infuriated Xuanwen Mingren. He finally couldn't contain himself, and punched the white wall, shouting angrily,
Chu Niang, you're thinking of how to deceive me again. How long are you going to keep lying to me? Do you plan to hide it from me for the rest of my life?
The wall cracked with a loud noise, several large fissures appearing, one deep crack running straight up to the ceiling. A piece of plaster hung precariously, about to fall. She didn't move, still silent. Xuanwen Mingren pulled her aside, and the plaster brushed past her hair, falling to the ground with a thud. Chu Niang stumbled but fell into his arms. He steadied her, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and concern, but only for a moment. As soon as she stood firm, his gaze returned to sharp scrutiny and pressure. She lowered her head. She had seen it, she had felt that fleeting look in his eyes. Now she dared not meet any of his gazes for fear that she would blurt out everything. Fortunately, she had already developed it. As long as she got through today, through this moment, she would leave far away, and never come back to provoke him. He was still waiting, staring at her, with no intention of stopping this line of questioning. Very well. Let them return to calm. Let it be as if nothing had ever begun. Could he just forget her? Let her go. Mutual forgetting would be the best ending for this affair. The pink-haired woman finally lifted her eyes, her emerald gaze skipping past his, and looking straight into his azure depths. She parted her lips, and said softly,
I am not lying to you. Hua Jian's black hair and black eyes are the best proof.
Looking at the Chu Niang before him, she actually spoke of black hair and black eyes, as if it were nothing, with an air of righteousness. This directly touched Xuanwen Mingren's last bottom line. He had never been so furious, irritable, angry, sad, grieved, and heartbroken. He kept exposing her lies, only wanting her to tell him with her own mouth that Hua Jian was his child. She kept quibbling and stubbornly refused to admit it. Her unwillingness to acknowledge Hua Jian was to him a denial of their past, their history, and a proof of their love. She even wanted to erase his daughter's characteristics and attribute them to another man. She even dared to use this falsehood to deceive him, to convince him. Black hair, black eyes. Heh. Xuanwen Mingren let out a cold laugh, his anger uncontrollable. Was she so eager to please Yuzhibo's Wuju? He was enraged, driven mad. The complex emotions he had suppressed for so long erupted like a dormant volcano. The moment she said black hair, black eyes, his reason could no longer hold back. In a fit of rage, he passed his hands under her armpits, pulled her tightly against his chest, and one palm moved toward her soft bosom. Startled, Chu Niang let out a cry, and he took the opportunity to kiss her lips. He didn't linger, his kiss slid quickly downward, stripping off her knitted cardigan. His hand even lifted the hem of her skirt. Soon, he would conquer inch by inch. Chu Niang never expected that he would resort to force. She struggled wildly, her arms pushing and hitting him incessantly. But she couldn't push him away at all. Tears of terror streamed down her face. She cried out,
Mingren! You said you wouldn't do anything to me if I didn't want to.
He stopped slightly, bowed his head, and said with a dark expression,
I've changed my mind. You keep lying to me. Let me see if your body is more honest than your mouth.
As he spoke, he suddenly parted her legs and lifted them. Losing her balance, Chu Niang screamed and fell onto him, instinctively clinging tightly to him to keep from falling.
Mingren, when did you become so wicked?
She hit him in shame and anger.
Let me down. No.
Xuanwen Mingren not only didn't let go, but instead sat down on a round lab stool with her in his arms, his large hands gripping her waist and fixing her on his thighs. Chu Niang was still in shock, her face covered with tears. At least, he wasn't tearing her clothes anymore. He only cupped her face, his azure eyes now bloodshot, and growled softly,
If you lie to me again, I'll only get worse.
Chu Niang struggled to stand up, but he pressed her back down. Even through the clothes she could feel the friction of their private parts. Although he was fully dressed, her skirt was spread open, and she was only wearing a pair of panties. She felt as if sitting on a bed of needles. Despite her anxiety and shame, she dared not move a muscle and sat still. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, she was truly terrified. She sobbed with her shoulders trembling, finally understanding what his real forceful actions meant. How could he treat her like this? The man pinned both her wrists with one hand, reached into his pocket with the other, took out the black pill, and showed it in his palm.
Are you still going to say that Hua Jian is Wuju's?
The evidence was ironclad. Chu Naiying's face turned pale. She had no way to argue, and only 2 streams of tears fell uncontrollably. So he had really discovered it. He had been forcing her to admit it. He knew everything. What should she do? Should she admit it? Chu Naiying's heart was still tangled, still hesitant. The man waited for her answer in vain. Seeing her pale, tear-streaked face, he was even more convinced that she was determined to leave. He was heartbroken to the point of being torn apart, his pain numbing his senses. She cried, and he cried too. He couldn't bear this scene. Why wouldn't she admit it? Did she want him to retrieve all the experimental materials and tools she had handled to see what she was really researching before she would confess? What would admission change? Would it prove how much she wanted to leave? Would it prove how much she didn't love him? Such thoughts made him collapse several times. He also cried out,
"Tell me, have you fallen in love with him? Is that why you don't want to admit it? Is that why you do everything to change Hua Jian? Is that why you desperately want to leave me?"
Chu Naiying never imagined that Xuanwen Mingren would think this way, that he would believe she wouldn't admit to the child because she had fallen in love with someone else. In 10 years she had never felt so wronged and humiliated. Tears streamed down her face like a river. She wanted to speak, but when she opened her mouth only sobs came out. Her emotions were too overwhelming, she couldn't utter a single word. Xuanwen Mingren had lost all reason. Her denials, her arguments, her tears shattered his heart into 1,000 pieces of glass. 10 years ago she said she loved him, 10 years later she said she didn't. The 2 images kept flashing alternately in his mind. Such a stark contrast tortured him to the point of wishing for death. He shook her, who remained silent, and questioned again and again.
"Have you fallen in love with him? Tell me, do you do this with him too? Do you love him? Do you also entwine and receive pleasure on his body?"
Every word he spoke pierced Chu Naiying's heart like arrows, each syllable stabbing 1,000 holes in her soul. Chu Naiying's tears never stopped. Watching Xuanwen Mingren, who had lost all reason and kept misunderstanding her, she felt both anxious and angry. The truth of the past 10 years intertwined in her heart. All the efforts, sacrifices, compromises, longing, hope, and determination turned into grievances and unbearable memories. Complex emotions surged in her chest, crushing her organs. She kept shaking her head, but Xuanwen Mingren didn't see it. Intense love, intense hatred, and intense jealousy had completely broken Xuanwen Mingren. His voice was hoarse, utterly despondent. Toward the end, he couldn't even speak through his sobs. He let go of her hand, lowered his head in despair, and now only wished for death. All these years he had been numbing himself, but in truth, he had been sustained by memories. If even their past held no more nostalgia in her heart, and even their child, she refused to keep his traces. He could no longer find a reason to live. His will had collapsed. He lowered his head, and muttered hoarsely,
"If I die, you can't erase our past. Kill me. Yes, I shouldn't trouble you. I should end myself."
Chu Naiying shook her head frantically. "No, that's not it." Her heart desperately wanted to explain, and she struggled to suppress her sobs to speak. But a surge of energy rushed up from her chest, and a coppery sweetness filled her mouth. She knew it was blood, but she still wanted to speak, to tell him. Overwhelmed by anger, blood kept rising and her consciousness gradually faded. The Xuanwen Mingren before her became increasingly blurry. In her mind an image of a blond boy grinning from ear to ear at her appeared. She felt as if she could no longer hold on. Xuanwen Mingren, always so slow to realize, was still immersed in his intense emotions, unaware of her urgency. "Ming. Ren." As she opened her mouth, blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Every word she spoke was extremely difficult. No, she hadn't told him yet. She had to tell him. Chu Naiying, dazed, gathered the last of her strength, and said with difficulty,
"I."
Xuanwen Mingren finally looked at her. In her haste, Chu Naiying saw his expression change drastically. He must have been frightened by her. It was her fault she hadn't handled things well, and had only caused him pain. The intensification of emotions caused a torrent of blood to surge from her chest. When she opened her mouth, only blood flowed out. She couldn't catch her breath. The words,
"The one I love is you,"
could only manage a single "I" before she collapsed onto his shoulder unconscious. Konoha Hospital operating room, the red surgical light flashing incessantly. Yamanaka Ino, along with several medical ninjas, was urgently performing emergency treatment on Haruno Sakura. This repair surgery was extremely difficult, requiring the mobilization of Konoha's top-tier medical personnel. Before entering the operating room, she punched Uzumaki Naruto hard, and even Naruto Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique couldn't hold her back.
Uzumaki Naruto. She will die, she will really die.
Yamanaka Ino's words echoed in his ears. Uzumaki Naruto slumped down on the waiting chair. His immense chakra reserves granted him a healing ability far beyond that of ordinary people, and the punch Ino had landed had long since healed automatically. Despite Yamanaka Ino's medical skills, she had been inside for hours without coming out. Just how severe was Haruno Sakura's condition? His heart was filled with anxiety, growing more unsettled with each passing moment. Even a fool would realize that Haruno Sakura's repeated fainting spells couldn't be simply explained by her weakened constitution after the surgery 10 years ago. Recalling Yamanaka Ino's words, she would die. Will she die? A single tear fell from Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, then, like a broken string of beads, large droplets cascaded down to the ground.
Uncle Naruto.
Uchiha Hanami tugged at his sleeve. In contrast to Naruto's agitation, she was much calmer. Her big black eyes looked at the silent Naruto, a hint of comfort on her small face. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes, then turned his gaze to her as fresh tears continued to well up. Uchiha Hanami reached out her small hand to grasp his large one, and said earnestly,
Uncle Naruto, don't cry. Aunt Ino hitting you was definitely her fault. Inogen often says he's afraid of his mother too, but I actually think Aunt Ino is very gentle. There must be some misunderstanding. After all, your comrades. Once Mom wakes up, everything will be fine. Aunt Ino is amazing. Mom will definitely wake up. Don't worry.
Naruto Shikamaru let out a helpless sigh.
TCH, come on, a grown man being lectured by a kid.
He glanced at the two on the waiting chairs, then continued leaning against the wall, smoking unhurriedly. Yet in his lowered eyes, there was a hint of concern. He knew better than anyone how much Uzumaki Naruto valued this woman. His hasty and high-profile announcement of divorce at the Spring Festival was solely to assume the identity of a suitor. Matters of the heart were complicated and troublesome, but he had always been rational, so he couldn't understand how Naruto had managed to make things so awkward. Yamanaka Ino was equally impulsive. Not long ago, she had greatly praised Naruto's bold divorce announcement, and had specifically dragged him to get the details. But as soon as Sakura fainted, she didn't hesitate to beat him up without any regard for face. He didn't need to think to know that Ino's inquiries and punches were all for Sakura's sake. What if Sakura really couldn't be saved? Naruto Shikamaru looked up at Naruto, whom Uchiha Hanami was comforting. He lit another cigarette with a silent sigh. He had thought that soon Naruto and Sakura would understand each other's feelings, but now it seemed even more complicated than before. How to put it? Matters of the heart. Even someone as clever as he had ended up missing his chance with Ino back then. He sincerely hoped this couple would be different from them. After all, it was Uzumaki Naruto, the person he had voluntarily chosen to follow with unwavering loyalty, no matter the trouble. Naruto Shikamaru flicked off his cigarette ash, helplessly beginning to prepare in his mind for the worst-case scenario regarding Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Hanami recalled the words her mother had specially told her after the last fainting spell.
If Mom ever faints from exhaustion, don't be scared. I'll just stay at Aunt Ino's for a few days and be fine when I wake up.
She nodded, then wiped Naruto's tears and said,
Uncle Naruto, do you like my mom? Why are you crying harder than I am? I haven't even cried. Let me tell you, Aunt Ino was just scaring you. My mom is like this. She had some health issues after giving birth to me, and I guess she's been too tired from her research lately. Last time it was the same, she just fainted. She'll be fine after a few days of sleep. Don't cry, don't cry.
This was actually a precautionary measure Haruno Sakura had taken after the last fainting incident, worried that she might scare her daughter if it happened again. Uchiha Hanami believed it, and now used it to console Naruto. Little did she know that upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's heart was even more filled with mixed emotions. Uchiha Hanami added, How long has Aunt Ino been in there? I'm getting hungry. You're in no state to go out crying like this. She turned to Naruto Shikamaru and said, Uncle Shikamaru, I'll go buy some food from the street for everyone. Still young, she was naturally easygoing, carefree, and optimistic. With that, she turned and headed for the elevator, her mind already considering whether to invite Akimichi Cho-Cho to join her for snacks. Nara Shikamaru watched the elevator floor numbers until they reached the ground floor. Finishing his cigarette, he walked over to Naruto and sat down beside him.
Now that Hanami is gone, tell me, was it those pills?
Uzumaki Naruto nodded silently. After a long pause, he finally spoke.
Shikamaru Hanami is my child. I.
His emotions were still unstable, and he couldn't finish the sentence. Nara Shikamaru was startled, but his mind worked quickly. Just as he was about to speak, the red light of the operating room went out, and the door slid open with a whoosh. Several medical ninjas pushed a hospital bed out. Uzumaki Naruto forgot about Nara Shikamaru and instantly stood up, rushing over. Haruno Sakura lay with her eyes closed, her face pale, still unconscious.
Send her to the ICU. Transfer to observation after she wakes up.
Yamanaka Ino's voice came, whether directed at the medical ninjas or at Naruto, it was unclear. The medical ninjas wheeled Sakura into the elevator, the red floor numbers changing and flashing. As the sound of the wheels faded, the air outside the operating room became exceptionally still.
Ino.
Naruto hung his head and asked,
How serious is Sakura-chan's condition?
Yamanaka Ino's expression darkened. Ignoring his question, she looked around for a moment and said,
I'll take care of Hanami-chan.
Without looking at Naruto, she headed straight for the stairs outside the corridor.
Ino.
2 simple syllables Nara Shikamaru calmly called out to Yamanaka Ino. Just a short while ago, she had been eagerly asking about the details of the Hokage-sama's divorce, yet now, when Naruto posed a question, she offered no help at all.
You know everything about Haruno Sakura, don't you?
His calm voice reminded Yamanaka Ino that someone needed to give Sakura and Naruto a push. Yamanaka Ino stopped, but didn't turn around. She paused for a moment, then finally descended the stairs. Her cool voice came echoing through the corridor.
Shikamaru, if 2 people have problems, and can't communicate and resolve them themselves, no matter how much love there is, it will eventually fade away.
When Haruno Sakura woke up, the sky outside was dark. The window in the room was closed, and the gray-blue linen curtains hung motionless. The warm yellow light from the street lamp faintly shone through, while fine thread-like raindrops interwove and drifted in the air. It was the intensive care unit of the hospital. This time her fainting spell was more severe than the last. Although she had regained consciousness, her whole body was weak, and she couldn't muster any strength. She kept her eyes open, quietly watching the blond-haired man lying beside the edge of the hospital bed. He seemed to be asleep, still gently holding her hand. Haruno Sakura didn't know how many days she had been unconscious. The man's face was buried, and she wondered how long he had been waiting. Had he been watching over her all this time, waiting for her to wake up? She gently withdrew her hand, wanting to touch his warm golden hair. As soon as her hand moved, Uzumaki Naruto woke up alertly. Haruno Sakura smiled, her hand hovering awkwardly in the air.
You're awake.
The man held her hand, his eyes bright with joy, and rose to feel her forehead. No fever, just a little cool. He relaxed and said,
I'll go get the doctor. Naruto.
She called him, shaking her head gently.
Don't worry. I know my body. As long as I'm awake, I'll be fine.
Uzumaki Naruto's eyes grew moist. Turning away, he said,
Sakura-chan must be hungry. I'll go find something to eat.
With that, he left the room. Soon several nurses came in to change her for drip. Haruno Sakura exchanged a few brief words with them, and learned that Ino had led the team to perform the restorative surgery. This was the 4th night of her unconsciousness, and it was already late. Ino had gone off duty. Hanami-chan must have been taken by Ino. She smiled softly. Ino's medical skills were becoming more and more exquisite, and the members of the medical team had all grown. After the nurses changed the 4 drip and left the ward, Haruno Sakura felt bored. Having slept too long, she was a bit tired. She struggled to muster a little strength to sit up just as Uzumaki Naruto pushed the door open and hurriedly said,
Don't move. Let me.
He quickly set the packed food containers aside, came over, raised the head of the bed, gently lifted her, adjusted the pillow behind her waist, and then slowly let her lean back.
Are you hungry?
He asked softly. Looking into his tender eyes, Haruno Sakura felt a stir in her heart and nodded. He untied the food bag and arranged the dishes one by one.
There's millet porridge, sushi rolls, steamed snakehead fish, sweet and sour spare ribs, and red bean dumpling soup. Which one do you want first?
Haruno Sakura was momentarily dazed. How had he managed to find so many kinds of food in such a short time at night? Uzumaki Naruto turned to look at her, his blue eyes clear and bright.
Anything is fine. I'll do it.
Haruno Sakura was about to move when a sharp pain shot through her hand. She had tugged at the foretube in her haste, and the needle had shifted slightly. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. She carefully adjusted the foretube and reset the drip rate. Uzumaki Naruto's brows remained furrowed, but when he saw her still pale face, his gaze softened again.
I'll feed you.
His voice was gentle, but he didn't wait for her consent. The man patiently picked out the fish bones, placed the meat in a spoon, and brought it to her.
The nurses said eating this will help you recover faster.
Haruno Sakura ate the fish he offered her, heart pounding fiercely. She ate silently, looking up at the blond man. He had been by her side for days, and his face showed undeniable exhaustion.
Naruto, your dark circles are almost as bad as Gaara's,
Haruno Sakura said with concern.
I'm fine. Sakura-chan, eat quickly.
He didn't speak again, focusing on removing the fish bones and gently feeding her. Both were lost in their own thoughts, still shaken, and neither brought up the matter of Hanami, as if the events that had nearly killed them hadn't happened. Haruno Sakura watched his face. When he picked out the bones, his expression was focused, and his profile was handsome. It must be said that over the years Naruto had developed the contours of a mature man, his charm even greater. When he turned back to feed her, his blue eyes held an indescribable tenderness, sparkling like the most beautiful stars in the sky. He was feeding her so gently now, though in the past he would always clamor for her to feed him. Haruno Sakura felt a sweetness in her heart, and her appetite improved.
Sakura-chan, if you keep looking at me like that, I might not be able to control myself,
Uzumaki Naruto said, handing her the millet porridge with a burning gaze. Meeting his warm, deep gaze, she suddenly remembered how he had been utterly despondent and wished for death. Her heart ached. She felt that she had indeed tormented him too much.
Actually, Naruto, you're really good at taking care of people,
Haruno Sakura said, raising her face.
Is that so? It depends on who it is.
Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flickered for a moment, as if he wanted to say more, but held back. Finally, he scooped up a spoonful of porridge and said flatly, Eat. Haruno Sakura's eyes dropped, and she silently ate a few mouthfuls of porridge. She didn't want to eat anymore, and he didn't force her. Gently he lowered her bed, covered her with a blanket, and went to clean up the food containers.
Aren't you eating, Naruto? I'm not hungry,
Uzumaki Naruto replied sulkily, and went out to throw away the leftovers. Haruno Sakura turned her head, feeling deeply distressed. A line of tears flowed into her ear. She knew he wasn't not hungry. He simply couldn't eat. He was clearly exhausted and weary, but he had no desire for food. His implication was already very clear. He clearly had more to say, but he didn't continue. He was disheartened, yet still took meticulous care of her. Haruno Sakura's heart was tormented. With tears in her eyes, she closed them. He returned but didn't take her hand again. He sat silently watching the foredrip finish, then removed the needle. Then he walked to the window and stood there for a while. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes and saw his back. He wasn't wearing his cloak. His orange clothes reflected his golden hair. Against the street lamp his silhouette looked very lonely. Another line of tears flowed unconsciously. She quickly wiped them away and closed her eyes. The street lamp went out. He drew the curtains, turned off the light, and lay down on the empty bed next to hers. The room was quiet. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes. She hadn't fallen asleep. She didn't look at him, but she knew he was still awake. The rain outside gradually grew heavier, the pattering raindrops turning into a torrential downpour accompanied by lightning and thunder. The fierce wind whipped raindrops against the window, producing a clattering sound. Haruno Sakura listened to the rain outside for a long time, so long that she didn't know if Uzumaki Naruto had fallen asleep. She turned her head to look at him, but the night was too dark to see anything, not even a single strand of his golden hair. A wave of sadness surged in Haruno Sakura's heart. She remembered again that he had misunderstood her, thinking she loved Sasuke-kun. Naruto. The one I love is you. She let out a soft sigh. If she hadn't fainted, she would have said it without hesitation. But now, the night was so dark that it swallowed all light. Haruno Sakura turned her head back. Outside, the thunder and fierce wind had stopped, and the rain seemed to have finally lessened. The rain curtain dripped like beads onto the windowsill, and her heart fell drop by drop with the sound of the rain. She was very tired. Slowly she closed her eyes, and drifted into a restless sleep. She didn't know how many hours she slept, but her troubled mind caused her to wake again. The rain had completely stopped. A faint ray of hazy light seeped through the gap in the curtains. It was impossible to tell if it was moonlight or dawn. The weather tonight was truly strange. Haruno Sakura sighed inwardly, then smiled slightly. A moonlit night was always better than a rainy night, and clear skies were always better than rain. She had drunk too much fluid, she needed to go to the bathroom. Having eaten and slept a little, she felt her strength returning. She tiptoed to get up. Suddenly Uzumaki Naruto turned on the light, steadied her, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Haruno Sakura's face flushed bright red. "I need to go to the bathroom," she whispered. The blond man slid his arm under her knees, lifted her horizontally, and carried her toward the restroom. "Naruto, it's not that serious. I'm all better now," she said, a bit embarrassed, her blush spreading to the nape of her neck. Uzumaki Naruto acknowledged with a grunt, but didn't put her down. Instead he stared at her face and asked, "Why did you sigh?" He had actually heard her sigh. "Have you been awake all along?" she asked. The man didn't reply. He carried her to the restroom, gently set her down, turned around, walked out, and closed the door. He didn't go far. After all, ping makes a sound. Haruno Sakura could feel her face burning. She finally finished her business, washed her hands, and came out. Without a word he turned and picked her up again, placing her back on the bed. He sat down beside her on the edge of the bed, turned to look at her face, and pressed. "Sakura-chan, why did you sigh?" Was he a demon? Could he even hear her inner thoughts? She didn't know whether to feel joy or sorrow. Hesitantly she looked up into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. After just one serious glance, she couldn't look away. She didn't know how long he had gone without sleep. His blue eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't help reaching out to caress his face. "Naruto, you look so worn out." Her eyes grew moist again. He held her hand and asked in a choked voice, "Sakura-chan, are you feeling sorry for me?" "Do you feel sorry for me?" Haruno Sakura gazed at the Uzumaki Naruto before her. His face was haggard, his eyes filled with grievance and confusion. He was no longer the heroic figure who had stormed the ninja world, nor the calm and imposing Seventh Hokage. He was just a lovelorn youth who had lost his beloved girl, cautious, timid, and humble to the dust. Her heart ached unbearably. He had originally been sunny, cheerful, confident, and warm. How many hurtful words had she said to him? How many hurtful things had she done to make him become like this? Tears streamed from her eyes. This was not her intention. She wanted him to live well, to be happy. Seeing her tearful eyes, Uzumaki Naruto's tears also fell. He held her hand and rubbed it against his face, asking in a hoarse voice, "Sakura-chan, what am I supposed to do with you? You're always hot and cold with me. Do you know that even if you wanted my life, I would give it willingly and without regret? But you only hurt my heart. You've really hurt me. How many times has my heart been shattered and broken by you? Yet, I can't stop forgiving you, loving you. I love you so much, Sakura-chan. In your heart, what exactly am I to you?" His expression was half pity, half reproach, utterly heartbroken yet helpless, causing Haruno Sakura's heart to feel like it was being twisted with a knife. Wasn't she also helpless? Wasn't she also aggrieved? Wasn't she also heartbroken? Now holding hands and facing each other with tearful eyes, he was still asking her what he meant to her. Haruno Sakura's heart was bitter. Crying, she said, "You only know your own heart, but you don't know mine at all." These were the most affirmative words Uzumaki Naruto had heard from her in all these days. Although she was blaming him, it warmed his heart, and that warmth gradually moistened his eyes. He finally understood. He had been blinded by his panic over Hanami-chan's matter. Yamanaka Ino was reminding him that they loved each other. There were just some issues that needed to be communicated. He pulled her into his arms and choked out, "Sakura-chan, let's be together. Let's be together. No matter what happens, we'll face it together, okay? Let me know whatever concerns you have, okay? Don't push me away, okay? Since we love each other, shouldn't we support each other, stay together through storms, and never leave each other in prosperity or adversity?" She looked into his eyes, and didn't reply, only letting her tears fall continuously. His heart aching with tenderness, he pulled her close and held her tight. His kisses began at her ear, then moved to her forehead, tearful eyes, cheeks, and the tip of her nose, slowly reaching her cherry lips. This time, he was very gentle, not rushing to enter. His tongue lingered on the shape of her lips until it warmed her heart, then slowly explored into her mouth. His agile tongue quickly caught her little tongue, sucking, licking, and nibbling. He kept deepening the kiss, wanting to gently fill the wounds they had inflicted on each other over the past few days. He wasn't foolish, but deep love could easily make one a Buddha or a demon. He kissed her tenderly. Fortunately, everything was still in time. He would no longer miss the chance like he did in his youth. This time he would hold her hand tightly, watching her lips kiss to a rosy red. He pressed his lips to hers, pulling her into his embrace once more. She leaned gently against his shoulder. Was she consenting? He was uncertain. His chest heaved with unsteady breaths. He took her hand and pressed it against his heart, asking softly, "Sakura-chan, what are you worried about? Don't use the excuse of being a married man to reject me anymore. I'm already divorced." Haruno Sakura was startled, lifting her face in disbelief. This news exceeded her expectations. Her gaze grew dull as she murmured in a daze, "What did you say?" "I said," Uzumaki Naruto paused, his blue eyes fixed on her, his gaze firm and resolute. "I said I want to marry you." Haruno Sakura's mind was in chaos. The situation had spiraled far beyond her imagination. Her thoughts were a jumble, and she blurted out without thinking, "No, how can you get divorced? What about Hinata? And the child? You bastard. And if you divorce? Have you ever considered?" Uzumaki Naruto understood. Her concerns were all for him. She wasn't rejecting him. He didn't want her to panic, nor did he defend himself. He simply held her and kissed her. Haruno Sakura's mind went blank. He said he wanted to marry her. He said he was already divorced. Already? She struggled, gasping between breaths as he paused for air. "Naruto. Wait. Explain first." "Yes, let's explain first." He released her, his blue eyes gazing at her with deep affection. Only when her doe-like eyes had calmed did he speak. "Sakura-chan, first of all, I admit I'm a bastard." He took her hand, smoothed the hair from her forehead, and stared into her jade-green eyes. "I was indeed a bastard to Hinata, but I wanted to follow my heart. I want to marry the one I truly love. I believe marriage should be a mutual, unreserved affection." He had just left her lips, then kissed her forehead again, and continued, "Don't feel pressured about the divorce. My marriage to Hinata had no love. It would have ended sooner or later. Before you came back, I was already thinking about divorce. In the 10 years you weren't by my side, the political situation in Konoha changed, and I gradually realized that many things aren't as simple as a Hokage wishing them done. But I kept trying. Even if you hadn't returned, I would have come to find you in a few years. That day I said I wanted to pursue you again wasn't a whim. Uzumaki Naruto's ninja way of keeping his word will always be upheld." He smiled at her gently, a steadfast light flickering in his eyes. With a tender gaze he added, "Actually, I announced my divorce at the Spring Festival celebration, but you didn't come. I wanted to tell you, but I was interrupted. Then when Hanami-chan's background came up, and you denied it, my heart was shattered, and I lost my reason. It's all my fault. After you fainted last time, I decided I'd never push you again. I just want to cherish you, love you, and make you happy." He put his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean against him again. "Sakura-chan, I have so much to tell you. Will you listen to me?" Feeling her obediently resting on his shoulder, his gaze turned to the white wall, his eyes clear, and he poured out his heart. "Have you been well these 10 years? I haven't been well at all. After you left, not a day passed without me blaming myself. I blamed you. Why couldn't you wait for me? Why couldn't you give me more time, more understanding? There was so much I didn't know. Every day was lived in regret. I hated myself for losing the one I loved most. Back then I searched for you every day. I wanted to find you and beg for your forgiveness. But you were avoiding me. Do you know how much pain I was in? You left without a word with someone else." "Who was that?" "It was Uchiha Sasuke. In terms of family background, strength, and character, he was my strongest rival. More importantly, you once liked him, and he was my only brother. I was completely out of my mind. I didn't know why you left, what you lost in that surgery, that you were carrying our child. I knew nothing. I was afraid you'd be disappointed in me, that you didn't love me anymore, that you'd fallen for someone else. Those days were worse than death. I wanted to find you every day, and when I couldn't, I wished I could go back to the past.
I even thought about developing a jutsu to turn back time. But time doesn't turn back, and I was forced to move forward. I became Hokage, gained the recognition of the whole world, but you weren't by my side. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy for a single day. I had already decided that one day I would come find you. Protecting the village isn't only about being Hokage. Living like Master Jiraiya wouldn't be bad either. If I couldn't find you, I wouldn't come back. Heaven has been kind to me. It actually brought you back. I don't know why you returned, but I was overjoyed. I wanted to show you my heart. But you were cold and distant. Uzumaki Naruto's voice grew muffled. His gaze shifted from the white wall back to her. Hanami-chan is our child. I just wanted you to tell me yourself. But you kept denying it. Do you know how much that hurt me? His blue eyes met hers. Even though she was leaning on his shoulder, the pain still made his gaze sorrowful, his brows furrowed, and unable to relax. He pressed his hand firmly against his heart to steady his emotions. He was in so much pain, he longed to hear her affirmation. He asked, Sakura-chan, don't be disappointed in me, okay? Don't leave me, okay? Let's be together, okay? Haruno Sakura's eyes grew moist again. His 3 consecutive questions all sought the same answer. His logic was clear, his thoughts meticulous. He had said so much just now, all genuine feelings born of careful reflection. He laid his heart before her. Uzumaki Naruto, his heart was so bitter. Her hand gently covered his. She too was bitter, and her tears couldn't stop. She suddenly wondered if her decision back then had been wrong. In these 10 years neither of them had been happy. She shouldn't have left him. They had missed 10 years. 10 years, the length of youth. How many 10 years does a person have? She suddenly recalled what Uchiha Sasuke had said when he sent her back to the village. He stood in the moonlight, his dark eyes looking back at her, and said, Sakura, follow your heart. Uchiha Sasuke, always aloof yet warm, perceptive, strong and gentle. Nothing escaped his Sharingan. He had seen through her heart from beginning to end. He respected all her decisions, supported her regardless of right or wrong, and for 10 years, he had silently accompanied, protected, and advised her. Few words, but they hit the core. The Uchiha clan. Perhaps they were the ones who understood love best in this world. She smiled and looked up at Uzumaki Naruto. The blond man was also looking down at her. Time was still. They leaned on each other. Wasn't this the kind of togetherness she had always longed for in her heart? The man took her hand silent, his gaze filled with deep affection. Such a pure, devoted look was impossible for her to resist. She loved him, so deeply, so completely. Her nose tingled, and she reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. She wanted to cry. Large teardrops fell. She didn't want to leave him again. She sobbed, Naruto. I still had something to say that day. Finally choking back tears, she was about to speak the words she had wanted to tell him before. I want to say. A blush spread across her cheeks. Meeting his burning gaze, she continued, Naruto. I love you. The one I love is you. It has always been you. Her arms encircled him. Tears streamed down her collar, her neck. She held him, burying herself in his embrace, and crying freely. Haruno Sakura's words were like a beam of light shining into Uzumaki Naruto's heart. His entire world brightened. She buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, crying, her tears soaking his collar. That light grew larger and larger. All the anxiety and brokenness in his heart were filled with warmth. He felt resurrected. He smiled, a smile like an 18-year-old youth. She still loved him. Their love had never disappeared. He held his girl tighter, as if to make up for all the embraces they had missed in the past 10 years. She cried hard, having endured so much grievance. He gently patted her back, soothing her. His girl had returned. Uzumaki Naruto laughed, and cried, his heart as sweet as honey. His broad, solid chest pressed against hers, passing warm body heat to her in his arms. The cherry-haired woman finally stopped crying in his embrace. Their hearts were one. He desperately wanted to kiss her. He couldn't resist. He had to kiss her. He lowered his head, gently seeking her lips. He kissed her softly, nibbling her cherry lips, until she shyly parted her teeth, then his tongue explored deeper, deepening the kiss. He had kissed her before, but this kiss made his heart tremble even more. She began to respond, their tongues chasing each other, sweetly claiming warm and lingering. How blissful. Uzumaki Naruto wished he could die at this moment. No, how could he die? He still had to give her a happy life.
With that thought his kiss grew even more passionate. Deep kisses easily stirred desire, and her response made every vein in his body swell. The man's inner fire rose, all his blood rushing to his lower body, surging restlessly. He tried to restrain himself to hold back, but his lips couldn't bear to leave hers. The deeper they kissed, the more passionate he became. This burning desire that consumed his entire body, he no longer wanted to endure it, and he couldn't. Suddenly he remembered that they loved each other. He didn't need to hold back anymore. "I want you, Sakura-chan." He breathed heavily against her ear, his words clear and distinct. His hand slid up from her soft waist. Haruno Sakura's body trembled. She caught his sliding hand, a layer of worry clouding her eyes. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes dimmed slightly, his heart tensing. He stopped his movements and asked softly, "Sakura-chan, are you unwilling?" Haruno Sakura shook her head. She didn't want to keep anything from him anymore. She lowered her head and whispered, I may never be able to get pregnant again." Uzumaki Naruto's blue pupils dilated violently, revealing shock. The cost of that surgery 10 years ago, the reason Haruno Sakura chose to leave, the interruption of news from Senju Tsunade, Yamanaka Ino's attitude toward him, even the root of her constant rejections, her fainting spells after returning. Many things in his mind, like broken chains, suddenly connected in that instant. He understood at once. No need to ponder further. He embraced her with a pained heart. "Sakura-chan, having Hanami-chan is enough for us." The man's tears mingled with hers on her face. Haruno Sakura couldn't bear to see him sad. Playfully she stuck out her tongue and licked the tears on his cheek. Her gentle jade-green eyes shimmered as she breathed, "Naruto, do you like Hanami-chan?" Uzumaki Naruto's lingering desire was stirred even more by her licking. The love in her gaze made him pull her closer. He kissed her lips, then moved down to her neck, pausing to suck on her delicate collarbone. He replied affirmatively, "I love her dearly. I've always wanted a daughter like you." Haruno Sakura was tickled by the warmth of his breath as he spoke. Her voice trembled. "I think Hanami-chan looks a lot like you." The man kissed her neck and murmured, "Our child naturally resembles both of us." As he spoke his breath hit her sensitive spots again. Haruno Sakura couldn't bear it, and tried to shrink away. But the man, knowing her heart, wouldn't let her go easily. He gently lifted her, intending to lay her down. Her eyes were seductive, as she coquettishly protested, "Naruto. Not here." Uzumaki Naruto then remembered they were still in the hospital. Lowering his head, he said softly, "Hold on to me." Haruno Sakura was taken aback. Before she could tighten her arms around him, the man, as swift as the wind, activated the body flicker technique. "I wonder if Sakura-chan likes this place. I have a special attachment to this room." He gently set her down. Sakura Haruno steadied herself and looked around the room. The furnishings remained unchanged, but their relationship had undergone tremendous changes each time they visited. No one could imagine that such a small, humble room had housed the youngest Hokage of Konoha for over 20 years. This man had endured too many trials from fate. How many cold stares, setbacks, and hardships had he reversed with his unyielding will? How powerful was his heart? She caressed the wall as she walked to the window, seeing a bright full moon hanging in the night sky. So it was truly moonlight. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, and the radiant glow outside the window enveloped the hidden Konoha village like mist and smoke, gentle and tranquil. Her heart trembled slightly. This place was the only home in her heart after 10 years of wandering, and the man behind her was the destination she had hidden deep in her heart, the one she most longed for. "Naruto!" she called softly without turning around. Thoughts swirled in her heart, ultimately forming a faint smile at the corners of her lips. Pointing at the full moon, she said, "The moonlight is so beautiful." Naruto Uzumaki embraced her from behind and whispered, "Even the pure light for 10 miles cannot compare to you." The sweet words lingered in her ears, melting into her heart. Sakura Haruno blushed at the corners of her eyes, turned back, and quickly pecked a kiss on his face. "Naruto, I never knew you were so good at flirting." "Is that so?" He turned her around and gazed at her with deep affection. "Did I flirt you?" Sakura Haruno hugged him back, nodding repeatedly, and said softly, "Actually, every time I see you my heart beats so fast. You make me unable to resist falling for you." Naruto Uzumaki smiled sweetly at the affirmation. Her words made him feel happy. The woman leaned against his shoulder, hugging him tightly. Her soft cheek pressed against his muscular chest, honed by years of training, which made the man's blood surge and his heart pound with excitement. Even though she had already given birth to a child, this was the first time in 10 years Sakura Haruno had been intimate with Naruto Uzumaki. The warm contact made her face burn, her entire skin almost hot as fire, and her heart thumped wildly. She was a bit nervous and expected, softly chiding him in his arms.
How can you hug, hold, kiss, and embrace every time we meet, without caring about status or occasion?
The blond man scratched his head and sighed.
What can be done? When Naruto Uzumaki sees Sakura Haruno, what status or position can he have? He just wants to take back his rib.
Saying this, he lowered his head to kiss her. Sakura Haruno, having clarified her feelings, was not a coy girl after all. She hooked her arms around his neck to demand a deep kiss, her lips meeting his. Naruto Uzumaki loved her initiative and kissed her passionately, his hands moving to undo her clothes. She no longer resisted. At such close proximity, he only needed to reach out to feel the warmth of her body. With permission, the man's fingers caressed her smooth skin. The warm sensation of her waist and back made him linger. The soft, smooth, and elastic touch caused Naruto Uzumaki's blood to surge throughout his body. She was so beautiful that he trembled all over, and even his kiss became heavier. Her tongue responded enthusiastically to his. He said she was his weakness, but did he know he was also her armor? Without her love for him in her heart, how could she have endured these 10 years? As passion deepened, this kiss became even more lingering and affectionate. The man was in the prime of his youth, and his grip unconsciously grew stronger. After 10 years of abstinence, Sakura Haruno could not withstand such caresses from her beloved. If Naruto Uzumaki had truly forced himself on her, at that moment, she would have been completely helpless. Her body craved him, and could not lie. This fool must have been restraining himself so hard. Thinking of this, Sakura Haruno's love grew even stronger. She no longer had any hesitation or concern, only wanting to give herself to him. Naruto Uzumaki no longer needed to hold back. His long arms wrapped around her slender waist, and his lips slid from her cherry lips down to her neck. The warm, moist sensation on her chest made her tremble, and she let out a muffled "ah" as her fingers entwined in his golden hair.
Sakura-chan!
The man called her name, softly lifted her body, and laid her gently on the bed. Moonlight spilled over her snow-white soft figure, giving off a faint jade-like luster. She was so beautiful, she was calling his name, she belonged to him. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes welled with infinite sweet tenderness. The moonlight was as beautiful as it had been 10 years ago. Sakura Haruno frowned slightly. He leaned over and embraced her, whispering softly,
Sakura-chan! The moonlight is as it was that night.
The pink-haired woman held him and murmured softly. Naruto Uzumaki felt the heat and warmth again. Uzumaki Naruto felt as though he had entered paradise. The woman's honeyed whispers echoed in his ears, her soft jade-like form entwined around him. Naruto's face flushed slightly from exertion as he gasped.
Do you understand how much I've missed you? How much I love you? I too.
Haruno Sakura began to reply, but Naruto was utterly. She couldn't speak properly, her mind completely surrendering. The man gradually leaned over to embrace her, kissed her tender pink lips, his eyes burning with sincerity, and softened his voice to ask,
Still want to leave?
Sakura shook her head, her face flushed, breathless.
No. I wouldn't dare. How could I ever leave you?
The blond man heard what he wanted to hear, smiled in satisfaction, and tightened his hold around her waist, shifting positions.
The first time Sakura-chan seemed to prefer this position,
he murmured, lifting his head to kiss her lips. The first time had only ever involved those two positions, and she couldn't say she favored one over the other, but he remembered it so clearly, revisiting the memory with such tenderness. Sakura's heart swelled with sweetness as she leaned in, their tongues entwining in a playful dance, unwilling to part. But the man was not content with just a deep kiss.
Sakura
reluctantly pulled away from his lips a silvery thread connecting them. She laughed coquettishly, licked her lips, and broke the strand. The gesture was so provocative that the man's eyes blazed with desire as he looked at her. Sakura frowned slightly, gasping through parted lips, her soft moans, like a kitten's claws scratching at Naruto's heart. He was thrilled beyond measure. Sakura collapsed limply into his arms, her body trembling faintly. Compared to the awkward tension of their first time 10 years ago, this encounter was far more satisfying, leaving both of them deeply fulfilled. After the act, the woman was enchanting and delicate, her misty eyes dreamy, a lingering smile on her face. Seeing her contentment, the man's heart overflowed with sweetness. He kissed her forehead, stroked her pink hair gently, and worried she might catch cold lifted the thin blanket to cover her tenderly. He shifted his body, laid Sakura down gently, went to the bathroom to clean himself, then returned with a towel to wipe her softly. The rose mark she had left behind 10 years ago bloomed delicately in the dampness. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, spread a fresh sheet. He lay back down beside her, encircling her body with his arms, careful not to press her hand, his movements gentle as he stroked her smooth, slender back. He constantly restrained himself to keep his heart as still as water. Sensing his tenderness, Sakura burrowed into his embrace like a kitten. The blond man's hard-won calm was stirred again. He wrapped his arms around her, lowered his head to kiss her lips, and said,
"Don't move. I never realized Sakura-chan could be so coy."
Sakura smiled shyly, wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, buried her face in his nape, and rubbed against his skin. The amusement in Naruto's eyes deepened. No wonder Hanami-chan was so good at acting cute. He savored her softness, kissed her cheek, and whispered,
"Sakura-chan, which piece of land do you like?"
"Huh?" She looked up at him with confused, misty eyes.
"Do you think I'll allow you to keep living in the Uchiha mansion?"
The man was displeased by her slow reaction and flipped her beneath him.
"Naruto, you're such a jealous fool."
She kissed his lips and soothed him.
"I'll move out right away, okay?"
Uzumaki Naruto tossed the blanket aside, his hands growing restless again. Sakura, startled but unable to escape, she could only gasp and let him, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach as she looked at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and murmuring,
Naruto, are you angry? Don't pinch. Gently."
The blond man bent down to kiss her lips.
"I'm not angry, I just—"
His eyes shone with fervent hope as he said,
"Sakura-chan, will you marry me?"
His sudden question made Sakura's eyes moisten. So he was still so insecure. Was he a fool? He then nibbled her ear and asked,
"Does this feel good? Will I hurt you?"
Sakura shook her head, whimpering softly, hugging Naruto tightly, and kissed his lips for a long while before replying,
"Naruto, you really are an idiot. I'm already in your bed, and you still ask such questions."
A smile crept into Naruto's eyes.
"Sakura-chan, you were in my bed last time too, and yet you still left me. Don't try to fool me. Just tell me yes or no, no vague answers."
Sakura nodded helplessly and whispered,
"I'll marry you. I'll marry you. Satisfied now?"
The man's heart soared with joy, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Chunai tugged at his hand, pouting coquettishly.
"Just a little more rubbing, that felt so good."
The woman's passionate invitation made his azure eyes sparkle with brilliance. He slipped his hand back under the thin blanket.
"Hey, Mingren. Actually, it's not completely impossible." "What?"
The man looked up and asked.
"Well, about the child. The probability of conception is relatively low."
The man was momentarily stunned, then without hesitation he rasped,
"How low?"
Chunai, her eyes tinged with a hint of grievance, said,
"For a normal person, the pregnancy rate is about 10 to 20%. For me, it might be less than 1%.
Her thoughts took her back 10 years, and she remembered the death of Gangs Ho and Jingyin. Her eyes stung a little. In fact, 10 years ago, the probability was no higher than 1 in 10,000. A wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. Xuanhua Mingren paused to kiss her face, burying his head in her collarbone. After steadying his breath, he looked up and said,
"It's okay, In-chan. I'll work 100 times harder."
100 times harder. She finally understood what he meant by 100 times harder. The man had already begun, and Chunai let out a startled scream, instinctively trying to recoil. Xuanhua Mingren, fearing she couldn't bear it, didn't get too intense. However, whenever she dodged the wonderful sensation from before, could only be pressed close.
"In-chan, don't dodge."
The man pulled her gently and said,
"I'll slow down. Let's try again, okay?"
Seeing his eager and expectant eyes, the woman bit her lip and responded with a muffled, The blond man then proceeded with a series of actions.
"You're so bad, Mingren, you're so bad now. I have become a bit worse."
Xuanhua Mingren thought to himself that this might be the side effect of years of abstinence. He had remained faithful to her for 10 years, thinking of her so many times he nearly went mad. He had gone through great hardships to win her back, and now that he had finally gotten his wish, how could he not be bad? He said no more, embracing her and kissing her lips. In the closeness, he felt a great sense of conquest. Love and desire filled the entire room. This sexual encounter was destined to be unforgettable. Holding her soft body, Xuanwen Mingren was both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected her to be so sensitive. He tenderly embraced her limp body, lying flat, so that her limbs overlapped his. The intense exercise made his chest heave, and he held her with his arms panting heavily. The excitement in his heart made him unable to resist kissing her cheek again. The love in his eyes spread across his entire face. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? The woman, limp and weak, allowed the blond man to hold her. She couldn't move at all, her whole body devoid of any strength. She thought that was the limit, but she never imagined it could go even higher. The two lay overlapping for a while. Xuanwen Mingren's strength quickly recovered. He turned sideways, and gently laid her flat, stretched out his long arms, pulled the thin blanket over them, his heart filled with indescribable joy and satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Chu Nying. Her hair by her temples was soaked with sweat, clinging to her beautiful face. The climax made her cheeks rosy, incredibly stunning. One of her hands was still around his waist, her expression both charming and pitiful. Xuanwen Mingren kissed her eyes, and said tenderly, "Ingchan, was I too hasty?" The intense lovemaking had drained her energy. Chu Nying curled up and said weakly, "Mingren, Huajian already has a little brother. Let's not have any more children." "What little brother?" Xuanwen Mingren's heart skipped a beat. "Well, Boren." Xuanwen Mingren's heart calmed down, and he sighed inwardly. So she was talking about Boren. He gently embraced her, also clamping her delicate little feet, legs intertwined, and said softly, "It's my fault. I haven't explained it to you yet. Boren is not my child. I never touched Chu Tian." Chu Nying finally recovered a bit of strength, and asked in surprise, "Wasn't it a marriage because of pregnancy? What happened?" "Simply put, after you left, Chu Tian was used by the Rishiang clan to help me get back on my feet. They conspired to arrange this marriage. Boren is neither my child nor Chu Tian's. I only found out about this recently." He blinked, thinking of Chu Tian's leaving letter, and sighed softly. "In the end, I owe her a lot. I hope she can soon meet the one she truly loves." Saying this, he bent down and held Chu Nying tighter, as if afraid she would run away again, and added, "Luan has the documents. You are my only woman. I'll show them to you tomorrow to prove my innocence." Chu Nying shook her head, lying still, and remained silent for a long time before saying, "Mingren, Chu Tian also loved you very, very much." Xuanwen Mingren held her even tighter. When he kissed her forehead, he found her lips tightly pressed together, with tears glistening in her eyes. His heart was touched, a mix of emotions. He took her hand and placed it on his chest, saying softly, "Ingchan, I have gratitude and guilt towards Chu Tian, but you don't owe her anything. Please don't blame yourself. I don't want you to have any pressure either. When you talk like that, it makes me nervous." His heart for her was witnessed by heaven and sun, and he was afraid she would misunderstand his feelings for other women. But in this tender moment, he didn't want to make the atmosphere too serious, so he grinned and said, "Ingchan, can I take it that you're jealous?" Chu Nying punched him on the head and said coyly, "Jealous your head. How many billions of girls don't love you? I'm seriously feeling sad for Chu Tian. I've been sour from all the rivals long ago. I'm not as petty as you, you big jealous jar. Being able to hit people now, huh?" Xuanwen Mingren rubbed his head and smiled helplessly. Yes, yes. I'm petty. To be honest, thinking that he accompanied you for 10 years, and Huajianchan called him father for 10 years, even though we are as close as brothers, I am truly jealous. You know Huajianchan always called me uncle, and you were indifferent to me." He lowered his head, his voice a little muffled, then ruffled her pink hair, and said, "Just now, I thought the little brother you mentioned was a child with Zhuizhu. My heart almost jumped out. I even thought if there really was a child, I would accept it." Chu Nying let out a chuckle. Xuanwen Mingren gently captured her lips, his hand roaming over her soft waist. Chu Nying was truly exhausted, and gently brushed his hand away, touching his face, and saying softly, "There is nothing between Zhuizhu and me either." There was some emotion in the man's eyes, not because she brushed his hand away, but because she finally mentioned another man. Yuzibo Zhuizhu, this man who took the revival of his clan as his mission, was willing to spend 10 years in obscurity, in silent companionship. What his feelings for Chu Nying were, Xuanwen Mingren knew very well. If it came to rivals, his rival was truly a formidable opponent. Schwanwa Mingren couldn't imagine that if he let Chu Nying go again, this time Yuzhibozuju might never let him see her again. He would probably spend his whole life trying to win her over. He lowered his head, licking and biting, and after a while looked up and said,
Zuiju, don't call him that. Such an intimate address will seduce people.
Chu Nying had just regained her strength when he pursued her again, licking and teasing. She pounded his chest with her little fists and pleaded,
Enough. Zuiju is not like you. Stingy. He has been persuading me to come back. I've always called him that since we were kids. Are you jealous of this too?
She dodged him, pushing his chest with her small hands. Schwanwa Mingren's eyes flickered, and he saw a seal in her palm. He quickly grabbed both her hands and asked,
Zuiju is often not around you and Huajian. What if you encounter danger?
Chu Nying spread her palm, revealing a black summoning seal, and said coquettishly,
Here it is. Just apply my blood to it and Zuiju can be summoned without needing chakra. Isn't Zuiju clever?
This seemed to be inspired by the reverse summoning technique. Using his chakra, jealousy had already flared up in Schwanwa Mingren's eyes. His woman had been marked by another man. As long as she was willing, this man could take her away at any time. Yuzhibozuju had actually kept this trick up his sleeve. Chu Nying seemed completely unaware of this implication, still enthusiastically explaining how the technique was developed. Schwanwa Mingren had no interest at all. He bit her lip hard and said angrily,
Ingchan, if you keep praising and admiring another man in front of me like this, you will be severely punished.
He said this while holding her two wrists, spreading her palms. Chu Nying thought he was going to destroy the seal left by Yuzhibozuju. However, he only used a bit of blood from her lip, and his palm covered her other hand, imprinting two Flying Thunder God seals on her palm. His blue eyes glimmered, and he said softly,
I am also clever. I know the reverse technique too. The top one is the Flying Thunder God, so you can never leave me again. The bottom one is the reverse Flying Thunder God. If something happens, you call me. I am your man.
Schwanwa Mingren, without waiting for her reaction, threw off the thin blanket and turned to press her beneath him. To dare admire another man like that, he must be severely punished.
Mingren, are you a demon? How long have you been awake? How are you still so energetic? Your man is the strongest in the ninja world, not for nothing. I was too soft-hearted, fooled by your pitiful look. Come here today, I will make you beg for mercy.
The room soon filled with Chu Nying's sharp, short cries, then continuous screams, each louder than the last, until she begged for mercy many times. Considering her recent injury, Schwanwa Mingren finally let her go gently. The moon vanished behind the clouds, the sky darkened, and all around was pitch black. She nestled in the crook of his shoulder, exhausted from excessive indulgence, her eyes heavy with drowsiness.
The weather is so strange tonight. It rained and there was moonlight, but now it's dark again.
The man patted her back gently and said softly,
This is the darkness before dawn. It won't be long before the sky brightens. Sakura-chan must be very tired today, right? Naruto hasn't slept for a long time either. Aren't you sleepy?
Haruno. Sakura yawned, wrapped her arms around his waist, kissed his cheek, and leaned closer, resting her pink head on his shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto lifted her hand and kissed the back of it, saying gently,
My heart is filled with joy. I don't feel tired at all. Sakura-chan, get some sleep now.
She nodded and murmured in his ear,
Naruto, I'm sorry. I've made you wait through too many nights.
Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, interlaced his fingers with hers, and smiled.
Sakura-chan, we might need to wait a little longer. Is it okay if we postpone the wedding?
Haruno. Sakura was deeply moved, understanding that he didn't want to put her in the spotlight. The man had already devoted himself to her, yet he still gently sought her opinion. He was the Hokage, yet he was still the golden-haired boy who cherished, protected, and respected her. He loved her deeply, she trusted him, and they clung to each other, unable to be apart. In a flash she understood that an equal love was not about matching strength, but more importantly about mutual reliance and cherishing each other's hearts. He was right. Since they loved each other, they should stay together through storms, and through prosperity and decline. No matter how long she had to wait, she was willing. For the rest of her life, she would never let go of his hand. Drowsiness deepened. She closed her eyes, rubbed against his arm, and nodded. The intense physical exertion of the night quickly lulled her to sleep. Uzumaki Naruto's palm traced the jutsu seal left by Uchiha Sasuke, and he whispered,
Sakura-chan, the choice will always remain in your hands. And I will love you forever and protect you always.
After a moment, there was no response from the person in his arms. Uzumaki Naruto looked down, and saw that Haruno Sakura was breathing steadily, already asleep on his arm, her long eyelashes, as beautiful as little fans. Dawn was breaking, the morning sun about to rise, yet the sun itself had not appeared. Clouds and glow piled up on the horizon, radiant with light. Uzumaki Naruto gently shifted her to lie flat, carefully covered her with a thin blanket, rose to dress, and gave her a tender kiss on the forehead. His gaze darkened. There should have been a Byakugō seal here. Deep regret and pity flickered in his eyes. Growth always comes with losses and gains. Well, so be it. Let her grow old with him slowly. The thought of them growing old together side by side, with graying temples, brought a bright and resolute light back to his eyes. He smiled softly, turned, and walked to the balcony, gazing at the sunrise on the horizon. The morning breeze rustled through Konoha, and the air held a hint of warmth. The warm spring mingled with clammy cold had passed. The blazing summer was about to arrive. Perhaps the heat of summer would bring many storms, but she would face them together with him. Facing the red sun in the east, he laughed.
Sasuke, thanks. But the only use for this jutsu seal is probably to notify you to come drink our wedding wine.
The morning sun rose. He looked toward the tall Hokage faces in the north of the village, the stone statues solemn and majestic in the golden light. Then he turned back to glance at the bedroom. Her sleeping posture was peaceful, a faint smile still lingering on her face. Eyes with light, never forgetting the original hard heart with dreams never giving up by his side, you together through life and death. This is the life Uzumaki Naruto should have. An orange figure flickered, and he performed a body flicker technique to land on the street. The wind lifted his golden hair, and under thick brows his eyes sparkled. He grinned at the row of stone faces, and strode briskly toward the Hokage office building. Mother, I have found a woman as wonderful as you. She will be my wife, and we will grow old hand in hand. Father, I want to become a Hokage as outstanding as you, protecting the village and maintaining peace, so that the will of fire will continue to be passed down. Master, I have inherited your unyielding ninja way, and I have redefined what you said, that happiness should not be a man's pursuit. A disciple is meant to surpass the master after all. You will be watching me, won't you? Just wait and see. I will do what I say. Uzumaki Naruto opened the office door, took out his cloak from the wardrobe, and put it on neatly. The words, Seventh Hokage, on his back gleamed brilliantly. His figure radiated brilliance. Nara Shikamaru pushed the door open and looked up, saying,
Yo, full of energy, Naruto.
Resolved to pen this piece titled
10 years.
I was sorting through sundries one afternoon when I stumbled upon an old CD. Listening to Isenchan's classic,
Next year today.
One lyric struck me.
To meet you in the fleeting moments of life, I would exhaust all my luck.
This was not the first time I had heard the song, yet it was the only time it inexplicably reminded me of Uzumaki Mingren. Mingren must have spent all his luck meeting Haruno Sakura, which is why his journey has been so fraught with hardship. However, relying solely on luck is evidently insufficient for two people to grow old together. Uzumaki Mingren and Haruno Sakura ultimately missed each other. The song also says,
60 years after leaving you, I hope I can recognize your children, and at the farewell, I can hear you say goodbye.
Later, both Mingren and Sakura were swept along by the torrent of fate. Perhaps only after 60 years, when Boruto and Sarada have a multitude of descendants, and new youths and maidens resemble what we once were, might they at the moment of parting from life look back with a sigh, finally breaking silence over their youth and each other, no longer measuring love by comparison, but simply saying,
If there is a next life, let us meet again.
I have never been able to accept such an ending. Isenchan also covered Fei Wong's Cantonese version of
The Appointment.
This song never mentions the word love once, and even its title is merely
The Appointment.
Yet upon careful listening, one can feel the profound depth of the protagonist's affection through every lyric, with details overflowing with deep love. He remembers the hotel's doorplate, the smile on your face, the warmth of the streetlights, and even the silhouette of your profile brings tears to his eyes. With the promise between us in his heart, even if he must part from you, even if it is a sorrowful play, he will never forget the appointment to watch the yellow leaves fly in the distance. Until his temples are gray, he will still recognize you. This is how Uzumaki Mingren is. Throughout the 700 chapters, he never utters the word love to Haruno Sakura, yet the promise with her has always been in his heart, deeply inspiring and tormenting him. In the entire Naruto, who does not know that Uzumaki Mingren deeply loves Haruno Sakura? Loving so deeply, how could they have missed each other? I believe everyone has heard the Mandarin version of "next year today," which is 10 years. 10 years later we are friends, we can still greet each other, but that tenderness can no longer find a reason to embrace. Lovers eventually become friends. Perhaps this is the ending Kishimoto gave to Uzumaki Mingren's love story. But this is not the ending I wish to see. Eyes with light, heart with dreams, and Sakura by his side. This is the life I had hoped for Uzumaki Mingren. It is probably my own obsession with Naruto laden with too much personal emotion. I started watching Naruto at 12 when Mingren was also 12. That year I began junior high school, the start of my youth. I remember back then few classmates liked the protagonist Mingren. In the first part, Uzumaki Mingren was not the most popular. Most girls favored Sasuke and Kakashi. In our class, Gaara was even more popular than Mingren. Even Shikamaru and Rock Lee were used by our homeroom teacher to urge us to study hard, constantly nagging that without Sasuke's natural talent and Shikamaru's high IQ, we had to work as hard as Lee or else we become the bottom of the barrel. At that time, daily life revolved around studying and homework, and the greatest joy was discussing celebrities and TV dramas during leisure. Most girls talked about who they liked or disliked, eagerly anticipating the legendary Fourth Hokage and the rogue ninja Itachi, while boys were more keen on debating the plot and each character's techniques, often secretly practicing hand signs and comparing who could form them faster. Naruto ran for 15 years, and now all those people are scattered across the land. We hadn't yet seen Uzumaki Mingren recognized by the village when we witnessed Uchiha Sasuke's departure. By the time of Shippuden, everyone had already embarked on their own new paths in life. We graduated from junior high, then high school, and finally university. With each separation, we drifted apart, and eventually lost each other in the river of time. We all had our own three-dimensional lives to attend to, and we no longer gathered to talk about Naruto. Where were we all when Asuma died, when Jiraiya died, when Itachi died, when Mingren fought Pain? Were we still following Naruto? I sat alone in front of my computer monitor, silently shedding tears. Growth is always accompanied by farewells. Uzumaki Mingren finally became the village's hero, recognized by all, and we no longer had to hear our homeroom teachers nagging. That desk mate, do you still remember saying you liked Mingren's lively manner, when he got his head bashed by Sakura, grinning and scratching his head? They would be together, wouldn't they? We all once believed they would be together. We all once believed Uzumaki Mingren would keep smiling forever. Years later, when we saw Mingren marry Hinata, and he became Hokage, too busy with work to even care for his family, how did you feel? Naruto ended. I opened my moments wanting to say something, but I stared blankly at my phone for a long time, unable to find a single sentence to describe my feelings. Getting off the subway, I walked through the bustling streets of Shenzhen, flanked by bright, dazzling streetlights. I scrolled through my phone contacts, but the people in my moments were no longer those who could discuss Naruto with me. We have long passed the age of chasing two-dimensional worlds. We have all been pushed forward by time, drifting with the currents of life. The girl my desk mate loved for years eventually married someone else due to a long-distance relationship. In this vast world of red dust we rise and fall, and even Uzumaki Mingren failed to hold the hand of the girl he loved most. Later, when Boruto was released in China, I hesitated for a long time. I finally bought a ticket just before it was about to leave theaters. The screening room was empty, as if I had booked the whole place. Sitting in the last row, my heart felt equally empty, as if I were bidding farewell to my youth. Then I intermittently watched some episodes of the Boruto TV series. My disappointment and anger were intense. I was so upset that I couldn't sleep for days, feeling as if I had loved the wrong person. Kishimoto gave a seemingly harmonious ending, but my Mingren, Sasuke, and Sakura were no longer themselves. The Team 7 I wanted to see was gone forever. I understand that I am no longer the target audience for Boruto, but the sadness remains overwhelming and unceasing. I wonder if I watched a fake Naruto. Admittedly, Naruto has many flaws. Too many TV flashbacks, weaker fight scenes in the later manga, and a plot that turned into god-level battles. But I can understand and tolerate all of these. No matter how others criticize Naruto, I will always defend it. There may be anime better than Naruto, but I no longer have the youth to chase them. Naruto's impact on me, and the emotions it stirred, are immense. Starting from Shippuden themes of growth, bonds, dreams, and the protection of the Jade were vividly portrayed through the experiences of various characters. The Will of Fire has deeply influenced me. I once felt that I would never regret entering the world of Naruto, and in the next life I wished to be a leaf of Konoha. But what did you write in the end? I feel that my youth has been betrayed. Growing up made the youth no longer cling to what they loved. Bonds where deluded dreams became heavy work, and what did the Will of Fire truly pass on? Uzumaki Mingren is no longer that passionate youth. He no longer laughs heartily. He did not marry the girl he vowed to protect. This is not maturity, it is helplessness. Naruto's curtain fell many years ago, but I have always been resentful, unable to find peace. I had thought about writing something for Mingren and Sakura before, but I always gave up halfway through the planning. Partly because I lacked good inspiration to make the story complete, and partly because I hadn't written anything for years, afraid I wouldn't do it well, and would ruin the characters. This time I finally picked up the pen. Everyone thinks I update quickly, but in reality, I had been pondering and refining the story in my mind for a long time. After reading, everyone will understand that the story is simple with few characters, and a plot that is not full of twists and turns. Although it is a simple story, just writing the outline took me over a month. Later, when it came to writing the actual text, I became even more absorbed, forgetting to eat and sleep, working day and night. This piece totals 100,000 words. Well, my own estimate was quite accurate. There were many painful parts along the way, to the point of wanting to spit blood. Sometimes inspiration kept flashing in my mind, but I couldn't write a single word. Other times I wrote a long section only to delete it and start over because I wasn't satisfied. Even so, I never thought of giving up. Even if it is just a fan fiction, I wanted to give Uzumaki Mingren and Haruno Sakura, who accompanied us through our entire youth, a happy ending. This piece is dedicated to all of you who, like me, deeply love Mingren and Sakura. Finally, I wish everyone who reads this story to hold fast to what they love, never forget their original intentions, and forge ahead with determination. Sasuke Gaiden, thank you. In spring, at the main gate of Konoha village, the sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant hues of sunset. Chunin, Kotetsu, and Izumo remained at their posts, keeping watch. These past 2 days had been exceptionally busy for them. The Seventh Hokage was about to hold his wedding ceremony, and guests from all over were streaming into Konoha to attend the banquet. Even just handling the registrations had kept them thoroughly occupied. Perhaps because the wedding was scheduled for tomorrow, the crowd had thinned significantly today. As dusk fell, the village entrance was deserted. The two finally had a moment to sit down, sip tea, and exchange a few words.
The Hokage's second wedding. There are even more attendees than the first. Oh, we're not on duty tomorrow, lucky us. Let's go together. Yet Kotetsu remembered to wear formal attire.
As they chatted, their words brimmed with anticipation. They spoke of the Seventh Hokage and Haruno Sakura, time flying by. The moon rose over the horizon and stars gradually emerged. Tomorrow would surely be a fine day. 5 li outside Konoha village, a man in a black trench coat came speeding from afar. He lifted his face. Under the moonlit sky, the trees towered with lush branches and leaves. The wind through the forest whistled past his ears, lifting his slightly long black hair, revealing his 2 asymmetrical pupils. Glancing sideways, he saw the nearby Konoha nestled among a variety of broadleaf trees, hardly different from when he had left over a decade ago. At this hour, the evening lights were brightly lit. The indistinct colors of round or pointed houses were arranged along winding concrete roads according to a certain plan. On the outermost perimeter lay his clan's residential district. From this angle there seemed to be some differences after all. His keen eyes noticed that on the far edge a new Japanese tile mansion had been built. Gray tiles, white walls, a deer-scaring water device, pine and cherry trees. It seemed to be modeled after his own family estate. He drew closer and focused his gaze. On the wall's imprint was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Humph. That guy, even building a house right across from him. The man let out a soft laugh, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly beneath his black hair. He landed, and his long hair once again covered his eyes. Stepping under the moonlight, he walked slowly into the village.
Excuse me. Please wait a moment,
came the voice of the gate guard from behind. He halted, tilting his head slightly, without turning around. Izumo and Kotetsu exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. This man in the black trench coat, though his long hair concealed his face, exuded an aura of extraordinary coldness reminiscent of someone from over a decade ago. Seeing him stop, Kotetsu asked cautiously,
"Excuse me, Are you here to attend the Seventh Hokage's wedding? You need to register here.
Only then did the man turn back, revealing a pair of eyes. Such eyes, there was only one pair in the world.
Uchiha. Sasuke.
It was him indeed. He had returned to the village. Kotetsu and Izumo looked at each other. The relationship of the new three ninjas remained the biggest topic of the century. Uchiha Sasuke ignored them, and continued walking forward. On the Hokage rock ahead beside the masked teacher, a new face with sharp features had been carved. Chiseling that face into a stone statue had been someone's dream for decades, and it was that very face that someone had missed for years. He turned a corner past by the high wall, and glanced at the courtyard across the street. The large red lanterns illuminated the Uzumaki clan symbol on the door brightly. Tomorrow would soon arrive. Red lanterns hung high, decorations were everywhere, everything was ready. His long black hair concealed the emotions in his eyes. With a turn he pushed open the gate of his own home. Ancient pines coiled around, solemn and cold. Cherry blossoms fell blooming alone in solitude. The deer-scaring water device let out a soft clatter. This was the Uchiha mansion. It had been many years since he last returned. Time flowed like the river in the valley of the end, twisting and turning. In the end we returned to where it all began. He stepped onto the veranda. Though long uninhabited, the cedar floorboards were spotless, warming his heart. He slid open the door, removed his shoes, and entered. Turning on the light, the illumination fell upon the entrance, where a small dog doll, modeled after Kakashi-sensei's summoning dogs, sat with words written on it.
Welcome home.
Those simple 4 words struck his heart fiercely. Raising his head slightly, he saw the family photo that had once been broken, now reframed with new glass, and hung on the dining room wall. In the photo, he was still a very young boy. The cream-white frame shimmered warmly under the light. A long-lost feeling rose in his heart, one that left him momentarily dazed. "I'm home," he murmured in his heart.
"Sasuke-kun!"
He seemed to hear her calling him. He turned, but there was no figure, only a gentle breeze carrying a faint fragrance. He paused for a moment, then walked into the inner room. On the tea table a delicate vase held beautiful lilies, their leaves emerald, their fragrance sweet. He smiled, knowing full well who had done all this. The familiar warmth reminded him of the days when she was still by his side. Though they moved to a new place every so often, she always managed to keep life organized and tidy. When he returned, she would be arranging flowers like this, daffodils, bellflowers, or lilies of the valley. When he came home, she would turn and call his name. "Sasuke-kun!" Those days for him were warm and happy. Long time no see such a feeling of happiness. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his eyes. She had returned to the village 3 years ago, and he knew she was doing well. Yet he couldn't help but crouch down and gently touch the delicate petals, whispering softly, "Sakura." The faint voice was so low he could barely hear it himself. At that moment countless emotions surged in his heart, all converging into a single murmur of your name. But he was still Uchiha Sasuke. Such a daze lasted only an instant. Soon his gaze fell upon the red wedding invitation on the tea table. Yes, he had come to attend the wedding. Before the pills from Hanami ran out, Uzumaki Naruto had finally grasped her hand firmly. He opened the invitation. The 2 people in the photo smiled brightly. Those smiles were what he had later wanted to protect most. 2 idiots. Uchiha Sasuke put down the invitation, turned and looked up. The moonlight outside the courtyard was cunning and bright. The hall was dark, moonlight filtering dimly through the paper screens of the sliding doors. He walked over and slid open the door, revealing the courtyard bathed in silver light. The pure white moonlight reflected on the veranda floor. A gentle breeze blew. The cherry tree in front of the hall swayed in the evening wind. He bent down and sat at the doorway, gazing at the moon in the sky. The moonlight was like water, like ice, just like the night when he was 12 years old. That year, her face streaked with tears, she told him, "I like you. If you leave, take me with you." At that time she was light, he was darkness. He felt he had no choice. Moonlight dappled, wind stirred the trees, flowers fell through the air. Haruno Sakura had always been a foolish girl. Many years later, he found the medical sage Tsunade for her. It was also on such a moonlit night that she came out from the door and asked him if he could take her away. What was this? Again tears streaming down her face, again begging him to take her away. But this time it was not a confession. At that moment his heart ached so much. Only then did he realize He had fallen in love with her only after she turned away from him. But this girl would never cry for him again. He could take her away, but he could not make her smile happily. When she was 12, she said, she could make him happy. She kept her promise, but she herself was not happy. In the end it was he who had missed her. By the time he wanted to have her, he never had the chance to say it. Uchiha Sasuke sat quietly. Too many unforgettable love stories had happened under this moonlit night. On the night he sent her back to the village, he stood in the moonlight and told her to follow her heart. But when he turned his head, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. If only. But there was no if only. That guy he hadn't given up hadn't disappointed him. 3 years later he smiled faintly. Mutual love leading to a shared old age. That was the perfect ending to a love story. Thinking about what if is the most helpless thing. Debts of the heart must eventually be repaid. Unrequited love ends here. The moonlight shifted westward. The crack on the wall of the gate naturally came into his view, a mark left by Uchiha Itachi. The pure white moonlight shone on that wall. Cherry blossoms from the courtyard drifted onto the wooden floor. Among the interplay of light and shadow, he seemed to see the gentle figure of Uchiha Itachi. As a child, he had played happily here with his brother. His brother carried him on his back to reach the blossoming branches. In his youth, he loved to lie side by side with his brother here. The considerate elder brother always narrowed his eyes. Young Sasuke loved to cling to him and talk, wanting to tell his brother everything about himself. At that time the insects and birds chirped softly around them. The air was so still that even the warm breaths of the two could be heard. "Brother," he called softly with so many words to say. Gazing at the bright moon, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes felt slightly warm. He wanted to tell his brother that over the years, he had been to many places, met many people, and experienced many things. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that he now had people he cherished, and he would never act recklessly again. "Brother, I want to return to Konoha, back to where it all began, to be with them. Sakura. Naruto. Thank you. Congratulations on your wedding." Chu Nying, with her hair disheveled from sleep, opened the window only to find that Xuanhua Mingren had been hanging upside down outside her window for 2 hours. His cheeks were frozen blue and ice crystals clung to the tips of his golden hair. When he saw the bleary-eyed Chu Nying suddenly appear before him, his handsome yet slightly roguish face first registered shock, then instantly flushed with embarrassment.
You're up. Inchan."
Xuanhua Mingren chuckled, a mix of the awkwardness of being caught and a faint silence. It took a few seconds for Chu Nying to process that familiar face, then she opened her mouth to speak.
"When did you come back?" "Not long ago, just now."
Chu Nying glanced at Xuanhua Mingren's attire, still the same clothes but with an added cloak. She paused, then stepped aside from the window.
"Come in. Was the mission smooth?"
Xuanhua Mingren moved with silent agility, just as silently as he had hung outside the window without being noticed. He leaped lightly into the room and turned to close the window carefully to prevent the cold wind from blowing on Chu Nying inside.
"It went smoothly. I signed the contract without much effort. With this contract, the surrounding ninja villages will be settled. Teacher Kakashi should be relieved."
Chu Nying nodded, reaching up to tousle her messy hair, gradually clearing her mind. Her face was pale with dark circles under her eyes from working late. It was easy to imagine her staying late at the hospital and then going home to tackle medical problems.
"Inchan, how have you been lately?" "Pretty good. The situation in Mu Yi has stabilized. Everything is slowly recovering. The medical equipment has been purchased. It's still a bit busy now, but it will get better soon." "I see. That's good,"
Xuanhua Mingren said, forcing a smile. He looked around wanting to say something but then fell into an awkward silence. He stood there quietly, his figure tall and straight. Chu Nying looked at him, and suddenly felt that this man had grown a bit taller since their last meeting. Last time he was still. Suddenly Chu Nying stopped. Even though she wanted to avoid this thought, she had to admit the truth: she hadn't seen Xuanhua Mingren for a long time. Ever since the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, and things began to improve, this man had been deliberately or unintentionally distancing himself from her. If not for this chance discovery, he probably still wouldn't have planned to see her.
"Mingren. Inchan. I just remembered I have something to do. It's too late, you should get some rest." "I'll go now."
"See you tomorrow." Chu Nying opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything Xuanhua Mingren's figure had already leaped out the window and vanished in an instant. The room suddenly became quiet. Chu Nying couldn't help but smile bitterly. He even used the body flicker technique. How much did he want to leave? It's not like I'm going to eat you. And what exactly did you come for? Chu Nying sighed lightly and returned to bed. Her eyes, which had been heavy with sleep before, now refused to bring any drowsiness. She stared at the ceiling, forced to admit that Comrade Chu Nying, the medical department director, who hadn't slept well for 3 days, and could have fallen asleep any time at the hospital, was actually suffering from insomnia. After a restless night, she got up early to wash up, and spent a long time in front of the full-length mirror she never had time to look at. This one hasn't been worn in a long time. The color is a bit dull. Maybe I should go with this one. Isn't it too flashy? She muttered, looking up at the cherry-haired woman in the mirror. That woman's face was a bit thin yet still delicate, and lovely, with shoulder-length pink hair and emerald eyes in the prime of youth. Suddenly Chu Nying threw the clothes aside in irritation, and lay back down in annoyance. What am I doing? Dressing up like an idiot when he doesn't even want to see me? She turned her head, and lay there for a while. When sunlight streamed into the room, she finally put on the brightly colored outfit, and went out. She fidgeted at the door, smoothing her carefully groomed eyebrows, then stepped out of the warm room. Along the way many ninjas cast sidelong glances, and Chu Nying returned each with a friendly smile. Even though Jingye often teased her, the truth couldn't be hidden. Chu Nying was a beauty, one who would be admired and envied walking down the street. Moreover, this beauty had made indelible contributions to the war at a young age, and at the age of 16, she had taken on the role of medical department director of Mu Yi, being the common disciple of the current Hokage and the previous Hokage. Whether it was her status, her strength, or the respect of the villagers, all were the undeniable radiance that danced with Chu Nying's cherry-colored hair. Hey! Over here! Chu Nying waved. Against the sunlight, a blonde beauty in a purple dress with a voluptuous figure stood not far away, also raising her slender arm and grinning. You're actually not late today. I'm shocked. Huh? And why do you look so? With that, Shanzhong Jingye reached out to touch Chu Nying's meticulously arranged hair, teasing. So beautiful. Don't tell me Zhuozhu has returned. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Nying took Jingye's hand away, a trace of unease flickering across her face. It wasn't the embarrassment of being caught, but rather the strange feeling of not being hit on target. If not for Jingye bringing up Zhuozhu, she had almost forgotten how long it had been since she worried about him. Since Zhuozhu embarked on his journey of atonement after the war, her long-cherished wish seemed to have been fulfilled, and she had relaxed. She no longer thought about Zhuozhu day and night as before. It was as if a curse called first love had been broken. Her heart had opened up, and she no longer had room only for that dark-haired boy. It's so cold. Are you kidding me? Why are you wearing so little? Chu Nying tried to change the subject, and she had to admit she succeeded quite well. Jingye kicked her flimsy skirt and replied nonchalantly. This isn't little. If I didn't dress like this, how could I keep your boyfriend's heart firmly caught? Right. Hee hee. Chu Nying was stunned, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Boyfriend? Zhuozhu. Hey, didn't you say it would be just the two of us? I skipped work to come with you. What are you up to? Look at your reaction. No wonder you have no luck with men. I'm doing this for you. I've told you not to fixate on one person. Zhuozhu is handsome, but he's never home. You need to think about your future. Alright, don't talk. I've already found someone for you. If you dare to run away today, I'll beat you to death on the spot. Chu Nying bared her teeth and laughed in exasperation. But Jingye looked even more angry than her. The two stared at each other, and finally Chu Nying gave in. Alright, I won't run. You go ahead and fly off with your Zhuozhu. But I'm really curious how you managed to snag that sharp-tongued Zhuozhu. You two are perfect together. You don't have to tell me. Jingye laughed, her whole person as radiant as a big cosmos flower. Alright, listen to me. Today I had Zhuozhu bring a handsome guy for you. I went to great lengths to find him. You better be supportive. I heard he. Ahem. Chu Nying and Jingye turned around simultaneously. Jingye, especially displeased by the interruption, was about to lose her temper when the man before them, pale as paper, handsome yet enchanting, had already offered an awkward and apologetic smile.
Jingye-ing. Uh-huh. You're here early. Well?
Jingye turned to look behind him, blinking in disbelief. After confirming that the handsome guy she had been observing for a long time was indeed not there, her face quickly turned stormy.
Where is he? I said. Where is he?
Zhuo Jing, stunned by her roar, could only laugh dryly.
My mistake. There was an urgent mission today. He went out on a mission. Let me explain.
Jingye's face darkened. Before the next wave of attacks, Zhuo Jing quickly turned to Chu Niang for help. And Chu Niang, who had no interest in that so-called handsome guy whatsoever, was secretly pleased that he didn't show up.
Jingye, it's fine if he didn't come. Don't be angry. Look how scared Zhuo Jing is. He's at least the head of the Umbu. Don't be like that. Give him some face. Just being the head of the Umbu is no big deal. I'm the vice medical director. Can't even get someone to come. I'm so mad. And you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're secretly laughing, aren't you? Just wait, you'll be single forever, and I'll mock you every day.
Chu Niang helplessly tugged at the corner of her mouth, coaxing and cajoling Jingye until she finally calmed down. Looking at the pouting Jingye, Chu Niang and Zhuo Jing exchanged a helpless smile.
By the way, Mingren is back.
Zhuo Jing placed his hand on his waist, and in the chilly autumn wind his slender white waist was quite conspicuous.
I saw him just now in the Hokage's office. While he's back, and didn't even come to say hello. That Mingren is so asking for a beating. Maybe he didn't have time. He'll probably be running around the streets soon. After all that Xuanhua Mingren.
Jingye nodded, then suddenly looked at her strangely.
Mingren is back, and you're not surprised at all. Huh? Did you already know?
Chu Niang was taken aback.
How could I? How would I know?
She deliberately didn't want anyone to know that she had been unable to sleep all night because she had seen Xuanhua Mingren. That was her secret.
That's true. After all, Mingren hasn't seen you for a long time. Sorry.
Jingye covered her mouth, showing an apologetic expression, then shook her fist.
When I see him, this time, I'll get back at him for you. What's he playing at? Alright, weren't we going shopping? Now your best friend and boyfriend are both here. Let's go.
Jingye grinned, hooking one arm through Zhuo Jing's and the other through Chu Niang's, and took a big step.
Let's go, of course. Expensive clothes are waiting for me.
Window shopping is a tedious affair, yet the two beauties immersed in it seemed to thoroughly enjoy themselves. Though Sakura Haruno had been reluctant at first, once the shopping spree began there was no stopping her. Sakura was manageable, her limited budget preventing her from buying much, but Sai suffered greatly. The pile of items in his hands grew ever larger, while his wallet grew ever thinner. It was fortunate that Sai was typically a stoic, sardonic, and calm individual, or else he would have been huddled in a corner weeping silently.
Why aren't you buying anything? This dress is so beautiful. Beautiful it may be, but I have no money.
Ino shot her a contemptuous glance.
You always do good deeds without leaving your name, using your own money for medical herbs. No wonder you can't even afford a dress.
Sakura joined in, grinning mischievously.
Exactly. You're lucky to have Sai paying for you. You should treat your teammate a little better, or he'll really feel wronged. Though he's sharp-tongued and cunning, he's barely a good man, and his face isn't bad either. Treasure him, girl. Hey, ugly woman, don't think I won't talk back just because you used a soft approach. Who are you calling ugly? And haven't you already talked back?
Amidst the laughter and banter, Sakura's somber mood lifted considerably. The three of them, bickering and playing, turned a corner, and were suddenly halted by two figures up ahead. Sakura was certain she saw Ino's body tremble, and a deep, profound pain flickered through those usually bright eyes.
Ino! It's nothing.
Sakura looked ahead and hesitated.
Maybe we should turn back.
Ino shook her head, her expression returning to its usual carefree and devil-may-care facade.
Why turn back? I haven't finished shopping yet.
Sakura frowned, her gaze shifting forward again. Their two figures approached from the opposite direction not far away, a man and a woman. The man was tall and languid with a lazy expression and a peculiar topknot. The woman had her blonde hair parted in two pigtails, a curvaceous figure, and a face that was enchantingly beautiful. They walked hand in hand, occasionally exchanging lazy remarks, their eyes and smiles brimming with intimacy. They were Nara Shikamaru and Sabaka no Temari, the universally acknowledged couple of Konoha and Suna. The man was Konoha's foremost strategist, his intellect and talent beyond description. The woman was the princess of Suna, possessing both strength and beauty. Together they were admired and blessed by nearly everyone. Yet among those people Yamanaka Ino was not included. Sai stood behind her. Sakura glanced at him, his pale handsome face was expressionless. After a moment, he looked at Ino's back and spoke.
I'll go buy some water, Sakura.
Keep her company. Sakura nodded, and Sai quickly walked away with the pile of items. Watching his retreating figure, Sakura felt a wave of emotion. Though she always complained about his faults, she knew that when it came to Ino, he had truly given his heart. A man so aloof and indifferent could still think of Ino to this extent. As Ino's best friend, Sakura was genuinely moved. Seeing Ino's stubborn determination to put on a brave face, Sakura took a deep breath, forcibly dragged Ino from the street into an alley, and only let go after Shikamaru and Temari had passed by.
Sakura Haruno.
Sakura didn't flinch. She met Ino's gaze. At first Ino was furious, but soon she slumped down in defeat, crouching on the ground. Sakura crouched beside her, listening to the soft sobs that gradually grew louder, and gently pulled her into an embrace.
Sakura, you know, the first person I saw when I was born wasn't my father or my mother, it was Nara Shikamaru. I never knew that this man held such a huge place in my heart. But we missed our chance.
Sakura held her as she sobbed uncontrollably. After a long while, Ino forced back her tears, choking as she wiped the streaks from her face, and said each word deliberately.
I loved him, so I will never ever bless him.
Sakura nodded.
I know. Sakura, you understand me better than anyone in the world, and I understand you better than anyone. Don't end up like me, missing the person you truly love.
Sakura's eyes widened. Indeed, as Ino said, she knew her well enough, and she knew what Ino was referring to without needing to spell it out.
Don't let him slip away, Sakura. You need to recognize your own feelings early, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. No one's company is a given. That's exactly how I let Shikamaru slip through my fingers.
Sakura's heart was suddenly in turmoil. She opened her mouth, but no words came. After a long moment, she nodded, her mind a complete blank. The shopping trip came to an end like that. Ino, having lost her mood, soon left with Sai. Sakura felt deeply grateful to Sai. He completely ignored Ino's tear-streaked face, and deftly changed the subject without mentioning it. Sakura knew that such a man would surely protect Ino well in the days to come. After the three parted ways, Sakura walked alone down the street. Having been delayed earlier, she was now dizzied by the midday sun blazing down on her. She had been suffering from low blood pressure lately, probably due to irregular eating and little rest. After just a short time in the sun, her vision went dark for a moment. Ino's words kept echoing in her mind, while at the same time Uzumaki Naruto's face flickered like a revolving lantern. Whenever she thought of Naruto, a torrent of intertwined emotions and memories surged forth. She had kissed him during the Great War. She still remembered the sensation. Her feelings for Naruto were far too complex, too tangled for her to unravel. Just as she was about to take a step forward in her heart, Naruto had stepped back. For the past year, his cold indifference and distance had nearly driven her into a corner, leaving her no room to retreat. She had tried to make amends. After one instance where Naruto turned and walked away upon seeing her, she finally understood that if that man didn't want to meet her, there was nothing she could do. After all, he was the current strongest shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura's feelings were like a tangled ball of yarn, impossible to straighten. She naturally understood Ino's meaning, and over this past year, she had pondered this question more than once. She tried to calm herself, but it was too chaotic. Aside from the dull ache of Naruto's distance, all that remained was a suffocating restlessness that weighed heavily on her.
Sakura-chan!
A voice so familiar that it could easily make her whole body tremble came from behind, carrying a hint of surprise and something indefinable. Sakura was startled, but unexpectedly a wave of joy washed over her heart. She turned around, and the face of that blond man rushed into her eyes, backlit by the sun.
Naruto! And Hinata!
Sakura's mind went blank. Her gaze fell on their clasped hands, and couldn't look away. It felt as if something was stuck in her throat, leaving her voice parched and soundless.
You too!
Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly with a girlish shyness. Walking beside Naruto, gentle and serene, she looked perfectly suited to him. Their hands were intertwined, as if they were a match made in heaven.
Ah! Well, Sakura-chan, Hinata and we started dating.
Sakura's expression froze, but in an instant, she forced a brilliant smile full of joy and slapped Naruto on the back of his head just like she used to.
Hey, you're amazing, kid. You got a wonderful girl like Hinata. Congratulations. Oh, what great news. You two keep walking, I'll go tell the others.
With that, Sakura hurried away, her retreating figure looking as if she were fleeing in panic. Naruto's mouth was still open as Sakura-chan stuck on his lips. Watching her back, his eyes held a hint of barely concealed bitterness. After a moment, he turned around with a wide grin, as carefree as ever, and the fleeting pain vanished without a trace.
Let's go, Hinata.
Sakura ran frantically, her steps feeling as heavy as lead. She quickly ducked into a small alley, and the moment she stopped, tears streamed down uncontrollably.
Why am I crying?
Sakura covered her mouth. The vague fear that had haunted her all along had finally become reality. Her stifled sobs leaked through her fingers, and in that instant the tangled mess in her mind finally became clear. She loved Uzumaki Naruto, but she had realized it too late.
You said I would regret, but we had already missed our chance.
Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata started dating, and the news spread quickly throughout the entire village. Ino Yamanaka arrived at Sakura Haruno's house shortly after hearing the news, and by that time Sakura had already cried herself into a mess. However, a strong-willed person like Sakura Haruno was certainly not one to remain in that state for long. The frail Sakura had long since disappeared. Following her usual habits, Sakura threw herself into medical work with even greater vigor, her meticulously packed schedule perfectly distracting her from her heartbreak for the time being. Although this method took a toll on her body, the effect was evident. Now she lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the white ceiling.
Oh my God! How embarrassing! The medical director fainting in the hospital. If this gets out, I'll be laughed to death.
Sakura muttered quietly, but her concentration was suddenly broken by Ino Yamanaka entering from the door.
You know it too. Are you asking for a beating? I haven't been watching you for a few days, and you forget to eat. Do you think you're made of iron?
Actually, the way Ino looked when angry was no different from Sakura. One used physical violence, while the other used cold violence.
I'll keep your voice down. I'm dizzy.
Sakura rubbed her temples, her mind spinning.
What are you doing here? Don't you have a surgery to perform? You're still thinking about the surgery. It's long finished.
Ino frowned and took a deep breath, wishing she could slap Sakura to death.
Do you know how long you were out? A day. A whole day. Are you trying to worry me to death?
Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. Then she clasped her hands together apologetically and made a pitiful expression.
Ino, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Don't be angry, please.
Ino stared at Sakura's pale face, and after a moment sighed helplessly.
I give up, I can't do anything with you.
Sakura smiled, her gaze shifting to the 4-drip in her hand.
Hey, does Naruto know I fainted? He probably knows. As soon as you collapsed, those nurses got scared and reported straight to Kakashi. Not to mention Naruto, I think the whole Leaf Village knows by now. Is that so? Then, has he come?
Ino's hand paused as she flipped through the medical records. She looked up at Sakura and spoke calmly.
No.
The answer was both unexpected and expected. Sakura curled her lips into a bitter smile.
How can he be like this? I'm sick, and he doesn't even come. He's putting love before friendship. Naruto. Sakura.
Ino interrupted, looking at her dim eyes, and speaking with a hint of sympathy.
Go ahead and cry if you want to.
Sakura was taken aback, but could only force an even more bitter smile. Why cry? What's there to cry about? It's just that he didn't come to see her. No big deal. It's not like this started recently, it's been a whole year already. Thinking this, her eyes reddened. Ino went over and hugged her tightly, using her shoulder to hide her expression.
This isn't like you. The Sakura I know is not such a loser.
Sakura hummed in response and spoke sullenly.
I know. Hey Sakura, do you really like Naruto?
Sakura paused, then nodded slightly in the crook of Ino's shoulder.
If you like him, then take him back. When it comes to matters of the heart, no one can blame you. What are you afraid of?
Sakura listened quietly, unable to say a word. She didn't dare to think that way. She was afraid of the version of herself who would have such thoughts. Naruto dating Hinata was his own choice. And since he had already made that choice, what right did she have to change it? She had missed her chance with him, and no amount of regret would change that.
Sakura, have you heard? Shikamaru is getting married.
Sakura was startled. She quickly lifted her head to look at Ino's expression, but contrary to her expectations, Ino's face was calm, neither happy nor sad. She couldn't imagine that such a thing had happened while she was unconscious. How had Ino faced it alone?
Ino. I'm fine, really.
Sakura was silent for a moment, then hugged Ino again and said lightly,
I guess we're both too pitiful. Even our heartbreak experiences are the same. Well, I have indeed lost my love, but you haven't. What, don't you want to go ask Naruto how he feels? Don't you want to be together with him again?
Sakura was silent. Ino's words pierced her heart, and thinking about them triggered a cascade of emotions.
Don't hesitate. Do you want to miss out like I did for nothing? Sakura, look at me. Do you want to live with regret for the rest of your life like I will?
No answer came, but it was expected. Ino stood up and walked to the door.
Think it over yourself. I'll call someone to change your for.
As she closed the door, Ino turned back and spoke in a low voice.
On the wedding day, come with me. Without you there, I'm afraid.
The rest of her words faded into the air unheard by Sakura, but she understood. It was a woman's most helpless sorrow in the face of love. As soon as Ino left, the news of Sakura's awakening spread, and a stream of visitors came to see her. Although she was a bit embarrassed, she had to admit she was quite popular. Her friends, peers, and many patients she had treated came to visit, and gifts piled up. It wasn't until evening that the room quieted down. The autumn wind grew colder as night fell. Someone had left the window open, and a gust of wind made Sakura shiver. With a soft sigh, she got up to close the window. Suddenly a figure swiftly leaped down from the window and, whoosh, disappeared into the bushes. No one knew that silhouette better than Sakura. She suppressed her excitement, and made her voice sound as calm as usual.
Naruto!
There was no response from the thicket, but Sakura knew that Naruto was hiding there. He refused to emerge, yet she was equally unwilling to relent. She stood obstinately by the window, the cold wind making her thin as a sheet of paper. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Naruto Uzumaki crawled out of the bushes, his face a picture of defeat. The renowned hero ninja had 2 withered yellow leaves on his head, and his spiky golden hair glowed with a warm yellow light under the moonlight.
Yo, Sakura-chan!
Sakura suddenly smiled, her radiant face unexpectedly piercing Naruto's eyes, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not only Naruto, but Sakura herself was almost surprised by this untimely smile. Yet she didn't stop. She truly hadn't seen Naruto like this in a long time, and this feeling made her nostalgic, so happy.
Come in!
Sakura gestured toward the room. The hospital ward glowed with warm light, and Naruto knew that room must be warm, just like Sakura's pink bedroom. Anywhere Sakura was in, his eyes should be warm.
Sorry for disturbing your rest. No!
Sakura stepped aside and entered the room. Naruto quickly climbed in from outside, carefully closing the window, as he had done last time. He turned around, and Sakura's face was so close it startled him into a yelp.
Ah!
Sakura's complexion was very pale, her skin seemed almost translucent and delicate under the light. Her cherry-colored hair was so close, even emitting a faint subtle fragrance.
Ah! Sakura-chan, sorry. No, it was my fault for startling you.
Sakura stepped back, a thin smile lingering on her face. That smile made Naruto blush slightly. He reached up and scratched the back of his head, behaving exactly like the reckless blonde boy he had been a year ago.
You?
Sakura was startled to find they had spoken at the same time, and couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed.
You go first.
Naruto hesitated, looking at Sakura's slender figure with concern.
How are you feeling? Are you better? What exactly happened?
Sakura's heart secretly lifted, a hint of brightness appeared in her brows.
Nothing serious, just a bit of hypoglycemia that made me faint. How could just low blood sugar make you faint for a whole day? Sakura-chan, you don't take care of yourself enough. That's not good. Hey, the guy who eats Ichiraka ramen every day has no right to say that. Speaking of which...
Sakura paused.
How did you know I slept all day?
Naruto froze, his expression instantly becoming a riot of colors.
You came by, didn't you?
Sakura asked, and as she had hoped, Naruto nodded after some stammering. Sakura felt as if a candle had suddenly ignited in her dark world, a tiny flame that made her so happy she didn't know what to do.
Thank you, Naruto.
Naruto's eyes widened slightly, those azure irises filled with an unknown emotion. He had been the one avoiding her, yet she was thanking him. His heart ached unexpectedly. Looking at Sakura's delicate but weak face, he felt a pain he couldn't bear, but he could only run away from her. Between him and Sakura, he would always inevitably be defeated.
Sit for a while, Naruto. We haven't seen each other in a long time.
Sakura's words were like a spell he knew he could never refuse. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed, but his eyes could only fix on the white floor beneath his feet. He was afraid that if he met those emerald green eyes, he would fall back into the vortex that had entangled him for years. Sakura looked at Naruto's body. His form was strong and tall. He had indeed grown taller, probably by another 5 centimeters. Sakura curled her lips faintly, and reached out to touch his golden hair, but Naruto dodged abruptly. His sturdy frame sprang back, and his handsome face with a surprised expression fell into her view. Sakura felt a sudden pang in her heart, and her eyes dimmed. The hurt in Sakura's expression was not lost on Naruto, and the usually imposing man panicked instantly.
Sorry, Sakura-chan. I didn't mean to. I was just startled. Don't be angry. Oh, please don't be angry. It's my fault.
Sakura paused, then suddenly spoke.
Naruto, do you truly love Hinata?
Naruto, who had been flustered, calmed down at these words. He steadied himself and lowered his voice.
If I didn't love her, I wouldn't be dating her.
The words spoken directly from Naruto's mouth caused undeniable damage. Sakura's nose tingled, and she suddenly felt like crying. But she was Sakura Haruno. She took a deep breath and forced out a smile.
Yeah, Hinata is such a wonderful girl. How could anyone not like her? You're really lucky, Naruto. Treat her well.
Naruto stared at Sakura's smiling face and managed a strained smile of his own.
Of course I will. You too, Sakura-chan. When Sasuke comes back, you should get together soon, haha. Don't joke.
Sakura said flatly, and the atmosphere turned cold again. That was a sign the conversation was ending. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Naruto stood up awkwardly to leave.
Sakura-chan, take good care of yourself. Work is hard, but you still need to rest properly.
He scratched his head sheepishly.
I never thought I, who's always being nagged, it would have the chance to nag someone else. It's a strange feeling, haha. Well, Sakura-chan, rest well. I'll go now.
Watching Naruto walk to the window, Sakura's nose was flooded with bitterness. Ino's words echoed in her mind, sending chills through her. Naruto's back was right before her eyes. He was about to leave again, to abandon her once more. How could she allow this? While Sakura was still stunned, her body moved faster than her thoughts. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar, and as he recoiled in surprise, dragged him back from the window mid-jump.
Damn it. I'm choking. Sakura-chan. Let go. Sakura-chan.
Naruto struggled a couple of times, but afraid of hurting Sakura, he could only awkwardly collapse onto the floor along with the force. Sakura let go. She watched Naruto slowly sit up and gave a bitter smile.
Naruto, if you leave this time, when will you come to see me again?
Naruto, who had been busy catching his breath, found himself falling into Sakura's eyes, deep as a dark pool. After a long pause, he lowered his gaze and spoke softly.
Sakura-chan, I'm sorry, but I want to move forward. You do too, don't you?
Starting from the unpleasant parting with Xuanhua Mingren, Chunai-ing had been staying in the hospital ward for a week. Not to mention her noisy parents at home, even Shanzhong Jingye alone had managed to put her through all the medical equipment in just a few days.
I told you I'm not sick. Don't I know my own body?
Jingye gritted her teeth and forced the words out through clenched jaws.
Shut up. If you knew, you wouldn't have fainted. Raise your hand.
Chunai-ing obediently raised her hand, allowing Jingye to smoothly remove the wires attached to her chest.
You don't have to do this either. My heart is very strong. I told you to shut up. Who do you think you are? Think about your position. How many people are waiting for you to treat them every day? How dare you collapse on your own? Do you want to die? Jingye complained loudly, but her eyes carefully examined every part of the inspection report. The results are good. No major illness, just overwork and irregular diet. From now on, relax and rest well. Rest. Didn't you say I'm the pillar of the medical department? If I rest, who will take charge? Besides, how could Kakashi Lauscher approve a vacation for the head of the medical department? Who said I wouldn't approve? I approve.
A lazy yet magnetic voice came from behind. Chu Nying opened her eyes in surprise. She turned around. A silver-haired man leaned lazily against the doorframe, his eyes revealing a complete lack of energy. The black mask perfectly outlined his facial features. The man held a worn-out book in his hand, and only put it down lazily when he saw Chu Nying turn around.
Kakashi Lauscher. Yoing!
Kakashi raised his hand, his eyes narrowing into a line, a meaningful smile.
Feeling better. Much better. By the way, Lauscher, how come you're here? Have you finished all the Huang's work? Well, roughly. Let's not talk about that. Don't say I'm heartless. I went through a lot of trouble to come see you. How about a grateful hug? Lauscher, you didn't dump the work on Luan again, did you? That's so irresponsible.
Chu Nying pointed out bluntly.
He's about to get married, how can you keep bullying him? Hey, don't call me irresponsible to my face. My heart is easily hurt. Besides, it's good for Luan to get familiar with the work. In a couple of years, when I retire, he can properly assist Mingren. At the mention of Xuanhua Mingren, Chu Nying's body immediately stiffened. Kakashi noticed and sighed with some concern.
What's still not reconciled? It's been almost a year now. That's enough.
Chu Nying gave a bitter smile. This wasn't about reconciliation. She was now an obstacle in Xuanhua Mingren's life. He wanted to move forward, how could she shamelessly hold him back? About what we just discussed, I approve. And you should take a good rest. You've been too busy this past year. The situation in Mai is stable now, it won't hurt if you're away for a while. But?
Chu Nying struggled desperately.
I'm worried. There are many surgeries that the newbies aren't familiar with yet. If I'm not here, don't worry about these things. I'll take care of them. Jinya interrupted.
What, you don't believe in my ability?
Chu Nying was stunned, realizing there was no turning back, and had to agree. All right, in that case, I'll take a vacation. But be sure to notify me if there's any important surgery.
Jinya smiled, faintly nodded, and turned to go clean up the medical equipment. Chu Nying also got up to help, but barely took 2 steps when Kakashi called her back. Chu Nying looked up in surprise. Her height required her to look up at this silver-haired, charismatic, and exceptionally powerful man. This man was her teacher, the one who would always shield her with his body in times of crisis.
What is it, Kakashi Lauscher?
Kakashi gazed at her quietly, a depth in his eyes that she could both understand and not understand.
And you can't only think about yourself. Besides love, there are more people who need you. Kakashi smiled faintly, reached out, and ruffled Chu Nying's hair.
Well, you are my precious student. If you get hurt, I'll worry. So don't make someone my age worry about the health of the younger generation.
Got it, Ing.
Chu Nying was stunned. The man before her continuously overlapped with the silver-haired figure in her memory, who had always desperately protected her during the battle against Yui, making her inexplicably want to cry. Kakashi Lauscher was worried about her. Despite his extremely busy work, he still took time to visit her. Chu Nying curled the corner of her mouth, and took Kakashi's hand down from her head.
You didn't come all the way here just to say that, did you? Really, a grown man like you still chasing after me to lecture me? Looks like work is still not busy enough. Chu Nying muttered, walking out of the room. As she left, she turned back and lowered her voice a little, not wanting Kakashi to hear the tremor in her voice, but this method obviously had no effect on Kakashi. Thank you, Kakashi Lauscher.
Chu Nying walked out. Kakashi watched her back, his brows slightly furrowed. Look, that girl from back then has now grown up. But no matter how outstanding she becomes in his eyes, she is still the student who occasionally acts foolish, occasionally gets angry, and occasionally shows cleverness. And his precious student, if he didn't watch over her properly, that wouldn't do. He paused, then sighed in frustration.
Sigh, work. I'll get nagged again when I go back.
On the second day of her leave, Sakura Haruno encountered Shikamaru Nara in the Hokage building. As she strode out of the office after submitting her leave request, she saw Shikamaru Nara standing outside the door, with a grim expression, smoking a cigarette. Sakura Haruno held deep respect for Shikamaru Nara. They were peers who had grown up together, sharing countless missions and tasks, and their relationship was excellent. Although due to Ino's influence Sakura had kept some distance, at heart they were comrades. who had faced life and death together.
What's wrong? You look so down, got a mountain of work.
Shikamaru turned around, straightening his posture. It was undeniable that the timing and pace of development between men and women differed greatly. Not only Naruto Uzumaki, but even Shikamaru Nara had grown this tall in the time she hadn't noticed.
Oh, it's Sakura. Are you feeling better? Ino was just being dramatic. It's really nothing.
Sakura Haruno smiled, pointing at the cigarette in Shikamaru's hand.
Why are you smoking again? Doesn't Temari dislike it?
At the mention of Temari, Shikamaru's expression grew even more troubled. He looked at Sakura, and suddenly his eyes lit up.
By the way, Sakura, could you do me a favor?
Sakura Haruno was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. An hour later she stood dumbfounded in the autumn wind at the main gate of Konoha, awaiting the arrival of the Sunagekure princess.
Good heavens! It's freezing. He said he was too busy with work. Was he messing with me? That Shikamaru, he's just too lazy. No matter what, welcoming one's own fiancé should be done in person.
Sakura Haruno muttered, exhaling a warm breath into her cupped hands. The white mist scattered in the air. This autumn was far too cold. True to her expectations, a group of figures finally appeared at the gate. Sakura waved, and someone quickly responded. It was the Sunagekure bridal escort, not exactly a formal procession, just a few people accompanying the bride ahead of time. The distance between Sunagekure and Konoha was far too great for a same-day wedding, so the bride's early arrival was undoubtedly a wise choice. Sabaka no Temari was a striking and bold woman. Sakura spotted her in the crowd at once.
Hey, Temari.
The golden-haired, enchanting woman smiled. Unlike her mature and seductive appearance, her smile was bright and hearty. She waved back and walked over.
Well, if it isn't Sakura.
Sakura Haruno and Sabaka no Temari were old acquaintances, and old friends needed no excessive formalities.
Temari, Shikamaru is tied up with work and couldn't come. I'm here to pick you up on his behalf. Don't mind it.
Temari waved her hand cheerfully, unconcerned.
I know. It's not like I just met Shikamaru Nara yesterday.
Sakura smiled, glancing at the group of travelers. Every one of them carried something. The dowry was lavish, but they also showed signs of the long journey.
Let me take you to the inn first. You all get some rest. Shikamaru will come find you there when he's done.
Temari nodded, chatting with Sakura along the way to the inn. The inn had been chosen by Shikamaru Nara, and the room was also selected by him personally. Once inside, it was clear that everything had been carefully picked. Every detail, big or small, revealed his thoughtfulness. Sakura Haruno looked at Temari. A faint smile curved the golden-haired beauty's lips, a hint of happiness evident. A twinge of envy stirred in Sakura's heart.
It's a bit early, but congratulations to you both.
Sakura beamed.
Shikamaru is truly blessed to have you.
Temari paused, then smiled as well.
Well, I don't want to say it, but it hasn't been easy for us either. By the way, would you like something to eat?
She sat down at the table, pushing forward the tea and snacks that had been prepared in advance. After waiting for so long, Sakura was indeed a bit hungry. She sat down as well, taking a few bites of the snacks. As she fell silent, Ino's tearful face lingered in her mind. She glanced at Temari, who was sipping tea, and couldn't help but ask.
Say, Temari, did Shikamaru propose to you?
Temari was startled, then nodded, a smile spreading across her lips.
Well, speaking of that, I still can't believe it. I thought a man like Shikamaru Nara would never make the first move if I didn't, let alone propose. But I'm really happy.
Temari closed her eyes, as if reminiscing. Suddenly she let out a light laugh, then continued.
But Shikamaru Nara is still Shikamaru Nara. Even his proposal was so uniquely him.
Sakura Haruno was intensely curious. She couldn't imagine how a man who hated trouble could propose to a woman.
Didn't Shikamaru do anything romantic? Romantic? Does he look like a romantic man? Besides, what I've always wanted was never romance.
Temari paused, then suddenly asked.
Hey Sakura, you're close with Ino Yamanaka, right?
Sakura paused, then nodded.
We grew up together. Why?
Temari blinked, speaking casually.
Shikamaru actually has a thing for golden-haired women. Did you know?
Sakura shook her head. She really didn't. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her eyes widened slightly.
How is that possible? Nothing's impossible. She liked him and he liked her. Isn't that perfectly normal?
Temari paused, then let out a sigh.
I'm a proud woman, but I have to admit that meeting Shikamaru Nara at that time and place was the greatest luck of my life. It was a close call, but it's so wonderful that the man Shikamaru Nara loves now is me.
Haruno Sakura fell silent. She had always thought that Ino was the one harboring unrequited feelings for Nara Shikamaru, never realizing that Shikamaru had also loved Ino. She couldn't even begin to imagine what Ino's reaction would be upon learning this. They had loved each other, yet they had truly missed their chance.
It's fate, really.
Temari shook her head and replied,
Not exactly. When I started liking Shikamaru, his heart belonged to Yamanaka Ino.
I never dared to imagine that one day that man's gaze would turn to me. But it happened. He loves me now, and I love him too. We're getting married. As for the love before, it's just a memory.
Haruno Sakura listened quietly, her heart aching. She thought of herself and Uzumaki Naruto. It was exactly the same. You're in love too.
Temari took a bite of a tea pastry, one of her favorite things in Konoha, and Shikamaru remembered that. She pointed at Sakura's brow and said calmly,
Your brow is furrowed.
Haruno Sakura turned her head away, her heart throbbing unbearably. A surge of bitterness welled up inside her, impossible to suppress. Temari watched her, and couldn't help but frown herself. She leaned on the table, tilted her head, and slowly opened her mouth.
Hey Sakura, do you want to hear about me and Shikamaru?
There was no answer, but she didn't mind.
I'm a very domineering person, you know. I once thought that if I were to marry, I would choose a man older than me, smarter than me, and stronger than me.
But all those thoughts vanished after I met Nara Shikamaru. He's younger than me, his ninjutsu isn't that impressive, and aside from his brains, his personality is lazy to a fault. But I fell for him. I've liked him ever since I fought him in the Chunin exams. I've never been able to forget him since.
But he didn't love me. His heart belonged to someone else. He once told me that the first person he remembered from his childhood wasn't his father or mother, but Yamanaka Ino.
He had loved her for 15 years, and those were all years I could never replace.
Haruno Sakura listened, her feelings indescribable. Ino had said similar things, but they hadn't ended up together.
He fell in love with Temari, and she chose Sai.
Then why didn't you give up? You'd only get hurt.
Temari smiled.
You've loved too, so you should know. Women find it hard to let go of love. And as for me, I will never let Nara Shikamaru go. He stole my heart, and he must take responsibility. Besides, I'm truly happy to have made it this far with Shikamaru.
Haruno Sakura perked up and smiled again.
So aren't you going to tell me how Shikamaru proposed? I'm quite curious. After all, Shikamaru, who hates trouble so much, it's hard to imagine. Right. I can hardly imagine it either.
Temari propped her head up and said slowly,
That day he drank too much at the celebration in Suna.
In front of everyone he suddenly grabbed my hand and said, I want to marry you. I thought he was drunk and mistook me for someone else. You know, no woman can stand that.
Then what? I shook him off. Unexpectedly, he got a surge of drunkenness and pounced on me, hugging my leg and refusing to let go.
A man so proud, you can't imagine how ridiculous it was. Gaara and the others came to help him up, but he wouldn't let go. Honestly, thinking about it still makes me laugh and get angry.
Did you agree? How could I? Who would accept a proposal from a drunk, especially when the drunk still had another woman in his heart?
I knocked him out and dragged him outside to let the cold wind sober him up. I was both hurt and resentful, so angry that I bumped his forehead and made it bleed. After a while, he finally woke up groggily. Still drunk, he kept holding on to me and wouldn't let go. I asked him if he knew who I was, but he refused to say. I was so furious that I lost my head and beat him with all my strength. By the time I calmed down, I had beaten him beyond recognition.
I went to help him up, but he didn't say a word. After I dragged him back to the room and was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed me and asked, Are you done being angry?
I never expected it. He hadn't been drunk at all. He was just pretending, letting me take my anger out on him. My mind went blank, and I couldn't utter a single word, but he acted as if nothing had happened and started rambling.
What did he say to you?
Temari looked at Haruno Sakura and broke into a smile, a happy smile brimming with pure joy.
He just kept repeating one thing to me, Temari, I want to marry you. I lost it completely. I almost forgot how long I cried. When I finally came to my senses, we were already tangled together, rolling around on the floor for several rounds. Sakura, can you imagine? A man like Shikamaru willing to go that far for you, what does it mean? I don't need him to say sweet words or do anything romantic. The way he looks at me tells me everything. He loves me, truly loves me. He's a smart man, nothing escapes his eyes. He knew my feelings all along but never responded. He felt I was wronged, so he let me beat him to vent my anger. He swallowed his pride and did something so unlike him. What more could I ask for? It's enough, truly enough. In this life, besides Nara Shikamaru, who else could make me love them this much? Honestly, he's such an idiot. Haruno Sakura left the inn. Her heart was filled with an indescribable mix of emotions, sighs, and regret. She wandered aimlessly down the streets until she realized she had arrived in front of Ichiraku Ramen. And as expected, beyond the hanging curtain, the blonde-haired boy sat inside eating heartily. Haruno Sakura's heart raced, yet she felt a suffocating urge to cry. In her mind flashed Ino's tearful face, then Naruto's words of rejection. Finally her consciousness settled on Kakashi-sensei's face. Sakura, don't make me worry about you. Haruno Sakura rushed in. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting on the counter. At the sound of footsteps, he turned around in a daze. Before he could even make out the expression on the pink-haired figure's face, his face took a heavy punch. The immense force sent him tumbling from the counter to the floor, a wave of blood rushing into his mouth. That punch showed no mercy at all. Haruno Sakura looked at the disheveled Naruto on the ground, her eyes frighteningly red. She bent down and punched him again in the abdomen. Uzumaki Naruto curled up and coughed up blood. He could have dodged, but it was Haruno Sakura who hit him. He would never dodge her. He didn't want to make her angry. Haruno Sakura forced back her tears, her voice trembling, and shouted loudly. Naruto, you're an idiot! Uzumaki Naruto's expression froze. He clutched his stomach in pain, but his grimace froze the moment he saw Sakura's tears. Sakura-chan! You? Why are you crying? Haruno Sakura didn't let him speak. She punched him again and again, each blow hitting him, but the pain felt like it was hitting her own body. Yet she didn't stop, as if trying to vent all the pain of the past year. She looked a little frightening. After a long while, Haruno Sakura finally stopped. She didn't dare to look at the battered Uzumaki Naruto beneath her, and stumbled out of the shop. Her tears scattered into the cold wind. She sniffled her sore nose, and wiped her face roughly. He's an idiot. I'm one too. An even bigger idiot than him. As soon as she calmed down, Haruno Sakura already regretted hitting Uzumaki Naruto. She had been too impulsive at that moment, striking without holding back any mercy. The damage inflicted by her full-force attack was beyond words to estimate. In the past, Jiraiya had once been caught peeping and punched by the 5th Hokage Tsunade, resulting in a life-threatening injury that nearly killed him. Haruno Sakura was Tsunade's direct disciple, and her mastery of monstrous strength had surpassed her teacher's. In a moment of impulse, she had brutally beaten a man who, out of consideration for her, offered no resistance. The condition of that man now was all too predictable. Haruno Sakura rushed back to Ichiraku Ramen in a frenzy. By the time she arrived, Uzumaki Naruto had already been sent to the hospital. The small shop still bore traces of his blood, and Sakura's mind roared with a deafening buzz. What had she done? Hey there, little lady! Haruno Sakura turned around in a daze. The owner of Ichiraku, a middle-aged man, looked at her with a complex and slightly reproachful expression. No matter how much you and Naruto are at odds, you can't hit him so hard. Look at the state he was in. He might even die. That's just too much. I'm telling you, hey! Don't run away! Haruno Sakura couldn't bear to listen any longer. A sharp pain pierced her mind, and her heart was burning with anxiety. She couldn't bear to imagine what harm she might have caused Uzumaki Naruto. She had been too impulsive. She should have known that hurting him was the last thing she should ever do in this world. Once she hurt Uzumaki Naruto, the only thing she could gain was pain 10 or 100 times greater. Haruno Sakura burst into the hospital. The emergency room light was on. She rushed over anxiously, and there was Yamanaka Ino flipping through a medical chart outside the door. Seeing Sakura's frantic face, Ino spoke coldly. You're here? Haruno Sakura was desperate. How is Naruto? Is he badly hurt? Yamanaka Ino looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. The moment I saw those injuries, I knew you did it. Look at yourself. If you weren't going to hit him, you shouldn't have. But you did, and now you come running over in a panic, as if you want the whole world to know you've lost your mind. You can scold me later. First tell me how Naruto is. If you want to know, go see for yourself. Get in there quickly. I guess you've come so the equipment is ready.
Haruno Sakura froze, a chill running through her heart.
He needs surgery. Hey, that's internal bleeding, sis. Don't tell me you really held nothing back. I'm telling you, with such severe injuries, only Uzumaki Naruto could survive. On anyone else, that first punch would have killed him outright. Don't tell me you really held nothing back. I'm telling you, with such severe injuries, only Uzumaki Naruto could survive. On anyone else, that first punch would have killed him outright.
Haruno Sakura couldn't listen anymore. She quickly put on her surgical gown and rushed into the emergency room. Uzumaki Naruto lay there already unconscious. Haruno Sakura glanced at the medical equipment. He had indeed lost a lot of blood. Her eyes welled up, but there was no time for regret. She focused her mind and swiftly issued orders for the surgery. Half an hour later, she stepped back somewhat exhausted and dismissed everyone from the operating room. Internal bleeding was a serious injury, but for Haruno Sakura, it was nothing difficult. Her control over chakra had reached near perfection. Repairing internal organs was something she had done many times before. Even though it wasn't her first time, the impact was far greater than the first. She felt like vomiting. Whenever she thought of Uzumaki Naruto lying there, and the culprit who had hurt him was herself, she felt as if the wound wasn't on Naruto's body, but on her own heart. The internal damage had been repaired. Now Uzumaki Naruto was only suffering from excessive blood loss. Given his usual physical condition, he would be back to normal after lying in the hospital ward for 2 days. But Haruno Sakura felt that this time the wound in her heart would probably never heal. Haruno Sakura ordered someone to send Naruto to the ward. As she left the emergency room, she saw Hyuga Hinata waiting anxiously. Her face was gentle and beautiful, and even the frown between her brows was strikingly lovely. Seeing Naruto being wheeled out, Hinata rushed over hurriedly, only exhaling in relief after confirming that he was in no serious danger.
Thank goodness. Naruto-kun is all right. Hinata.
The gentlewoman turned at the sound of her name, momentarily startled to see Haruno Sakura, then her expression grew somewhat worried.
Are you okay, Sakura-san? You look terrible.
Haruno Sakura forced a faint smile.
After all these surgeries, I only just discovered today that I'm afraid of blood. Please don't push yourself, Sakura-san. Naruto-kun will worry about you.
Haruno Sakura paused. She didn't know what expression to wear facing this woman before her. Her heart was a tangled mess, but the moment she saw Hinata, she felt it was all her own fault. The only one worthy of Uzumaki Naruto in this world must be someone as gentle and considerate as her.
Hinata, I'm sorry. Naruto's injuries were caused by me. I was too impulsive earlier.
Hinata's eyes widened slightly. Then her gaze grew sorrowful. Looking at Sakura's pallid face, she said softly,
How could I blame you? Hurting Naruto-kun must have hurt you even more than it did me.
Hyuga Hinata's words struck her heart. More than the sting of tears in her nose, she felt utterly ashamed. She was so pathetic. How could someone like her ever be more suitable for Uzumaki Naruto than Hinata?
I'm sorry.
Having said that, Haruno Sakura fled from the hospital as if escaping. She couldn't bear to stay another second. She couldn't tell if it was sadness or something else, but a crushing weight piled onto her heart. Suddenly, she slapped herself hard across the face. The fiery sting flared up, and through her sobs she gradually calmed down. Don't cry. Don't cry. You are Haruno Sakura. You are not allowed to cry. The gloomy sky darkened, and soon light snowflakes began to drift down. She lifted her face in confusion, the icy touch striking her nerves. She blinked, reassuring herself that there was no more wetness in her eyes. After a moment, she muttered to herself in bewilderment,
Maybe I should go apologize.
Night. When Uzumaki Naruto woke up, the first thing he saw was Haruno Sakura. He was disoriented at first, but as memories slowly returned, his gaze grew clear. Haruno Sakura was standing by the window. Seeing him awake, her eyes were slightly red, and a mix of embarrassment and relief flickered across her face. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt a surge of joy. Had she been here all along?
Sakura-chan. Hinata had to go home first, something about the sect leader calling her. She couldn't refuse.
After a pause, Haruno Sakura added,
She was very worried about you.
Naruto's words caught in his throat. He opened his mouth again, then spoke hoarsely.
What about you?
Haruno Sakura remained silent, her heart in turmoil. Naruto's words always stirred up a storm inside her. She gritted her teeth and asked bitterly,
Do you care? Sakura-chan. I'm sorry.
Haruno Sakura felt her insides churn. She absolutely hated hearing the words,
I'm sorry,
from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. It infuriated her, made her restless.
Are you insane? What are you apologizing for? I almost beat you to death today, do you even realize that? Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what anger means?
Uzumaki Naruto bowed his head low, his voice muffled, as if through layers of cloth.
Sakura-chan, I really didn't mean to make you angry. And it's fine if you kill me, just as long as you feel better.
Haruno Sakura clenched her jaw tightly, afraid that the shameful sound would escape. She had been grateful for this side of Uzumaki Naruto for a long time, because he had fulfilled her dream, restoring the shattered Team 7 to its former self. But at this very moment, she loathed Uzumaki Naruto's constant consideration for her. Even if he had been just a little selfish, she could have consoled herself, and not felt so miserable. Yet Uzumaki Naruto was not. At no time had he ever done anything to wrong her. Apart from tears, she didn't know what could stop the love that was about to spill from her lips.
Naruto, I really hate you. I hate you.
Haruno Sakura closed her eyes, her voice trembling. A flicker of hurt passed through Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and his heart ached. He lowered his head. As expected, he could only ever make Sakura-chan angry. The one who could make her happy had always been that one man, Uchiha Sasuke.
I'm sorry. Sakura-chan. Huh? Sakura-chan.
Uzumaki Naruto's body went rigid. His voice rose unnaturally. The soft body suddenly embracing him left him at a loss. He could feel Haruno Sakura's lips close to his ear, and the faint fragrance from her made him dizzy.
What's wrong? Sakura-chan. You? Naruto.
Haruno Sakura cut him off. Holding Uzumaki Naruto's body, she spoke slowly, word by word.
You are the most foolish, the most infuriating idiot in the world. But Naruto, I missed you.
Uzumaki Naruto felt as though he were dreaming, with a warm, soft presence in his arms, and the sound of an alluring, soul-stirring voice. But it was no dream. His entire body ached, as if broken, and every pang of pain relentlessly reminded him that he was wide awake.
Sakura-chan.
His heart raced, his eyes darkening.
I miss you every day too.
Haruno Sakura froze, lifting her head in surprise to meet Naruto's gaze. What did he just say?
Naruto. You? Naruto-kun.
A soft, sweet voice came from behind, tinged with surprise.
You're awake.
Sakura turned awkwardly, quickly stepping away from the bedside. She had almost been caught by Hinata. Naruto was also startled. He scratched his hair, forcing an unnatural smile.
Hinata, sorry for worrying you.
Hinata gently shook her head, hurried to the bedside, and reached out to feel Naruto's forehead. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her delicate features carrying a maiden shyness.
Not at all, I'm just glad you're okay, Naruto-kun.
Hinata and Naruto exchanged smiles, and Sakura suddenly felt utterly superfluous, her heart and body aching as if struck. She forced a casual smile and said,
Since Hinata is here, I feel relieved knowing she'll take care of you. I was wrong today, I'll treat you to a meal another time. You two talk, I'll be going now.
Naruto opened his mouth, but couldn't find words to stop her. Sakura saw it, and her heart ached once more. She could no longer understand Naruto's feelings, but she knew that if things continued like this, she would lose control. If she did something like before again, she would utterly destroy Naruto and Hinata's lives.
I'll wait, Sakura-san.
Sakura turned back.
What is it?
Hinata smiled shyly.
Thank you for taking care of Naruto-kun today. I really appreciate it.
Sakura's eyes stung as if pricked by needles. She couldn't understand why Hinata was thanking her when the one standing before her was the very person who had gravely injured Naruto. She nodded with difficulty, forcing a nonchalant smile.
No need to thank me. Just don't blame me. How could I?
Sakura nodded faintly, and finally walked out of the suffocating room. See, she couldn't go on like this anymore. Hinata was too kind. Her love was far more selfless than Sakura's. She could bring happiness to Naruto, while Sakura could only bring pain. Compared to Hinata, who could smile and thank the person her boyfriend once, like Sakura, who who had hurt Naruto out of rage, had no right at all. She curled her lips bitterly, forcing a wry smile.
Naruto, you're right. We both have to move forward.
Trying to distance herself from Naruto, Sakura's days went on much like usual. She was already on leave, so she didn't need to resign from being his caretaker. As long as she didn't go to the hospital, the name Uzumaki Naruto easily slipped out of her life. She had to admit that her mind was clearly at odds with her actions, replaying every fragment of that blonde-haired boy day and night. In the early morning, a frustrated murmur echoed from Sakura's room. She opened her eyes wearily with traces of tears at the corners.
Even in my dreams you won't leave me alone, Uzumaki Naruto. You're really too much.
She smiled bitterly and got up to wash up. The clock in the room had already passed 10, but she hadn't slept even 2 hours all night. Without work, Sakura's life seemed somewhat decadent. Dressed in a pink autumn pajama, her hair disheveled, she opened the bathroom door only to be startled by a sudden black creature before her, letting out a scream.
Oh my god!
Along with her voice, the black long snake lunged at her face. She reflexively swung her hand, and the hand charged with chakra knocked the snake aside. The snake that was sent flying made no sound, and didn't writhe disgustingly. Instead, it turned into a pool of ink, staining the surrounding clothes pitch black. Sakura's forehead veins bulged, and a surge of rage ignited from head to toe. She clenched her fists tightly and shouted,
"Sai! Do you want to die?"
She quickly threw on a coat and rushed to the entrance, flinging open the door. Sure enough, accompanied by the cold air, a well-proportioned handsome man in black stood there, revealing a sliver of his waist, his face bearing an unhealthy pallor. Seeing Sakura's clearly furious expression, his delicate, almost bewitching face broke into an infuriating smile.
Yo! Sakura! Up already? Huh? What's this?
Sai's vision suddenly went dark. He reached out and took the hanging object from his face. After a glance, his expression instantly turned colorful.
A lady's underwear. I'd rather you just punch me in the face.
Sakura let out a cold laugh.
Look at what you've done. You've dirted my clothes. You're right. A punch to the face is what I was thinking too.
Her movements were swift and agile. Gathering chakra in her right hand, she landed a perfect blow on Sai's face.
Don't say I'm ruthless. For Ino's sake, I went easy on you.
The immense impact hit his face, and Sai immediately crouched down. He frowned in pain, rubbing his face, trying to keep his groans low. No joke, it was a miracle he hadn't been sent flying. He feared that if he said another word, he would end up like Naruto.
What the hell is wrong with you? Who sends a snake into a teammate's home to wake them up? Can't you just knock? If you absolutely have to show off your jutsu, can't you send something cute? A snake. Trying to scare me to death.
Sai, with a pitiful look on his face, held his cheek and weathered Sakura's barrage. Only when she had calmed down did he open his mouth.
I did knock.
Sakura's head throbbed. She really didn't want to have a verbal fight with Sai. Although Sai had mellowed a lot since being with Ino, if it came down to a real argument, once his sharp tongue was unleashed, she would be utterly defeated.
Fine. What are you here for?
Sai dropped his hand, shrugged, and wore his usual annoying expression.
Worry about you, so I came to check. Well, what's with that look? The book says caring about teammates is a fine quality, and caring about your girlfriend's good friend is a rare virtue. Are you done?
Sai nodded, and Sakura turned to leave. Sure enough, Sai sheepishly pulled her back with a reluctant smile.
Don't bully me too much, ugly girl. I came to deliver news.
Sakura raised an eyebrow in surprise.
You? Being so kind.
Sai said calmly.
Of course.
Sakura looked at him for a moment, then sighed softly and grew serious.
Your way of asking for help is still so strange. All right, what is it? Is it about Ino?
Sai was startled, then smiled.
Can't hide anything from you. I need to go out for a few days. I hope you can look after Ino for me. Especially, Shikamaru's wedding might make her uncomfortable. While I'm away, please keep her company.
Sakura paused, touched, and frowned.
It's amazing that you can think of Ino like this. She's lucky. Speaking of which, I never thought the cold-hearted Sai from before would have such a moment. I thought you'd never know what love is. Well, though it sounds heartless, I thought so too. I still don't know what the heart is, but now that I'm with Ino, I'm happy.
Sakura listened quietly, then smiled.
I can help, but there's a condition. Your snake dirted my clothes, so you have to compensate me.
Sai nodded, dangling the lady's underwear still in his hand, and put on his annoying expression again.
I can buy it, but your size is too small. The shopkeeper will laugh at me.
Sakura's veins bulged again. She really wanted to punch the man to death. She sneered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something.
What mission requires the A&BU captain to go out personally? Is it dangerous?
Sai paused and smiled.
How could it be?
It was a fake smile unique to Sai, one Sakura knew all too well. A sense of foreboding rose in her heart.
Sai! You? Sakura!
He interrupted, smiling.
I'm fine. Oh, I really do have news for you. About Naruto.
Sakura froze. She wanted to press further about Sai, but she knew it would be useless. The mere mention of the name, Uzumaki Naruto, stirred a storm in her heart. Her fists clenched and unclenched. After a moment, she let out a defeated sigh and finally asked.
What about him?
Sai turned serious, looking at her intently.
Naruto's prosthetic arm, I heard it's broken.
Sakura stiffened, her face paling. She couldn't understand why Naruto hadn't come to her about such a major matter. In all the ninja world, only Tsunade-sama, and she could heal his right arm. What did it mean? Sakura's nose stung. Did he hate seeing her that much? Sai watched her expression, sighed rarely, and murmured.
Honestly, both of you are so stubborn. What am I supposed to do with you?
In the early winter days without snow brought a desolate cold. Walking along the streets of Maya, chill always lingered around his waist. Sai exhaled, and his breath instantly turned into a pale white mist. Frowning, he touched his waist, feeling a cold chill.
Talking about how nice my V-line is, and how attractive my abs are. It's not easy to show them off in the middle of winter, you know. You're so heartless, Yamanaka Ino.
He muttered a few words under his breath, then couldn't help but chuckle.
Well, where to go now? Maybe I should visit Ino's flower shop. She should be there at this hour.
He quickened his pace for a few steps, then suddenly sensed something, and turned around.
Who?
A tall, slender figure emerged slantingly from a nearby alley, his brows bearing an air of laziness. His long hair was tied back, and his single eyelids drooped listlessly.
It's me, Shikamaru.
Nara Shikamaru curled his lips, a lackadaisical gesture that epitomized his usual demeanor.
How did it go with that thing I asked you to do? All taken care of. Sakura should be at my hospital by now.
Shikamaru looked somewhat surprised.
So fast. What did you tell her?
Sai shrugged, rubbing his frozen cheeks.
I said Naruto's prosthetic arm broke, and she ran off after hearing that.
Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly, and his temple twitched.
You actually dared to say that. I just asked you to help get her to the hospital. Why tell such a big lie? If Haruno Sakura wants to beat you to a pulp, I won't be able to stop her. Hey, you're the one who told me to do it. Don't try to run away, you accomplice.
Nara Shikamaru looked troubled, reached up to rub the back of his head, and let out a long sigh.
Oh, what a pain. If Kakashi hadn't asked me to, I wouldn't want to get involved in this mess.
Sai gave a faint smile.
Well, that's your problem now. I'm done. I'm leaving this afternoon. If Sakura gets angry, it's all on you. Well, it doesn't matter. Uzumaki Naruto has been utterly depressed these past few days, clearly dying to see Haruno Sakura, but stubbornly refusing to admit it. I'll just consider it a favor to him as long as I don't end up losing my own life.
Sai let out a soft laugh, his pale face taking on a morbid beauty in the dry, cold winter.
Though our methods might not be right, it's for their own good. They're not kids anymore. They should sit down and have a proper talk.
Nara Shikamaru shook his head.
It's not that easy to resolve. Well, every family has its own troubles. I can only help him this far. In the end, if Uzumaki Naruto doesn't get it, it's all useless. And nothing to be done. Who can really tell who's right or wrong in matters of the heart?
Sai paused, his tone suddenly dropping.
I really don't know if it's good or bad. These days, everyone seems to be nursing a one-sided love. What do you mean, one-sided love? You and Ino are doing fine, aren't you?
Sai froze, his expression turning strange as he looked at Nara Shikamaru. After a moment, he smiled.
Who knows?
That tone displeased Nara Shikamaru, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, turning somewhat cold.
Even if you're a comrade, if you hurt Ino, I won't just stand by.
Sai shifted, a lukewarm smile spreading across his face.
I've noticed your IQ fluctuates wildly. Don't joke with me about Ino.
The atmosphere turned icy, and Naruto Shikamaru's brows furrowed. He didn't understand the change in Sai's attitude, but it certainly made him uncomfortable. Sensing his own lapse, Sai tilted his head slightly, a hint of chagrin in his expression.
I have no right to criticize Naruto. I'm still as clueless as a child myself. Well, forget what I said just now. I didn't mean anything by it.
Naruto Shikamaru's brows remained furrowed. He glanced at Sai, who had already put on a fake smile. Displeased, he narrowed his eyes, but then thought of something else.
You're leaving this afternoon. Did you actually take that mission?
Sai nodded. Naruto Shikamaru's brows knitted even tighter. He wanted to say something, but Sai's expression told him it was useless to try.
You? Forget it. Take care of yourself. Don't die.
Sai paused, then turned and walked away, waving a hand behind him.
How could I die? Otherwise, who would show off his V-line to that silly woman in winter?
In the 17 years of her life, Haruno Sakura had loved two men, one a heartless scoundrel in matters of emotion, and the other a fool when it came to love. If Uchiha Sasuke had once brought her a pain as sharp as a blade, then Uzumaki Naruto gave her a sorrow that was endless, impossible to shake off or untangle, and she was immersed in it, unable to escape. She had once tried to hate Uchiha Sasuke, but she couldn't. She also tried to hate Uzumaki Naruto, yet she failed as well. More than she desired the love of these two men, she yearned for their happiness, even if it meant that for the rest of her life she could only watch the backs of those she loved chasing after them, with a heart full of sorrow and solitude. This was Haruno Sakura. She could endure sorrow, but she could not tolerate any harm befalling Uzumaki Naruto. He was the one in her heart, and even if he did not belong to her, she would protect him. She found Naruto's hospital room with ease, but as she was about to enter, her body involuntarily froze. Separated by only a thin door, one she could shatter with a single flick, it felt to her like a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. No matter how far she walked, she could never again see the boy who would always walk beside her with that silly smile. In the past, Haruno Sakura had often raged at Naruto for sneaking out of the hospital, but now she desperately wished that behind this door he was not there. Uzumaki Naruto was never a man who would obediently stay in the hospital. If he hadn't escaped, there was only one possibility: he lacked the strength to do so. She hoped for that, but reality did not grant her wish. Her trembling hand rested on the doorknob, and before she could exert any force, Naruto's voice rang out abruptly and naturally. She couldn't discern the tone in Naruto's voice, only a dizzying sensation flooded her mind.
Sakura-chan!
Haruno Sakura's heart chilled. She paused, then opened the door. Uzumaki Naruto sat quietly on the bed, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable emotion. A thin blanket covered him, concealing his right arm, lost during the Fourth Great Ninja War, from view. Seeing that familiar face, Haruno Sakura felt as if a lifetime had passed. She suddenly felt like crying. Naruto met her gaze, his expression far more complex than hers.
Sakura-chan, why are you here?
Naruto was visibly flustered, his face flushed from sudden surprise and tension. He tried to speak calmly, but it only made his attempts more transparent. Haruno Sakura's eyes reddened. She had so much to say, she even wanted to rush forward, grab Naruto by the collar, and punch that face that haunted her dreams. But once those azure eyes fell upon her, she was enchanted, unable to escape the four characters of Uzumaki Naruto.
Why didn't you tell me?
Haruno Sakura questioned him, but Naruto was utterly clueless. He tried to tilt his head, feigning ignorance, but it only deepened her wounded expression. He panicked, terrified of angering her, and even more afraid of making her cry.
Sakura-chan! Don't! What's wrong? Did I make you angry again? Don't cry! Just tell me what's the matter, and I'll do anything to help you. Don't be like this. Aye.
Haruno Sakura really did charge forward and slapped him across the face. But that slap carried no chakra, only the feeble strength a thin woman could muster. This was all of Haruno Sakura's bitterness, all her grievances, all her pain. Her palm stung red, her hand still trembling. Once her emotions burst forth, nothing could hold them back.
Why didn't you tell me? What exactly do you take me for? You can ignore me, you can avoid me. I admit I brought that upon myself. But how dare you? How dare you?
Haruno Sakura's tears fell heavy, as stones striking deep into Naruto's heart.
How dare you? Not leave me even the smallest place.
Naruto was stunned. He didn't know what was happening, but he didn't care at all. Once Sakura's tears fell, his world could hold nothing else. Countless tiny fangs in his heart had all grown into sharp blades, stabbing him until he was bloody and bruised. Haruno Sakura's emotions erupted instantly, and Naruto's dazed face became the final blow in her eyes. All the bitterness and heartache of the past year surged up, and the words she had left unsaid for various reasons now rushed out in a torrent. She couldn't stop, she didn't want to stop. She was Haruno Sakura, but she was also a woman who would cry and laugh for love.
Uzumaki Naruto, let me tell you, you can stay away from me, you can refuse to see me. But don't impose all this on me under the guise of for my own good. You don't know anything. How dare you assume I still like Sasuke? How dare you unilaterally decide what kind of life I should live? You think this will make me happy? Let me tell you, I hate you to the core.
Naruto froze, his eyes reddening. All the endurance of the past year dissolved into nothing. He suddenly sprang from the bed, all his pent-up emotions pouring out. He gripped Sakura's shoulders tightly, roaring.
Then what do you want me to do? Do you want me to watch you and Sasuke happily together? If I didn't step back, how could I face you and go on living? Do you think I wanted this? Everything I did was only to make you happy. Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura. I. Shut up, Naruto.
Haruno Sakura suddenly cut him off coldly, her eyes gradually turning icy with repulsion. She flung his hands away, then cupped his face and drew closer. She stared into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately.
I tell you, Uzumaki Naruto, I am not happy at all right now. And all of this is thanks to you.
Uzumaki Naruto was a man who never cried in front of others. At least, that was what Nara Shikamaru had always believed. But now, gazing at the golden-haired youth before him, whose face was streaked with tears, Nara Shikamaru felt a sudden pang of unease. What kind of person was Uzumaki Naruto? In a word, a fool brimming with excessive passion. In another word, a total pain in the neck. Since childhood, Nara Shikamaru had feared two people above all. One was Yamanaka Ino, and the other was Uzumaki Naruto. Once those names were involved, things would inevitably spiral out of control. The most infuriating part was that even though you clearly didn't want to get involved, your heart simply couldn't let go. After receiving the news from Sai, Nara Shikamaru grumbled all the way to Konoha Hospital. He waited downstairs for a long time, the early winter chill leaving his hands and feet ice cold, and even the air he breathed felt frigid. He originally intended to wait inside the hospital, after all it was warmer there. But after a moment's thought, he feared running into that blonde woman, so in the end, he dared not enter. If Nara Shikamaru was Yamanaka Ino's lifelong wound, then Yamanaka Ino was equally Nara Shikamaru's lifelong pain. Though their relationship was not as strained as that between Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, there were certain things and certain feelings that could never be erased from memory. Even if one let them go, they had still existed. According to Nara Shikamaru's speculation spurred by Sai's false report, three possibilities could unfold. First, Haruno Sakura, torn between fury and anxiety, would discover the truth and reconcile with Uzumaki Naruto as before. Second, she would discover the truth and argue with him. Third, she would discover the truth and they would confess their true feelings to each other. As it turned out, Nara Shikamaru truly lived up to his reputation as Konoha's top strategist, a man of high intelligence but low emotional quotient. He saw Haruno Sakura leave the building before going upstairs, and the moment he opened the door, he was confronted with the scene before him. Uzumaki Naruto, that fearless fool, who would shout his ninja way even with a missing limb, was now crying like a child in this cramped little room. Nara Shikamaru froze at a loss for what to do. Comforting others had never been his forte. He tried to ease the tense atmosphere by explaining that he was the one who had brought Haruno Sakura here, but before he could speak, Uzumaki Naruto looked up, forcing a smile that was more painful to behold than tears.
Yo, you're here, Shikamaru.
Nara Shikamaru was stunned. For an instant his heart churned. He seemed to see himself from 2 years ago, a man who had also hidden in a room and cried over a woman. He opened his mouth awkwardly, but no words came out, so he merely nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes still red, glanced at him, and then buried his head back into his knees, speaking in a muffled voice.
Hey Shikamaru, what if Sakura-chan never wants to talk to me again? What should I do? After that, Uzumaki Naruto was discharged from the hospital 1 week after Haruno Sakura's visit. He had recovered well within 2 or 3 days after the surgery. The only reason he had obediently stayed in the hospital was the chance to see more of Haruno Sakura, but after this big quarrel the behavior had lost its meaning.
When he was discharged, Hinata came to pick him up. In the biting cold weather she was dressed very lightly. Uzumaki Naruto looked at her from a distance, and suddenly felt a pang of pain. This gentle and kind girl was now his girlfriend, yet he could give her nothing. He had originally thought that by stepping out of Haruno Sakura's life, she would no longer suffer the pains of the past in the world of emotions. If Haruno Sakura was happy, he could let go of himself, and devote himself to making the woman before him happy. But he was wrong. Haruno Sakura was not happy, and he himself had failed to be single-minded and devoted to Hyuga Hinata. Xuanhua Mingren was discharged from the hospital a week after Chu Naiying's visit. He had already recovered well 2 or 3 days. After the surgery, the only reason he stayed obediently in the hospital was that he wanted to have more chances to see Chu Naiying. After this big quarrel, the behavior became meaningless. When he was discharged, Chutian came to pick him up. In the cold weather she was dressed very thinly. Xuanhua Mingren looked at her from afar, and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. This gentle and kind girl was now his girlfriend, yet he could give her nothing. He had originally thought that stepping out of Chu Naiying's life would spare her from the past pains in the emotional world. If Chu Naiying were happy, he could let go of himself and focus on giving happiness to the woman before him. But he was wrong. Chu Naiying was not happy, and he had not been devoted and faithful to Rishiang Chutian. Chu Naiying was right about one thing: he was too presumptuous. Xuanhua Mingren's heart ached. He waved to Rishiang Chutian and put on a big bright smile. He thought at least he should protect Chutian now. She had given so much for him. Staying by her side was the only thing he could do for her. Chutian was a considerate person. She could naturally sense Mingren's dejection, and as for the reason, women's intuition was sharp. But she remained silent, only talking about other things to divert attention. For this, Xuanhua Mingren felt both grateful and guilty. He thought if Chutian could punch him hard like Chu Naiying did, perhaps he wouldn't feel so self-reproachful.
By the way, Mingren, I prepared dinner at home today. Will you come back?
Chutian smiled gently, her face as beautiful and moving as a daisy. Xuanhua Mingren was stunned. Looking at Chutian's gentle appearance, his mind conjured up the image of Chu Naiying's tearful eyes. He covered his head, but his thoughts were completely uncontrollable. He was going crazy. After a long moment, he nodded, smiling as brightly as the sun as usual.
Of course I will go. It's your thoughtful gesture, isn't it?
But in the end, he broke his word. He left the house early, and when he realized it, he had already, as if possessed, walked to the downstairs of Chu Naiying's house. The room on the 2nd floor, with the pink curtains, was Chu Naiying's bedroom. Over the past year, he had silently walked this path thousands of times, and that window he had secretly visited countless times in the lonely nights. He knew that what he was doing was clearly self-deception. He said he would move forward, but he hadn't taken a single step. But he couldn't stop. Whenever he thought of that touch of pink, he was no longer the Mingren who kept his word, but a young lad who could only hide his feelings. He knew it all in his heart, but as long as Chu Naiying didn't make it clear, he didn't want to tear open that scar in his heart. Chu Naiying was his pain, the person he had loved for 17 years, and still loved now. Even if there was only a glimmer of chance, he didn't want to leave her side. He was wrong. He refused to change, he dared not change, and now he was reaping the consequences. Xuanhua Mingren raised his eyes, and there was a heavy sadness on his face. If anyone saw him now, they would surely be incredulous, for that person was the same unruly and fearless youth who once stood atop the Huaying Rock overlooking everything. Xuanhua Mingren paced around downstairs of Chu Naiying's house for a long time. When the moon had risen to the western horizon, he steeled his heart and suddenly dashed out. Familiar with the path, he leaped onto the eaves of the 2nd floor and knocked on Chu Naiying's window. No one answered. Xuanhua Mingren was taken aback. He had thought Chu Naiying was asleep, but when he calmed down, he realized that there was no one in the room at all. There was no human presence, not even a trace of chakra. Xuanhua Mingren wished he could slap himself to death. He should have noticed earlier. He was too foolish. Whenever it came to Chu Naiying, his IQ turned negative. Courage is something that can only be mustered for an instant. As Xuanhua Mingren walked back from Chu Naiying's house, his heart had long lost the determination he had just felt. He had almost confessed to Chu Naiying, but she wasn't there. He didn't know whether to be happy or not. He had been entangled for only a short while when his worries took a different turn. He couldn't imagine where Chunai could be now. He knew her daily habits inside out, and years of attention instantly gave rise to deep worry. He searched all over Mai for an entire night, every corner, every place Chunai might go, but there was nothing. He panicked. He was afraid. If Chunai were to disappear forever like this, his heart would probably be buried together with her somewhere forever. He finally understood what Chunai had been feeling for the past year. He thought probably Chunai would never forgive him, because he loved her while she only felt friendship for him. In the early hours of the morning, Uzumaki Naruto, having circled Konoha, returned home. He felt an unprecedented exhaustion, a weariness that consumed him from both body and soul. This version of Naruto was not his true self. He had once been a carefree, simple-minded youth who always charged ahead with a foolish grin. But as time passed, he grew up. From the moment he began to feel a pang in his heart with every move Haruno Sakura made, something took root within him, preventing him from ever returning to the past. Naruto's home was a small room of only 20 square meters. Besides a bed, there was just a refrigerator and a tiny kitchen separated by a partition. The bathroom was separated from the kitchen by only a single door. This room was simple, cramped, yet it had held his entire 17 years of life. This place was a haven built from loneliness, belonging only to Uzumaki Naruto. Almost no one had ever set foot there. Even after he made close companions, this home still held only him alone, and he never intended to let anyone else enter. But today was different. The moment he opened the door, Naruto quickly sensed the presence of an uninvited guest. That person's aura was well concealed. Had it not been for the nine tails within him, Naruto might have been deceived. He stirred, but the person in the room seemed to have no intention of leaving. Naruto frowned, unable to guess their intent, but knowing that they had not fled even after he returned, that was a boldness far too great. Naruto hesitated no longer. He abandoned his probing actions and lunged forward with lightning speed. He knew that person was right beside his bed. He could clearly pinpoint their position. Someone had once praised Naruto as the second Flash of Konoha, for after the fourth great ninja war, he had inherited his father's talent, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection. And indeed it was true. As one of the three new generation ninjas, Naruto, aside from his ability to control tail beasts and the Rasengan inherited from Jiraiya, wielded the Flying Thunder God technique as his ironclad specialty. It was a match for the instantaneous teleportation abilities Sasuke Uchiha had gained from the war. In short, the current Naruto, whenever he chose to strike, could overpower anyone. The other party clearly had not anticipated Naruto's speed. Her resistance lasted only a moment before she was pinned down on the bed, her arms twisted behind her back. The immense pressure from behind forced a muffled grunt from her. As soon as the sound escaped, Naruto's movements froze instantly. A trembling voice caught through the air. He ventured hesitantly. "Sakura! Chan!" He had not been mistaken. That person was indeed Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura had been staying here temporarily ever since the day she had fallen out with Naruto. She had spent too much time thinking about too many things, yet all she gained was a heart-wrenching sorrow. Finally she realized this was a matter between her and Naruto alone. Matters of two people could never be answered by one. She made up her mind. When she saw Naruto, no matter how painful the damn suffering, or how tormenting the damn longing, she would put an end to it all. She could no longer bear it. The pain behind her was as unbearable as her emotions. She struggled and muttered, "Let go of me!" Only then did Naruto snap back to his senses. Flustered, he released his grip and stammered an apology. "Sorry, Sakura-chan. I didn't know it was you. Are you okay? Did I hurt you? Don't be mad, I'm sorry. Is there anything wrong?" He reached out to help her, but she coldly shook him off. Haruno Sakura said, "Don't touch me." Naruto froze. He stood there stunned, his lips unable to even curve into an awkward smile. In front of Haruno Sakura, he was always the loser because he could never bear to cause her any harm. Naruto stepped back, his face overflowing with sorrow. He sniffled, feeling a pathetic urge to cry. "Are you mad at me?" No answer. His voice was clearly choked with tears. "You are mad at me. You don't want to talk to me anymore, do you? You're going to say goodbye and then go find Sasuke, right? Why don't you say something? Talk to me." Haruno Sakura stared at him quietly, her eyes full of pain. It was Naruto who had pushed her away, yet he still showed her such a wounded expression. What was this supposed to mean? What made her even more distressed was that despite still resenting him, she could never bring herself to ignore him when he wore that expression.
What do you want me to say? Huh? It's you who doesn't want to talk to me. You want to move forward, I'll step aside. I won't hold you back. Do whatever you want. I don't care. You're right. I came to say goodbye. I'll go find Sasuke-kun tomorrow. And I'll never come back. You'll be alone. Alone.
As she spoke, her heart ached as if stabbed by a knife. She opened her mouth, but could no longer utter a single word. Only tears streamed down fiercely. She had fallen in love with him. She could no longer recklessly speak words that hurt him as she once did. She was already finished. Naruto's eyes turned red. Her words drove him to the brink of madness. He could strive to keep his distance from her, forever guard her from behind, even bury his own feelings and smile as he blessed her with another man. But if she left his life, he would rather die than allow it. His mind burned in confusion, his voice thunderous.
Shut up. I won't let you say that. Don't you even think about those things. You want to leave Konoha. I won't allow it. Don't you dare go.
Anger and bitterness surged within Haruno Sakura. She cried fiercely in pain. She no longer knew what she was saying, nor could she understand what Naruto was saying. She slapped Naruto across the face and turned to leave. Naruto was in a terrible state. His reason had long vanished. The slap didn't even make him frown, but her attempt to leave filled him with fury and desperation. He pulled her back grimly, only to meet fierce resistance. Haruno Sakura, nearly mad with rage, pounded on Naruto, but it had no real effect. Naruto's strength far exceeded hers. After a few struggles, he pinned her firmly back onto the bed. Pale moonlight fell on his face, and for the first time Haruno Sakura clearly saw those blue eyes. Was this Uzumaki Naruto? She froze. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes into her pink hair. Could such a pitiful, heartbreaking expression belong to Uzumaki Naruto? Was this fierce-eyed, tear-streaked person truly that same Naruto? She could no longer hold back. She burst into loud sobs. Naruto was stunned at first, then he leaned down, holding her tightly, and repeated over and over with a trembling voice.
I beg you. Don't go. I beg you.
Time slipped away like water. Haruno Sakura didn't know how long she had cried, nor how long Naruto had cried. When they both finally quieted down from their sobs, Haruno Sakura could no longer speak. She lay still on the bed. Naruto was on top of her, his hands still gripping her tightly. Her consciousness wavered. She had forgotten why she had waited for Naruto here. In the end, she simply couldn't leave him. She closed her eyes tightly and murmured,
Hey, Naruto, what exactly do you want me to do?
Naruto said nothing. After a long silence, he released his grip with trembling hands and slowly leaned closer to her. His face was still wet with tears. The usual spirited pride of a young man was completely gone. He looked as pitiful as an abandoned child.
Sakura-chan, I've always known. As long as I live, I'll never be able to let you go. I wanted you to be happy. Truly, I'm sorry for hurting you. I'd rather die than let you suffer even a little.
He paused, tears spilling out again.
Sakura-chan, I'm a jerk, but I love you. I love you,
he cried. Her Naruto was crying. Haruno Sakura let out a sharp breath. Her eyes were blurred with tears. Suddenly she raised herself and pressed her lips to Naruto's. Her heart and mouth were filled with unbearable bitterness, yet, because of those words, she was so happy she could barely breathe. Naruto froze. His tears still flowed, but his eyes were wide open. A moment later, he fiercely pulled her into his arms and kissed her back with wild passion. It was a kiss devoid of any technique, yet neither of them pulled away. The collision of lips and teeth hurt so much that Haruno Sakura wanted to cry, but she held Naruto's head tightly, letting him do as he pleased on her lips. He was trembling. His whole body was shaking. No one knew how long it lasted before Naruto slowly pulled away from her lips. There was a trace of blood on them from where he had bitten too hard. Naruto was stunned. He blinked, and Haruno Sakura's sparkling green eyes were right before him.
Sakura-chan.
A faint emotion-laden smile curved at the corners of her lips. She reached up and touched the marks on his face, letting out a soft sigh.
I know you're an idiot, but how could you see Hinata's feelings and not see mine? Uzumaki Naruto, I love you. Do you see it now?
In the chilly night, in a tiny room, the man hailed as one of the new 3 ninjas famed throughout the ninja world wept in Haruno Sakura's arms, for the second time turning into a sobbing mess. So this was what it meant for hearts to be connected. Was it really such a joyful thing? Uzumaki Naruto had secretly glanced at Haruno Sakura's appearance countless times. Those green eyes and cherry blossom-colored hair often left him dazed. Whenever Sakura caught him staring, she would respond with a fist tinged with irritation. Now, as she sat in his arms, he could reach out and touch her delicate skin with just a slight movement of his hand. He felt as if he were dreaming.
What are you looking at?
Sakura frowned, reaching out to poke Naruto's forehead. That silly expression of his always made her nostalgic. She had never realized all these years that behind her Naruto had been watching her with such a gaze, full of infatuation, loneliness, and a tenderness that tugged at the heart. Naruto blinked, then stared blankly for a moment before breaking into a goofy grin. He let out a couple of chuckles, looking more foolish than ever. But seeing him, Sakura couldn't help but want to cry. She had wept too many times today, yet her tear ducts remained as active as ever. She thought if she couldn't make Naruto happy, she would be unforgivable. The depth of this man's feelings for her was beyond the power of any words to describe.
Hey! Sakura-chan, am I dreaming?
Sakura shook her head, gazing into his azure eyes, with a mixture of tenderness and pity.
No!
Naruto asked again.
Sakura-chan, am I dreaming?
Sakura shook her head.
You're not.
Naruto gazed at her deeply, his eyes reddening after a long moment. His arms tightened around Sakura as he spoke, trembling.
Then how can I be so happy so? Sakura-chan! Sakura-chan!
He called her name over and over, and she answered each time. Naruto used this to confirm her existence, and she in turn used it to make herself believe in the reality before her. She had almost given up. It was a blessing that they hadn't missed each other.
Hey Naruto! Is your arm really okay?
Naruto paused, then nodded. He had just remembered the matter. Shikamaru had already told him. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, as he suddenly grew worried about Nara Shikamaru's safety. Sakura, seeing the look on Naruto's face, knew what he was thinking, and couldn't help but find it amusing.
As long as you're fine, I won't hold it against them. Anyway, such a mischievous idea must have come from either Sai or that Shikamaru. Whichever it was for Ino's sake, I'll let it slide.
Naruto nodded sheepishly, then suddenly asked.
Sai is fine, but what's going on between Shikamaru and Ino?
Sakura frowned, letting out a sigh at Naruto's puzzled face.
Are all talented ninjas so clueless? Heaven is fair indeed. Opening one door means closing another. Whether it's you or Nara Shikamaru, you're both so dense when it comes to emotions. I really wonder how your brains are wired.
This time Naruto could only respond with a silly grin. He laughed twice, then fell silent, gazing at Sakura's face in a daze. Haruno Sakura was a beautiful woman. Though often said to lack femininity, that was a one-sided view. When you truly sat face to face with her, it was impossible not to be captivated. She was a beauty. Her hair cherry blossom pink and soft cascaded over her shoulders, making her pale neck look especially enchanting in the moonlight. Her eyes were pure emerald like the woman herself, a treasure worthy of being collected and protected. Her skin was fair yet not sickly, with a delicate perfection. Just looking at her filled Naruto's heart with happiness. Merely being able to see her was enough for him. Sakura felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. She turned her head slightly, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a small delicate ear. Her fingers were slender and elegant, and even such a casual gesture was mesmerizing. Suddenly Naruto wanted to kiss her, and he did. Impulsively he leaned in, and once their lips met, he couldn't stop. He thought it's okay, Sakura would surely push him away. But she didn't. After a brief moment of surprise, she chose to accept and deepen the kiss. This was not a fleeting kiss, but a deep, lingering, and sticky fusion. It was Naruto's first time truly touching a woman, and that woman was the one he had yearned for over so many years. Too many emotions surged into his mind, making him lose composure, becoming a little rough. He tested Sakura's reactions. He was not familiar with these things, but when he thought of the person being Sakura, he could naturally grasp everything. His hand slid into her waist, and Sakura visibly trembled. Yet she did not pull away. The silent acceptance made Naruto unable to restrain himself. Under the moonlight, Sakura's face flushed with a rosy glow, breathtakingly beautiful. Naruto's hands trembled uncontrollably as he looked at her, his gaze filled with caution. He stared at her with deep affection, giving her one last chance.
Are you not leaving?
Sakura paused, then suddenly smiled. That night, that smile became Naruto's enchantment, a spell named Haruno Sakura that he would never escape for the rest of his life. She said,
I'm not leaving.
She said,
I'm willing.
Naruto's nose tingled, and he nodded firmly. Between them, there were no longer any obstacles. He held her, his hands frantically caressing Sakura's body. He wanted to be gentle, but his actions. Sakura's skin was exquisite. When Naruto pulled open her top, and their bodies pressed together, he only wanted to kneel at her feet, kissing every inch, worshipping every inch. This was Sakura's first man, her first time. Like other girls, she had once fantasized about this moment. A beautiful room, a handsome man. But now in this small, dim hovel, she felt so happy she could cry.
Hey, Sakura-chan, can you relax a little? You?
Tears welled up in Sakura's eyes.
Is it okay?
Naruto's eyes were red, his forehead covered in sweat, yet he waited. Sakura cried, covering her face with her hands, her voice trembling.
Don't ask me about things like this.
Naruto smiled a bit foolishly, and had to skip over it. Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto's shoulders. The sensation made her want to run, but she knew she wouldn't. She would never leave this man again, and she would never find anyone who loved her more than Naruto. Naruto was going crazy. Let everyone imagine for themselves. His breathing grew heavier. He even wished he could die at this moment, so he could forever remain in the bliss of possessing Sakura.
Hey! Sakura! 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 I like you. I like you.
Hearing this, Sakura suddenly pushed Naruto away. Caught off guard, Naruto fell back. Before he could react, Sakura had already. Everyone should understand what happened. Mutual entanglement, with Sakura turning passive into active. He panted while she moaned softly. His head buried in her embrace. At that moment, she truly felt it, this man who could control the entire world, yet, as long as he was beside her, he was always under her control. This was her Uzumaki Naruto, her beloved. Sakura tugged at Naruto's hair a little forcefully, and they kissed again. Her voice drowned and her heart drowned in Naruto's kiss.
Hey Naruto, I love you.
This is my secret, a secret for a lifetime. When we both grow old, I will tell you face to face. Naruto Uzumaki had just woken up from his bed, and the day was already bright. He hadn't slept so peacefully in a long time. He blinked his eyes, and clutched his hands, only to realize with surprise that the woman who haunted his dreams had vanished. He froze for a moment.
Sakura-chan!
The empty room offered no response. His body stiffened abruptly, and then he scrambled to sit up. Such a real sensation, such a blissful moment. Was it all just a dream? His heart ached. He scrambled out of bed in a daze, and in the process, he realized he was completely naked, and the bed was in a mess. He stared foolishly for a moment, and a streak of crimson suddenly pierced his eyes, bright and vivid. He felt like crying again. So it wasn't a dream after all, his girl finally belonged to him. He stayed on the bed laughing and crying alone for a while, then got up to dress and tidy the room. While straightening the sheets, he suddenly wanted to keep this sheet as a souvenir, but on second thought, that seemed too perverted. He shook his head and muttered softly,
Naruto Uzumaki, you're so hopeless. If Sakura-chan finds out, she'll beat you up again.
After saying that, he laughed again. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on him, making him look like a silly child. This child had received the most coveted gift, so he laughed so foolishly, so happily. As he hummed a tune and walked outside, he lazily stretched. He was immersed in his joy when he was interrupted by a sudden girl. Hinata Hyuga approached, wearing a thin hoodie, her petite face filled with worry and anxiety. She hurried over from a distance, and only when she reached him did Naruto's mind catch up. He had promised Hinata he would go to her house for dinner, but he broke his word. Moreover, he had done something that betrayed her trust. He felt immensely guilty, yet despite such remorse, he had no regrets. He thought he really was a bastard, just like Sasuke when he defected. Hinata looked at Naruto, and her first question was,
Are you okay, Naruto-kun?
Naruto thought that in this life, he would probably never be able to make it up to Hinata. He opened his mouth, his voice dry.
I'm sorry, Naruto. Kun.
Naruto paused. After a moment, he lifted his head to meet Hinata's gaze, which was filled with doubt and unease.
Hinata, there's something I want to tell you.
Hinata froze. She looked into those blue eyes, which held determination, guilt, and resolve. She thought she probably knew what Naruto was about to say. Her eyes blinked, growing moist. Before Naruto could open his mouth, she suddenly interrupted in a loud voice.
Naruto-kun.
Naruto was startled. Before he could react, Hinata's expression had returned to normal.
Save whatever you have to say for later. Sai is in trouble.
When Naruto rushed to the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake had already been staring at the scroll for 5 minutes. His brows furrowed, relaxed, then furrowed again, and finally he had to let out a deep sigh.
As expected, it's not that simple. Kakashi-sensei. What's going on? What do you mean Sai is in trouble? Naruto slammed his hand on the desk, asking anxiously. Hinata stood nearby, her face worried. Kakashi wanted to tell him not to hit the desk so hard. The Hokage's budget was pitiful.
But obviously, this was nothing compared to what he was about to say.
Take a look at this.
Kakashi unrolled the scroll and laid it flat on the table. It was an ordinary scroll with only a few words on it.
Mission failed, please send backup quickly.
The last character was unfinished, clearly written in haste, the handwriting slightly messy.
What is this?
Naruto picked up the scroll, still not understanding the situation.
Is this a distress signal from Sai? Well, sort of. This was brought back by Sai's painted hawk, and the hawk dispersed as soon as it dropped the scroll.
Naruto's eyes widened.
What do you mean dispersed? Sai's painted beasts are controlled by chakra. How could it disperse without being attacked unless?
He paused, forcefully suppressing the ominous feeling rising in his heart.
How is that possible? That's Sai.
Kakashi's expression didn't change, but Naruto's mind gradually became clear. He straightened up, his gaze turning serious.
Kakashi-sensei, what exactly did you send Sai to do?
Kakashi shook his head slightly, squinting his eyes. Seeing Naruto's persistent gaze, he knew he wouldn't end this conversation easily without revealing the truth. Kakashi reached up and scratched his messy silver hair in frustration, letting out a sigh.
I knew it would turn out like this when I called you over. Well, I was going to tell you anyway, so I won't hold it against you. Hey Naruto, it's been over a year since Sasuke left Konoha, right? Have you heard any news about him?
Naruto was stunned. He didn't understand how this could involve Sasuke Uchiha. He opened his mouth in disbelief.
What does this have to do with Sasuke? He's out traveling. Could something have happened to him?
Naruto had meant it as a joke, but to his surprise, Kakashi's expression was non-committal. Naruto was genuinely shocked.
Kakashi-sensei, what are you joking about? It's already strange enough that Sai got into trouble. With his current strength, I don't know who could beat him. And even more so that Sasuke Uchiha, that's Sasuke Uchiha.
Kakashi nodded and lazily added.
Yeah, that's indeed Sasuke Uchiha, and a Sasuke Uchiha who is atoning for his sins.
Naruto could barely hold back from cursing. His face flushed red, and he asked sullenly,
What's going on?
Kakashi raised an eyebrow, losing interest in beating around the bush. He quickly explained the situation. It turned out that 2 days ago, a Konoha ninja had received intelligence from outside. There was reliable information that Sasuke Uchiha, a descendant of the legendary clan, and one of the new Sannin, had been attacked and forcibly detained while passing through a certain village. The ninja who received the news tried to report it, but was intercepted by the same group, and his fate was unknown. The Umbu only learned of Sasuke's detention accidentally, while searching for informants. The news was not spread, but kept low-key, indicating that someone had thoroughly prepared for this attack. Moreover, since they could detain Sasuke Uchiha, who possessed both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, their strength was evident. Regarding the rescue of Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi had tried his best to persuade the higher-ups in Konoha, but unfortunately all his attempts were rejected. Sasuke Uchiha was no longer a Konoha ninja. The post-war pardon for his defection was already the maximum concession. Based on this reasoning, the Konoha elders had frozen almost all elite ninjas that Kakashi could dispatch except for the Umbu.
So you said Sai? Not exactly. Sai took on this mission himself.
As he spoke, Kakashi looked up at Naruto, whose face was tense.
Well, although Sai was originally from the Umbu, after spending so much time with you, I never expected he would go this far for someone else. Really, it seems stupidity is contagious after all.
Naruto's patience had run out. He was worried sick about Sai and Sasuke, and he wished he could fly there immediately.
Kakashi-sensei, please give me this rescue mission. I will definitely bring them both back safely.
His gaze was resolute and calm. Such a Naruto was not to be stopped by anything. Kakashi blinked his listless eyes, and said calmly,
I told you Konoha cannot act. Don't make things difficult for me in front of those old men.
Naruto tilted his head nonchalantly, exuding an imposing aura.
I never said I was going to save them on behalf of Konoha. I'm just going as Naruto Uzumaki to rescue his dear friends.
Haruno Sakura had wandered through this forest for a long time, and it seemed she had lost her way. She was not a reconnaissance-type ninja, and could not precisely locate where Sai and Uchiha Sasuke were, so heading to the spot where Sai and the previous ninjas had vanished was undoubtedly her only choice. After departing from Konoha for about a day, she arrived at the location where several ninjas were said to have disappeared. To her surprise, the place had almost no cover, making a surprise attack impossible. She crossed the open ground and entered the forest to continue onward, but soon lost her way. When she saw the clearing for the second time, she finally confirmed that a Jinjutsu had been cast here, creating a loop. It was a trap far too obvious, almost brazenly so. Haruno Sakura narrowed her eyes, sensing the intent of the one who had laid the illusion. An invitation: if you dare to enter, you will never return. Heh, quite interesting. Haruno Sakura curled the corner of her lips faintly. She thought that Uchiha Sasuke and Sai were likely inside, and as for the illusion that could trap that Sasuke, did she have confidence? She did not. Yet she had no choice but to enter. She formed hand seals, and charged swiftly into the barren open space. As the word release fell, the scenery before her instantly transformed. Haruno Sakura dodged sharply, as a black tiger lunged past her. Had she not evaded in time, she would have perished on the spot. She rolled aside on the ground and scrambled up, but the tiger pursued relentlessly, pouncing again. Haruno Sakura's expression changed. As she pulled back, she realized the tiger's abnormality. Both in aura and appearance, it was all too familiar. This was Sai's ink beast, a frequently summoned creature. What the hell? Sai, you bastard! Haruno Sakura muttered under her breath. Her fist struck with swift and precise force, hitting the tiger's head squarely, as she sidestepped, driving the beast into the ground, where it dissolved into a pool of ink. With the attacker dead, she quickly steadied her breathing, and finally had a chance to look around. Surrounding her was no longer barren land compared to the many hills she had seen before. It resembled a swamp shrouded in a thin hazy mist. Indeed, an illusion. With such a vast space, how many people must have created it? Haruno Sakura adjusted her gloves to fit more snugly. The fact that Sai's ink beast could still be lively enough to attack a teammate indicated two things. First, he was still alive. Second, he was nearby. Haruno Sakura's anxieties finally eased. She shook her head, casting off the unease and irritation that had gripped her since receiving the distress signal, and began to search the area. As she had predicted, the illusion was extremely bizarre, but its strangeness far exceeded her imagination. Within this illusion, there was no chakra, yet chakra permeated every corner. A contradiction, yet it existed. Haruno Sakura initially considered checking for ambushes, but after a moment, she quickly abandoned the idea. She could almost imagine that even if a Hyuga clansman were present, what he would see would likely be nothing more than a faint elusive mist of chakra. Haruno Sakura journeyed through the illusion for an unknown length of time. The swamp seemed endless, and more importantly, her sense of direction proved useless. She made many marks along the way, yet she simply could not find her way out. All was silent until suddenly Haruno Sakura heard a rustling sound from the low undergrowth nearby. The noise was abrupt, with no warning whatsoever. Haruno Sakura froze instantly, her body reacting swiftly. She first stepped back to dodge, then formed hand seals, and executed a body flicker technique to launch a pincer attack. With a loud boom, the undergrowth collapsed inward. Haruno Sakura saw a snake's tail flicker before dissolving into a pool of ink. This was the second time that day Haruno Sakura had slain one of her teammates' beloved pets. Her feelings were beyond words, her forehead practically bulged with veins, as she longed to find Sai and punch that infuriatingly handsome face. That was her thought, but she never got the chance to act. An hour later, she found Sai hanging from a tree. That man with the infuriating smile and the sharp tongue, Sai, hung lifelessly upside down among the branches, blood streaming from his neck, and pooling on the ground in a winding river. Haruno Sakura froze. As tears welled up, her dulled senses slowly returned. She remembered now. That man as pale as paper, that man so handsome he was almost bewitching, that man hanging dead among the branches. He was her comrade, who had faced life and death with her, the eternal happiness chosen by her dear friend Yamanaka Ino. Ino Yamanaka began dating Sai 3 months after the Fourth Great Ninja War ended. When this news spread, it caused a stir among their fellow shinobi of the same generation. Even Sakura Haruno, Ino's best friend, was surprised, for the two had come together abruptly without any warning or premonition. Despite others' astonishment, Ino herself was no less bewildered. She still hadn't figured out how it happened when she found herself ambiguously entangled with Sai, openly dating him. Whenever she recalled the faint smile that graced the handsome pale man's face, when she agreed to date him, she felt dizzy. Was it love? Perhaps. She didn't know herself. She merely thought that if she could walk through life with this man, it might not be a bad thing. Ino Yamanaka truly began to notice Sai on the day of the hero's memorial ceremony. Before that day, the man had been defined in her mind solely as a sharp-tongued pretty boy and Sakura Haruno's teammate. She remembered that gloomy day, the memorial stone bearing only the name Inoichi Yamanaka. She had persuaded Sakura to leave, saying she would only stay a short while, yet, somehow, she stood there silently the entire night. When she came to her senses, Sai was standing behind her, watching quietly without a word. "When did you get here?" The man curled his lips into his trademark smile. "Just now." It was an obvious lie, easily seen through by Ino Yamanaka, but she lacked the mood to call him out. The indifferent expression on Sai's face stung her eyes. She stared straight into his eyes, and spoke sharply. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that amusing now?" Sai paused, scrutinizing the frail woman before him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her expression haggard, weariness etched between her brows. Yet she stubbornly tried to put on a brave face, a sight that was truly unsettling. Sai couldn't pinpoint the feeling in his heart, but it was definitely uncomfortable. He tilted his head slightly, and replied with utmost sincerity, "You are indeed amusing." Ino Yamanaka's expression froze. She rose swiftly, and a crisp fierce slap landed on his face without any chance to dodge. "Say that again." Ino's eyes were red, tears threatening to spill. She had been holding back for too long. She was far from being that strong. She was different from Sakura Haruno. Even though she regarded Sakura as her lifelong friend and rival, she could never surpass her. Because Sakura could cry and get hurt yet never fall. But she herself couldn't guarantee the same. Sai covered his cheek in surprise, blinking. "I was just telling the truth. Why did you hit me?" Ino was truly furious. She curled her lips and nodded sarcastically. "I just wanted to hit you. Do you have a problem with that?" Sai's expression faltered, then he shrugged. "No." Being hit by a woman was something he had gotten used to since meeting Sakura Haruno. He was grateful that Ino's strength was less than Sakura's. "What are you doing?" "Still here. Want another hit?" Ino looked at the motionless Sai and asked coldly. "Well, I'm going, but that ugly girl is worried about you. I thought maybe I should walk you home." Ino fell silent. She turned back to look at the memorial stone one last time, then finally turned around, walking past Sai without a word. It was time to go home. Starting tomorrow, she had to rebuild her life. She still had family, comrades, and Sakura. "Hey, wait for me." The journey was silent, but Sai did see her all the way home. Ino didn't want to talk to him, and Sai remained quiet, a rare display of tact. Ino's home was a quaint, simple courtyard. Sai followed her to the door, watching silently as she opened it. The man was also thinly dressed, yet he had stood silently with her in the cemetery all night. Seeing the faint red mark on his face, Ino felt a twinge of guilt. Despite his sharp tongue, Sai was only worried about her. He had gone this far just because Sakura had asked him to. He wasn't a bad person. She wanted to say something to thank him, but meeting Sai's direct gaze, her words twisted again. "Why are you staring at me like that? What are you thinking?" Though she admired Sai's face, every expression on it made her inexplicably furious. "If I tell you the truth, do you promise not to hit me?" Ino's temple twitched, her beautiful face twisted slightly. "Go ahead." Sai tilted his head hesitantly, a troubled expression crossing his pale, handsome, delicate face. In the early morning light, a faint glow spilled from the sky, illuminating the man's slightly furrowed brow. I don't know why, but right now I feel like I want to hug you. Sai's words were like a stone thrown into the tranquil lake of Ino Yamanaka's heart, creating ripples, but they didn't last long. At 17, Ino was no longer a girl who would have her heart race over a handsome man's words or glance. Moreover, compared to Sai, she had someone else she cared about more at that time. Konoha was not the only village in need of post-war recovery. 1 month after the war, Nara Shikamaru submitted an application to go to Sunagakure. This was the first time that perpetually lazy man who complained even about walking had voluntarily asked to do something. Naturally, his request was approved. When Ino saw him off, she almost blurted out, "Don't go," but she didn't have time. Shikamaru waved at her, his usually listless eyes betraying a hint of unease. The tall black-haired man scratched his head awkwardly, looking away. "Hey Ino, I plan to confess to Temari when I go to Suna." Ino was stunned. She was dazed until Choji called her name. Shikamaru noticed her pale face, and was concerned, telling her to rest well. But inside, Ino was in turmoil. What she really wanted was to grab Shikamaru by the collar, and tell him, "You can't go. And I like you." How could she ever say that? Every girl has her pride. Even if she was usually loud and fiery, she had her unbreakable dignity. She forced herself to open her mouth, uttering something irrelevant, suppressing the trembling in her palms. She had realized Shikamaru's significance to her during the war. And on the same day, when he carried Temari down from the battlefield, she knew she would lose him forever. She would never forget that day. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Ino snapped back to reality. A pale, handsome face was close to hers. She paused, then teased. "Your face is pretty good, but why do you have such a sharp tongue? Sakura told me, but I didn't believe it. After spending a little time with you, I'm convinced. It's a miracle you haven't been beaten to death by Sakura yet." Is that so? Then should I thank you for complimenting my looks, or argue that you're subtly calling me bad with words?" Sai put on an innocent, pure expression. With his mouth shut, he could easily charm a bunch of girls. But Ino had seen through his true nature. He was always spewing insults. "Think whatever you want. By the way, what are you doing here? Didn't you go on a mission?" "Mission's done. Handling a bunch of weaklings is easy." Ino curled her lips. "If you're done with the mission, why aren't you reporting back? Why are you wasting time here?" Sai stood there unmoving and smiled gently, the same warm, irritating smile as always. "Can I tell you the truth?" Ino paused. She wasn't dull, she was more sensitive to emotions than most girls. Of course. Shikamaru was an exception. Some people were so naturally present that you forgot to value them. Sai was smiling, but his tone shifted, and Ino had a premonition. She tilted her head tentatively. "What? You want to hug me again? Did Sakura ask you to this time too?" Sai's expression didn't change, his smile deepened, becoming even more unreadable. "So I'm asking you, do you want to hear the truth?" Ino met his gaze directly. At that moment she felt the man before her was frighteningly serious. She paused, then shook her head. "Sorry, I have something to take care of. I'll be going now." Ino walked quickly. If she wanted to leave, Sai couldn't stop her. Some words didn't need to be spoken to be understood, just like that moment when she silently rejected him. Sai blinked, watching the slender, tall figure retreat. He furrowed his brow slightly. "Not even daring to reject me face to face. That just means I still have a chance." Ino Yamanaka awe. He curled his lips gently, his eyes narrowing into a crescent. "Well, what should I do now?" In Ino Yamanaka's life, she had almost no interaction with Sai. After the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, she was busy helping Sakura manage the medical division. At first with Shizune and Tsunade-sama around, it wasn't so hectic. But after those two disappeared with Taunton, the burden fell entirely on Sakura and her shoulders. Taking on such a heavy responsibility wasn't really suited to her, but she felt a sense of duty, and couldn't bear to see Sakura suffer, so she kept busy day after day. Yet amid such a busy life, Sai somehow found a way to squeeze in. By the time Ino noticed that Sai was visiting the hospital with increasing frequency, she had a pretty good idea of his intentions. During one brief encounter in the midst of her busy schedule, Ino impatiently bandaged his wound. She was just annoyed at first, but seeing the smile on Sai's face quickly ignited her temper. She slapped his forehead. "Are you kidding me? You called me out for such a minor injury. And come on, the Umbu captain shouldn't be this useless. Are you doing this on purpose?" The man laughed, his face impossibly handsome and delicate. He rubbed his forehead, and replied, "How did you know?" Ino froze. She paused, then turned to leave. But Sai wasn't one to let his prey escape. He quickly grabbed her arm, and stared into her eyes. "You're leaving again?" Ino glared. Her golden hair shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, making Sai want to touch it. If it were Naruto Uzumaki's hair, he wouldn't have given it a second glance. "What are you doing? Let go." Sai tilted his head slightly, and released her quickly, a perfect smile on his face. "Ino, you know it. Don't avoid me." Her brow furrowed. Sai's expression always remained the same. That smile was both unfathomable and irritating. She paused for a moment, then finally turned around. "Are you serious?" Sai countered, "Haven't I made it obvious enough?" Ino was truly stunned. She had vaguely sensed it, but she had always dismissed the thought. This was Sai after all. She couldn't imagine that man ever falling in love with a woman, and especially not with her. "Sai, you..." She couldn't describe the feeling, but she probably didn't want those words to be spoken. She couldn't be with him, her heart belonged to someone else. "Ino, I've missed you so much." Sai gently interrupted her, repeating softly, "Ino, I've missed you so much." He said it several times, and she stood there foolishly listening each time. As she listened, she somehow felt like crying. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She knew it was impossible between them yet. When he said those 4 words, she basically wanted to cling to the feeling of being loved. She despised herself for it. "I'm sorry." Sai paused, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his gaze had lost much of its turmoil. He lifted the corners of his mouth. "I wanted to look cool in front of you, but it hurts a lot after all." He paused, then spoke, "Hey Ino, seeing me like this, why don't you accept me out of pity?" Ino's eyes were as deep as a still pool. She looked at Sai's face, and said flatly, "Even if it's pity, you still want me to be with you?" Sai suddenly laughed, his eyes curving yet devoid of any mirth. "No, I didn't want you to give me anything. I just wanted to protect you openly. I don't know why, but when I see you my heart aches. Yet it aches even more when I don't see you. Hey Ino, won't you cure this sickness for me?" Ino Yamanaka truly cried. How could she relieve someone else's lovesickness when she herself was afflicted with it to the marrow? Having lost Nara Shikamaru, she would probably never love anyone again, never. Ino Yamanaka's rejection was expected by Sai, but the feelings it stirred within him far exceeded his imagination. He should have silently retreated back to his former state, since no one knew, and nothing had happened yet. He found himself unable to do so. He thought perhaps he truly could not let go of this woman Ino Yamanaka. If he withdrew now, he might never again have the chance to experience the desire to possess a woman's affection. No, he knew it was merely an excuse. He simply wanted to be with Ino Yamanaka. A month after leaving Shikamaru, Nara returned to Konoha with Temari of the Sand reporting to the Hokage on the progress of the Peace and Mutual Assistance Treaty, and also announcing the news that he had begun dating the Sunagakure princess. That day everyone gathered at an izakaya to celebrate, fellow shinobi of the same generation along with acquaintances. They raised their glasses to toast Shikamaru Nara. The usually languid man looked unusually uncomfortable, frowning, as he endured their teasing, yet the depths of his eyes, when they turned to Temari, held an unmistakable joy. He truly loved her, and he had won her. That night Ino Yamanaka did not touch a single drop of alcohol. Perhaps she should have drunk herself into a stupor, but she did not. She knew that even if she got drunk, that childhood friend with the black ponytail would no longer come to support her all the way home, dragging her along, nor would he complain, while unhesitatingly carrying her in his arms, ignoring the stares of passers-by. Why had she realized it so late? Why only now could she feel the profound bone-deep love she had for Shikamaru Nara? Despair? Sakura Haruno sat beside her all along, tightly gripping her hand, deep worry in her eyes. Ino opened her mouth to say she was fine, but no sound came out. Shikamaru Nara came to toast her. Her heart ached as if pierced by needles, a heavy oppression and bitterness flooding her world. She merely nodded and drank the only cup of the entire evening, the glass Shikamaru Nara had offered. "You really did it, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. "What?" Ino smiled faintly. She felt that something had been buried within her in that moment. She now possessed a secret she could never speak of for her entire life. To ensure this man's happiness, she would unhesitatingly conceal that secret forever. Her gaze shifted to Temari, who was chatting with Hinata Tintin and the others. She spoke softly.
The confession. Didn't you say it before you left? You really did it. As expected of Shikamaru.
Shikamaru's expression shifted slightly, growing complex. He raised his hand and gently rotated the glass in his fingers.
All that. Well, how should I put it? I didn't manage to do it. I had planned to say it first, but Temari is not one to lag behind.
Ino paused, suddenly uncomfortable. First she was stunned, then she lowered her head.
A woman confessing to you shows how much she loves you. You're really lucky, Shikamaru. Aw. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't miss it.
Shikamaru Nara nodded, his gaze lingering on Ino Yamanaka's face. He blinked, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This woman had once occupied a significant portion of his life. From childhood, aside from his fierce mother, Ino Yamanaka had been the most important woman in his existence. Though he had once harbored unrequited feelings for her, he had come to realize that more than possessing her, he wished for her to live her life according to her own desires. Finding a handsome man and experiencing a passionate romance was Ino Yamanaka's dream, and Shikamaru Nara would never be a candidate she considered. He wanted to become the kind of man she would love, but from the very beginning he had been defined as a friend. How could he ever catch her eye? Shikamaru Nara turned to look at Temari. She smiled and winked at him, and he found himself nodding in response. When he turned back, he looked at Ino Yamanaka and smiled gently.
Thank you, Ino.
Even though he never won her love, first love was not something easily forgotten after all. Liking you, loving you, and thanking you. Ino Yamanaka was stunned. Her green eyes quickly filled with tears. Shikamaru Nara's earnest gaze locked onto her, everything she had ever longed for. Yet she felt only unbearable heartache. If she had a choice, she would rather never see him again for the rest of her life. She could not bring herself to smile and wish him well with another woman. Ino Yamanaka slowly nodded. The air was suffocating, making her dizzy. She could not bear to stay another moment. She abruptly ran out of the izakaya without looking back, afraid that if she delayed even a second, she would shed tears and utter something irretrievable that would shatter everything before that man. Shikamaru Nara chased after her, calling her name from behind, but she dared not turn around. Before she had gone far, she saw Sai standing there watching her with an ineffable stillness. In that moment, Ino Yamanaka felt that perhaps the sorrow in that man's eyes was even heavier than her own.
Ino.
Shikamaru's voice came from behind, closing in. Ino Yamanaka's gaze towards Sai suddenly shifted. It was a plea for help, a desperate entreaty. Sai saw it, and he accepted. Without a moment's hesitation, by the time Shikamaru Nara caught up, Sai had already pulled Ino Yamanaka into his arms. He felt her trembling, her voice choked with sobs. She was crying, but this time it was not because she had rejected him. Sai looked up and met Shikamaru's gaze directly. Suddenly he felt an unprecedented sensation, something far more unbearable than losing in the ANBU's internal struggles. He could not describe it. If he understood human emotions like others, he would have known that the frustration he felt in that moment was nothing more than a man's heartache, a man's trivial jealousy.
Ah!
Shikamaru Nara was taken aback. He pointed at Ino Yamanaka, still in Sai's embrace, a hint of awkwardness in his gesture.
You too.
Sai's face remained expressionless. Then he suddenly broke into a smile, one entirely indistinguishable from his usual facade, utterly hollowly false. He held Ino Yamanaka tightly with one arm, his eyes cold and distant.
It's nothing. Ino's drunk. I'll take her home. You go back first, Shikamaru. Your girlfriend is waiting for you.
He smiled again, a dismissive undertone.
Tell Sakura, so she won't punch me the next time we meet.
A complex, unreadable look flickered in Shikamaru's eyes. His gaze lingered on Ino's back, a strange dimness settling. He paused and nodded.
Then I'll leave it to you. Ino's house is over there, it's all right, I know.
Sai cut off Shikamaru Nara's words smoothly, a smirk curling his lips.
I often walk her home.
This was a man's hostility, well, the look of arrival and love. Shikamaru Nara received it clearly. He did not understand why Sai was looking at him like that, but he had clearly grasped that Sai had feelings for Ino. He tilted his head, slightly embarrassed, and after a brief pause, he scratched his head and turned to leave. Sai had the kind of face that made young girls swoon, and he was exactly the type Ino Yamanaka liked. She had not resisted being held by him, and Shikamaru Nara did not know what right he had to speak up. He walked slowly back to the izakaya. The crowd inside was still noisy. Temari was standing at the entrance, perhaps to get some fresh air. When she saw him return, she lifted the corner of her mouth. "Back!" She was waiting for him. He knew it. He grunted in acknowledgement and nodded. Shikamaru Nara suddenly felt a little uneasy. Temari knew he had once loved Ino Yamanaka, yet she said nothing. This stirred a sense of guilt in his heart. He should think more about Temari. This woman was noble and deserving of being cherished.
Temari. Shikamaru Nara.
The golden-haired woman, with a radiant smile, interrupted him. Her face bore the flush of alcohol, and her eyes, as she looked at him, were deep and bright.
"I like you."
In that instant Shikamaru Nara felt as if he had returned to the Sunagekure, to that high platform on that windy sandy night. Those same words came from this woman's lips again, for syllables that effortlessly froze his entire world. Shikamaru Nara opened his mouth, then closed it again. Awkwardly he turned his head away, and then back, frowning slightly, as he met Temari's gaze. He smiled. He stepped forward, and pulled the beautiful woman into his arms.
"You've really got me beat, Temari."
Temari closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around him, and teased.
"What a boring man. Your girlfriend confesses to you, and that's all you have to say."
Shikamaru Nara laughed. He thought of the image of Sai holding Ino Yamanaka, and then of Sabaku no Temari's bright eyes.
"Well, it's troublesome, but I hope Ino finds happiness. For that I can do a lot of things. Really."
Temari's expression froze for a moment, then she nodded.
"I know.
I have always known." The sorrow in her heart began to rise, but it dissipated without a trace at Shikamaru Nara's words. She felt his heartbeat travel through their intertwined bodies. Shikamaru Nara's voice was especially resonant in the night. He said,
"Temari, I love you."
The night was cool as water. He could feel every nuance of the air currents flowing around him, yet his concentration was utterly scattered. Ino Yamanaka was in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder, intermittently letting out soft sobs. Suddenly a wave of displeasure washed over him. What he had hoped for, and Yamanaka Ino's embrace should not have been like this. But now, he could not let go. This woman needed him, and she had never needed him before. Should he be happy or sad? He did not know. Instead, he let out a sudden incongruous laugh, as if mocking Ino's sorrow or ridiculing his own pitiful state.
"What are you laughing at?"
Ino lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red traces of tears still on her cheeks. He wanted to wipe them away, but he could not reach out. She would avoid him, he knew.
"Was I laughing?"
Ino's brow furrowed, her voice still sharp with a sob.
"You were laughing. You were mocking me."
"No, I wasn't." He thought it but did not say it. Suddenly, he wished she could feel what he felt inside, that he was not as calm as he appeared. He was hurting, and he wanted her to know.
"You're right. Maybe I was laughing at you. You love Nara Shikamaru so much, yet you dare not confess. Usually so fiery, but in the end you're just a coward."
Ino abruptly stepped back, her hand shooting up, but stopping an inch from Sai's face. Her heart ached bitterly. Staring into Sai's eyes, she shouted,
"What is that expression? Who are you putting on a show for? I am a coward. That's because I truly love him. Even if just a little, a tiny bit, I wish for him to live happily. What do you know?" "You?"
Sai moved forward, abruptly reaching out to cover Ino's mouth, the force pushing her back a step. But Sai quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her back. His pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared before her, filled with unprecedented killing intent, but it vanished just as swiftly. That was Sai, the Sai accustomed to lurking in the shadows. He never showed this side of himself easily, yet Ino had forced it out of him so simply. Sai stared intently at Ino's astonished eyes, then his brow tightened, and an undeniable sorrow spilled from his gaze. His pupils flickered as he spoke softly.
"Ino, you can't be so cruel."
Ino froze. When she came to, she slapped him hard across the face, and turned to run. That man's gaze was too terrifying, the pain, the longing. She wanted nothing to do with any of it. She was Yamanaka Ino, she didn't need a man as obsessed with love as Sai. Excuses. In truth, she simply couldn't imagine accepting another man after a life without Nara Shikamaru. If she did, what would all these years of belated love for him mean? Ino's figure quickly disappeared. Sai watched her go, then numbly touched his own face. A burning sting remained, the pain she had given him. And the hurt she inflicted went far deeper.
What a fool I am. This is the time to take advantage, isn't it?
Night fell. Ino's home. She avoided her mother, and went alone to her room. Insomnia was inevitable. The name Nara Shikamaru had long held such power over her. But tonight beside Shikamaru another man intruded into her mind. Those eyes filled with pleading and possession made her deeply uneasy.
All bastards,
she murmured. Suddenly a crisp tapping came from the window. She startled, and a tall silhouette had already half climbed inside. Shocked, she lunged forward, her fist landing precisely on the intruder's chest. But it was futile. He was far faster and stronger. As she took a step, he pinned her back onto the bed. Moonlight fell on his pale, delicate face. Ino's vision finally cleared. A vein bulged on her forehead as she gritted out.
Are you insane? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?
Sai's expression remained unchanged. He tilted his head innocently.
I came for a night raid.
Ino was truly furious. After a moment of shock, she sprang up from the bed. Sai, caught off guard by her sudden resistance, lost his grip. Moments later, Ino sat heavily on her bed, fuming. A meter away, Sai knelt, holding his reddened cheek, frowning with utmost innocence.
That hurts, you're too rough, Ino. Shut up.
Ino growled low, but seeing Sai's usual demeanor, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid of seeing the Sai from before. That Sai was truly terrifying.
Do you know what time it is, huh? Coming to an unmarried woman's room this late and talking about a night raid. Do you want to die?
Ino cursed fiercely, trying to ignore the deep gaze Sai fixed on her face.
Just leave already, or I'll beat you so hard your own mother won't recognize you.
Sai listened quietly until Ino tried to shoo him away.
Hit me if you want, but I'm not leaving.
Ino was stunned. She frowned.
Then what do you want? I'll really kill you.
Sai smiled, his lips curving into a cheerful grin.
Shall I tell you the truth?
Ino's expression darkened. She knew Sai was serious. She paused, then let out a helpless sigh.
Sai, I'm sorry. I can't.
Sai's expression changed. He dropped his smile, replaced by gentle eyes. In the moonlight, his gaze was incredibly soft, as if looking at a precious treasure, cherishing yet helpless.
I know. But I thought you might need company right now, and I want to be with you. Ino, don't tell me to leave because I won't. Okay.
His gaze was steady like a pool of clear water. She couldn't bear it. Awkwardly, she turned, flung herself onto the bed with her back to him.
Stay if you want, I don't care. But don't come near me or I'll kill you.
Sai smiled, his eyes warm. He watched her slender back, lost in thought.
Hey, Ino.
No one answered, but he knew she was listening. He turned his head, gazing at the moon, and began to speak slowly.
I feel like I have so much to tell you, but never the chance. Even if I did, you'd cut me off and run away. Hey, you're listening, right?
He paused, then continued.
I think I'm being punished for always mocking Naruto. Now I'm walking the same path. He always watched Sakura and I've always watched you. Ino, I don't really know how it happened or how to say it, but you wouldn't believe it. Even now I don't know what can be called love. But if someone could enter my life, that person would be you. Ino.
Ino lay still, her breathing shallow and even. She was asleep. Sai paused, his eyes closing then opening. Suddenly he gave a bitter, mocking laugh.
Ino, I long for you, I miss you, I would do anything for you. I want you to laugh for me, to cry for me. I want you to need me as much as I need you. Yamanaka Ino, Yamanaka Ino, Yamanaka Ino, do you hear me?
How could there be an answer? She would not respond. Sai lowered his head. His shadow had somehow shifted to the other side. Dawn was approaching. He paused, rose, and prepared to leave. Though he didn't mind being seen would be bad for Ino. He pushed open the window, jumped down, and had taken only 2 steps when he couldn't help but turn back sharply. Ino was leaning on the windowsill, watching him, her green eyes shimmering. Of course she hadn't been asleep. How could she have slept? Sai stood downstairs, staring straight at her. Beyond any embarrassment, he craved her reaction and her answer. Watching her golden hair flutter in the wind, he found it blindingly dazzling. He longed to hold that woman in his arms. Could that longing be called love? He didn't know, but the words escaped him. He gazed deeply at the beautiful, commanding woman, and spoke, unable to restrain himself. He said,
Ino, I love you.
This time Ino did not look away. She met his eyes, and slowly spoke.
Are you willing to walk with me for a lifetime to spend a lifetime helping me forget Naruto Shikamaru?
What was the answer? Sai didn't know, but he shook his head. He would not accompany the woman he desired to forget another man. He longed for her gaze, and for her love.
I don't want to, Ino. I don't want to. I won't help you forget him. I only want to love you together. Yamanaka Ino, are you willing to entrust your future to me?
Are you willing? That morning the sun slowly rose, golden light cascading down, like her hair effortlessly piercing into his heart. Ino smiled bright and radiant. Her lips parted and her gentle laughter filled the space in the early morning light. She said,
"Who knows?"
Sai smiled, pale, beautiful, sincere. Why wouldn't he smile? She hadn't refused. In the month that followed, Sai chose a rather overbearing way to barge into Ino Yamanaka's life. Like all encouraged men, he launched a fierce pursuit of the woman he loved. In truth, every word of this sentence was entirely wrong. First, for Sai, he did not understand what it meant to love someone. All he wanted was to be with that woman according to his desires. Second, as for a fierce pursuit, Sai racked his brains, and could not see where his pursuit was fierce. Books said that too much enthusiasm would disgust a woman, so he merely did what he thought was appropriate. He only wanted to please her. At that time, post-war recovery was still ongoing and conditions were poor. The medical department and the Umbu had many tasks, leaving little time for solitude. Sai rarely adopted teamwork, striving to complete missions quickly and return home early each day. He would always first crouch by Ino's window for a while, then quietly leave before she noticed. The book said one must not be too annoying, one must proceed step by step. Flowers should be delivered only once a day, 3 times. Morning, noon, and evening was too much. Eating together should not be too frequent either. In his view, once a day was enough. As for commuting together, although he wanted to accompany her all the way to avoid annoying Ino Yamanaka, twice a day would suffice. Being able to go to such lengths was precisely why this pursuit was deemed fierce, because Sai simply did not understand the concept of limits.
Ino, what do you think?
Ino Yamanaka lifted her head from the flower bushes. Although her mother ran the flower shop, she still had to help out often.
What did you say? About the injury. Do you think it's easier to take leave if injured on the hand or the foot?
Well,
maybe the foot. The hand seems a bit inconvenient.
Ino Yamanaka's head ached. She reached up to rub her temple.
What on earth are you talking about? Studying such things is really asking for a beating. I want to take a leave and stay in Konoha for a couple more days. Shikamaru is going to send Temari back these 2 days, and I want to stay with you. Also, getting injured isn't bad. I heard from books that an appropriate injury can enhance the bond between a man and a woman. You see.
Sai didn't finish his words before a heavy slap landed on his forehead. The force made his vision go dark, and the flower pot in his hand nearly fell.
Shut up. Are you out of your mind? Don't get hurt for such a thing. And I don't need you to accompany me. Move aside.
Sai stepped aside, obediently letting Ino pass. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and beneath her long bangs her delicate brows were tightly knitted.
Ino.
Ino Yamanaka did not turn back. She bent down again into the flowers, her face cold and indifferent.
Since the book says so much, why don't you just make yourself a cripple? Then maybe you could stay in the hospital and let me take care of you for life.
Sai paused slightly, then actually pulled out a faint smile.
That wouldn't be bad either. But being crippled would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? I actually really want to hold you and sit on the Hokage rock for a while.
Ino Yamanaka's body froze. After a moment, she straightened up, a strange expression on her face. Her brows furrowed and her tone was neither happy nor unhappy.
Sai, sometimes I really wonder if you're doing this on purpose.
Sai's expression instantly froze. He genuinely showed a look of surprise, as if wondering whether he had said something wrong. Ino Yamanaka watched him pause, then suddenly let out a soft laugh.
I'm really convinced by you. Like this you'll never win a girl's heart in your whole life. How can you be so stupid and know nothing? If you didn't know, it would be one thing, but you speak so bluntly without any concealment. You're really...
Sai's pale, almost bewitchingly handsome face rarely showed a frown. He stood in the flower field of Ino's house, his tall and well-proportioned figure no less beautiful than the bouquets around him. He opened his mouth, his black eyes shimmering with an ineffable light.
Hey! Ino, go out with me. Whatever you teach me, I'll remember.
He actually had no hope. How could Ino Yamanaka possibly agree to him? He had already decided to wait for her for a lifetime. But at that moment Ino Yamanaka quietly looked at him, her emerald green eyes overflowing with a rare tenderness. She rarely looked at him like this. Such a gaze she had only reserved for Sakura Haruno and Shikamaru Nara. She wore a light-colored apron, her golden hair hanging long. She stared seriously into Sai's eyes, and gently nodded.
All right.
In that instant Sai was stunned. His eyes blinked, and suddenly his nose felt a bit sour. He looked down at the ground, then raised his head, his pupils flickering slightly, as he gazed into Ino Yamanaka's eyes. After a long while he suddenly nodded, a faint smile on his lips. His brows were slightly furrowed, but the curve of his mouth was so heartbreaking. He was like a pale flower gently blooming at that moment. In the eyes of Ino Yamanaka, this man suddenly became indescribably beautiful.
Hey, so this is how you look when you're happy.
Sai said nothing. He put down the flower pot, walked up, and embraced Ino Yamanaka, then made no further move. Thus they began dating. There was no earth-shattering confession. They simply pledged their relationship in the flower field. Looking back, it was still a pleasant memory. This news stunned everyone for a while, especially Sakura Haruno, who looked at them as if she had swallowed a fly.
What were you thinking?
Sakura Haruno once asked her. She paused, then answered seriously.
Nothing. I will be happy, I'm sure.
She was truly happy. Sai gave her many things she had never dared to hope for. Although Sai understood nothing of social graces, once he had you in his heart, his way of expressing it was blunt and profound. Everyone could see how good he was to her. The changes he made for her were also hard to resist. A year passed in their days together. In every moment, he always gave in to her. He was almost indulgent toward her. Although Sai often spoke sharply and lacked a sense of atmosphere, she knew everything he did for Ino Yamanaka. She had always believed that she could walk with him forever until they both grew old. Did she love him? She didn't know yet, but she was willing to spend her life with him. And the only man she would consider for that was Sai.
Ino! Ino!
Naruto Uzumaki's voice exploded in her ears, and she finally snapped back to reality.
What's the situation?
Naruto Uzumaki had a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He looked at Ino Yamanaka and Hinata Hyuga beside him, then spoke hurriedly.
I've been trying to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Sai has my kunai on him, so it should connect quickly. But something has been blocking me like a barrier. And now... Wait a little longer. I feel the obstruction is fading. I'll break through it soon. Damn. The distance is too far, otherwise I could have connected already. But it will only be for an instant. Both of you grab hold of me.
Ino Yamanaka and Hinata Hyuga exchanged glances and nodded. Her hands trembled slightly with anxiety. As soon as the Flying Thunder God connected, she would see Sai immediately. But now she was so terrified. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her if something went wrong with Sai. She just prayed frantically, begging for his safety. She had never thought that Sai would one day leave her. She was too immersed in the tenderness he gave her, almost forgetting that if she didn't cherish this man, he too would leave her someday. A flash of light, and the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. Ino Yamanaka startled and suddenly found herself in a dim forest.
Did it work?
Before she could feel joy, she was shocked by the ashen expression on Naruto Uzumaki's face. His face showed a look of shock and pain, and Ino's voice trembled.
What's wrong, Naruto?
No answer. Ino Yamanaka slowly turned her head, but her vision suddenly went dark as Naruto covered her eyes. Then his voice trembling sounded in her ear.
Don't look, Ino. Sai. He wouldn't want you to see this.
Ino Yamanaka fell silent. Then suddenly, she violently pulled away Naruto's hand and opened her eyes. Sai's body lay quietly not far away. His face was as pale as usual, but his eyes were open and unfocused. His mouth was slightly open, and his chin was covered in bloodstains. His body was severed in two, at the waist, lying there no one knew for how long. Ino Yamanaka's strength left her, and she collapsed to her knees. Something exploded inside her, heart wave after wave echoing. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ah, she understood. So all along she had loved this man so deeply. Even after her experience with Shikamaru Nara, she was still so slow to realize. So heaven was punishing her, making her time and again lose the one she loved. Haruno Sakura's proficiency in Jinjutsu as Hatake Kakashi put it was decent enough to make a name for herself. When Sakura spotted Sai hanging upside down from a tree, it took her 10 seconds to realize she had unknowingly fallen into a Jinjutsu. The Jinjutsu was cast flawlessly, leaving Sakura no choice but to believe that there truly existed a technique capable of trapping the Sharingan, and she was now trapped within it. She formed hand seals and attempted to dispel it twice, yet the scene before her remained unchanged. This was hardly good news. Rising to her feet, she leaped lightly onto the tree and quickly carried Sai down. Though it was an illusion, the tactile sensation was so real that Sakura began to doubt her own judgment. After setting Sai down, she reached out to touch his neck. There was a deep gash, likely the cause of death. How could one create an illusion so flawless? Sakura was at a loss. As she pondered, her wrist was suddenly yanked. Sai, who had been lying on the ground, opened his eyes, flipped over, and pinned Sakura down. At the same time, his face kept shifting, finally settling on a countenance all too familiar to Sakura. The man's blonde hair bristled, and the markings on his face bore an uncanny resemblance to Uzumaki Naruto's. He seized Sakura by the throat and spoke coldly.
"Kill him and I'll let you go."
His grip was incredibly strong. Sakura struggled to break free. She threw a punch, but it passed straight through his head. An illusion. Yet the pressure on her neck felt so real. Sakura was certain that within half a minute she would suffocate to death. She struggled, but to no avail. The man's voice echoed above her, repeating the same phrase over and over.
"Kill him and I'll let you go."
Sakura's face flushed crimson. She forced the words out.
"Who do you want me to kill?"
The face of Uzumaki Naruto twisted, and suddenly brimmed with killing intent.
"That person must die. He killed the one most important to me. I will never forgive him."
Sakura could no longer hold on. She desperately clawed at the hand gripping her throat, but could not budge it an inch. Her consciousness began to fade. Then a cold, detached voice rang in her mind, instantly pulling her thoughts back.
"Sakura, wake up!"
That voice. She would never forget it. For years she had yearned for the one who owned that voice, the lonely figure whose silhouette touched her heart. She would remember it forever. The face of Uzumaki Naruto before her grew more grotesque. Veins bulged on Sakura's forehead. The cold voice in her mind became clearer, and at last she struck the ever-changing face with all her might. The pain of hitting something solid traveled to her hand. Sakura's vision brightened, and the scene before her transformed drastically. She had broken through the Jinjutsu. A pair of peculiar eyes filled her field of vision. Sakura paused, and her mind finally cleared. The young man had thin bandages wrapped around his forehead, and black hair fell at his temples. His features were like a sharply carved sculpture, handsome yet exuding coldness and indifference. This was Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura felt dazed. She shifted, freeing herself from Uchiha Sasuke's arms. The lingering sensation on her neck was still vivid. She touched it and coughed lightly.
"Are you all right?"
Sakura turned her head to find Uchiha Sasuke staring straight at her. She nodded.
"I'm fine, Sasuke-kun. Thank you for saving me."
Uchiha Sasuke did not move. Sakura took a moment to compose herself and stepped forward to examine the young man carefully. No injuries, no exhaustion, and his chakra was perfectly normal. After confirming all this, Sakura let out a breath and sat down on the ground.
"Thank goodness you're okay."
Uchiha Sasuke watched her quietly, a faint frown creasing his brow. He closed his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with a vague dim tone.
"I knew you would come. And thank you."
Sakura froze. She opened her mouth to say something, but a sharp, mournful cry suddenly cut through the air. The sound pierced the entire space, freezing Sakura in place. Yamanaka Ino. She glanced back at Uchiha Sasuke, who nodded faintly, and the two rushed toward the source of the noise. As they sprinted, Sakura heard the sandpaper rough voice from the illusion again.
"I will kill him."
"Who exactly do you want to kill?" Sakura did not expect an answer, but the voice replied, laden with heavy killing intent and sorrow. It whispered slowly in her ear.
"Uchiha Sasuke."
The source of the voice was not far from Sakura. She and Sasuke moved swiftly, and within moments they found Yamanaka Ino and the others. In a grove of low trees, three people sat: Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata. To Sakura, it was a given that Naruto would come, and Ino was also expected, but Hinata. She paused, setting aside all unnecessary thoughts. Now was not the time for that. Yamanaka Ino was in a terrible state. Uzumaki Naruto gripped her tightly, though he appeared calmer, his face still bore an unmistakable pain. Sakura could roughly guess what they had seen. That Sai must have experienced yet another death. Without hesitation she exchanged a glance with Uchiha Sasuke, and rushed to their side, channeling chakra into them from outside. This method was practical, and quick, highly effective for those who had just fallen into a jinjutsu. Yamanaka Ino's vacant eyes flickered, slowly regaining focus after a long while. Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata awakened faster than her. Once recovered, Naruto punched the ground hard.
Damn it! Falling for a jinjutsu so easily!
Hyuga Hinata comforted him softly beside him. Sakura glanced at them, then quickly turned her head to check on Yamanaka Ino. She could not afford to be distracted. Tears streamed down Yamanaka Ino's face. Only when her eyes were completely clear did she let out a sharp cry. Sakura pulled her into her arms, comforting her gently over and over.
It's okay, it's okay. It was all an illusion, not real. It's fine, Ino. Everything is still the same, don't worry.
Yamanaka Ino trembled in Sakura's arms for a while, before finally calming down. After a pause she spoke in a low voice.
If it was an illusion, then where is the real Sai?
Sakura did not know Sai's whereabouts. She had just emerged from the illusion, and knew little more than Ino about the situation. She looked up at Uchiha Sasuke and asked,
Sasuke-kun, what exactly is going on here? And have you seen Sai around?
The black-haired young man looked up at the sky and nodded.
As for Sai, I know where he is. It's getting dark, and the traps here will multiply. Come, I'll take you to him.
In silence, Uchiha Sasuke led the way, with Sakura Hinata and Ino in the middle, and Uzumaki Naruto bringing up the rear. They had not seen each other for a year and a half, and there was much to say and ask, but in this situation silence was the only option. Hyuga Hinata walked beside Sakura, her frown deepening as they traveled further.
How can this be?
Sakura was startled.
What is it? This place is too strange. There is no sensation of chakra at all, yet when I activate my Byakugō, I see nothing but chakra.
This matched Sakura's initial deduction. She glanced back at Uzumaki Naruto, who returned the same look.
Yes, it's too bizarre. Normally, I would have succeeded in using the Flying Thunder God technique immediately, but I kept trying, and it took a full half-day, as if something was constantly obstructing me.
Earlier, I only managed to break in because the barrier suddenly thinned.
Ah! Something flashed through Sakura's mind. She spoke urgently. Could it be that when I dispelled a jinjutsu earlier while Sasuke-kun saved me, the barrier weakened? That would mean the jinjutsu here are all connected to the barrier.
Uzumaki Naruto frowned. He looked at the foremost Uchiha Sasuke and asked in a grave tone.
Sasuke, you've been trapped here for a few days now. If anyone could have figured this place out, it's you. What's really going on? I refuse to believe there's a jinjutsu in this world that can hold you.
Uchiha Sasuke did not turn around or answer. He walked silently, his figure as steadfast and lonely as ever, carrying an indescribable aura. Sakura could feel it. This very feeling made her heart ache every time she thought of the name Uchiha Sasuke over the years. After a long while, Uchiha Sasuke finally stopped. Amidst thick fog, he reached out and tapped the air. The mist before him quickly dissipated, revealing a fairly spacious cave.
Here we are. Sai is inside.
Sakura and the others were momentarily stunned, and Yamanaka Ino rushed in first. She ran all the way into the cave. Inside, a pale, battered man lifted his head at the sound. A pale smile was enough to etch itself in her memory forever.
Is that Ino?
Yamanaka Ino paused. Tears threatened to spill over. The overwhelming feeling of having found what was lost was too intense. She never wanted to experience it again. She had to protect this man. Sai was her future, her home.
Idiot, of course it's me. Your girlfriend's here to see you, and you look this pathetic.
Her tears finally fell. She covered one eye with her hand and smiled.
What are you staring at? Come over and hug me.
Sai's body stiffened. His expression was a mix of emotion and helplessness. He struggled to his feet, and finally managed to walk over.
Hey, this time it seems real. If I get stabbed again, I really won't be able to take it.
His arms wrapped around Yamanaka Ino's shoulders. As soon as he felt the familiar warmth of her body, Sai collapsed. Ino quickly caught him, and helped him sit down. Looking at the numerous wounds large and small, Ino could not imagine how many fierce battles had taken place. She held back tears and began treating him hastily, her hands trembling.
"Thank goodness you're okay. Thank goodness you're okay,"
she murmured, but Sai did not hear her. His injuries were too severe, he had already fainted. He had been holding on waiting, and now that the one he was waiting for had arrived, he could finally collapse. Ino would save him, he knew that. Sakura ran in as well, intending to help, but Ino was so focused that there was no room for her to intervene. She looked around and could only sit down with the others at the side of the cave. Uchiha Sasuke skillfully lit a fire. Outside, the sky had already turned pitch black. He poked the fire with a branch and spoke calmly.
"It's good that you came. A little longer, and he really wouldn't have made it. So what the hell is going on, Sasuke? How did Sai get so badly wounded? Who did this? Damn it, I won't let them off."
Uchiha Sasuke sat quietly, then let out a sigh.
"He appeared on the third day I was trapped here. I sensed someone entering this illusion, went out to investigate, and found him covered in wounds."
His condition was relatively good. Probably because of his strong mental fortitude, he managed to hold on for half a day on his own. An ordinary person would have died within moments. Sakura was startled.
"So the ninjas sent out earlier are all dead. And this place is too bizarre. Even before we entered, I wondered how many people could have created such a vast illusion, and within it every corner is filled with powerful genjutsu. It's almost as if this illusion is alive."
Hinata Hyuga interjected. Feeling the others' gazes upon her, she blushed and waved her hands hastily.
"I'm sorry, it's just a feeling. Please don't mind me."
Naruto Uzumaki shook his head.
"No, I think Hinata has a point. But if it's true, it's terrifying. And come to think of it, how can every inch be filled with genjutsu? Sai is so strong, and Sasuke too. How could they be affected? An illusion doesn't care about a person's physical strength. Genjutsu attacks the mind. No matter how powerful one's taijutsu or ninjutsu, a weak spirit can easily fall prey. Naruto, you fell for it too just now."
Naruto Uzumaki's face reddened. He glanced awkwardly at Sakura Haruno and scratched his hair. Was it just his imagination, or was Sakura-chan angry at him? Had he hurt her yesterday? His thoughts spiraled, and he immediately wanted to slap himself. How could he be thinking about such things at a time like this? Naruto Uzumaki, you're hopeless. He calmed down, pondered, and finally fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Since the discussion began, Sasuke Uchiha had not revealed a single word. Unable to fathom the reason, Naruto asked again.
"What's wrong with you, Sasuke? Everyone's trapped here. Just say something."
Sakura Haruno didn't stop him. She too desperately wanted to know the answer. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were fixed on the burning flames, never once looking away.
"Sasuke-kun, please tell us about this place. Dragging things out in such a dangerous location won't do us any good. Sai is badly injured. Even after treatment, we need to get back to the village as soon as possible."
At last Sasuke Uchiha spoke. He met Naruto Uzumaki's gaze with unwavering determination.
"You asked who could have injured Sai. Haven't you truly sensed it? From the very beginning, there was never anyone here."
It was a prison without a guard trapping people until death.
"This is my prison. None of you should have come."
Sakura Haruno froze at that moment. She recalled the voice she had heard in the illusion.
"He killed someone important to me. I will never forgive him. Who is that person? Uchiha? Sasuke?"
"Sasuke-kun, what exactly have you done?" After uttering those words, Sasuke Uchiha fell silent. He leaned against one side of the cave, giving no response, no matter how much Naruto Uzumaki ranted. Sakura Haruno wanted to stay close to Naruto Uzumaki, but Hinata Hyuga was by his side, with a gentle expression. Watching them, Sakura felt utterly ashamed. Hinata Hyuga was Naruto Uzumaki's girlfriend. What stupidity had she done last night? She had slept with him. How despicable must Sakura Haruno appear to Hinata? She didn't care about her own reputation. She simply didn't want to hurt Hinata Hyuga. This girl was too kind, too wonderful. She didn't deserve such humiliation. Stealing another's love was never something Sakura Haruno wanted to do. Yet watching Naruto Uzumaki from afar, she felt no regret. She was beyond saving. Pausing for a moment, she stood up and walked straight to Sasuke Uchiha. From the scroll at her waist, she retrieved the sealed prosthetic arm. With an undeniable firmness, she spoke.
Give me your hand.
Sakura Haruno had always been gentle and yielding towards Sasuke Uchiha, a habit formed since childhood. But that didn't mean she was always like that. At times she was unyielding. Just like now, the task she should have completed a year and a half ago was finally being fulfilled. Sasuke Uchiha lifted his eyes. His gaze settled on Sakura's face. He frowned and said,
No need.
Sakura Haruno had expected him to refuse. Just like a year and a half ago when he left before the prosthetic was finished. He didn't want to heal. He was punishing himself. But Sakura had her own resolve. She had stubbornly kept the prosthetic for so long for this very purpose. Sasuke Uchiha was guilty. That thought might fade from anyone's mind but never from his own. Sasuke Uchiha believed he was guilty. Even after all this time he still hadn't let go. He wouldn't forgive himself so no one could grant him redemption.
Hey! Sasuke-kun, what did you do here?
Sasuke Uchiha narrowed his eyes.
Why do you ask? In the illusion I heard a voice. It sounded very old, but for some reason it felt like a child.
Sakura looked back at Naruto Uzumaki, who was also watching her.
I know you did a lot when you weren't with us. I don't want to ask. I just want you to know that Naruto and I have been with you since we formed Team 7. You're not alone. You don't have to bear everything by yourself. We'll be waiting for you in Konoha. Waiting for you to come home.
Naruto Uzumaki stared straight at Sakura. His gaze was indescribable. He was actually very happy. Just the fact that she looked at him while saying those words made him feel that everything from yesterday was real. He had possessed her, and she had feelings for him.
Sakura-chan is right, Sasuke. We never meddle in your affairs, but you need to know that we've always been waiting for you. Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, we're all waiting. If you want to stay trapped here, remember that you're not the only one trapped. We're all here with you.
Naruto paused, then continued.
I know your strength better than anyone. I've said before that I refuse to believe any Jinjutsu can hold you. But you've been trapped here for so long. Sasuke, don't you owe me an explanation?
The dark-haired youth snorted. He closed his eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. It was an indescribable expression, seeming helpless yet mocking and also lonely.
After all this time, you're still so naive. You two are really enviable.
Sasuke Uchiha fell silent. After a long while he opened his eyes.
When I trained under Orochimaru, I once did an exercise. In that exercise, I killed 100 people. The place was right here. Half a year ago, I sensed someone following me. They came with killing intent but never acted. It was a child very young with sharp eyes, the same eyes I once had. I killed his brother. He came for revenge. This illusion was his doing. At the cost of his life, he merged his entire being with the Jinjutsu. He led me here step by step. Even when he cast the technique face to face, he didn't even blink. He wasn't afraid of death. He only wanted revenge.
Sakura's heart clenched.
At the cost of his life. Does that mean if the technique is broken, the child will die?
The answer was yes. Sakura finally understood. No one in the world could trap Sasuke Uchiha, except himself. He delayed breaking the technique, because he didn't want to. He saw the child as his past self. If he struck him down, it would be like denying his own past. In the end, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't forgive himself. He believed he was guilty. Sakura felt like crying and laughing at the same time. She realized that Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were both opposites and mirrors. When they set their minds on something, they could never escape. They were stubborn, obstinate, and equally self-righteous.
Why do you think that way, Sasuke-kun? You could have been redeemed long ago. You are not guilty. Because you are Sasuke-kun, the Sasuke we know, the stubborn, tight-lipped Sasuke-kun. So you are not guilty. Hey, Sasuke-kun. Let's go home.
A night of stalemate. To be precise, Sakura wasn't sure if it counted as a night. Time in the illusion was impossible to grasp. But judging by the gradual brightening outside, it had probably been a night. Sasuke Uchiha gave no response. He remained leaning against the side of the cave, silent, lips sealed, eyes shut. Sakura sat across from him. The sealed scroll with the prosthetic lay curled at her feet. From the moment she sat down, she hadn't lifted her head. This silence was the most tormenting. Naruto had argued at first, but soon fell silent. He glared at Sasuke, frowning deeply. Sasuke didn't move, and neither did Naruto.
Naruto-kun!
A gentle voice called. Naruto finally looked away from Sasuke's face. He turned to the girl who spoke, seeing deep concern in her eyes.
What is it, Hinata? Not me. Over there.
Naruto startled and shifted his gaze. While he was distracted, a muffled cough came from Ino Yamanaka's direction. Before he could react, Sakura had already rushed over. Sai, who had been lying beside Ino, was now convulsing. His brow furrowed as he tried to speak, but only dark red blood spurted from his mouth and nose.
Ino, hold him down. He's coughing up blood. His injuries are too severe. The organs we just repaired are bleeding again. Hinata, come help.
The dark-haired girl responded and ran over. The three of them were soon in a flurry of activity. Naruto couldn't help at all. From a distance, he could see the blood spreading further on the ground. The golden-haired girl, usually so bright and lively, was now trembling, her face ashen. His pupils contracted sharply. His fists clenched tightly. He had thought he would never again feel this uselessness of being a mere bystander. But now, when the same impatience and anger surged through him, he was still the same Naruto Uzumaki, who had heard of Jiraiya's death, a helpless observer who could do nothing. How pathetic. Naruto Uzumaki had always craved others' care, just as he had always strived to become Hokage. Similarly, what Naruto Uzumaki feared most was losing important people from his life. No matter how he clung to his Nindo, or how hard he trained to become stronger, when life and death came, he was always reminded of how utterly powerless he was in the face of inevitability. Everyone dies. But the handsome, brilliant youth from the Fourth War shouldn't have died. And Sai shouldn't die either. Sai was a comrade who had fought alongside him, a brother worth entrusting his life to. He had a sharp tongue, always smiling falsely while calling him a loser, but he would also leave his back unguarded in front of an enemy. He couldn't die. He was too young, with a long road ahead. He hadn't yet proposed to Ino Yamanaka, hadn't shown her the countless ring designs on his sketch papers. How could he? Naruto stopped. He looked at Sakura again. Her face was pale, covered in cold sweat. His nose stung. He couldn't sit still any longer. He walked out and stood before Sasuke Uchiha. The frantic rescue sounds were so loud, but the dark-haired youth's eyes remained closed, his expression unreadable.
Come outside with me. I need to talk to you.
The dark-haired youth opened his eyes. Naruto's gaze met his without flinching, just like the look at the Valley of the End, unshakable even by the heavens crumbling. Sasuke Uchiha gave a light scoff. A faint smile touched his lips, his brows slightly furrowed.
You want to persuade me to undo the Jinjutsu?
The golden-haired youth didn't hesitate. He bent down, grabbed Sasuke by the shoulder, and stepped outside.
No. Right now, I just want to beat you up.
Uchiha Sasuke finally went out with Uzumaki Naruto. If he truly didn't want to go, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't drag him. They returned about an hour later, by which time the cave had fallen silent. Sai lay quietly on Yamanaka Ino's lap, his face deathly pale, while Haruno, Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata sat nearby, exhaustion etched on their brows.
How is it? Is Sai all right?
Haruno Sakura slowly raised her head, her gaze sweeping across Uzumaki Naruto's face, pausing for a moment.
Not good. We barely managed to stop the bleeding. If we can't return to the village soon, he won't last half a day. Also, what happened to your face?
Uzumaki Naruto's face twitched, and he immediately reached up to cover it, wincing as he did so, then grinned sheepishly and sat back down to the side. Having been busy with the rescue, Haruno Sakura hadn't noticed when Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had left, and when she did, she wasn't too worried. She knew Sasuke's strength well. With him around, Naruto couldn't get lost. She looked closely at Naruto's face. Indeed, the swollen cheek couldn't be concealed even with his hand. She turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke, the dark-haired youth sitting composedly on the other side, showing no signs of injury.
What's going on? Did you fight?
Naruto remained silent, his eyes shifting as he shot a fierce glare at Sasuke.
TCH, he said he wouldn't fight back, but that was all bullshit. Sakura-chan, don't let his smug look fool you. He's definitely not feeling good right now. I didn't hold back.
Haruno Sakura was stunned by Naruto's response, and when she realized what he meant, anger surged within her.
Are you out of your mind? What timing? What are you doing fighting? Are you?
She shook her fist, making Naruto instinctively flinch and cover his head.
Sakura-chan, don't be angry. It's my fault. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be mad.
Haruno Sakura naturally didn't strike him after the previous rescue. She was already exhausted. She snorted, turned away, and ignored Naruto. When her gaze fell on Yamanaka Ino, Sakura's eyes dimmed further. Ino was not usually so silent. She was worried about Sai. Normally she would have impatiently demanded to break the Jinjutsu, but she didn't. She was using Sai's life to give Sasuke time to consider, not for anyone else but for Sakura's sake. This kindness she could never repay. But she could not change Uchiha Sasuke's feelings. He had never changed because of her words. His resolve would never be shaken. 2/3 of the frustrations in her life came from this man, yet she was utterly helpless. She could always get up after falling, but the number of times she had fallen because of Sasuke was countless. In short, if Uchiha Sasuke didn't want to break the jutsu, no matter how anxious she was, she could do nothing. She had thought that if she persisted, one day she would stand shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, but reality told her it was impossible. Haruno Sakura got up again to check on Sai. After doing all the medical treatment she attempted to make one last effort. Her gaze landed on Uchiha Sasuke's figure. The dark-haired boy had somehow already reached the cave entrance. Her eyes widened in surprise. As the morning light streamed in, Sasuke's black hair shimmered with a faint glow.
Let's go!
She couldn't believe it. She fell silent, her eyes darting back and forth, and when they returned to Sasuke's face, her eyes were already wet.
Go where?
Uchiha Sasuke didn't answer. He simply turned and walked away first. His back was still so thin, but this time it was something she could catch up to. She cried, tears streaming down her face. Uzumaki Naruto's face came into her view, his cheeks swollen, grinning widely. His hair shone with dazzling light, his smile pure and bright. He said,
"Don't cry. Let's go home."
In that moment, she realized that Uzumaki Naruto always saved her time and again. Whenever she fell into darkness, he would bring her light. He was so good to her that she would need a lifetime to repay him.
Thank you, Naruto. Thank you.
Uchiha Sasuke's pace was not fast. Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino supported Sai in the middle, while Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura brought up the rear. They needed to find the weakest point of the Jinjutsu and break it. Haruno Sakura couldn't do it herself, nor could Uzumaki Naruto, but for Uchiha Sasuke, it was not a difficult task. They followed Sasuke's steps slowly, while guarding against any changes in the Jinjutsu.
This Jinjutsu is alive. The caster must be everywhere. If we decide to break it, he will surely know. How could the place to break it be found so easily?
Uzumaki Naruto smiled faintly, unconcerned.
With Sasuke here, what's there to worry about? I know how strong he is.
Haruno Sakura listened quietly, then suddenly smiled. She looked ahead at Sasuke's back and spoke softly.
What did you say to him? Why did Sasuke-kun change his mind and agree to break the Jinjutsu? What did I say? Nothing. I just wanted to hit him, so I dragged him out and beat him up. You hit him and your own face got swollen.
Uzumaki Naruto's face twitched, and he let out a snort.
Who knows what's wrong with him? Before I started, he said he wouldn't fight back, but then, as I was hitting him, he suddenly went berserk and punched me in the face. After that, we basically just grappled, no taijutsu or ninjutsu used at all. That's it.
Naruto was taken aback. He held Sakura's gaze for a moment, then sighed and relaxed.
I really didn't say anything. I was so angry that I can't remember what I said. My mind was a mess, just blabbering a bunch of nonsense.
Haruno Sakura raised an eyebrow.
For example, like, you bastard, I'll kill you, how dare you fight back, do you want to die? Something like that.
Haruno Sakura's eyes widened and her voice rose slightly.
And no one can pull you forever. Sakura-chan and I have been pulling you for years, and now it's finally your turn to pull us, but you're just a coward.
Haruno Sakura fell silent. She stared at Naruto's face for a long time without a word. Just as Naruto thought Sakura was angry, the pink-haired girl suddenly burst out laughing, a laugh of relief, her eyes red.
Are you two idiots? Seriously, how can you? Huh? You too. You too.
She stopped, tears falling again.
Thank you. Finally, the three of us can go home together.
Uchiha Sasuke's strength was unfathomable. Although Uzumaki Naruto always boasted of his inevitable victory, if it came to a real fight, Naruto had no actual chance of winning. He had not seen Uchiha Sasuke for over a year, and he could not predict how much the other had improved. Even if he could imagine their battle, the only thing he was certain of was that if they fought seriously, one would die and the other would be injured. He had always been unwavering in his belief in Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Even though the two had walked different paths for a long time, he had to admit, even if reluctantly, that Sasuke was exceptionally powerful. Not long after he and Haruno Sakura took charge of the rear guard, the surroundings began to change. In the moment the ground collapsed, he was caught off guard, but Sakura quickly grabbed his hand. A clear stream of chakras surged through his palm, and his body gradually steadied.
What are you thinking?
Don't lose focus. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto's gaze was still dazed, Haruno Sakura called out again.
Naruto!
Uzumaki Naruto quickly nodded, a trace of guilt flashing across his face. Gazing at the back of Hyuga Hinata ahead, he suddenly grabbed the girl's wrist as she was about to leave, silently pulling Haruno Sakura closer. The girl frowned, about to speak, when Uzumaki Naruto's voice whispered softly in her ear. The sound was low, audible only to her. He said,
"Sakura-chan, wait for me a little. After this mission, I will clarify things with Hinata."
Haruno Sakura looked up. Naruto's face was very close to hers. They walked while maintaining this awkward posture. She didn't know what she wanted to say, whether to ask if he was serious or to say that this was wrong. The words that reached her lips were just one syllable.
Okay.
The girl lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions. When she withdrew her hand from Uzumaki Naruto's palm, he did not stop her. What they were doing was wrong. It should have been. But if they continued, someone would eventually get hurt. Haruno Sakura had never intended to hurt Hyuga Hinata nor to steal her love. Yet she could not bring herself to let go of Uzumaki Naruto. From the moment she realized she loved Uzumaki Naruto, everything had already gone wrong. Haruno Sakura silently watched Hyuga Hinata's back, feeling guilt creeping up like thorns, dense and suffocating. She tried to speak, but not a single word came out. She felt ashamed of herself, because she could not forget the overwhelming joy that surged within her the moment Uzumaki Naruto made his promise. This guilt would weigh on her for a lifetime.
"We're here."
Uchiha Sasuke's voice came at the right moment. Haruno Sakura looked around in surprise. This land was no different from any other. If Haruno Sakura had to find it alone, she would never have succeeded. It was too ordinary. So ordinary that you could not imagine it was the key to breaking such a powerful illusion.
"Something seems off,"
Hyuga Hinata said softly, blinking with slight unease.
"Although it's good that we've had a smooth journey, it's too easy."
Uzumaki Naruto nodded in agreement, but after a thorough search, he still found nothing wrong.
"Sasuke, are you sure this is the place?"
The black-haired boy nodded, his indifferent face showing no signs of wavering. He glanced at Sai, who was being supported on the shoulders of Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, and began to form hand seals with precision. Time was running out, they had to hurry. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, there were few occasions when Uchiha Sasuke would form hand seals. Now the black-haired boy focused intently, his Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan spinning together as his hair fluttered. Chakra gathered around him, emitting a faint blue glow.
"Break!"
Uchiha Sasuke shouted. With the sound, the surroundings rapidly receded, as if mountains shifted and seas turned. In the blink of an eye, countless sparks filled the air, as if a whole cycle of reincarnation had passed. As everything settled, Haruno Sakura looked around. The illusion had been dispelled. They were now in a forest clearing, and the faint chakra mist that had been present was gone. Hyuga Hinata activated her Byakugō and carefully examined the surroundings. Suddenly, she let out a light sigh, her expression relaxing.
"Great, we really made it out."
Haruno Sakura rejoiced, and quickly turned to look at Uzumaki Naruto, but a sharp gleam caught her attention. It was an extremely powerful chakra. In the instant Haruno Sakura reacted, the consequences of being struck by that chakra flashed through her mind. Certain death. The chakra flew through the air, heading straight for Uchiha Sasuke. They had all expected it. The child who wanted Uchiha Sasuke dead so badly, even going so far as to use a life-threatening forbidden technique, would ensure nothing was left to chance. This chakra was the child's final safeguard. Even if Uchiha Sasuke could break the technique, he would surely die from this safeguard. Yet when this moment arrived, it still caught everyone off guard. In that instant Haruno Sakura unhesitatingly stepped in front of Uchiha Sasuke. It seemed she had thought of nothing, yet everything crossed her mind. Strangely, in that moment her mind was calmer than ever before. She thought it's okay, she could withstand this blow. With her 100 seal technique, as long as her heart wasn't completely shattered, she would survive. But Uchiha Sasuke would die. At that moment time seemed to stretch endlessly. Under Uchiha Sasuke's slightly widened eyes, she stood in front of him. At the same time, the golden-haired boy did not hesitate. He quickly reached out and embraced Haruno Sakura, exposing his back to that devastating chakra. Drip. The sound of blood hitting the ground. Haruno Sakura's pupils contracted, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, but only a broken sound stuck in her throat.
Naruto!
That chakra never struck Uzumaki Naruto. The black-haired girl hurriedly blocked behind Uzumaki Naruto, her heart pierced by the chakra. A blood hole opened in her chest, gushing blood unceasingly. The girl's body fell straight down, a faint voice dissipating in the air.
Naruto-kun!
Uchiha Sasuke once said he needed to atone. But who among those who survived the war was without sin? As Hyuga Hinata's body slowly fell to the ground, Haruno Sakura knew that the retribution for her and Uzumaki Naruto had only just begun. Uzumaki Naruto held Hyuga Hinata tightly. The girl's heart had been shattered, and black blood kept spilling from her mouth and nose, staining the boy's clothes. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino instantly surrounded her. One tried to mend the wound on the girl's chest, while the other focused chakra to connect the blood vessels throughout her body, replacing the girl's stopped heart. Time seemed to stand still. Uzumaki Naruto's face was as pale as paper, utterly ashen. Only when Uchiha Sasuke's supporting sight kicked him did the boy scramble to his feet and use Flying Thunder God to teleport the group back to Konoha. Throughout the process, Uzumaki Naruto's lips trembled. Uchiha Sasuke could almost see his pupils flickering constantly, his tall frame bent, as if he had been struck by a sword. Haruno Sakura could no longer care about anything else. They rushed to the Konoha hospital. Several nurses were startled by their commotion and hurriedly pushed a mobile bed to take Hyuga Hinata into the operating room.
Don't just stand there. Prepare for surgery. Go to the storage room and mobilize a transplantable heart. Hurry! And call all available medical jonin. Level 9 consultation.
Haruno Sakura shouted, then quickly put on the surgical gown handed to her by a nurse. Her heart was already in turmoil. If one looked closely, her trembling was no less than Uzumaki Naruto's. As the operating room door was about to close, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly rushed forward. He grabbed Haruno Sakura's arm tightly, his strength causing her pain. The boy's eyes were filled with panic, confusion, and fear. His usually calm blue eyes shimmered with tears, making Haruno Sakura's heart clench.
Sakura-chan, Hinata won't die, right?
The boy asked. His voice sounded like weeping and pleading. Haruno Sakura could not ignore it. She raised her hand and gently stroked the boy's face, suppressing all the sourness and fear in her nose.
It's okay, Naruto,
she promised.
Hinata will never die. I won't let anything happen to her.
The operating room door closed and Haruno Sakura's figure disappeared into the white. Uzumaki Naruto's legs gave way, and he slumped to the side, kneeling in defeat. Uchiha Sasuke said nothing. He silently said sigh to another ward, summoned someone to attend to him, and then left silently, as if he had never returned to Konoha. Though someone was in critical condition, someone was anxious, and someone was racked with guilt, none of it concerned him. He was not close to Hyuga Hinata, nor did he feel qualified to wait with Uzumaki Naruto at the operating room door. He hurried to the Hokage's office. At this hour the silver-haired man should be waiting for him there. Hatake Kakashi had always been far-sighted. As he returned this time, Uchiha Sasuke paused. The image of Haruno Sakura throwing herself in front of him without hesitation flashed through his mind, and his thoughts drifted. He would probably stay for a long time, he thought. Even Uchiha Sasuke had a place he missed. Even if that place was empty, he would eventually return there. It was his destination, his home. The surgery lasted 7 hours. Haruno Sakura rushed out of the operating room, her clothes still stained with large patches of blood. Uzumaki Naruto had been waiting at the door. Soon after they returned, Nara Shikamaru arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing Haruno Sakura, the two quickly approached to ask about the situation. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were red, and so were Haruno Sakura's. She pulled off her surgical gloves while rubbing her temples, exhausted and drained. The surgery had not gone well. She had used all her strength just to barely keep Hyuga Hinata alive, but it could not last long. Heart transplantation was extremely difficult, and organ sources were scarce. The Hyuga clan was a large family, with the Byakugō bloodline ordinary organs could never match. Unless a member of the Hyuga clan came forward to donate a heart. Hyuga Hinata's heart had been shattered. Haruno Sakura had used a massive amount of chakra and medical equipment to keep her alive, which meant the heart transplant was not a simple exchange. A donor heart was needed. It would be a one-sided sacrifice. Who would do such a thing? The Rishyong clan is currently solely supported by Chutian's father, and even if that were not the case, a life-for-life exchange is difficult to achieve. Chu Nying did not say those words. She knew that once spoken it would be a death sentence for Rishyong Chutian. Facing Xuanhua Mingren's pleading gaze, she suppressed all turbulent thoughts and spoke slowly.
It's all right, Mingren. The surgery went smoothly. Chutian will get better. Don't worry.
Xuanhua Mingren let out a sigh of relief, but his arms were still trembling, and his slender fingers had turned white from gripping. He suddenly spoke, letting out a laugh with an unidentifiable meaning. That mockery, that bitterness landed precisely on Chu Nying's ears, tearing a bloody wound in her heart.
Ingchan, I only thought of protecting you, yet I let Chutian get hurt. She is my girlfriend and I actually...
She knew that Xuanhua Mingren was not blaming her, he was just blaming himself. But when those words came out of Xuanhua Mingren's mouth, with a trembling voice, she felt as if her entire heart was being fried in boiling oil. Her nose tingled with acidity, and the prolonged exhaustion made her head dizzy, but she persisted, stubbornly holding on to her last shred of strength.
Go in, Mingren. Chutian needs you now,
the girl said quietly. She reached out to touch Xuanhua Mingren's hair, but the boy dodged it imperceptibly. Xuanhua Mingren looked up at Chu Nying, and that single glance cut off all the words the girl wanted to say. Chu Nying had only seen that expression on Xuanhua Mingren's face twice. Once was when he learned of Zilai's death, and the other was at Rishyong Mingxi's funeral. What was Xuanhua Mingren thinking at this moment? Chu Nying did not know, but perhaps it no longer mattered. She would have taken that blow for Yuzhibo's Wishu, and even if she could go back she would still do the same. None of this would change. So who was wrong? Her Xuanhua Mingren or Rishyong Chutian? No one was wrong, it was just fate. Chu Nying believed in fate for the first time in so many years. She wished she were the one lying in the operating room rather than seeing Xuanhua Mingren like this. What should she do? She had no right to show her grief and pain. The overwhelming sorrow nearly crushed her, but she had no right. She had no face to cry outside Rishyong Chutian's ward. The one who was harmed was on the verge of death, and she the culprit. What expression should she use to express her sorrow?
Chu Nying, you are so pathetic,
she said to herself. Xuanhua Mingren was silent for a moment before stepping into the operating room. His back was so frail, the once spirited and confident figure now only left with weathered desolation. His sluggish steps felt like each one was stepping on Chu Nying's heart. She desperately wished Xuanhua Mingren would turn around and look at her. Even a single glance would be a comfort. But he did not. Chu Nying was disappointed for a moment, then immediately mocked herself for this foolish hope. Chutian was already so gravely injured, yet Chu Nying was still entangled with Xuanhua Mingren. How ridiculous. Her face was pale to the point of being almost translucent. The always silent Nailong Luan asked with concern.
Are you all right? I'm fine.
She was of course fine.
Your face doesn't look like you're fine,
the man said quietly. Then he asked.
What exactly happened to Chutian? Is it serious?
Chu Nying's hesitant expression gave Nailong Luan the answer. The man froze for a moment, his face turning somber.
Then how long can she hold on?
Chu Nying exhaled, leaning weakly against the wall.
At most 3 days.
Then Chu Nying woke up from a nightmare. When she woke up, Shan Zhongjingya was sleeping lightly on her shoulder, with a hint of cold sweat on her forehead. Chu Nying's movements woke her up, and the blonde girl also opened her eyes.
Sorry, did I wake you?
Shan Zhongjingya looked at Chu Nying with a complex expression, and shook her head.
You didn't wake me. I just haven't been able to sleep at all.
As she said that, she took another look at Chu Nying's pale face and frowned.
Your complexion is terrible. You've consumed too much chakra. Don't wait here any longer. Go home first. You haven't rested well for days. Even an iron body can't hold up.
Chu Nying paused for a moment, stood up, and glanced at the time. She had actually slept for 5 hours. 5 hours of sleep was not long, but that was under the condition that Rishiang Chutian had left the intensive care unit. Right now, the girl was still between life and death, and she really had no heart to go back and rest.
How is Wu Jing? He's fine. I just went to see him.
He's basically stable now.
As long as he recovers well, there won't be any lasting effects.
As Shanzhong Jingye said this, her expression was very subtle. Chu Nying felt for a moment that it was a silent cry, but it wasn't obvious. A bit of relief, a bit of worry, and a bit of indescribable pain.
That's really great. Wu Jing is fine, so you can rest assured.
The blonde girl nodded, her gaze sweeping over the intensive care unit across the way.
Mingren has been staying there, sleepless and relentless. His energy has been depleted as well. I can't persuade him. You go talk to him.
Chu Nying paused. Her steps felt as heavy as lead. Her brows furrowed into an arc, but in the end, she bitterly let go.
He won't leave. I can't persuade him either. Chutian is like this. What else can I do? The Rishiang clan has no source of a heart. What should I do?
Shanzhong Jingye fell silent. Her eyes flickered, and after a long time, she spoke softly.
Actually, it's not that there's no way. But in the end it might involve Tianti and I.
Shanzhong Jingye's words stopped abruptly. A magnetic young voice cut in. Nailong Luan burst into the break room, his face showing the exhaustion of running around all night.
There is indeed a way.
Chu Nying opened her mouth in surprise. She did not blame Nailong Luan for his sudden intrusion. She excitedly stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders, her eyes shimmering with light.
Really? There's a source for a heart. Where?
Nailong Luan was taken aback. A complex and reluctant expression appeared on his face. He gently freed himself from Chu Nying's grasp and sat down quietly on a nearby chair.
I just went to the Rishiang clan. The clan head was. I've never seen him so out of sorts when he heard about Chutian. Indeed, no matter how strict he usually is, Chutian is his beloved eldest daughter. Many of the Rishiang clan members were lost in the Fourth War, and the living ones cannot donate a heart for Chutian. I talked with him for a long time and finally found a way, but what?
Nailong Luan's words stopped. His brows furrowed and his eyelids drooped.
You don't want to know.
Chu Nying was already burning with anxiety. She could no longer sort out her thoughts, but as long as there was a sliver of hope to save Rishiang Chutian's life, she would never give up.
What exactly is going on? Just say it clearly.
Shanzhong Jingye's side reached out to grab the increasingly agitated Chu Nying and pressed her back into her seat.
Don't get excited. Listen to me.
The pink-haired girl quieted down. Her gaze was deep and complex. Shanzhong Jingye's expression gave her a very bad premonition. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked,
Could it be Ningxi?
There was complete silence. Finally Shanzhong Jingye and Nailong Luan exchanged a glance and nodded with complex expressions.
How is that possible? Ningxi's remains have been buried for over a year. How could they still be preserved in the Rishiang clan? Besides, that's Ningxi. That's Ningxi. How can I?
Chu Nying's voice grew softer, her nose tingling with acidity. Rishiang Ningxi, the genius of the Rishiang clan back then, died in the Fourth War at the age of just 16. This was just the outsider's view of that handsome young man. To the three people here, Rishiang Ningxi was a companion who had shared life and death with them. That boy's gentleness, that boy's indulgence, every helpless chuckle of his every desperate rescue were all irreplaceable memories. If it was that person, even for the sake of Rishiang Chutian, even for Xuanhua Mingren, Chu Nying would not touch it. That was the memory they least wanted to touch in their hearts. Rishiang Ningxi must be allowed to rest in peace. No one has the right to break that boy's peace. He was too wonderful. He should have lived.
Why did it have to be Ningxi? Why? Him?
The girl's voice trembled. She paused for a moment, burying her forehead in her arms.
There's something you probably don't know. It was quickly suppressed, and few people knew the details. You weren't in Mai at the time. It was Tian and I who handled it together.
Shanzhong Jingye spoke.
Shortly after Ningxi was buried, someone in the Rishiang clan suggested that his Byakugō should be preserved for future transplantation.
You should have thought of it. No matter how good the reasons were, Tian would never agree. At that time Tian came to me and begged for my help. It was she and I who stole Ningxi's body and preserved it. Chu Naiying's heart was in turmoil. She finally understood what Shan Zhongjingye had said earlier about involving Tian. She probably knew about Tian and Ningxi. Long ago, during the girls' gatherings when hearts first stirred, they always chattered. She had Yuzibo's Wiju in her heart, so she easily saw Tian's little feelings. But it was all unrequited love, and she never exposed it. She even remembered every Xiang Ningxi's funeral. That black-haired girl with a bun hairstyle wearing all black with black eyes stood in the front row without shedding a single tear. It wasn't that she didn't cry, it was that her tears had long been exhausted. Now who could go and disturb her life? Who could go to her and ask for Xiang Ningxi's heart? Who could? Chu Naiying's heart fell into despair. Suddenly a hoarse voice broke into her ears with unprecedented gravity speaking.
I'll go.
Chu Naiying looked up. Xuanwen Mingren stood at the door, his fists clenched white, his bangs falling over his face, obscuring his expression. But his back was so fragile, his body so thin, as if a gentle push would turn him into a pile of scattered sand. Ah! Xuanwen Mingren. Xuanwen Mingren. Chu Naiying let out a sound accompanied by a nasal sob, and suddenly tears streamed down like rain.
All right.
This was the sin they had committed. Everything would be borne by them. Even if they were guilty for life, even if this life was destined to be without fate. The season was growing genuinely colder. Uzumaki Naruto thought this as he walked down the street. His hands were frozen stiff, a trembling layer of frost clinging to his delicate eyelashes. The winter streets were somewhat silent, he could only hear his own shallow breathing. It wasn't that there were no people, it was just that he had risen too early. He traversed the layered forest still shrouded in a faint mist. Through the thin cold air a low memorial stone stood there. This wasn't the first time Uzumaki Naruto had come here. Since that day he had come every day.
Ah. So it's already been 3 months.
Uzumaki Naruto lifted his head and let out a low sigh. His words spilled from his lips, dissipating into the air as a misty cloud. Those azure eyes hidden behind the fog seemed distant and indistinct. Uzumaki Naruto carefully placed the bouquet of flowers before the grave, rubbed his hands together gently, and stood for a long while before speaking in a low voice.
Aren't you lonely, Niji, being alone?
Naturally no one answered him. Uzumaki Naruto smiled bitterly, turned to leave, but caught sight of a black-haired girl in Chinese-style clothing. A thin layer of ice crystals clung to her jet-black hair. She had been watching him from behind for who knew how long.
Tenten!
Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth, his voice stuck in his throat, raspy and painful. He hadn't seen Tenten in a long time, not since long ago.
You're here.
The girl still didn't answer. She walked past Uzumaki Naruto, quietly placed the bouquet in her arms before the grave, and crouched down, half kneeling on the ground. Uzumaki Naruto felt a bit awkward. He turned his head stiffly at a loss, but after a long silence, he had nothing to say. He had come early precisely because he was afraid of running into Tenten. But even with extra caution, he couldn't avoid this heavy aching pain.
Sorry, I won't bother you, Tenten. I'll go now. Wait.
The black-haired girl called him back. Uzumaki Naruto turned in surprise. Tenten's eyes were dark and murky, tinged with an indescribable coldness.
Naruto, don't come anymore.
Uzumaki Naruto stiffened.
Tenten!
The girl shook her head, her brows furrowed.
Uzumaki Naruto, have you even looked in the mirror before coming here?
You look terrible right now. Even Niji wouldn't want to see you like this.
Uzumaki Naruto smiled wryly.
I'm sorry. Those words undoubtedly angered Tenten. The girl's voice rose sharply.
What are you sorry for? What does this have to do with you?
Uzumaki Naruto, stopped being so presumptuous. I dug out Niji's heart with my own hands. Do you think taking all the blame on yourself will make you feel better? Let me tell you. You wish.
Uzumaki Naruto remained silent. Tenten suddenly stepped forward and slapped him hard. The slap was forceful. Naruto's head turned to the side. When he turned back, his face was already swollen.
Tenten's eyes reddened. Watching Uzumaki Naruto with his lips tightly pressed and fists clenched, she suddenly burst into tears. She cried for a long time until her face went numb, and she finally stopped.
It's not your fault,
she said.
Uzumaki Naruto, this isn't your fault. It was my choice. So don't shoulder all of this alone. You didn't kill Niji. The first time or the second time Niji died for Hinata. So don't flatter yourself.
Finally she pressed her lips tightly together, her voice trembling uncontrollably.
Uzumaki Naruto, why was Niji so cruel? If back then, I had died on the battlefield too. Then maybe it wouldn't hurt so much.
She didn't finish and Naruto didn't hear the rest. The girl turned those last words into a soft kiss left on the tombstone, inscribed with Hyuga Niji whispering like a lover's farewell.
Sleep well, Niji. This time it's truly goodbye.
Uzumaki Naruto understood the meaning of Tenten's words only much later. And that much later was at Tenten and Rock Lee's wedding. The beautiful girl had finally let go of the handsome, brilliant young man who had died too soon and married an optimistic, unyielding man starting a family. She was free-spirited, perhaps magnanimous. She knew that some people and some things must be let go to move forward. But he, in order to understand that truth, had missed far too much. Leaving Hyuga Niji's grave, Uzumaki Naruto went to Konoha Hospital. He knew the way to Hyuga Hinata's room, by heart, changed the flowers in the room, busied himself for a while, then finally sat down slowly by the bedside. Hyuga Hinata lay quietly on the hospital bed, her pale skin almost blending into the sheets. Her eyes were tightly shut, an oxygen mask covering her face. Her profile was as beautiful as a sleeping princess from a fairy tale. But she had been sleeping for far too long. A full 3 months already. The heart transplant surgery had gone smoothly. Naturally it used Hyuga Niji's heart. On that day 3 months ago, Uzumaki Naruto hadn't found Tenten. He had searched Konoha for a long time, but the girl never appeared. Instead, Rock Lee hurried over, his entire body trembling. The same youth who had been so strong and fearless of death. He placed the heart in Uzumaki Naruto's hands, and said only one sentence.
Don't let Niji die in vain.
Uzumaki Naruto knew what Hyuga Niji meant to Rock Lee, and he knew what it meant for Tenten to have taken out Niji's heart herself. That was precisely why Uzumaki Naruto could never lift his head again. He wished he had died instead. But what could he do? He was still alive, while the young man who should have lived happily was dead, again and again. Haruno Sakura, along with the medical team, swiftly performed the surgery, which lasted 2 full days and nights. According to Yamanaka Ino, if Haruno Sakura hadn't kept herself awake with medicine, she would have collapsed several times before the surgery was complete. The surgery went relatively smoothly. However, although it saved Hyuga Hinata's life, it cost her the qualification to be a ninja. She could no longer engage in any strenuous activity. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, even running would be fatal. Even so, it would have been fine if Hyuga Hinata could just wake up. But she didn't. Hyuga Hinata was like a princess under a spell, sleeping peacefully. Unlike in fairy tales, her prince couldn't wake her with a kiss. Uzumaki Naruto thought more than once that perhaps it was better for Hyuga Hinata to sleep like this. Then she wouldn't have to endure the heart-wrenching pain again. Then he immediately scorned himself. Such thoughts were just excuses. No matter how he avoided it, he was still a parasite who hurt others while acting pitiful. Uzumaki Naruto felt ashamed of himself. This was not something that could be erased by others' words of comfort. During Hyuga Hinata's operation, he had met Hyuga Hayashi at the operating room door. The man who single-handedly supported the entire Hyuga clan sat in the waiting room, head in his hands, looking as if he had aged decades. He had caused his daughter suffering, yet Hayashi didn't blame him, not even once. He didn't even look at him. How ridiculous. How pathetic. Not being blamed could actually hurt so much. Uzumaki Naruto pulled himself out of his memories. Gazing at the girl's beautiful yet pale face, his pupils flickered continuously in his blue eyes. Only when the sun began to slant, as usual, did Uzumaki Naruto leave Konoha Hospital. Haruno Sakura stood quietly at the hospital entrance, giving a slight wave when she saw him. Her clothes were cold. When Uzumaki Naruto reached out, the icy touch of her hand almost stung him.
Aren't you on leave? What are you doing here?
Haruno Sakura said calmly.
Waiting for you.
Uzumaki Naruto looked up wearily. Her fluttering pink hair, veiled in mist, was indistinct before his eyes.
Hey Naruto, let's talk.
Haruno Sakura said. She wanted to talk. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't very surprised. Since 3 months ago, they hadn't properly met or spoken. He had heard about Haruno Sakura from Yamanaka Ino. She had collapsed after the surgery. The heart transplant had nearly exhausted all the chakra she had stored for over a year. Her body and mind were at their limits. For a long time afterward, she was so weak she could barely take care of herself. She had strongly insisted on participating in Sai's recovery surgery, but Yamanaka Ino flatly refused. It wasn't until Kakashi-sensei himself gave a firm order for her to take leave that Haruno Sakura finally calmed down. During the time Haruno Sakura was at her weakest, Uzumaki Naruto never visited her once. He had no face to see her, and he didn't know how to face her. Even for today's meeting, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to avoid it. But Haruno Sakura gave him no chance to retreat. She almost forcibly grabbed his hand and dragged him all the way to her home. Her home was simple and modest. As if to cater to her preferences, the entire house was decorated in light pink tones. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel warm at all. On the contrary, his hands and feet ached with cold.
Sakura-chan!
Haruno Sakura glanced over, took off her cloak, and threw a towel right onto his face, then pushed him into the bathroom.
Take a shower. Look at yourself.
Before Uzumaki Naruto could react, the bathroom door slammed shut with such force that the frame trembled slightly. He sighed bitterly, furrowed his brow, sat beside the bathtub for a while, then obediently filled the tub and bathed. The sound of running water rose gradually. Uzumaki Naruto submerged himself in the warm water. The warmth enveloped him, and for a moment his mind drifted into confusion. He stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly spoke.
Sakura-chan!
His voice was probably too soft, even he couldn't hear it clearly. So he raised his volume, and this time it trembled even more.
Haruno Sakura!
From outside the door came Haruno Sakura's voice, not far away, as if she were right at the bathroom door. The girl said,
I'm here.
Uzumaki Naruto suddenly couldn't control his tears. He sat in the tub hugging his knees and wept quietly. His voice, muffled by the door, reached Haruno Sakura's ears. The girl silently lowered her head outside the door. After a long while, Haruno Sakura knocked on the door and said slowly,
Are you done? Come out if you are.
Uzumaki Naruto hummed in response. A moment later he pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out. He was wearing his usual black long-sleeved shirt, with the Uzumaki clan symbol firmly sewn on the sleeve. His eyes were still red and swollen, and besides that there was a deep accumulated fatigue. Haruno Sakura patted the chair.
Come here.
The boy obediently sat down, slightly surprised, as the girl swiftly wrapped a towel around him. He tried to look back, but Haruno Sakura's hand landed precisely on the back of his head.
Don't move,
Haruno Sakura said. And so Uzumaki Naruto really didn't move. Haruno Sakura took out scissors and a comb from the drawer, and quietly began to tend to the boy's hair. Her expression was just as serene, her gentle silhouette clearly reflected in the mirror before Uzumaki Naruto.
Your hair is too long. It's blocking your view, isn't it?
Uzumaki Naruto was dazed for a moment, before realizing what Haruno Sakura meant. He suddenly felt a bit flustered and said nervously,
Yeah, a little.
He hadn't actually noticed these things, because such things didn't matter to him. He watched quietly as Haruno Sakura worked on his hair, at a loss for words. Her movements were gentle and her focused expression was as beautiful as ever. He should have cherished this kind of moment more. But now an inexplicable tension gripped him. He stared intently at Haruno Sakura's eyes in the mirror, trying to ease the restless urgency in his heart. What exactly did Haruno Sakura want to talk about? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't guess, and suddenly he didn't want to guess. Before meeting her, he had avoided seeing her, because he didn't know how to face her. But now that they had met, he was even more afraid of hearing from Haruno Sakura something like "Stop it, let it end." See, even in this situation, he didn't want to let go of Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto, just how pathetic can you be? The girl's movements finally ended. She gently brushed away the golden strands from Uzumaki Naruto's face and neck, then turned his head to look into the mirror.
I think I cut it too short.
Uzumaki Naruto quickly shook his head.
No, I think it's fine.
After saying that, he took a serious look at the person in the mirror. The boy's facial features were sharp and distinct, his golden hair no longer flowing, the bangs now a short spiky length. It was indeed a bit short. But he would never say that. This was the first time Haruno Sakura had cut his hair, and he felt a little flattered.
Sakura-chan, thank you.
Haruno Sakura hummed in response, then bent down to clean up the hair on the floor. As she lowered herself, her hair slipped from her neck and the cherry blossom color made her skin look as pure as jade. Uzumaki Naruto's sense of powerlessness deepened. Haruno Sakura was so wonderful, and what was he doing?
Hey! Sakura-chan!
Haruno Sakura raised her eyes, and stopped the apology that was about to leave his lips.
Don't speak. Don't say anything.
Uzumaki Naruto awkwardly closed his mouth. The girl's expression dimmed, her brows furrowed. She looked at him for a long while before saying calmly,
Don't worry anymore. Hinata will wake up soon, really. At the latest tonight.
Uzumaki Naruto's joy and shock lasted only a second. Then, fully realizing the implication of her words, he involuntarily lunged forward, grabbing Sakura Haruno's slender wrist and shouting,
What have you done? Sakura-chan!
Sakura Haruno remained eerily calm, and Naruto Uzumaki suddenly loathed her composed demeanor.
What exactly did you do? Sakura! Sakura Haruno! Don't you know the state your body is in? Kakashi-sensei forced you to take 3 years of leave. You've forgotten that. You can't use jutsu anymore, do you understand?
Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Naruto Uzumaki recoiled in disbelief, his eyes wide, and the hand holding Sakura's wrist slackened.
You knew Hinata would wake up today. You knew all along. Because you used a forbidden technique during the surgery.
No wonder Kakashi-sensei insisted so strongly that you return to rest.
Naruto Uzumaki collapsed to his knees in despair, slamming his fist against the floor until blood gushed violently from his knuckles. So everyone knew, and only I was kept in the dark. Is that it? Is it?
The girl, as if oblivious, composed herself and turned away before Naruto could meet her gaze, leaving only a slender silhouette behind.
No one deliberately hid it from you. You chose not to know.
Sakura Haruno's back was so frail, so heartbreaking. Naruto Uzumaki knew that this girl never showed weakness easily in front of others. So when she turned her back to conceal her expression, it meant she was crying. Naruto Uzumaki had seen Sakura Haruno's tears many times, but never had they caused him such anguish. Just her silhouette turned away from him drained every ounce of strength from his body. Naruto Uzumaki had always believed he was different from Sasuke Uchiha, especially in front of Sakura Haruno. Because Sasuke made her sad, while he would never do that. But he was wrong. He was an even bigger bastard than Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke never ran away from hurting Sakura, but he was just a coward hiding in his shell.
Sakura! Sakura! Ugh!
Naruto called her name twice, his nose stinging as tears finally overwhelmed him. He wanted so badly to say he was sorry, but the words caught in his throat, unable to form a sound. He shouldn't apologize. If he did, even the fragile thread of longing that balanced their relationship would vanish. Naruto Uzumaki pressed his hands against his eyes, then broke down into loud sobs. All his disgrace and wretchedness had been laid bare before this woman, yet even so Sakura Haruno had never abandoned him. He loved this person so deeply. Only in her presence could he be Naruto Uzumaki. Just Naruto Uzumaki.
Forgive me, Sakura-chan. I beg you.
Sakura Haruno stirred. Still with her back to him, she crouched down, wrapped her arms around her knees, and whispered,
Forgive you for what? It wasn't your fault to begin with.
Naruto Uzumaki seized her in an embrace. The moment he pulled Sakura into his arms, he finally understood the immense suffering she had endured alone all these days. In just 3 months, she had lost so much weight. Naruto suddenly recalled Ino Yamanaka's words about how Sakura had been too weak to care for herself. How had Sakura Haruno spent each day back then bearing such a burden? Naruto Uzumaki didn't want to imagine it. Right now, all he wanted was to tear out his own heart and reflect on what he had done. He had left her alone, at the very moment she should never have been alone. Bastard. Naruto Uzumaki held Sakura tightly, as if pouring all his strength into the embrace, and for the time that followed, he didn't speak a single word. All words were superfluous. Between them, things could never go back to the way they were 3 months ago. Probably. Never. The damage was done. Apologies were just empty platitudes to deceive people. If a simple, sorry, could heal all wounds, then wars would never exist, and neither would shinobi.
Naruto, you should go.
Naruto Uzumaki didn't move. Sakura didn't urge him. Only when both their tears had dried did the girl finally speak softly.
1 month. Just 1 more month. If your answer hasn't changed and mine hasn't either, then we'll be together then.
Snow began to fall. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the entire village. As Naruto Uzumaki stepped out of Sakura's house, the cold snowflakes landing on his face finally made him realize that winter had truly arrived. No longer just the biting chill of the air, but genuine winter. Through the swirling snow, Sasuke Uchiha's tall, graceful figure stood upright not far away. He wore a blue and white casual outfit draped in a white cloak, his handsome cold face expressionless. He looked like a painting. Though Naruto Uzumaki was always loath to admit it, Sasuke Uchiha indeed had a decent face. The moment he saw him, Naruto's dazed mind went blank for a second. He habitually touched his head, the brief sensation feeling slightly unfamiliar. Then he frowned and asked in confusion,
Sasuke, what are you doing here?
As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto realized the ambiguity. He glanced back at Sakura's closed door in surprise.
Were you coming to see Sakura-chan?
Sasuke Uchiha said nothing, but the answer was obvious. Naruto's heart sank, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Naruto Uzumaki wasn't jealous. Though hot-headed and impulsive, he wasn't incapable of thought. Sasuke coming to see Sakura might have been unusual, but at this time it was anything but.
Have you been taking care of Sakura these past 3 months?
Sasuke shifted his gaze to Naruto, looked him up and down, then let out a faint sneer.
Naruto, you look absolutely pathetic right now.
Naruto's heart tightened and his expression dimmed.
Thank you. For these 3 months. You don't need to thank me.
Sasuke raised his eyes, the black pupils visible beneath his bangs were calm and still. For the first time in 3 months, the two had finally met in Konoha. The boy stared at his friend coldly and said,
I didn't do it for you.
Naruto Uzumaki hadn't been by Sakura's side when she needed him most. That was his greatest failure and deepest regret. So learning that Sasuke had been looking after Sakura during this time instead of jealousy, what filled Naruto's heart was an even stronger, more intense emotion, heartache. He ached for Sakura and loathed himself. Gazing at Sasuke's cold, sharp features, Naruto frowned and spoke. In that instant, he felt a sudden surge of uncontrollable anger.
Don't you feel any guilt, Sasuke? Don't you ever think that all of this happened because of you? Don't you feel remorse, and don't you want to take responsibility? Naruto Uzumaki!
The blonde's words were cut off coldly. Sasuke walked past him and knocked on Sakura's door, leaving only 2 sentences frozen in the snow.
Does it matter? Guilt is meaningless in itself.
Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were fundamentally different. Even if both acknowledged their own responsibility, they were still different. Naruto had spent 3 months drowning in self-blame, while Sasuke hadn't wasted a single moment. Just as the dark-haired boy had once left Konoha resolutely to atone for his sins, Sasuke Uchiha never wavered on the path he walked. While Naruto was still suffering alone, Sasuke had already stood by Sakura's side, making amends through action. It was precisely this side of Sasuke that Naruto couldn't face. Naruto Uzumaki wasn't always as confident as he appeared to others. Deep down, when it came to Sakura, he often acted foolish or showed his vulnerability. And in front of Sasuke Uchiha, he was tough, unyielding. But he was also insecure. Yes, insecure. Can you imagine? That fearless boy standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, feeling inferior toward his childhood friend, the only rival who could match his strength. It was something he couldn't resist. And this insecurity had begun in his childhood long before he even realized it. Naruto Uzumaki was a tangled mess of emotions. When he arrived bitterly at Konoha Hospital, the news of Hinata Hyuga's awakening had already spread like wildfire. Ino Yamanaka was waiting for him at the door of Hinata's room, her joy overflowing.
She really woke up.
Ino nodded, and Naruto suddenly felt weak. He reached out to lean on the white doorframe and said, trembling,
That's great. Really great.
Naruto's feelings were complex, too complicated to untangle. He was naturally happy that Hinata had woken up, but there were too many other things weighing on him, suffocating him.
Go on in. Hinata asked about you as soon as she woke up. I told her. Hey, are you listening? What are you standing there for? She's waiting for you.
Naruto felt as if he'd been struck on the head, and a sudden piercing headache seized him. Hinata is waiting for you. She needs you. Those words felt like a punishment. Every time someone said them, he endured a torment that wrenched his heart. In the beginning, all he had wanted was for both of these women to be happy. Naruto touched the doorknob, then suddenly turned back and said slowly,
You knew about the Jinjutsu Sakura used, right? Then what price does one pay for that jutsu?
Yamanaka's face instantly turned cold. The playful warmth from moments ago vanished without a trace. Naruto had never seen her like this, as if she utterly despised him. But that expression lasted only a second. She then pushed him into the room and turned to leave. If Naruto's hearing weren't sharp enough, he would have missed the faint whisper from Ino. The blonde girl said,
"That has nothing to do with you. I'll protect Sakura Haruno from now on."
Naruto's mind went blank for a moment. Only a moment, because immediately all his attention was captured by the soft, gentle voice from inside the room. The beautiful princess, who had slept for 3 months, had finally awakened. She leaned against the white pillows at the head of the bed, her milky white eyes clean and clear like jade.
"Naruto-kun."
Naruto followed the voice, looked at her, and fell silent for a long time. He closed his eyes, concealing 1,000 thoughts, and said softly,
"Mm."
Hinata Hyuga's body was not strong. She couldn't sit for long. As Naruto had been told by the attending physician, Hinata could never become a shinobi again for the rest of her life. Forever was a very long concept. Naruto carefully helped Hinata lie down. All the words he wanted to say vanished under her gaze. He couldn't apologize to Hinata, because this girl never needed his apologies.
"Hinata! Naruto-kun!"
Hinata hurriedly cut him off. Her voice was so low, so unsteady, yet it carried an undeniable force.
"Ino told me everything. But none of that matters. I don't blame you. So please don't blame yourself anymore, Naruto-kun." "Told you everything. What did Ino tell you?"
Naruto stood frozen, astonishment washing over him, as his heart sank to the bottom. Hinata Hyuga shook her head weakly and closed her eyes.
"I am a member of the Hyuga clan after all. I know my own body well. So Naruto-kun, please don't worry. I truly don't mind. Even if I can no longer fight alongside you, being able to protect you this time already makes me very happy. But I do feel a little regret. If only I had been stronger, then Naruto-kun wouldn't have to suffer so much."
The girl's voice faltered, choked with tears. Naruto remained silent, but the wound on his hand, which he had injured earlier at Sakura's house, burst open again, from excessive force, staining his sleeve crimson. Hinata's curled-up figure trembled slightly, her eyes tightly shut. After a long while she whispered,
"I'm sorry, Naruto-kun."
In that moment Naruto's heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. The one who least needed to apologize, the one who had no reason to apologize, was saying those words through tears. He didn't know how to react. He only felt an unbearable pain. Why did Hinata have to be so gentle? This gentleness would forever trap him in guilt. Because he couldn't blame anyone else, the only one he could blame was himself.
"Hey, Naruto-kun."
Naruto bent down, taking the hand she extended, and said softly,
"What is it?" I know it's not the right time to ask, but I really want to know. Naruto-kun, that day before you left Konoha, what were you trying to say to me at your doorstep?"
Naruto's pupils flickered rapidly. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the girl's hand, then slowly released it. "Sakura-chan, wait for me. I'll go back and clear things up with Hinata." The boy lowered his eyes, a faint smile forming on his lips, his expression like that of a believer who had betrayed his faith. He smiled so gently yet so sadly.
"Nothing at all, Hinata. I'll always be by your side. So, get well soon."
Yamanaka Ino was not a person prone to anger. Although she often teased her peers or playfully insulted her friends, most of the time she acted with great discretion. But the current situation clearly fell outside that.
Most of the time.
Yamanaka Ino had no intention of blaming Uzumaki Naruto, let alone putting any pressure on him. It was precisely because of this that her momentary loss of control made her regret even more. She should not have shown any abnormality in front of Uzumaki Naruto. If he sensed something, how could she explain it to Haruno Sakura? She had already promised Haruno Sakura that she would never let anyone else know about that matter.
"Ino!"
Yamanaka Ino turned around in slight surprise. A pale yet extraordinarily handsome face was reflected outside the window. The man wearing only thin clothes smiled, and tapped on the glass, signaling her to open it.
"What are you doing? This is the 4th floor."
The blonde girl complained with her mouth, but her hands deftly opened the window, and pulled Sai in rather roughly.
"Do you want to die? Who asked you to come?"
Sai shrugged helplessly, a faint smile on his face, his eyes narrowed to slits.
It's been 3 months, my wounds have long healed. Besides, it's just the 4th floor. I've jumped from 40 stories during missions before.
He then pursed his lips, forming a smooth and beautiful curve between his moist lips.
And you never come home, so I was worried.
The blonde girl's expression faltered slightly, and a rare shyness crept in. She had wanted to retort, but today she really wasn't in the mood.
All right. I'm on duty tonight. You should go back first. I'll be home tomorrow morning. You can come find me then.
Sai raised an eyebrow noncommittally, but made no move to leave. He looked around for a moment, trying to strike up a topic.
I heard Hinata woke up.
Hearing this, Yamanaka Ino unconsciously frowned. After a moment, she replied flatly,
Yes, Naruto is with her. Her body is still unstable. She has a long way to recover. Isn't it good that Hinata woke up? Now Naruto and the ugly girl won't worry anymore.
Sai slowly approached Yamanaka Ino, his smile gradually fading.
No matter how you look at it, it's a good thing. Why do you seem unhappy? Who said I'm not happy? I'm very glad Hinata woke up, otherwise Niji and Tenten's sacrifices would have been in vain.
The girl retorted loudly, not forgetting to glare fiercely.
If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. What do you take everyone's worries for?
Sai listened quietly, but his gaze grew deeper. He had seen Yamanaka Ino angry many times, more than anyone else. In fact, since they started dating, she was easily angered in his presence, and she often resorted to physical action as well. But now the girl's state was unusual. Yamanaka Ino was not someone who lost her temper without reason. Such a strong reaction only meant she was already agitated about something. She was hiding something from him. This was not a good sign. But Sai didn't mind. In fact, he didn't want to know what Yamanaka Ino was concealing. Books say that prying into someone's privacy that they don't want to share will bring retribution. Books also say that when the person you like is in a bad mood, you should comfort them. So instead of continuing the conversation, Sai chose to pull her into his arms before her anger flared further. The blonde girl stumbled back in surprise, her nose nearly bumping into his hard shoulder. After a few moments of awkward silence, Yamanaka Ino quietly leaned against him. She rubbed her face against Sai's shoulder, then slowly relaxed. She had been really tired these days, so exhausted. No one noticed except Sai. Really. A man who didn't even understand human hearts, yet he always made her feel so at ease.
Sai!
The girl's eyes dimmed, and she buried her face completely in Sai's shoulder, speaking in a muffled voice.
You know, I've known Forehead Sakura since we were kids. Back then she was terribly timid. Any kid could make her cry. I always thought, what would she do without me? Later we grew up. She changed, I changed too. But no matter how long passed, no matter how much we grew in my heart, she was always that crybaby who would turn into a sobbing mess. Maybe no one else could tell she was crying, but I could. No matter how well she hid it, how low she bowed her head, I could always see it. At a glance, Haruno Sakura was crying. No one can be strong forever. Haruno Sakura cries too. That crybaby Sakura, the Sakura who has always been by my side, only Sakura. I must protect her with my own hands.
The girl's voice suddenly choked with sobs. Sai held her tighter, and felt the dampness spreading on his shoulder.
I should have protected her, but why can't I do anything? In the war in Konoha, why can I never protect her?
Yamanaka Ino's voice was like a thin scalpel. With each word she uttered, it was as if another wound opened on Sai's heart. He didn't really understand the deeper reason. He only knew that Yamanaka Ino's state made his heart ache.
Hey Sai, between Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, who would you side with?
The girl lifted her head and looked seriously into Sai's eyes. Her gaze was as deep as a secluded cold pool, its turbulence indiscernible.
I won't let Haruno Sakura suffer any more harm. What about you, Sai?
Sai's eyes paused for a moment, as if he had thought about this question long ago, yet as if he had never considered it. Probably from the moment he perceived the feelings between Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, he knew this day would come. Yet subconsciously he kept denying it. After all, it was Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. How could they become so estranged? Now facing Yamanaka Ino's blunt question, he suddenly felt a headache. He had been worried about the two, but he had no intention of intervening. After all, it was their personal, not how could an outsider understand. But Yamanaka Ino just gazed at him quietly, and the option he had been wrestling with suddenly found an answer. What was he hesitating for? He blurted out.
I'll help you.
So whoever you side with, I'll side with. Yamanaka Ino stood silent for a moment, then lowered her head and rubbed her eyes.
I want to tell you something. Although I promised Sakura I would never tell anyone else, I can't do it. I can't bear it alone, and I can't protect her by myself.
Sai's brows furrowed. As he had said before, he didn't intend to pry into what Yamanaka Ino didn't want to say. But if Yamanaka Ino wanted him to share the burden, then it was a different matter. Even though Sai thought so, he still asked again to confirm.
Are you sure you want to tell me?
Yamanaka Ino said in a muffled voice.
I promised Sakura I wouldn't tell anyone else, but you are not just anyone. I've already decided after Shikamaru's wedding I'll marry you into the Yamanaka family. Our children will take my surname, so it won't be breaking my promise.
A long silence. After a while, Sai finally let out a breath and asked,
Can I take that as a proposal?
His pupils flickered with surprise and ecstasy. His hands and voice trembled unconsciously, yet his face deliberately wore a casual smile as usual.
Should a proposal be made in a hospital?
If it were the usual Yamanaka Ino, she would have probably gotten angry. That way Sai could take it as a careless joke from the girl, not overthink, and not hurt too much. But she didn't. The girl's expression was very serious. In Sai's eyes, she was as calm and beautiful as a cluster of bright, splendid cosmos flowers.
What, you don't want to marry me?
Sai immediately blurted out.
No. Then what are you dawdling for? I'm asking you a question.
Sai gazed deeply at her. Yamanaka Ino quietly returned his gaze. After a moment, the girl softened her voice.
I probably have something else to tell you. Maybe I should have said it long ago. Sai, I was really happy to find you in that illusion that day. Compared to those trivial matters, like you leaving Konoha without telling me, the only thing I care about is that you're alive. As long as you're alive, that's enough. Really, I don't care about anything else as long as you're alive. I never realized it until now, but I've been more dependent on you than I could ever imagine. Without you, I really don't know how to go on living. Sai, in my heart you are different from Shikamaru, but I can't live without you. If this isn't love, then I really...
Yamanaka Ino didn't finish, and Sai didn't listen further. From the moment she said the word,
love,
his mind went blank. He had never dared to hope that Yamanaka Ino loved him, but that didn't mean he didn't yearn for it. And when this longing suddenly became reality, more than ecstasy, an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. It was sweet, 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 a sweetness tinged with dull pain. If this was a dream, he would gladly sink into it forever.
So what's your answer?
Sai smiled, his eyes gentle as water melting with tenderness. He put on a cheeky grin, wiped his moist eyes, and said,
A woman as ugly as you with a bad temper and a tendency to hit people, who would want to marry you? But fine, since you proposed to me, I'll reluctantly agree to marry you.
Yamanaka Ino's wedding was set in this desolate and harsh winter right after the wedding of Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku Shoju. When the news came, Haruno Sakura was a bit surprised, but it also felt somewhat expected. She had always known that one day Yamanaka Ino would truly accept Sai, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Yamanaka Ino came by before Nara Shikamaru's wedding. At that time it was the 5th day since Hyuga Hinata had awakened. According to Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Naruto had been at the hospital accompanying Hinata these days. Her mood gradually calmed and her body slowly recovered. Although she was still far from being able to move freely, at least there was improvement. As the blonde girl said this, her face was so dark it could drip water. She stared intently at Haruno Sakura's face, while angrily complaining about Uzumaki Naruto's faults.
I really don't think there's anything wrong with Naruto accompanying Hinata. Hinata deserves to be treated gently. But this is just not right. Why should Naruto make all the decisions on his own? You sacrificed so much for him too. This is totally unfair.
Haruno Sakura just smiled and said nothing. She looked down at the 4-tube on her hand, lost in thought. After a moment, she looked up, smiled softly, and said,
All right, don't worry about me. Your matter is more important now. So you've really decided? No regrets?
The blonde girl glared, saying resentfully,
You're so spineless. What are you hiding from? If it were me, I'd get my 4 right in front of Naruto just to make him feel sorry. Otherwise, one day he'll run away, and where will you regret it?
Haruno Sakura didn't speak, just looked at her quietly. Yamanaka Ino was taken aback, then lowered her voice in frustration.
I knew you were a fool. So am I. What regrets do I have? In this life meeting I am resigned to my fate. Besides I really what?
Yamanaka Ino glanced at Haruno Sakura and said slowly.
Like. Or love. I can't tell, but I really don't want to let him go. I want to be with him forever.
The girl's face softened and the corners of her eyes radiated warmth, as if steeped in sunlight. Haruno Sakura suddenly recalled the girl who had cried as if the world were collapsing for Naruto Shikamaru a year and a half ago. She smiled, pulled Yamanaka Ino close, leaned her on one shoulder, and softened her voice.
How wonderful, Ino pig! Who are you calling a pig? You forehead Sakura.
Haruno Sakura pursed her lips and chuckled.
Since you're getting married, I'll spare your face. Otherwise, if I mess it up, I might not want you.
Yamanaka Ino curled her lips and didn't press further. She listened to the faint sounds outside the room, and a strange expression suddenly crossed her face.
Hey, Sakura!
Haruno Sakura looked down with slight confusion, and Yamanaka Ino leaned in, with a suggestive look.
Sasuke has been accompanying you these days. How is it? What do you mean? Tisk!
Yamanaka Ino frowned and lowered her voice.
I've had enough of you. Ever since you had Naruto in your heart, you've gone dumb. Forget it, I'm leaving.
Haruno Sakura had wanted to keep her for a while, but she left very quickly. The bright purple hem of her clothes disappeared outside the door in an instant. It wasn't until the closing sound that Sakura realized Yamanaka Ino was angry. She suddenly felt a bit guilty. Yamanaka Ino should have been enjoying the joy of preparing for her wedding at this time, but instead, she had made her so worried. Haruno Sakura quietly lowered her head. She felt extremely tired. She suddenly thought if only her master were here, that person might be able to knock some sense into her. She knew she was doing something foolish, but she couldn't stop. Two soft knocks sounded, and Uchiha Sasuke's voice came coolly. The door was actually open, but he always maintained such formality and politeness.
I'm coming in.
Haruno Sakura looked up and smiled.
Sasuke-kun, thank you for your hard work.
Uchiha Sasuke's face showed no expression. He scanned Sakura's face and stopped at her slightly tired eyes.
You're tired, so sleep. I'll watch the floor for you.
As he said this, he sat down on the chair by the bed, and smoothly removed the pillow Sakura was leaning on, laying her flat on the bed. Sakura glanced sideways, and fixed her gaze on his empty sleeve.
Sorry.
Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and reached out to cover her eyes. His hand was broad and strong with a slight coolness. Haruno Sakura closed her eyes, as told, but at that moment, she had no trace of sleepiness. Uchiha Sasuke pressed his hand over her eyes, not letting her open them. She couldn't see his expression, and could only speak in the darkness.
Are you also angry at me?
She thought he wouldn't answer, but he spoke. He said,
Haruno Sakura, what exactly do you think you are?
Not many knew that Sakura Haruno had used a forbidden technique in the operating room, nor did they understand the consequences of performing it, except for Ino Yamanaka and Sasuke Uchiha. Even Kakashi Hatake remained unaware of the true price paid after the surgery. Sakura Haruno told Kakashi Hatake that she had consumed a vast amount of chakra, and could no longer store large reserves, thus unable to perform the 100 healings jutsu again. This excuse successfully placated her worried teacher, who had been losing sleep over her, but in reality, the situation was far more severe. This treatment had damaged the cells throughout Sakura Haruno's body. She could no longer wield chakra with the same precision as before, and even absorption had become difficult. Not just major surgeries, even basic healing techniques Sakura Haruno could not be certain she could successfully perform. Years of effort were wiped clean in a single night. The so-called title of one of the legendary Sannin was nothing but an empty name. Sakura Haruno could no longer serve as a medical ninja. Even Ino Yamanaka only knew this much. In truth, Sakura Haruno had paid a far more expensive price. She had intended to tell no one, but Sasuke Uchiha discovered it all too easily. Nothing could be hidden from the Sharingan, even if it was a secret Sakura Haruno wished to keep to herself alone. She would never be able to become a mother. Sakura Haruno's body had suffered immense damage. Her cells had rapidly deteriorated, draining away her life force. The heart transplant surgery itself was not so difficult, but the problem lay in the fact that Niji Hyuga's heart had been dead for a long time. This heart required vibrant life force to restart, and no one but Sakura Haruno could achieve that. Hinata Hyuga was saved by Sakura Haruno's own life, and in exchange the vitality of all her cells had been reduced to a barely sustainable level. This meant Sakura Haruno would find it extremely difficult to conceive in the future, or to put it more plainly, her chances of pregnancy were less than 1 in 10,000. When she realized this, the first face that appeared in Sakura Haruno's mind was Naruto Uzumaki's. Then she understood that she must bury this matter forever. For herself, for Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha's question struck her heart like a hammer. Sakura Haruno was silent for a long time, so long that time itself seemed to freeze. She could not utter a single word until Sasuke Uchiha released her eyes.
I know what you're thinking, but it has nothing to do with me. You don't need to blame yourself for being unable to heal my arm. That was always my own affair. Don't meddle too much, Sakura.
After saying this, Sasuke Uchiha stared at her for a moment, frowned, and sighed.
Take a good look at yourself, Sakura. You are a medical ninja.
A medical ninja, one who should cherish themselves most of all. The black-haired youth said no more. He rose and left, but just as he took 2 steps, he heard Sakura Haruno's voice come through the thin door, just like that night 5 years ago, under the clear moonlight.
Thank you.
The same words, but this time it was the girl who spoke. Sasuke Uchiha walked away without turning back. The cherry blossom-haired girl did not hear the faint sigh the boy left in the air.
Are you an idiot?
Time seemed to stand still. A few short days and nights felt like an endless journey to Sakura Haruno, long with no end in sight. Every time she opened her eyes she wanted to find something but always found nothing. Sakura Haruno constantly searched for reasons to explain this hollow feeling, and then she had to give up because she gained nothing. Why did it feel so empty? It was just quiet after all, she reflected. Then she realized. Her life had always been composed of 2 parts, being a ninja and her beloved, and she had, without realizing it, abandoned both.
Sakura!
Sakura Haruno turned around dazedly. Her face was pale. The past few days of treatment had been somewhat effective, though she still looked weak. She could now live normally. Yes, normally. Even if it was only on the surface.
Shikamaru's wedding is today. You haven't forgotten, have you?
No. Sakura Haruno quickly denied it, but Ino Yamanaka saw through her at once.
Liar! You just said Hurry up and get ready. If you miss a comrade's wedding, you'll be struck by lightning.
Sakura Haruno's smile was drawn out by Ino Yamanaka's exaggerated words. As she stood up, Ino Yamanaka tossed a matching outfit onto her.
Wear this. It should suit you.
Sakura Haruno held up the pink long dress and looked at it a bit surprised.
Did you buy it for me? Yeah. Who told someone with a big forehead to stay still like mold in her room? I had to work extra hard for her. If you end up not getting married, don't say I didn't help you.
As they bickered, the blonde-haired girl helped her dear friend zip up the dress. Her gaze, as if watching a fragile piece of glass, fell into Sakura Haruno's eyes through the mirror. The cherry blossom-haired girl's heart gave a slight throbbing ache.
Hey! Ino!
What? Ino Yamanaka looked up and casually patted Sakura Haruno's back, not too hard. Sakura Haruno had lost a lot of weight these days. The dress slightly concealed her overly slender waist, lending her an extra touch of vitality.
Have I been worrying you?
Ino Yamanaka hesitated for a moment, then rolled her eyes.
You've always been worrying me, okay? Stop talking nonsense. Get moving.
The blonde-haired girl pushed Sakura Haruno out the door, pocketed the keys, and in a moment, the door closed. A lonely expression flickered across Ino Yamanaka's face. Behind Sakura's back, her words lost in the air.
What's there to worry about? You don't even know how pale you look now. At a wedding, do you need a male companion?
Sakura Haruno suddenly thought of this as they walked.
I remember Temari said she wanted to wear a wedding dress. She'll definitely toss the bouquet. Wouldn't it be awkward without a male companion? Hey, I'm really surprised you have the mind to think about this. But how do you know the bouquet will hit you?
Ino Yamanaka grinned, showing her teeth.
The one who catches it is the next to marry. You don't have a boyfriend, so you're worrying too much. Ino Yamanaka.
The blonde-haired girl dodged Sakura's hand that was about to swat her head, smiling playfully.
I'm not wrong. Besides, if you don't have a male companion, you can invite Sasuke Uchiha. He's been taking care of you for a month. He probably won't refuse such a small request, right? Am I right?
Ino Yamanaka's smile was ambiguous.
Not to mention Sasuke's personality, but that face. No matter how many years pass, it's still super handsome, isn't it?
Sakura Haruno avoided her teasing and pointed at Sai, who was waiting for his girlfriend at the entrance of Naruto Shikamaru's house.
Are you getting married too? That means the bouquet is definitely yours. See, with a male companion and able to marry, how wonderful.
Ino Yamanaka laughed twice, then suddenly stopped. She thought seriously for a moment, then put on a careless expression.
Huh? I don't want to catch my first love's bouquet. Why? Why? Well, that would make me look pitiful, wouldn't it? I can catch anyone's bouquet in the world except the wife of Shikamaru Nara. You have to understand, it's not that I can't let go, it's my respect. For Shikamaru, for Sai, and for myself.
Sakura Haruno was a bit surprised. She wanted to say something, but Ino Yamanaka suddenly pointed behind her, and dashed off to Sai's side. Sakura Haruno lowered her head slightly. A tall shadow slowly loomed over her from behind.
Sasuke!
Sakura Haruno recognized him, and turned around in surprise.
What are you doing here? Of course, because I received an invitation. This kid said he didn't want to come, but he still showed up, haha. Teacher Kakashi.
Sakura Haruno smiled wryly at the silver-haired man, who suddenly jumped out to pat Sasuke Uchiha on the shoulder. With Sasuke's indifferent expression still in place, the man turned around and gave a lazy greeting.
Yo, Sakura. Still the same as ever. You're late, Teacher Kakashi. Already late.
The silver-haired man exclaimed, his masculine jaw tightening slightly, a muffled laugh escaping.
Work is just too busy, too busy. It's really tough being your teacher. Don't make excuses for being late. That's my line, isn't it?
A head poked out from the entrance of Naruto Shikamaru's house. Black hair was neatly tied back. Although the youth tried to partly hide his black suit, the collar visible outside was still very conspicuous.
Do you know that standing at my doorstep at this hour counts as being late? And why do I have to come out alone to welcome you? Oh, what a pain.
Sakura Haruno never expected Naruto Shikamaru's wedding to be so grand. Both the guests and the arrangements far exceeded her expectations.
Is it strange?
Naruto Shikamaru asked as he led them into the venue. As he spoke, he touched the back of his head, as usual, as if commenting on how nice the clouds looked today.
No. It's not strange, but Shikamaru, you hate trouble, don't you? Yeah, but if the wedding isn't done well once, it'll be even more troublesome to do it again, right? Huh?
Sakura Haruno's surprised words were hurriedly cut off by Naruto Shikamaru. The youth lowered his voice with a troubled expression.
What a pain, really a pain. Temari is too picky. If I don't do it well, she might want to do it again.
Sakura Haruno laughed. She turned to look at Ino Yamanaka, who shook her head with a smile. The wedding music gradually began. Naruto Shikamaru nodded to everyone and hurried away. Sakura Haruno leaned close to Ino Yamanaka and sighed softly.
Still the same as ever, but I must say he's become quite reliable. Yeah.
The music grew louder. Sakura Haruno could not hear Ino Yamanaka's voice, so she had to look at her friend's lips to read her words. But she said nothing. She merely watched the scene of Naruto Shikamaru and Temari embracing, a faint smile on her lips, as she leaned into Sai's arms, just like in the days when her first love blossomed, still in the bloom of youth. Even if she had loved, even if it was unforgettable.
Hey, you two, can't you survive without showing off your love?
As if responding to the speaker, the white dog on the ground, half a man's height, barked loudly. Kiba pulled his collar together, smiled, and approached Sai and the others, greeting them.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Sakura Haruno nodded and smiled.
Mission completed. Finished long ago. I lingered outside the village for a few days. If I had come back earlier, I would have heard that a lot happened while I was away.
Sakura Haruno paused, her eyelashes trembling almost imperceptibly.
Have you visited Inanna? How is she these days? How is she? You can see for yourself. Isn't she right there?
Kiba pointed across the crowd and crouched down to groom Akamaru.
I saw her and Naruto on the way here, so we came together. Hey Sakura, are you listening?
Kiba's voice. The sounds mixed with music in her ears became indistinguishable, and Haruno Sakura's gaze could not be torn away the moment she saw Hinata Hyuga and Uzumaki Naruto. She had never imagined meeting them here, at least in some corner of her heart she had hoped she wouldn't. Across several round tables covered with red cloth, Uzumaki Naruto stood quietly in the crowd, pushing Hinata Hyuga. The girl's legs were still unable to move. She sat in a silver wheelchair from the hospital, a white fur blanket covering her slender legs. Sensing her gaze, the girl turned back with a smile. Her eyes were clear and pure, and in an instant, they pierced Haruno Sakura's heart with pain. Even when her internal organs were shattered on the battlefield, Haruno Sakura had never felt so wretched. So wretched that she turned and ran. She did not want to see Uzumaki Naruto, and likewise she feared that he would turn and see her. If he did, what expression would appear on that face? She dared not think. The people around were a bit crowded. Uchiha Sasuke reached out and grabbed her. The music suddenly fell silent, and the crowd burst into uproar. "Be careful." She nodded, but her words of gratitude were drowned out by the noise of the crowd. The wedding officially began. Nara Shikamaru was pushed forward and took the bride's hand from Gaara of the Sand. The red-haired boy bearing the title of Wind Shadow patted his shoulder lightly. Then Nara Shikamaru, with his ears burning red, spoke his vows. Temari of the Sand lifted his veil and planted a fierce kiss on his lips.
"It's too late for regret, Nara Shikamaru. I wouldn't do something as troublesome as regret. Even I, after 1,000 choices, have fallen in love with you." The atmosphere grew more intense. Perhaps it was Uchiha Sasuke's imposing aura that was too overwhelming. In the vast space where people crowded together only around Uchiha Sasuke was there an empty patch. Thus in this empty space Uchiha Sasuke heard Haruno Sakura whisper softly, "How happy!" Such a sigh, as if she herself were not happy. Turning his gaze back, the wedding was nearing its end. The middle-aged ninja presiding over the ceremony gently pushed Temari of the Sand back and called out to the crowd, "Now it's time for the bouquet toss. Unmarried Kunoichi, are you ready?" Just as discussed earlier, Haruno Sakura shrank back a little awkwardly. She unconsciously glanced at Yamanaka Ino, who smiled and winked at her. It couldn't be that coincidental. Of course, it wasn't that coincidental. Temari of the Sand's beautiful white wedding dress fluttered slightly, and with a toss of her golden hair, she threw the bouquet with force. The flower ball, now the focus of everyone, traced a curve through the air. Its destination was not Haruno Sakura, but it landed steadily into the crowd opposite. The crowd there erupted in a commotion, and as people drew back, revealed a black-haired girl with a shy milky white gaze. Ah! Of course, it wasn't that coincidental. How could it have been Haruno Sakura? It was her. From the very beginning, it should have been her. Hinata Hyuga curved her lips in a smile, the bouquet in her hand shining with a brilliant glow. Uzumaki Naruto stood beside her with a nervous and flustered expression, his blonde hair swaying back and forth, stinging Haruno Sakura's eyes. "Say something, Uzumaki Naruto. Why don't you say something?" Haruno Sakura's body trembled. She turned back, and a breath stuck in her throat surged up violently. A red liquid fell onto the red tabletop, disappearing without a trace. But it turned out not to be a breath. It was a mouthful of blood. Haruno Sakura's sudden departure alarmed the crowd opposite. When Uzumaki Naruto turned around in the crowd, Haruno Sakura had already been carried away by Uchiha Sasuke, who held her by the waist. "Did something happen over there?" the person asked replied. "I don't know." So under the gentle gaze of Hinata Hyuga looking up at him, he felt his scalp tingle, and did not pursue the matter. Later, thinking back, if only he had asked one more question, if only he had gone to check, if only he had found it was her. You see how cruel it is. There are no ifs in this world. Uzumaki Naruto again awkwardly accepted the teasing and urgings from all sides, his hands on Hinata Hyuga's wheelchair, searching vaguely in the crowd. Unfortunately, the girl in his heart was never found by him. When he saw Haruno Sakura again, there were only 3 days left until the 1-month appointment. It was at Yamanaka Ino's wedding. Unlike the Grand Cross Village wedding of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino's wedding was restrained and low-key. Only a few close acquaintances were invited. There was no grand spectacle, no gorgeous wedding dress. She smiled as she married Sai. Honestly, Uzumaki Naruto had never imagined he would witness this day. That pale boy who was completely insensitive to human emotions took the hand of the girl he loved, and with a calm expression slowly slid the ring onto her finger. If not for the slightly trembling hand that betrayed the owner's excitement, probably no one would ever have realized how deeply Sai loved Yamanaka Ino. Uzumaki Naruto had seen that simple ring before, not just seen it, but was very familiar with it. Long ago, when Sai was still pursuing Yamanaka Ino, this ring had already appeared on the drawing paper.
The boy with a face as pale as snow yet handsome and delicate drew them one by one, following the pages, then carefully selected and kept this simple ring. He did not understand beauty or ugliness, so the more superficial things were the more they represented his feelings.
A red ring. Too bright, isn't it? What pigment did you use? Pigment? It's not pigment, it's my blood.
The boy's expressionless explanation startled Uzumaki Naruto.
Things painted with pigment will eventually break, but my blood will not. As long as I live, it will always exist. Such a thing is too heavy. Sai paused for a moment, looking straight at him.
Letting her know is not heavy, it's the self-righteous hiding it in the heart that makes it heavy.
Well, that's what the book says.
Now recalling that time, it was a completely different state of mind. Uzumaki Naruto complained, his gaze involuntarily falling on the ring on Yamanaka Ino's hand glowing with a bright red hue.
How happy, Sai!
Uzumaki Naruto smiled gently at his friend's union. Then he had to deliberately conceal the tumultuous raging heartbeat that kept clamoring inside him. He dared not say it. He was truly envious. Uzumaki Naruto was a coward only in matters of the heart. He was clearly a clumsy fox boy, always loud and overly passionate, but whenever he encountered Haruno Sakura, he was more cautious than anyone in love. Too cautious, unnecessarily overly cautious. Why was he so cautious? Uzumaki Naruto himself did not know. Perhaps it was love that had become a habit, or perhaps deep inside, he had always longed to give her the best of everything. But he did not succeed. When Haruno Sakura avoided his gaze for the 5th time at the banquet, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized that perhaps from a long time ago, something had gone wrong.
One day Haruno Sakura will push you away, you two are not suitable.
On a certain afternoon, sunlight streamed down through the leaves, and his pale teammate said so while pressing down on a book.
Because you never put her on the same starting line as yourself, never walked with her, self-righteously used your back to protect her, but her joy and sorrow you see none of them. You think you are being good to her, but in fact you are just placing the weaknesses of both of you on her alone. Do you know? People like this who hurt others while proclaiming how much they love them are the most disgusting.
Uzumaki Naruto pushed open the door, and the cold winter wind rushed in violently. He waved at Sai and plunged into the corridor, outside. Outside, the solemn cold wind echoed. Uzumaki Naruto's feet, which he had not had time to put on shoes, felt a cold that stung with pain. He wanted to drink something to ease the dry burning in his throat, and the incessant roaring in his head. It hurt so much. It hurt so much.
Do you think I'm disgusting? Will you push me away? That. I don't want that.
Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head. Suddenly a pale white wine bottle moved into his line of sight. The fingers holding the bottle were distinct, with a pale skin tone that contained an unshakable strength. Such a pair of hands, and the owner of such hands.
Sasuke.
The boy did not answer his call, only shoved the bottle into his hand, turned around, and leaned against the corridor. This lack of intention to leave surprised Uzumaki Naruto. Actually, since Uchiha Sasuke returned to the village, it seemed they had never had the chance to be together so quietly. Uzumaki Naruto perked up, and took a gulp of sake. The hot liquid slid down his esophagus, stirring a wave of heat in his stomach. He felt a bit nauseous.
You're actually here. I thought you would never show up at an occasion like this.
He chuckled softly.
Sasuke, it's really rare that we have a chance to stay together in a courtyard like this without turning our blades on each other. It's like a dream.
Uchiha Sasuke was expressionless, his voice as flat as he was. His gaze fixed on the family crest of Yamanaka Ino's house, his body wrapped in a blue kimono, straight and rigid.
That's just what you think. Heh.
Uzumaki Naruto was amused by his response and laughed. He did not get angry, as he used to. On the contrary, at this moment Uchiha Sasuke's appearance gave his aching heart a rare respite. You see, he was still the same, not a bit changed. Uchiha Sasuke had not changed. Right. Nothing had changed.
Do you want some?
Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand. Uzumaki Naruto took another gulp, and this time the burning in his stomach grew even stronger. His hand holding the bottle shook up and down. The sound of the liquid hitting the bottle was too distinct.
The sake Sai prepared is really good, must be expensive, haha. After all, it's a wedding. This kid has a sharp tongue, but is quite attentive, haha.
He laughed stubbornly, then fell silent.
Hey. Sasuke, is Sakura doing well these days? She's fine.
Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uzumaki Naruto's haggard face. Under the dazzling blonde hair, his once bright blue eyes seemed to have lost their luster, overflowing with a great indescribable emotion.
If you wish me to answer like that, then believe it. Huh. That's harsh.
Uzumaki Naruto stood up, feeling a bit dizzy. Uchiha Sasuke's hand, which had been ready to support him, was withdrawn imperceptibly within his sight. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Uchiha Sasuke's empty sleeve in silence for a while. After a long moment, he waved his hand and rushed into the night.
Tell Sai for me I'm leaving first.
He left in such a hurry that he didn't even put on his shoes. Uchiha Sasuke watched Uzumaki Naruto's retreating figure silent. Inside the house, it was noisy, as if the crowd was about to disperse. He quietly left the corridor without a sound. Snow and wind were coming. He was going to welcome the traveler returning to Mai.